This brat was just born, already a useless trash with no spiritual root. Despite being unable to cultivate, he was born into a wealthy family with parents to provide everything. Every meal consists entirely of top-grade pills. One pill is equivalent to a giant plate of vegetables, soaking all day in this most premium medicinal water. Yet the only thing that improved was his excretory system, being able to fart with the power of a rocket launch. Makes no freaking sense at all. Since he couldn't cultivate like others, he decided to go for the physics build, persistently running 10 kilometers and doing 100 push-ups every day, determined to become a supreme overlord of the cultivation world. Sometime later, right on the day the Royal Forest Immortal sect held its inner disciple recruitment competition, while other opponents channeled their spiritual energy and unleashed booming techniques with their auras. He just stood there with a blank face watching the show. Then he casually sneezed once, unexpectedly creating a massive whirlwind that blew away the opponent's chi refining stage abnormal fire. Witnessing this caused the sect leaders' mouths to hang wide open, enough to fit 100 kilograms of melons. Not only that, he also possessed the Lingbo microsteps footwork, stepping from the back of the arena to suddenly appear right in front of the opponent, finally giving him a crushing blow that sent him flying straight to heaven to reunite with his ancestors then and there. After a minute of shock, the curvy female MC looked up the records and realized he was Trang 13. The useless trash from the past has now returned. Without needing a single drop of spiritual energy, he still defeated every opponent, claiming the top spot this year. The competition ended. He and other new disciples went up the mountain to begin their cultivation journey. Suddenly, they were blocked by a group of soldiers, demanding to arrest a fugitive criminal, wanted on the run. Trangwathy sighed, thinking that even in this remote wilderness, he still couldn't find any peace. Hurry up and hide for now. No sooner said than done, he tiptoed away to sneak out of here. But unfortunately, the system suddenly popped up in front of him, ordering him to stop right there. It announced that the first mission he was assigned was to pass the face-to-face inspection of the Imperial Army. Trang 13 was extremely frustrated, blaming this damn system. Since activation, it only decided to show up now, and the result is that the first mission wants to push me into a self-destructive pit to explain why he is wanted, as well as how he got tangled up with this bizarre system. We must turn back time to the past, right from when he was small. Trangwathy, with his weak constitution, couldn't even interact with anyone. Just a lightweight balloon, thrown by the neighborhood kids hitting him, was enough to smash his face and send him flying hundreds of meters away, breaking several more ribs to protect their little son. His parents bought an entire deserted island in the middle of the sea, appointing a female master named Trang Ngim to protect him while they were away. Every man for himself or the heavens will destroy you. Trangwathy didn't want to rely on anyone, so he plunged into physical training, starting every day by warming up with a 10-kilometer run around the island, 100 squats, 100 sit-ups, and finally 100 push-ups, the full combo curriculum of a certain bald guy, persevering for many years. Although Trang 13 didn't lose a single hair, he still possessed invincible strength and simultaneously activated a legendary golden finger system called Immortal Physical Path Perception. He thought it would be like other people's systems, helping the master cleanse the marrow, refine bones, and awaken an overpowered spiritual root. But no, this system can only help enhance muscles. Its sole goal is to turn Trang 13 into a pioneer in promoting sports to the masses. It sounds so lame, seriously. Not only is it inferior to other people's systems, it also has a habit of being easily offended. Every time he criticizes it, it shocks him with electricity without fail. It really is nothing but a devilish creature. At least it allows him to exchange training skill points for a few rewards, and so for 2 consecutive years, Trang 13 persisted with his training, without skipping a single day. Finally, the day arrived. The system announced he had enough points for a system upgrade, unlocking numerous new features like a shop and advanced training skills. Before Trang 13 could even test them out, he suddenly discovered intruders. They landed with a boom, shattering the ground like superheroes, introducing themselves as the Imperial Army, sent to exterminate the entire Namkung clan on charges of rebelling against the Emperor. At the same time, the Master Trang Ngim also received the dire news and immediately rushed to the young master's training area to escape together in time. With agile movements, she arrived just as the leader was about to strike. Trang Ngim, like a descending angel, delivered a kick that shook the heavens and the earth, carrying an aura of world-ending destruction, viciously kicking the Imperial soldier. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed. Dust and debris flew everywhere, thickly obscuring the vision of the hidden dragon guards, taking advantage of the smoke. Trang Ngim lightning-fast hoisted 13 onto her shoulders and fled desperately, searching for a path to survival. The leader of the hidden dragon guard stood amidst the dust, watching the two figures fade away with a grim expression. He chuckled, saying, "Intelligence stated that the Trang family young master has a ruined spiritual root, merely a piece of trash living in seclusion on a deserted island, away from the secular world, with only one maid serving him. It seems that maid is you then." Trang Yim stopped and turned her head back. Her narrow phoenix eyes filled with a cold glint. Glaring at the group of soldiers, her voice as cold as ice and snow. "Young master, please go quickly. I will hold them off here." Hearing this, the hidden dragon guard leader's face turned savage, shouting loudly, "We are the hidden dragon guards acting on imperial orders. A mere maid dares to speak such arrogant words." With that, he waved his hand, summoning a Dharma treasure that transformed into a fierce vortex of death, locking tightly onto Trang Yim's throat. 13 witnessed this with his own eyes in absolute horror. Having gained control over Trang Yim, the ruthless leader unleashed countless sharp energy blades like knives, frantically tearing through Trang Yim's body. Trang Yim's body went limp. Fresh syrup erupted as she fell heavily wounded. 13's eyes widened and he cried out in shock, "Sister Trang Yim, are you all right?" Trang Yim lay weak on the ground, her face as pale as paper, groaning softly in agony. She struggled to raise her head to look at 13, her voice faint as a spider's silk. "Young master, run quickly! Ignore me!" Rage erupted like a volcano, his handsome face covered in frost, along with a gaze as firm as steel. He stood silently beside Trang Yim for a long moment. The next second, his steps shifted, advancing resolutely toward the hidden dragon guards. "Who dares to bully my Trang Yim? I, 13, will absolutely not show mercy." 13's body suddenly burst with a powerful aura, the flow of Tao rhymes circulating, fists clenched tightly, raised high, aiming straight at the hidden dragon guards to strike. Trang Yim was terrified. Her face turned pale with extreme anxiety. Watching 13's back, she cried out weakly, "Young master, what are you trying to do? Just a piece of trash, not even equal to an ordinary mortal. And you dare dream of opposing me?" After speaking, he ruthlessly swung his hand. A fierce palm wind carrying the aura of death struck directly toward 13. Stupidity should have its limits. A hidden dragon guard nearby mocked loudly, warning him not to play around anymore. "This move of yours will mince him into ground meat." Facing the brutal attack, 13 remained calm and unperturbed, casually swinging a single punch to meet it. Boom. With a loud sound, the palm wind vanished into nothingness. Seeing 13 effortlessly neutralize the attack with a punch, the face of the hidden dragon guard leader shifted from arrogance to sheer terror. Unable to believe his own eyes, he shouted out, his voice trembling, "How can this be possible? As a distinguished hidden dragon guard, how could my move be neutralized by you?" Without giving him time to react, 13 moved like a phantom. A thunderous punch struck the leader directly in the throat. Thud. A sound erupted like a watermelon being crushed. The hidden dragon guard leader's body stiffened, collapsing to the ground with his eyes rolling back, his mouth agape, his breath cut short. 13 stood tall, his face as cold as ice, radiating an overwhelming murderous aura. Physical exercise builds a robust body and strengthens the bones. The hidden dragon guard subordinates were in utter terror. Seeing their leader lying lifeless on the ground, cold sweat poured down their faces. Is he dead? A single punch killed a hidden dragon guard. How could a piece of trash possess such terrifying power? The 3 remaining hidden dragon guards roared in panic, brandishing their weapons, frantically attacking 13 with their energy. "Everyone, don't hold back anymore. Kill him at all costs." Facing the 3 fierce attacks, 13 remained as calm as water, his eyes focused. As he spoke nonchalantly, "Time to warm up and stretch these bones." After speaking, 13's body became a blur as he stretched. His movements were light and graceful. In an instant, he easily dodged all the attacks, Trang Yim watching from the side. Her eyes widened in absolute shock. Could this be the breath cultivation art that the young master practiced every day? Usually seeing him practice such bizarre secret techniques, I was always worried and tried to dissuade him. Who would have thought it held such staggering power? Back to the battlefield. 13 only flicked his sleeve slightly. His chest-puffing motion was even more bizarre, quickly intimidating the remaining 2. After defeating those 2, 13 continued to step forward, intending to pull out of the roots and eliminate the last one. The soldier holding a jade slip screamed and trembled as he tried to send a message. "Don't you dare take another step. Otherwise, I will immediately summon reinforcements." With lightning speed, 13 used his phantom-like movement. In a split second, had appeared right in front of the Imperial soldier, followed by a sky kick delivered with absolute decisiveness, striking straight at the opponent's groin. This kick possessed the power of a thunderbolt, instantly robbing him of his manhood in a flash. The jade slip in his hand also shattered and fell to the ground. "Trang, Ngim, standing to the side, was somewhat stunned by this scene. The jade slip shattered upon hitting the ground, suddenly creating a mysterious spatial barrier, containing a strange fluctuation of spiritual energy within. After observing closely, Trang Ngim cried out in shock, "This is a spatial jade slip!" Inside is a storage space, concealing the teleportation array of the hidden dragon guards. Realizing the situation was extremely urgent and dangerous, Trang Ngim hurriedly shouted to warn the young master, "We must leave this place immediately. A peerless expert is about to break through the void and emerge." Before she could finish her sentence, an arm reached out from within the barrier, leaving 13 startled and horrified. Immediately after, a towering figure appeared. His overwhelming dominance and murderous intent surged like violent waves, the powerful aura of a great being. As soon as he appeared, his gaze locked onto 13. "So you are the Trang family's trash young master from the reports? Indeed, I cannot sense even a shred of spiritual energy from your body." But as his eyes swept over the surroundings, he discovered the hidden Dragon Guard unit had been annihilated. His gaze then shifted toward Trang Ngim. "The hidden Dragon Guards sent here are all dead. Was this all you're doing? For a mere maid to have such cultivation, it is truly quite surprising. To die by my hand today can be considered a great honor for you." Trang Ngim, facing him, was filled with rage, but her own strength was far too weak, leaving her to watch helplessly. Feng Tiuqian, possessing profound cultivation, immediately launched a lethal strike intending to kill Trang Ngim in one move. The attack was like a thunderous blow, fast as a lightning bolt, charging straight toward Trang Ngim. In that critical hair-breadth moment, 13 suddenly lunged forward, using his own body to block the blow. Seeing 13's actions, both Trang Ngim and Tiuqian were startled and shocked. 13 was immediately sent flying backward by the terrifying force, stumbling and skidding along the ground. Dust and dirt billowed everywhere. Witnessing 13 suddenly rushing out to block the blow and being knocked away right before her eyes, Trang Ngim cried out in terror, "Young master!" Due to the impact of that attack, 13 had fallen unconscious, lying motionless on the ground. Tiuqian, standing nearby, was also somewhat surprised by 13's constitution. An ordinary cultivator, hit by my technique, would surely have turned into a mist of blood, spraying everywhere, yet he remains intact. Could it be he has a top-tier protective treasure guarding him? But it doesn't matter. Feng Tiuqian stepped forward slowly, with an air of extreme arrogance. In an instant, he circulated his true chi, unleashing a dominant and eerie aura. "Regardless, today none of you shall escape my hands." Trang Ngim, pale-faced, stared wide-eyed at Feng Tiuqian. This is bad. The pressure of a heavenly general is terrifying. His sheer presence alone is enough to suffocate someone. Suddenly, a streak of sword chi descended from the sky, blocking his path and startling him, immediately followed by an overwhelming sword light. Heaven and earth. Sword art struck simultaneously at the spot where he was standing, facing the fierce offensive. Feng Tiuqian hurriedly leaped back to evade the sharp edge. Recognizing the familiar technique, Trang Ngim's face lit up with clear joy. "This technique is from Master." Feng Tiuqian raised an eyebrow and with a cold gaze glanced up at Trang Qi. "So you actually managed to make it here." The great elder of the Trang family appeared before them. Elder Trang Qi's face darkened with anger as he glared at Feng Tiuqian. Feng Tiuqian spoke with an arrogant tone as he looked at him. "Trang Qi, shouldn't you be guarding the head of the Trang family? Why are you so free as to run all the way here?" Elder Trang Qi's cold gaze locked onto his opponent. "I am here under the orders of the family head, to protect the young master and ensure his safe escape." Then he turned his face toward Trang Ngim, shouting an order to Trang Ngim. "Quickly escort the young master away from here. I will stay behind to hold off the enemy." Trang Ngim stood in a difficult dilemma, being both worried for her master and concerned for 13, having no other choice. She bit her lip and nodded at her master's command. Then Trang Ngim quickly picked up 13 and with all her strength leapt away to flee from the enemy's sight. Feng Tiuqian showed disdain, curling his lip as he looked at Elder Trang Qi. "You think you alone can stop me?" He soared into the air and threw a thunderous punch toward Elder Trang Qi. Elder Trang Qi also swung his precious sword to parry the attack. Elder Trang Qi grit his teeth, shouting angrily, "My Trang family rules a region, holding countless cultivation resources. In this cultivation world, it is natural that the strong are revered. You tell me, on what grounds do we protect this legacy?" The old thief truly stops at nothing. A cold shout echoed immediately after, followed by a fierce eruption of a sword formation. The wind howled. Sword Qi swept across, striking directly at Tiuqian's vital points. Boom! The collision of energy was earth-shattering. Thick clouds of dust billowed up, obscuring the entire sky. Trang Ngim held me tightly in her arms, moving as fast as a flash of lightning, gliding across the branches of towering ancient trees. Her heart was anxious, fearing for her master's safety. "Master, you must remain safe and sound." She prayed silently that the rise or fall of the Trang family might all depend on him. 13 remained in a deep slumber, his soul seemingly drifting away. In a daze, memories of a past tribulation suddenly rushed back, sounds of tragic wailing, and the horrific noise of destruction echoed in his ears. He saw himself as a lost child in the middle of a sea of fire, high-rise buildings collapsing into ruins. In the panic, 13 stumbled, a sharp pain spreading through his limbs. His legs went weak, leaving him unable to move. They might have been broken in two. A heart-wrenching cry rang out as his parents appeared, amidst the thick clouds of dust waving their hands toward him. 13 looked at the familiar figures with joyful surprise, hurriedly reaching out his hand to touch them. But at that very moment, a giant shadow plummeted from above, a shattered block of concrete from the collapsing skyscraper. 13 was utterly terrified, watching the deadly object hurtling straight toward him. No. As the earth-shattering scream faded, 13's parents lunged forward like arrows, using their frail bodies to shield him. His mother's gentle voice echoed, "Don't be afraid, mother and father are here." Tears streamed down 13's face as he choked out, "Don't worry about me anymore, I will only bring you both down." "Please don't." 13 bolted upright from the dream, cold sweat soaking his shirt. Trang Ngim, who was intently focused on the clan's secret letter, turned around in surprise. Seeing that 13 had regained his senses, she hurriedly approached him. "Young master, are you finally awake?" 13 gasped for breath, looking around with bewildered eyes. Sensing that his body was still intact, he asked in astonishment, "Was I saved?" Trang Ngim's expression turned somber. "Fortunately, the great elder intervened just in time, to be able to preserve our lives." Hearing this, 13 grew even more anxious and asked in a panic, "What happened to the Trang family? How are my mother and father?" Trang Ngim lowered her head, her voice choked with emotion. "Except for the clan members scattered outside, everyone else has met with disaster. The family head is lost, and the great elder who protected us has also been captured by the imperial court." 13's eyes grew dim as a wave of infinite sorrow washed over him. His heart felt as though it were being cut by knives. He turned his face away, trying to suppress his emotions, his voice trembling. It's because Uncle rushed to save me, that his avatar with my parents was weakened. Isn't it?" Trang Ngim looked at 13, who was lost in despair. Her mind was in a turmoil, not knowing how to comfort him. 13 suddenly flew into a rage, swinging his hand, striking the wall hard with furious anger. "Hateful, so hateful!" Boom! A massive explosion resounded. The solid stone wall immediately collapsed into ruins. 13 blamed himself. "Whether in my past life or this one, I have always been a burden to my parents, simply because I am too weak and incompetent, always needing their protection. Am I truly this useless? Will I forever be just a piece of trash in everyone's eyes?" Trang Ngim gently advised, "Young master, do not be pessimistic. The future of the Trang family might still depend on you to be saved." 13 looked up in shock and amazement. "Sister, what did you just say?" Trang Ngim explained with a solemn expression. "Participate in the Huyen Thien Dao discussion Grand Assembly and seize the title of Dao Sun. As long as you win, there may be a chance to redeem the Trang family. The Huyen Thien Grand Assembly is a major event in the cultivation world held once every 15 years. Its purpose is to find the most outstanding genius, the new Huyen Thien Dao Sun. Dao Suns of all generations can enjoy supreme cultivation, resources, and privileges. They can even present a request to the imperial court. General amnesty is not impossible." Having said this, Trang Ngim excitedly grasped the hand of young Master 13. "Please give it a try. This might be our greatest destiny. Though you have no spiritual roots and cannot cultivate, within your body, there seems to be a mysterious and unpredictable power. If this power can be unlocked, it will surely help the Trang family rise again." Hearing this, 13's spirit was invigorated, his aura reaching the sky, as he clenched both hands into fists. "Fine, then we shall immediately retreat into seclusion, to undergo intense cultivation, forging the body and strengthening my power." Trang Ngim showed a look of hesitation again. "But the Huyen Thien Grand Assembly only allows formal cultivators to participate. Rogue cultivators do not have the qualification." 13 stood dazed, scratching his head in confusion. "Then doesn't that mean I have to join a sect? But with my aptitude, I'll easily be found out." Trang Ngim patted Filti's shoulder to comfort him. "Young master, do not worry. I have found a hidden mountain sect in the wild southern region, a blessed land perfect for cultivation, where the imperial court's influence can hardly reach. Young master, you only need to use a little disguise and change your appearance." 13's face was crumpled like a cold, steamed bun, uncomfortable. faced with the endless rambling of Trang, Ngimbut, young master. Your future path of cultivation can only be carved out by yourself. This old servant follows the master's orders to depart immediately, to summon the remaining clan members, and plot for the restoration of the Trang family. Young master, you must be extremely careful. 13's aura surged as he shouted like rolling thunder. I will surely cultivate with all my might and temper my body, to increase my cultivation base. And so, 13 entered the outer gates of the Ngulam immortal sect. Time flew like a weaver's shuttle. Over a year had passed. Finally, he won the top spot in the arena battles, successfully advancing into the inner sect of the Ngulam immortal sect. But who could have guessed that on his way back he would encounter a group of imperial soldiers who were strictly checking everyone passing through. Even more hateful was that cliched system. Not only did it forbid 13 from hiding, but it also issued a mandatory quest forcing him to pass through the soldiers' inspection fairly and squarely. Thus, at this moment, 13 had no choice but to face them, confronting the very people who were hunting him. 13's expression was grave. A soldier barked like thunder. Lift your head so I can check you against the wanted poster. Hearing this, 13's whole body shook like a leaf. Cold sweat poured out, soaking his back. It's really over now. They even have a portrait. It must have been drawn by that red-haired ape spirit. This time the odds are against me. The soldier in front of him quickly pulled out the wanted poster to compare it to his face. Inside, 13's heart was churning with 1,000 thoughts. What should I do now? If I just attack and take them all out, would that count as passing fairly and squarely? His hands secretly clenched, ready for battle. The wanted poster was slowly unfurled, officially being compared to 13's face. But with just one glance at it, 13 almost spat out 3 liters of blood. His own portrait in the drawing was drawn to look like a hideous yaksha demon, leaving him disappointed, and even enraged, resenting such a depiction. And so the wanted man was nonchalantly passed over, as the pursuers began to leave one after another. Regarding the moment the portrait was sketched, Liu Qin did not want to describe it with words, but grandly declared he would personally redraw 13's portrait. The moment he finished, he roared like thunder. Guards, bring me paper and brush at once. This old man will personally redraw his face today, leaving him no way to hide his identity. He, relying on his own legendary artistic talent, began to wield the brush to sketch 13's portrait. Back to 13, the system simultaneously flashed a notification about attributes and quest progress. Seeing that the quest was completed, 13 breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming that the calamity had finally passed. Next, he just needed to enter the inner sect and cultivate in secret, determined not to let anyone discover his useless spiritual root. Just then, the old woman inside spoke up, acting as the messenger of an announcement that plunged 13 back into the abyss of disappointment. According to the rules, new inner sect disciples must still undergo a spiritual root test once more to officially join the sect. 13 frowned with a bitter expression, thinking irritably to himself, "This is crazy. Are the heavens playing a joke on me? Is this a way to force me to my death? If I touch that, won't my waste spiritual root status be instantly revealed? And I'll be kicked straight out of the sect." He hurriedly tried to sneak away his mind in a tangled mess. Or should I switch to another sect now? It seems my destiny and the Ngulam immortal sect are a bit mismatched. Suddenly, the system appeared once again to block 13's path. "You stay right there." 13's face grew more panicked. What the hell is it now? In an instant, the system issued a mandatory quest, mandating that 13 must undergo the spiritual root inspection. In a towering rage, 13 grabbed the system interface and roared like a lion. "Tell me, are you trying to get me killed on purpose?" Other people's systems do their best to help their hosts overcome difficult trials. But you only want to push me into a death trap. Seeing 13's defiance, the system mercilessly struck him with a system punishment. The electric shock left 13 charred black, yet he stubbornly forced himself to step inside, preparing for the spiritual root test in front of the gathered inner sect disciples. A booming announcement echoed. Freshmen of the Nine Heavens Pavilion once called, "Quickly step forward and channel your spiritual energy into the Soul Stone. It can not only check your cultivation realm, but also determine the grade of your spiritual root." That old woman took out an object that looked like an iPhone, ancient version, to call the first name on the roll. Thamsung puffed out his chest and swaggered up for the test. Thamsung strode forward, with a powerful gait toward the spiritual testing stone. As soon as he arrived, he channeled his entire body's spiritual energy, striking the spiritual testing stone with a single punch. Formidable aura instantly flooded the stone, gradually displaying his cultivation level. Once the test was complete, the old woman announced the results in a loud voice. Thamsung 8th level Chi refining stage, mid-grade spiritual root. Chan Vodik 9th level Chi refining stage, mid-grade spiritual root. Namsam Early Foundation Establishment Stage High-Grade Spiritual Root. Not far away, a figure with flowing white hair was secretly observing the inspection process and the potential of the inner sect disciples. Presently, the sect mistress Nam Kung Huang appeared with great majesty, flanked by 6 elders and a fellow cultivator. All 7 looked on with solemn expressions and sharp eyes, at the front speaking in low tones. The aura of this new batch of disciples is truly extraordinary, brimming with vital energy and exceptional foundations. It seems MANHWA Immortal Sect has a limitless future. Below the stage, the deacon in charge of testing spiritual root aptitude continued to call out the next person on the list. As soon as Kwang Mo heard his name, an old man with snow-white hair and beard, leaning on a bamboo cane, wobbled forward, leaving the deacon somewhat astonished. I'm coming right now. This old man has cultivated hard in the outer sect for 65 years. Today I finally have the chance to join the inner sect. The deacon glanced at Kwang Mo and immediately shouted, "Why haven't you expelled him down the mountain yet?" His age exceeded the regulations long ago. Kwang Mo was dragged away amidst piteous cries, full of grievance. "I want to appeal. This old man is just a child of 60 Springs." The 6 elders witnessing this scene could not help but frown, showing their dissatisfaction. Indeed, it is hard to avoid opportunists who intend to sneak into the sect. Down below, the deacon continued to call the next name. Trang 13. A handsome young man, with a somewhat hesitant gait, slowly stepped forward, his expression flickering with anxiety. In his heart, he thought, "It's finally my turn." Deliberately stalling for time, 13 took heavy steps, one by one toward the testing spiritual stone. The guest cultivator above looked down with a smile. "I heard this person is the outer sect arena champion, who once slew 2 enemies on the stage with a single punch." The elders beside him glanced over, looking skeptical. "A single punch? It's surely just for show. There's probably no real depth to it." While approaching the testing spiritual stone, 13 suddenly signaled with his hand. "May I ask if I can stretch my muscles and bones and warm up a bit?" After receiving the deacon's approval, 13 took a deep breath, slowly raised both hands, and began practicing a series of bizarre physical exercises. The surrounding new disciples who saw this scene couldn't help but be dumbfounded, along with eyes full of suspicion, unanimously focusing on 13. The elders grew even more confused upon seeing this, frowning and asking what kind of clownish act this person was playing at. They were all bizarre moves never seen before. But in his mind, previous images flashed back to 13, making his heart even more chaotic. What should I do? The Imperial Court has just finished their investigation. If my identity is exposed now, I will definitely be captured. While still trying to maintain an unfathomable posture, 13's mind kept racing. Is there any plan to escape this predicament? After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, 13 remained in the same position, his head a mess. The deacon in charge of the testing finally could not hold his patience any longer. He shouted directly at 13's face, "An incense stick has already passed. How much longer do you intend to delay the spiritual root test? Do you want to be expelled from the inner sect?" Faced with the deacon's thunderous reprimand, 13 hurriedly rushed to the side of the testing spiritual stone, having made a decision in his mind. "I can only take a risk with this method. Since the Tao rhythm here is so dense, perhaps I can rely on the Gale Fist secret technique. Under extreme pressure, force all the spiritual energy in my body to flow into the spiritual stone, creating an abnormal reaction. To help me pass this spiritual root test, to pass this trial, I can only perform the Gale Fist secret technique. Back in the outer sect, I practiced this move relentlessly. This is one of the strongest moves in the body cultivator secret techniques I possess." The guest elder above stroked his beard repeatedly, his eyes showing a hint of anticipation. "Oh, this kid is finally willing to make a move." In an instant, 13 erupted with his full power, swinging his fist forward with great force, executing the gale-splitting fist technique. Simultaneously, his eyes were as sharp as blades, a roar echoing in his heart. Let a miracle manifest. This punch contained a massive amount of body cultivation power. 13 unintentionally shattered the testing spiritual stone into countless fragments. This was a basic introductory move. At the stage of familiarization and minor mastery, it was also one of the most effective techniques. Previously, every single day, 13 had to train hard on sandbags to hone this cultivation method. After countless sessions, his cultivation had progressed immensely. Who would have thought that using this punch today, he would accidentally smash the MANHWA Immortal Sect's testing spiritual stone? Seeing the sect's testing spiritual stone crushed into dust by 13, the deacon was horrified. The seven-colored sky let out consecutive roars. The dragon's cry shook the world. Within the great Tao of heaven and earth appeared countless bolts of violent lightning, instantly striking down upon the Ngulam immortal sect, frightening everyone to the core. Nam Kung Huang and the two elders were also shocked to the extreme. When they witnessed this anomaly firsthand, the old friend's face contorted reflexively, pulling his beard. "Our testing spiritual stones is shattered." Elder Shu was equally stunned, eyes wide in amazement, mouth agape. Scene transitions to the Ngulam Palace. The indignant roars of Elder Shu echoed incessantly. "Damn it, let go of me right now. Today I must skin him and pull the bones out of this brat, to quell the deep hatred in my heart." Seeing Elder Shu so agitated, the old friend quickly intervened. "Calm down a bit. Have some respect for your status as an elder." Elder Shu's anger hit the roof, screaming and berating. The testing spiritual stone was personally established by the founding ancestor. When the sect was founded, it has stood unmoving in our Ngulam immortal sect for 10,000 years. His trembling finger pointed directly at 13. Today it was smashed by this wretched brat. Even if he dies to atone for his sins, it would still be hard to fully atone for your sins. I must throw you into the alchemy kiln, to be tormented for 100 years to satisfy my wrath. 13. Hearing the thunderous rebukes of Elder Shu, looked slightly awkward for a moment. But in the next second he put on an innocent face, staring blankly at Elder Shu. "I only did as you all requested, by striking with a full power punch. It's also possible that the testing spiritual stone has reached the end of its lifespan. After all, it has been in use since the era of the founding ancestor, enduring for 10,000 years until now. It must be expired by now. Or perhaps this product was inherently flawed. Your founding ancestor might have been too careless to have failed to notice this defect. Ignorant brat." Elder Shu's hair and beard stood on end as he roared in fury. "You dare to speak such nonsense, and even dare to blame our founding ancestor." At this critical moment, Nam Kung Huang spoke in a loud voice, leaving everyone at the scene in utter shock. "Everyone be quiet. The 10,000-year indestructible spiritual stone was shattered by a single punch from Trang 13 today. This proves that his innate skeletal potential and talent are extraordinary and brilliantly genius. If our Ngulam immortal sect puts all effort into nurturing him, the value he creates will surely surpass that spiritual stone 10,000 times over." The elder friend beside him immediately chimed in. "Nam Kung Huang is correct. Considering the current situation of the Ngulam immortal sect, we are indeed thirsting for such a rare talent." Elder Shu was speechless before Nam Kung Huang's reasoning, and could only turn away in frustration. Nam Kung Huang's eyes, sharp as lightning, locked onto Trang 13, as he shouted, "Nonetheless, the testing spiritual stone is a sacred object established personally by the founding ancestor. The sect must still discipline you. You are hereby ordered to go into seclusion at Heaven Peak for repentance within 1 month." Scene transitions to Heaven Peak, a towering mountain beside the Ngulam immortal sect. Trang Wilthi, with a look of extreme grief and indignation, was placed under house arrest. In this remote and secluded valley, his eyes scanned the surroundings as he muttered softly, "This place has pure springs and cool green forests. The spiritual energy is dense." After a moment of careful observation, 13 stretched his arms with excitement. "It truly is a blessed land in such a desolate place. There's no need to worry about exposing my special identity." With a slight thought, he opened the cultivation system interface. "Then I shall focus on cultivating here." The system upgrade requirements appeared before his eyes. Dazzlingly bright refinement points, physique points, technique, proficiency. Rank 5. Beast cores, beast flesh and blood. Level 6 beast. And finally, medium-grade essence crystals. Looking at these harsh conditions, 13 stroked his chin in deep thought. Only by upgrading the system can I break through to the next cultivation realm. The current stats were still far off. Without hesitation, he clicked on the new cultivation technique items. One step at a time then. First, use refinement points to unlock the missing movements first. After unlocking the physique training movements, 13 began his strength training by lifting heavy cauldrons, using crude training equipment. That was quite primitive. With limited refinement points, there was no other choice. He couldn't exchange them for specialized equipment. He had to make do with natural materials for his practice, while he was absorbed in his hard training out from the weeds. Beside him, a giant six-colored python, with sharp fangs dripping with deadly venom, suddenly lunged out in a fierce attack. Sensing the imminent danger, 13 gave a low shout and struck with a single punch, directly overpowering the six-colored python. It was a thunderous strike. After knocking out the demon snake, 13 observed it thoughtfully. "It seems body-refining materials have delivered themselves to my door. Excellent." Then spirited shouts echoed across heaven. Peak 13 used the flexible body of the six-colored python to help himself temper his bones and tendons. With its amazing elasticity and peerless flexibility, 13 was utilizing the demon snake to strengthen his arm power. The demon snake's situation, however, was miserable beyond words. Its head was tied tightly to a large boulder, while its body was stretched taut by 13's strength. But during his arduous cultivation, 13 kept reminding himself, only a few years left until the Huiyanthian Grand Assembly. I must make the most of my time to cultivate. At Heaven Peak, under the vast and endless sky, an earth-shattering battle within the cultivation world was taking place. These sharp claws were divine weapons of the cultivation realm. Razor sharp at 3/10, length of 3 inches, 7 parts weight, 3 Hg 23 quants, able to sever gold chop jade and slice hair like mud. These claws were 3 inches, 3 parts long weight, 6 Hg 4 quan. Today's fierce dragon and tiger struggle has a 5-4 favorite. It's time to place bets. As soon as the first round began, that sharp beak let out a spirited crow. Before the crowing could even end, it was grabbed by the neck by a hand like an iron vice, choked and left speechless. 13 gripped both fighting cocks tightly, his voice full of anticipation for lunch. Today's meal is served. In the blink of an eye, the valiant fighting cocks were plucked and roasted by 13, becoming a simple source of nourishment. At his place of cultivation, besides physical training, high-quality protein was also indispensable. In the process of strengthening his physical body, suddenly the high clouds began to condense into a giant vortex. In just an instant, an eye of the storm formed with earth-shaking power, seeing the abnormal celestial phenomenon with dark clouds rolling in and rumbling thunder. 13 frowned while observing. Why did dark clouds and thunder suddenly appear like this? Is a storm about to hit? Terrifying aura was continuously released. The power of lightning struck toward Heaven Peak, the sound shaking the entire universe. Then it became increasingly and unusually violent. Ingulam immortal sect disciples in the distance also felt a sense of extreme horror. What's happening? Is the Earth Dragon enraged? Elder Shu and Nam Kung Huang nearby. Their expressions were equally filled with doubt and uncertainty. Also sensing the aura of the great Tao of heaven and earth, surging and rolling forth, Elder Shu frowned. While scanning toward the summit of Heaven Peak, he whispered, "This is the power of the great Tao's lightning tribulation, only triggered when a heaven defier ascends to a new realm. This aura is coming from the summit of Heaven Peak. Could there be a great powerhouse undergoing tribulation?" Upon hearing this, his old friend wore a profound smile on his lips, glancing at Elder Shu as he replied, "If I remember correctly, the Supreme Elder is still in secluded meditation. Could it be that his honor chose Heaven Peak as the place for his hard cultivation and breakthrough?" Nam Kung Huang's expression turned solemn, as a surge of unease rose in his heart. A heavenly lightning tribulation with such earth-shattering power, yet it originates from where the Supreme Elder is in seclusion. I fear it will level this mountain. The place where Trang 13 was confined for his crimes is precisely that Heaven Peak. If the lightning tribulation falls, even if he doesn't take the full force of the lightning, it will be hard to avoid being crushed into ashes by the residual shockwaves. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Kung Huang cried out in alarm, "Pass the order. Quickly summon the lightning shield parasol treasure to save him." After giving the order, Kung Huang thought to himself, I originally wanted to use this chance to teach that fellow a lesson. Who would have thought he'd cross paths with the Supreme Elders? Tribulation. Back at the place where the lightning tribulation raged, Trang 13 had an innocent look on his face, as he looked up at the dark sky and muttered amidst the roaring thunder, "Clearly this is a sign that heaven is about to grant rain." His eyes looked regretfully at the half-roasted chicken. "But my chicken isn't fully cooked yet. Can't it wait to rain later? I wonder if my gale storm punch can blow away those clouds. And that lightning over there." After speaking, he immediately leaped up, standing firmly with a serious aura, his fist charging energy aiming straight at the heavenly lightning tribulation. Then exerting his strength to strike, he let out a roar. Gale storm punch. In that very instant, at the critical moment, the system suddenly appeared, startling 13 in surprise, followed by lines of reminder notifications. Echoing in his mind, the realm-breaking lightning tribulation can cleanse the meridians and marrow, stimulate potential development, forge the golden body, and increase physical constitution points. Through the system notification, 13 showed indescribable excitement about strengthening his body. How can there be such a good thing? 13 suddenly frowned in thought. But how exactly? Can I devour the great Tao's lightning tribulation? The system quickly grasped its master's thoughts, providing detailed step-by-step guidance for 13. After understanding the instructions, he looked up at the heavenly lightning tribulation, confidently saying, "Since the heavenly lightning tribulation is so immense, I'll have to use that ultimate move." 13. then crouched to build momentum facing the heavenly lightning tribulation using his mid-air movement technique. Once he had enough power, 13 swung his fist and leaped to approach the lightning tribulation, his face showing an unprecedented level of determination. From afar, his figure was as fast as a streak of light, entering the center of the lightning tribulation in an instant. Upon arrival, 13 shouted with fierce momentum, "Bring it all on!" In the blink of an eye, countless lightning bolts struck 13's body simultaneously. Each wave of lightning carried supreme heavenly power. The violent electrical aura instantly engulfed 13's small frame. After devouring the first wave of lightning, 13 shouted with blazing momentum, "Give me more power!" Compared to the system's punishment, this is still far behind. Under the dense heavenly tribulation and the system's wrath, a bolt of lightning with peak power quickly descended, targeting 13 directly. Facing the powerful bolt of lightning, 13's eyes widened as a surge of panic rose within him. In just a few short breaths, the lightning tribulation left 13's entire body numb. His arrogant momentum from earlier vanished into thin air amidst the heavenly lightning tribulation. Countless lightning streaks continued their destruction, but strangely enough, did not strike directly at the summit of Heaven Peak. This left Nam Kung Huang along with Elder Shu and his friend utterly bewildered. Nam Kung Huang's face was filled with shock. Why didn't the lightning tribulation directly strike the summit of Heaven Peak, but instead exploded in midair like that? Seeing that the situation was somewhat abnormal, all three of them quickly exerted their full power, leaping toward the summit of Heaven Peak. At that moment, a hand forming a hand seal simultaneously relaxed. The Supreme Elder, having completed his breakthrough, sitting on a rock at the summit of Heaven Peak, softly exhaled a breath. My cultivation realm has finally broken through. But why did the heavenly lightning tribulation not dare to come down and strike my body? He looked somewhat curious, his mind filled with inexplicable questions. The Supreme Elder strolled leisurely across the top of Heaven Peak. Suddenly, his keen sense of smell caught a faint exotic fragrance drifting by. Being too curious about this mysterious scent, he quickly flew through the air toward the source, spreading the aroma. Upon arriving, he came face to face with Trang 13, who was roasting a chicken, with his body charred black. The boy's face at this moment had eyes wide and mouth agape as he looked at the Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder was somewhat puzzled, looking at the other's appearance, thinking to himself, why is this kid's whole body as black as charcoal like this? Looking at his attire, he knew for certain that he was a disciple of the Ngulam immortal sect. Before my seclusion, I secretly instructed Nam Kung Huang that if he found a disciple with extraordinary talent, he could send them here for my guidance. By now, he is the second person to be sent here. 13's face still held a trace of childishness, his elegant eyebrows slightly furrowed, along with a gaze full of suspicion, staring intently at the Supreme Elder's back. That old Taoist has been keeping his eyes on me this whole time. Could it be that he's craving this delicious roasted chicken of mine? Just as the thought finished, the Supreme Elder appeared beside him like a ghost. 13 let out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, you brat! How did you end up in this remote, desolate valley?" Seeing the old Taoist approach, 13 was startled and hurriedly moved his feet, trying to hide the roasted chicken deep against his chest. The Supreme Elder's eyes lit up as he secretly calculated, with an expression of indescribable excitement. "I have just broken through my bottleneck and was looking for someone to guide. This boy's appearance is truly a heaven-sent opportunity." 13 slumped dejectedly onto the ground, saying in a bored tone, reporting to the ancestor, "This disciple was punished with wall-gazing confinement here." The Supreme Elder stroked his snow-white beard and looked at 13 with an inquisitive gaze. "Oh, what mistake did you commit? Could it be that you got into a fight with your fellow disciples?" 13 glanced indifferently toward the distance. "It's not that. What this disciple did is a bit more serious." The Supreme Elder began to feel a bit uneasy and stared at 13 with eyes sharp as daggers. "A bit more serious. Could you have trespassed into a restricted area?" 13 remained seated where he was, waggling his finger slightly. "Perhaps a bit more serious than that." The Supreme Elder's eyes went wide, with a look of utter horror. Still not serious enough. Could it be you accidentally broke a Dharma tool? Or some precious spirit treasure?" 13's face was as mournful as a funeral filled with incomparable grief. "Ancestor, you've guessed almost correctly. It could be said that I accidentally destroyed a Dharma tool." Hearing this, the Supreme Elder burst out laughing, slapping his thigh in delight. "Ha ha! No need to blame yourself so much. While my Ngulam immortal sect is not a famous great clan, we still have some heritage. What does it matter if you broke one small Dharma tool?" But in the next second, 13's answer was like a bolt from the blue, causing the old man's expression to change instantly. "This disciple destroyed the intersect spirit stone." The Supreme Elder's expression shifted from peak joy to absolute horror. With towering rage, he roared like thunder, "You! What did you just say?" The spirit testing stone is considered the sect's ultimate treasure, an ancient relic from time immemorial, something the founding ancestor personally placed. How could it be destroyed by a brat, as wet behind the ears as you? Furthermore, according to the ancient records, the spirit testing stone also suppressed an ancient true phoenix. Now it seems the seal has been broken. My Ngulam immortal sect will surely face a great catastrophe. Total annihilation. The 13 felt like a criminal of the ages. Under the Supreme Elder's criticism, he could only stand still as a statue, his face full of dissatisfaction. Suddenly, the Supreme Elder seemed to discover something. Earth-shaking and with an intent gaze, step by step he circled around, observing the body of 13. After careful observation for a while, the old man stopped in his tracks and spoke in a deep voice. Indeed, I cannot sense a single shred of spiritual energy on your person. Is it because the gap between our realms is too vast? Or do you possess a treasure that hides heavenly secrets, preventing me from probing you? Hearing this, 13's heart grew extremely tense. Fearing his heaven-defying identity would be exposed, the Supreme Elder continued thoughtfully, "A cultivator as young as you, only 15 or 16 years old, yet able to destroy the spirit testing stone. Forget this divine continent. Even among the experts of the upper realm's immortal palace, few could achieve such a feat. Are you certain that the spirit testing stone was broken by you? Are the words you speak truly the truth?" Beads of sweat formed on 13's forehead, as he nodded repeatedly, looking at the Supreme Elder with an earnest gaze. Next, the old man suddenly stripped off, his outer robe revealing a firm, bare chest with rolling muscles that seemed to hide earth-shaking power. "Come here. Use all your strength to hit me with one punch." Seeing the Supreme Elder's bizarre behavior, 13 turned pale with fright. What kind of trick is the ancestor trying to pull now? The Supreme Elder's face was as resolute as a rock. "I only believe in what I see and hear for myself. I do not believe in empty words. Strike me with your full power, so that I may see exactly how strong your ability is." Trangwiltha was terrified inside, fearing that this single punch would result in a fatality. He hurriedly waved his hands in refusal. This disciple must refuse." "Ancestor, you old geezer. You aren't trying to play some rogue trick just to blame me, are you?" Opposite him, the Supreme Elder was so angry that his beard and hair stood on end. He barked, "You brat, what kind of person do you take me Leroy for?" At that exact moment in 13's head, the cold voice of the system suddenly rang out. An unexpected mission appeared, presenting two choices, yes or no to old Lee's request. The attractive reward was high-quality protein. Faced with 13's eerie smile, old Lee urged him even more, thrusting his burly chest forward. "Don't hesitate any longer. Just strike me with everything you've got." Old Lee chuckled inwardly with great satisfaction, because he had just reached a new peak. After breaking through his cultivation realm, his defensive methods, and his cultivation technique, the celestial immortal body. Protecting Chi had also made tremendous progress. It was the perfect time to test them out. While old Lee was still lost in thought, 13's tempestuous punch had already fiercely launched toward him. It left him wide-eyed and agape in absolute horror. With an expression of utter panic, old Lee hurriedly screamed, "Wait, you brat, I haven't even said start yet." In that split second, hanging by a thread, he activated his defensive divine ability, the Celestial Immortal. Protective Chi to resist, but 13's earth-shaking punch, in an instant, shattered his sturdy defense, as if it were thin paper. The remaining force, immediately, crushing the ground in front of him into countless fragments. The supreme vigor derived from his extraordinary constitution almost shattered the laws of heaven and earth. The terrifying, destructive power instantly formed a dense cloud of dust, billowing up to the peak of the mountain. Seeing the explosive force erupting from the youth's body, Elder Lee was horrified, shouting out in shock, "How strange, how can a mere casual punch contain such astonishing might?" While his thoughts were reeling, he couldn't help but avert his eyes to observe the youth before him once more. This boy is so young, yet his strength is no less than the holy sons and holy maidens of the immortal sects. With such heaven-defying talent, it would be a blessing if he could join the Ngulam immortal sect. Just as he was pondering, his protective, celestial immortal realm, Chi suddenly shattered, leaving him profoundly shaken once again. His expression became extraordinarily solemn. "What, my perfected celestial immortal Chi was broken so easily?" His entire body trembled slightly as he muttered to himself. "As expected. Brat, you truly make me see you in a new light." Then, in an instant, a powerful, domineering aura erupted from old Lee. His eyes flashed like lightning as he glared, staring fixedly at 13. "Come, boy. Let us exchange moves properly for a bit. Let me see just how deep your strength goes." Seeing the other party intent on going all out, 13 pondered silently. Recalling the reward bestowed by the system, he had thrown a punch instinctively, yet it could only damage this old man's defensive layer. He wondered just how formidable his true strength actually was. Facing Elder Lee, the silhouette of a shield-bearing youth from years ago, he appeared in 13's mind. This powerful aura? It was indeed similar to the berserk gorilla that I once fought against. Without giving 13 any time to react, old Lee had already raised his hand. The staff in his hand turned into a streak of flowing light, striking out fiercely. Brat! Take this twin fragrance Tathagata palm. 13 was caught in a passive position, momentarily pale with shock. This feeling of oppression was truly too powerful. At the critical moment when everything hung by a thread, Nam Kung Huang suddenly appeared. His voice like rolling thunder stopped the battle that was about to erupt. Supreme Elder, please stop. Seeing Nam Kung Huang appear, Elder Lee was startled and alarmed. He hurriedly withdrew his spiritual power, an embarrassed look appearing on his face. As soon as Nam Kung Huang arrived, he quickly clasped his hands in greeting to Elder Lee. Welcome back, Supreme Elder, from your seclusion. However, I do not know what kind of play you are performing here. Looking at your stance, could it be that you wish to deliberate and compete with a disciple of the sect? Hearing Nam Kung Huang's questioning words, Elder Lee felt a bit awkward and immediately changed his expression, feigning a few coughs. How could that be? How noble is my status? How could I casually strike a fellow disciple? I was merely pointing out a few moves for him, that's all. As you all know, I have always valued etiquette and law, and act with moderation. Nam Kung Huang felt disdain in his heart, but still replied thoughtfully on the surface. It is precisely because you have always acted with such extreme moderation, wanting to test the disciples' strength at every turn, and forcing them to compete with you, causing countless casualties, that while you were in seclusion, I had to be very careful when leading disciples here. At the same time, Elder Lee turned his attention to 13, stroking his beard and smiling as he said, I see that this boy has extraordinary potential. Perhaps his confinement should be ended early, so that he may enter the inner sect to cultivate. Finally, thanks to the Supreme Elder's intervention, Tranquility successfully ended his confinement period early, officially stepping into the inner sect of the Ngulam Immortal Sect. The scene shifts to a waste storage facility belonging to the Ngulam Immortal Sect. The moment he arrived, 13's face immediately darkened, showing clear dissatisfaction as he looked at the dilapidated room before him. His heart was filled with disappointment and a sense of letdown. 13 couldn't help but speak up in question. Is this the inner sect you were talking about? The elderly steward looked up at the sky and replied with a forced laugh. This is not the actual inner sect, but a temporary housing area for new students, before they officially enter the inner sect. Originally, the number of disciples entering the inner sect this time exceeded the quota. Furthermore, you were delayed for nearly a month before officially joining. Other areas are all full, so we can only arrange for you to stay temporarily at this waste storage facility. After a perfunctory explanation, the elderly steward departed by riding the clouds and treading the wind, not forgetting to instruct him to clean the place himself. Tomorrow, remember to go to the Spirit Mechanics Hall to collect your identity jade token. 13 frowned as he surveyed his surroundings. It was a remote location, with tranquil scenery, featuring a clear blue lake nestled against majestic mountains. After a careful assessment, 13 couldn't help but feel delighted. Isn't this place a perfect sanctuary for seclusion? This serene atmosphere reminds me of those days of carefree freedom on the lonely island. In an instant, 13 shed his Taoist robes, immersing himself in nature. This feeling truly made his spirit feel refreshed. Unification of man and nature. It was indeed a wonderful place for quiet cultivation and rigorous training. His figure glided like a streak of flowing light, like a rock spreading its wings in midair, and yet like a winding flood dragon. After a perfect flip, 13 dove straight into the lake, his body completely dissolving into the crystal clear water. With every powerful kick, his swimming speed was as fast as a meteor cutting through the wind and waves. 13 swam freely in a winding zigzag pattern, like a carp transforming into a dragon. Amidst the misty haze within the water, the blurred silhouette of a woman suddenly appeared. 13's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. Looking straight ahead, there seems to be someone in front of me. In a moment of peril, 13 hurriedly circulated his true essence, executing the 9 Dragons' Undying technique. Using all his might, he forced his body to halt. This is bad. I'm about to have a private encounter with a mermaid. Then, following the tremendous impact of the force, a massive whirlpool immediately formed on the lake's surface. Next, a fated encounter between a flood dragon and a jade leaf unfolded on the lake, unintentionally creating a profound image of a spotted bun. Their eyes met amidst the vast expanse of a world filled with sentiment, an ill-fated affinity between a 3-legged youth and a woman with 100 holes. The youth's gaze was misty as he looked at the beauty, with a pure and innocent look, like a full moon. The 16-year-old just blooming had fallen for a kyong on a night of brilliant starlight. Turning back the clock, half an hour ago when 13 threw a casual punch, causing the mountain peak to shatter, countless fragments of stone scattered everywhere. The order of all things began to unravel from here. One small pebble among those countless fragments went astray and collided with a spirit fruit, giving birth to the law of the 5 elements. The fruit's theorem then broke the universal order. Following the cycle of samsara, the spirit fruit collided, once again with a giant rock. That giant rock then struck other boulders in succession, forming an endless loop. Finally, a rain of stones fell from the sky, their origin unknown, all descending upon the ground below. Nearby, a graceful woman strolled along the path leading to the Ngu Lam immortal sect. I am Lan Tan Huyen the New, appointed instructor of the Ngu Lam immortal sect. Today is my first day on the job. I originally intended to fly by riding the wind, but because I wanted to familiarize myself with the new teaching environment, I chose to take a deliberate stroll instead. Although this place is desolate and lonely, it makes up for it with an unparalleled tranquility. The air is also fresh and pure. Hidden within it is even the aura of pure essence, giving one the feeling of truly being at one with nature. Before the words could even leave her lips, countless giant boulders suddenly descended from the sky before her. Seeing the scene before her eyes, Than Huyen was terrified, turning pale as a look of confusion became evident. Just what kind of haunted place is this? In the middle of these quiet, deep woods? How could a mountain collapsing and earth-splitting event like this happen? Suddenly, a vast, endless emerald lake appeared before her. Filled with excitement, Than Huyen quickened her pace forward. Finally, she had found a place to wash away the dust and cleanse herself. And then came the situation of crossing paths with 13. Than Huyen had also removed her clothes and jumped into the cool water to wash the mud from her body. Suddenly, she encountered a figure, taking her completely by surprise. Sensing something unusual, Than Huyen hastily turned her head to look. What is happening? Could it be a giant water monster has appeared? Immediately after, the water moved violently, forming an endless whirlpool. Next was the appearance of 13, who with a naive expression stared blankly toward her. The situation happened too fast, leaving Than Huyen unable to react in time, her eyes widening in shock. She gazed intently at 13's robust body, thinking to herself that the lines of his body were perfect. But something was not quite right. It seemed like her own body was currently naked in front of this man, wasn't it? Upon realizing she was in an embarrassing situation, overcome by panic, Than Huyen let out an earth-shattering scream. She then quickly threw on her outer robe to cover herself, then moved to summon her precious sword, glaring at 13 and shouting loudly, "Shameless! You audacious thief!" Taken completely by surprise, 13 hurriedly raised his hands to signal that it was a misunderstanding. "This is just a mistake." Opposite him, Than Huyen refused to listen to any explanations and directly swung her sword, slashing wildly toward him. A powerful arc of sword chi instantly carved a deep gash into the middle of the lake, carrying terrifying power. 13's eyes widened in fear. He thought to himself, "This sword chi is too strong. If I get hit, my soul will be scattered to the winds." Ignoring 13's reaction, Than Huyen once again lunged forward. "Die for me." Seeing the angry beauty right in front of him, rushing at him with a sword to kill him, 13 was momentarily dazed. As he caught a glimpse of her chest, his cheeks flushed red. Instantly, he agilely dodged to the side to avoid her powerful ultimate move. Feeling a bit annoyed after successfully dodging, 13 opened his mouth and shouted in frustration, "I already said it's a misunderstanding! Furthermore, this look of yours is even more radiant than before." Upon hearing 13's words, Than Huyen grew even more furious. "You still dare to say such things? It seems I have no choice but to slay you." With those words, she swung her sword horizontally in front of her. Her rage erupted, filling the sky. Opposite her, 13 hurriedly retreated, continuing to dodge her sword strikes. A moment later, a stray sword light grazed past, cutting a lock of hair from his temple, leaving him utterly terrified. I almost lost my life there." Realizing that explanation was impossible, 13 quickly swam away with incredible speed. If explaining doesn't work, it's better to slip away first and figure things out later. As he swam off, he left behind a pillar of water shooting into the sky, splashing everywhere, taking Than Huyen by surprise. The water then returned to its original state of quiet tranquility. With an icy expression, Than Huyen stared ahead. Has he actually escaped already? His movement technique is truly extraordinary. Before bathing, I clearly released my divine sense to probe, for the presence of others. Yet I was careless enough to let him get close. You'd better hope I never cross paths with you again. With an expression of pure fury, Than Huyen stood in the middle of the lake and screamed, "I swear we cannot coexist under the same sky." Meanwhile, 13 hid behind a giant rock with a look of grievance. After successfully escaping from her sight. 13 let out a sigh. That was far too dangerous just now. Not long after, 13 headed deep into the inner sect, following the guidance of an old friend, to receive his identity jade plate. Under his disguise, 13 felt a bit puzzled. Is this the inner sect of the Ngulam immortal sect? As expected, the spiritual atmosphere is far more extraordinary than the outer sect. It's just that the style here is a bit strange. Why does it feel like an illusion formation? Suddenly a voice rang out, startling him. This is the inner sect corridor. Some disciples trade here first. Despite the explanation from the fellow cultivator nearby, 13 was still confused, and turned around to assess the person. The woman beside him immediately bowed in greeting. That fellow cultivator over there must be the disciple in charge of the entrance examination, right? I heard that fellow cultivator 13 shattered the spirit testing stone with a single punch. Surprised, 13 hurriedly tried to explain, could there be a misunderstanding? I have disguised myself and covered my face so thoroughly. How could you possibly recognize me? The woman immediately rushed over and hugged him tightly, showing clear signs of overwhelming joy. Great benefactor, I have finally met you. Even if you turned to ashes, I would still be able to recognize you. 13's mind was filled with 1,000 doubts. Why do you address me as your benefactor? The woman then introduced herself to 13. My name is Wan. It's all thanks to you shattering that spirit testing stone with one punch. I was only then lucky enough to pass the assessment and slip into the inner sect. If I hadn't passed the entrance test that day, I might have been expelled from the sect long ago. 13 took the opportunity to ask for the location of the Spirit Essence Palace. You've been in the sect for nearly a month now, so you must know the way to the Spirit Essence Palace, right? I've been searching for half a day but still have no lead. Wan happily led 13 to the Spirit Essence Palace. As soon as he set foot there, 13 heard countless whispers and gossip from the crowd of disciples, all of which were directed at him. Facing those murmurs, 13 felt a bit troubled. Has everyone already found out about that matter? I never wanted to attract attention. I only wanted to focus on my cultivation. Wan quickly took out a device resembling an iPhone. Great benefactor, the incident of you shattering the spirit testing stone is something unprecedented. At that time, you caused a sensation across the entire sect for over half a month. Seeing the novel item in Wan's hand, 13 gaped in amazement. The cultivation world actually has such a curious treasure. He then approached the counter to receive his identity jade plate. Wan further explained in detail, this jade plate doesn't just prove your identity. It also allows you to look up sect information and has many other functions. Holding the identity jade plate tightly in his hand, 13 thought, finally I have officially set foot in the inner sect, and I have gained the eligibility to attend the Huyen conference. Then Wan spoke, making 13 look visibly startled. So, the Huyen conference is benefactor's goal. But the Ngulam immortal sect only has 2 slots for participants. Not only that, this is just the preliminary round. Only disciples ranked in the top 10 for credits are eligible to register to compete for these 2 slots. This means that even the veteran disciples who joined the Ngulam immortal sect several years ago will also participate in the competition. These words caused 13's face to change drastically, showing disappointment, while also raising doubts about his own credits. Wan immediately led the way to answer 13's doubts. Upon arrival, Wan pointed her hand toward the Celestial Mechanism platform. You just need to scan your identity jade plate on the Celestial Mechanism platform, and you will be able to check your own credits. Following Wan's instructions, 13 quickly placed the identity jade plate onto the platform. Instantly, the inner sect credit ranking board slowly appeared before his eyes. Standing before the inner sect credit ranking board, his expression gradually turned into a daze. As the ranking numbers climbed up to 113, he persistently looked down the list, but still could not see his name anywhere. Beads of sweat began to dot his forehead. When he finally saw his credit points and ranking clearly, 13's eyes widened in shock. A look of utter horror and despair was evident on his face. His credits were at the absolute bottom of the board. Wan hurriedly raised her hand to reassure him. Credits can be earned by completing courses and sect contribution missions. Furthermore, since Benefactor was punished with a 1-month confinement right after joining, it is only natural for you to be temporarily behind compared to others. Benefactor doesn't need to be too pessimistic. With your strength, I believe that you will quickly catch up to and surpass the others. With a still gloomy expression, 13 said dissatisfiedly, So you're saying to get credits, I have to stand out in the eyes of everyone. Deep down his mind was a mess, both confused and frustrated. Wouldn't that make it very easy for my identity to be exposed? Why can't I just cultivate in peace Suddenly the silhouette of a man aggressively stormed into the Spirit Essence Palace and shouted loudly, "Trang 13, you brat, get your ass out here for your grandpa." With a fierce and arrogant appearance, he roared frantically in the middle of the palace, drawing everyone's attention. 13 frowned and looked directly at the opponent with disdain. "What kind of half-breed are you?" Wan looked at the vicious man in front of her in terror. "This is bad, that cursed man." How could he have followed the trail and found his way all the way here? In his heart, hatred surged and resentment reached the heavens. Those standing near 13 heard Wan's startled cry and couldn't help but feel a wave of alarm. "What, I haven't even met him before. How could I have held a grudge against him for no reason?" Wan's expression turned solemn as she hurriedly replied, "Perhaps it's because during the aptitude test, the entrance spiritual roots, this matter has an extremely important impact on one's future cultivation path. It is truly a test to evaluate one's true potential. Not only is it related to merit points, but it is also one of the bases for ranking disciples." 2 months later, the result was that you crushed the spiritual stone with a single punch, directly, causing the test results to be voided. This led him to harbor a grudge in his heart that is hard to dispel. With an arrogant look, he pointed his hand straight at 13 and shouted loudly, "You crafty brat! You used despicable means to destroy the spiritual stone. Today, I must expose your true face, in front of everyone. Do you have the guts to accept a battle and have a life-or-death duel with me?" In a fit of rage, he thought to himself, "Merit points can be exchanged for countless cultivation resources. Yet you caused me such a massive loss. Let's see how I cripple your cultivation today." Wan quickly spoke up to stop him, her tone full of anxiety. "You must never agree to this. Do you remember? The merit ranking for intersect newcomers that we just looked at, not only were the top 3 absolutely superior to the rest, but he is one of those 3. His cultivation reached the early foundation building stage long ago. His name is La, ranked 3rd on the intersect newcomer list." Following that, La roared again, urging 13 to accept the challenge. "Trang 13, if you have even a bit of courage, step up here and duel with me to settle this." Wan also quickly reminded him that according to intersect rules, unless the opponent agrees to the challenge, then no one is allowed to start a fight on their own. Anyway, there are still elders presiding over this Spirit Foundation Hall. He won't dare to act recklessly. Following the instructions of Wan, 13 decisively waved his hand to refuse the challenge, making La startle. In the next second, he turned around to leave. "I'm busy earning merit points and have no time to waste on you." Phyla felt insulted, gnashing his teeth with an enraged expression. "I am a dignified 3rd-ranked intersect newcomer, yet my challenge is disregarded by you, like child's play." At this point, he let out a fierce roar. "Then let's stake 50,000 merit points. Do you dare?" Upon hearing the mention of merit points, 13 suddenly froze. A sinister smile gradually curved his lips. The system then popped up a mission notification, providing 2 options regarding La's challenge. The mission rewards this time included a specialized spirit fan magic tool. He stood there lost in thought while looking at the system screen. The mission rewards were valued at 300 points this time. Constitution +2. His eyes instantly lit up with brilliance, both merit points and mission rewards. It was a truly irresistible temptation, but wait, I can't. Doing so would attract the crowd's attention, and that would cause my identity to be revealed. I must maintain an ordinary appearance and try to stay low-key. I cannot let greed cloud my judgment. For a moment, his face clearly showed a look of greed, staring straight ahead. At this very moment, he stood tall upon the arena, facing La, having accepted the challenge. After a period of inner turmoil, 13 covered his face with his hand. In the end, he still succumbed to the greed within his heart. Below the arena, Wan kept cheering loudly. "Things have come to this, benefactor. I believe you will surely win this battle." 13 on the stage looked towards Phyla, silently calculating how to deal with this guy Phyla. Using a wellness fist technique would already be more than enough. The key point is still not to overperform. To avoid exposing my identity, must not make a grand display in front of everyone. Phyla on the opposite side, with a contemptuous attitude, laughed out loud and then roared, "Haha, I have finally waited for this day. Accepting the challenge is equivalent to having signed a life and death waiver. Even if I kill you here, I don't have to bear any responsibility." Finishing his words, he waved his hand and channeled spiritual energy to summon the Crimson Jade Black Dragon Spear. Wan below the stage was utterly horrified upon seeing it. Her eyes widened. Could it be a low-grade spirit tier magic weapon? In this remote wilderness? And furthermore, he is just a newcomer. Why would he possess a magic weapon of this level? I'm afraid Benefactor has encountered a great disaster. On the arena, La tightly gripped the Crimson Jade Black Dragon Spear, rushing toward 13 at full speed. Die for me. Facing the opponent's earth-shattering strike, 13 used his superior visual prowess to stare intently straight ahead and snatched the magic weapon as fast as lightning. Then he repeated his bizarre weightlifting movements in front of everyone. All the inner disciples below, seeing this scene, were shocked to the extreme with eyes wide and mouths agape. With his powerful physical constitution, 13 snapped the opponent's magic weapon in an instant. Faced with this situation, Phyla and Oan were completely dazed. What on earth is going on? Suddenly, 13 felt a bit embarrassed by his actions just now. Wait, what am I doing? Didn't I tell myself not to be showy? Just now, seeing the cylindrical object, I instinctively mistook it for weightlifting. Phyla, on the opposite side, suddenly collapsed to his knees on the ground, looking at the crimson jade treasure in his hand, with a face filled with sorrow and regret, crying out in pain, "My family's heirloom crimson jade." To think my spirit treasure was actually by his physical body, snapped directly in half. Consumed by a fit of rage, his fury soared to the high heavens. He continuously screamed, sound like rolling thunder that startled 13. "This time I will definitely skin you alive and crush your bones, hack you into 100 pieces." Finishing his words, he roared and lunged forward, a punch carrying a surging Tao rhythm. But 13, with a ghostly movement technique, leisurely dodged it. With just a slight shift of his figure, he easily slipped through countless attacks. During the exchange, seeing the opponent's unstable lower base, 13 has already seen through the flaws in your arm strength. It is indeed strong, but your foundation is shaking. It seems you have neglected your hard training. Phyla's lower base. Meanwhile, his two hands condensed a magic seal as he muttered, chanting the blazing calamity palm, a fire attribute cultivation technique of the spirit grade. Each hand gesture was a bit strange, but his execution was incredibly slow. An overwhelming aura of flames gradually gathered, harboring terrifying power at his mouth. But before he could even unleash it, 13 shifted his body like a phantom and delivered a hard kick to his buttocks. "Your incantation is far too cumbersome." With just that one kick, he easily sent Phyla flying toward a distant mountain peak. All the inner sect disciples were once again paralyzed with shock, having witnessed 13's true strength with their own eyes. On that day, news about him spread like a whirlwind throughout the Royal Forest Immortal sect, with shocking headlines. This immediately filled 13 with immense dread. How did it turn out like this? I've become a prominent figure in the sect again. No. I've been acting a bit too high profile lately. I must restrain myself. I need to act a bit more humble. It's better to focus on cultivation. Accumulating contribution points is the best course of action. Early next morning at the vast martial arts field, where all the inner sect disciples gathered, Lan Tangtuin announced with a voice as resonant as a great bell, "From this day forward, the entire freshman curriculum will be presided over and taught by me. I am the one who will lead you all on the path of cultivation at the Royal Forest Immortal Sect. Lan Tangtuin." 13 was also present in the crowd. Seeing Thantuin's figure, his face immediately paled in horror. What the hell is this? To think it's that nemesis from before. Lan Tangtuin, standing right there in front of all the inner disciples, introducing herself. Seeing this, 13 felt even more uneasy, hurrying to find an escape route. Oh no, the world is truly a small place to stay away from trouble. It's better to leave right now. Amidst the sea of people, the inner disciples and Thantuin's gaze suddenly flickered as she spotted a familiar figure. Is that kid trying to run away? Daring to show me no respect at all. She pondered for a moment, then raised her voice and shouted, "That blue-haired Taoist friend over there, do you have some urgent matter that requires you to leave early?" Hearing that, 13 was drenched in sweat and horrified. Crap, she found me. Then immediately another disciple stepped forward and scolded loudly, "It is the instructor's first lesson. Yet you already want to desert? Are you looking down on your senior?" He reached out and grabbed 13's shoulder, spun him around and yelled, "Hurry up and turn back to listen to the lecture." 13 was suddenly spun around by the other person, revealing his true face. Damn it. Tangtuin from a distance stared intently at 13. Sense of familiarity suddenly surged in her heart. Memories of that time came flooding back. So he is that perverted thief who accidentally saw me bathing a few days ago. I've searched for him everywhere to no avail. Yet here he is right before my eyes. Turns out he is a freshman of the Royal Forest Immortal sect. Now that you've fallen into my hands today, your worthless life will be hard to keep. She immediately utilized the secret voice transmission technique, leaving 13 a bit surprised. Have you revealed what happened that day to anyone yet? Feeling a bit dazed, when hearing the voice echoing in his head, 13 was terrified. Who is it? Who is talking? Who is sending a voice transmission, huh? Tangtuin, with a solemn expression, continued her transmission. This is the voice transmission technique. Don't be so loud. Just respond using your thoughts. Realizing that Tangtuin was using voice transmission to communicate with him, 13 felt even more panicked. Is it you? Yes, I 13 swear. I will never reveal a single word of this matter to anyone. That day was just a misunderstanding and unexpected accident. The corner of Thantuin's mouth curled into a smile, thinking to herself, very well when the time comes. I will surely make you wish you were dead, but within the mountain gate it's not convenient for me to act. I'll start by tormenting you a little, and let you taste some suffering. After devising her plot, Thantuin raised her voice and announced, For today's first lesson, I want to train your ability to withstand pressure. As you all know, if the gap in cultivation levels is too large, the stronger person doesn't even need to move. Simply releasing spiritual energy and bursting with aura can easily repel an opponent. Resisting spiritual pressure is also one of the mandatory training processes for a cultivator. Therefore, I now need the disciple to come up on stage to demonstrate in front of everyone who is willing to practice with me. Hearing this, one of the disciples immediately showed a face of extraordinary excitement, thinking to himself, the chance to get close to the master has finally arrived. As the young master of the Zhang family's main line with extraordinary talent, the reason I deigned to come down to such a third-rate sect is entirely because of her. That Zhang Muyang immediately stepped forward to greet her, extending his hand in a salute. Master, this disciple is willing to cooperate with... Before he could finish his sentence, he only saw Martial Aunt Thantuin flick her sleeve as a thunderous palm strike descended, directly sending Zhang Muyang flying 100 yards away, ending that enthusiastic farce in an instant. She immediately turned and stepped in front of 13, her voice like a silver bell, carrying a hint of profound meaning. This junior brother, I wonder if you are willing to practice with me once. If you can demonstrate in front of all the inner disciples, there will certainly be a generous reward. Witnessing that half-smiling and enigmatic expression of Thantuin, 13 felt a surge of terror in his heart. This smile truly hid a murderous intent. There must be a malicious plot. I only wanted to cultivate in peace, and didn't want to become the center of attention. Right at that moment, a sudden change occurred. The system panel abruptly appeared above, displaying a trial mission, with two options. Regarding Lan Tuin's proposal, the reward was an item for random quality enhancement. 13's expression instantly became solemn. Faced with the tempting reward, he agreed in the very next second. This disciple is willing to demonstrate with the master. I beg the master to show some mercy. Upon hearing this, Thantuin thought to herself that this new disciple had at least reached the Foundation Establishment realm. Then I'll first use Foundation Establishment level spiritual power to test him a little. With that thought, Thantuin lightly raised her hand, channeling Foundation Establishment spiritual power, pressing it down toward 13. In an instant, a fierce Foundation Establishment aura descended from above 13. A dazzling aura of boundless power immediately turned into a powerful gale, sweeping across all directions. Muyang gritted his teeth, clenching both fists with a rather grim expression. He muttered, the spiritual pressure is truly powerful. Several nearby disciples with low cultivation found it difficult even to breathe. His gaze gradually focused on 13, carrying a hint of suspicion. Yet that guy 13, standing under such a fierce aura, did not have any reaction at all. 13 just stood there, dazed, with a hint of surprise on his face. Has it started yet? Seeing this, Thantuin felt even more annoyed. This kid still dares to act calm, trying to make me lose face in front of everyone. She immediately circulated her true essence, forcibly increasing her spiritual power. Then with the golden core realm, let's see how long you can keep up this act. Only now did 13 slightly frown, feeling the surrounding space beginning to shatter. But his face remained as calm as water. Oh, now I'm starting to feel something. Seeing 13 still acting so leisurely, Thantuin was beyond furious. Still maintaining that effortless look, it seems that since the first time they met, he was able to escape quickly. Because he actually had some strength, Thantuin immediately erupted her true essence wildly, pushing her spiritual power to the limit, to release the pressure of the early nascent soul stage. In an instant, an invisible force as heavy as a mountain surged toward 13 all at once, crushing down with the intent to grind him into dust. In this critical situation, 13 looked up at the sky. The domineering aura instantly exploded upon impact with the ground, causing the surrounding earth to shatter into countless small stone fragments. The vast and surging momentum of the Tao rhyme made it impossible for the inner disciples, standing nearby, to remain upright. They all tumbled to the ground at once, their faces showing expressions of agony. Even Zhang Muyang was tightly pinned down by that invisible pressure, kneeling prostrate on the ground. He looked up in shock at 13, utterly bewildered in his heart. How could he still stand tall like a pine tree? This aura was truly a bit too terrifying. His face was filled with horror, as he couldn't help but ponder. Previously, Master. The Master had never before unleashed such a terrifying display of power. To one side, Thantuin's eyes widened, her face filled with utter disbelief. I have already directly used the Gale Fist technique, yet he can still withstand it. Then let me increase my magic power and crush you immediately. In an instant, under Than Tuyen's Gale Fist technique, a massive storm quickly coalesced, bearing down directly upon 13 with suppressive force, causing him to feel a sudden surge in pressure. His body began to show signs of trembling, his teeth gritted tightly together. But immediately after, 13 suddenly braced himself, his feet seemingly taking root in the earth. He let out a great roar, triggering his physical cultivation strength. His legs became like pillars, towering and immovable, proudly resisting that terrifying, crushing pressure. Than Tuyen gasped in shock, her voice tinged with panic. What? Even in this situation, he can still stand firm. 13 simultaneously channeled the strength of 9 tripods, his extraordinary physical body, easily hoisting the mass of spiritual energy above his head. In an instant, the energy shifted into a counterattack toward Than Tuyen, causing her to gradually lose her composure. This is not good. The technique is backfiring. It's turning back to attack me. Before she could finish her sentence, she was blown away by the very whirlwind she had created, letting out a piercing scream. Ultimately, she reaped what she sowed, struck by her own move, and sent headfirst into a giant boulder, falling unconscious. She hurriedly announced that today's pressure resistance test was concluded. Late that night at 13's small courtyard in the rear mountains, with an excited expression, he reached out to check his information on the official channel of the Royal Forest Immortal sect. It seems this performance didn't lead to any controversy. Suddenly his eyes narrowed slightly, looking toward a strange piece of news. What is this? Above was a message from Zhang Rangwei, its vague wording carrying a hint of warning. 13 felt a bit puzzled in his heart, curling his lips in disdain. Who is this guy? Truly a nobody. Right at that moment, a notification from the Royal Forest Immortal sect suddenly arrived. Inside was information regarding the Sword Kinesis Grand Conference, the sect's triennial event. The champion would receive 1,000 contribution points. The sect also offered high-grade cultivation resources, and even the chance for personal guidance from the master to nurture one's talent. Seeing the competition rewards, 13's eyes suddenly flared up, bright as the stars in the sky. The spiritual treasure rewards were indeed alluring. These 1,000 contribution points would be enough for me to clear my karma and escape my status as a sinner. However, participating in this competition, wouldn't that cause too much of a stir? Moreover, my own natural talent is mediocre. I have no spiritual roots. Where would I get the true chi to control a sword and fly? Could participating accidentally reveal my true identity and invite a fatal disaster? It's still better to stay in my place practicing hard and tempering my body, earning contribution points on my own in a practical way. Just as 13 was feeling content with himself, the bizarre system suddenly manifested, directly jolting his spiritual consciousness, making his head throb with a splitting pain. Seeing the system appear, 13 clutched his head in anger and shouted, Jin Kong Mang, you don't need to use these weird tricks to manifest before me. Wait, system. Damn it for you to appear at this time. Could it be that the system... In an instant, a new mission descended. High-level mission. Participate in the Sword Kinesis competition and take the champion's spot. The Golden Core Tao grants an indestructible golden body, radiating thousands of feet of glory, riding on clouds and mist with dense blood vitality and spiritual energy. As for cultivators of lower realms, they need to borrow external forces using spiritual energy to control tools as support. At the same time, participants must at least reach the chi refining stage. The most common method remains sword kinesis flight, the triennial moment. The Ngulam sect's sword kinesis competition has finally arrived. A female deacon holding an amplification dharma tool spoke in a clear voice with overwhelming momentum. The Sword Kinesis Grand Conference officially begins. Participating disciples, please enter the arena. Amidst the vast sea of people, the small figure of 13 still stood out like a solitary banner among 10,000. He glanced in all directions, scanning the young cultivators nearby, thinking to himself, this competition is truly packed with people. Suddenly, an infinitely arrogant voice echoed from beside him, leaving 13 somewhat surprised. Zhang Mukduong, with a face full of haughty self-satisfaction, stepped forward and spoke in a contemptuous tone. I didn't expect an unknown kid like you would dare to join today's conference. Competing in the same arena this time? Don't you dream of snatching any of the glory? 13 frowned suspiciously, staring at Zhang Mukduong with a probing gaze. Who are you to act like a hero in front of me? Mukduong roared in anger, his eyes flashing. You blind dog! How dare you not recognize me? A few days ago, we shared the same class under instructor Lan Kof. Let me formally introduce myself once. This young master is Zhang Mukduong, the young master of the Zhang family from the southern desolate region, ranked second on the sect's hero contribution board. As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced quickly toward the high platform, where the elders and instructor Than Tuyen were standing and observing. He told himself in his heart that he must shine brilliantly and show off all his talent. With a smug expression, he turned back to look at 13. His tone became even more contemptuous. In this competition, you can only hope to gaze at my dust and simply inhale the smoke behind this young master. Seeing 13 remain indifferent and not even bother to look at him, Jang Mukduong became even more infuriated, gritting his teeth. This brat! How dare he look down on me? The female deacon continued to raise her voice loudly, reminding the disciples, now please choose the personal Dharma treasures you wish to use. Hearing this, a male cultivator immediately stepped forward. From within his storage ring, he took out a fine iron alchemy cauldron, forged from extraterrestrial astral stones. Mumbling to himself, it's finally time for me to reveal my true power and display my might. The Queen's Dragon Crown Dharma treasure. The female deacon exclaimed in surprise and praise, this aura, it is indeed a low-tier spirit-grade Dharma treasure. The very first disciple has brought out a rare and precious spiritual treasure. Next, another male cultivator showed a look of disdain, giving a cold snort. It's just an ordinary Dharma treasure. With that, the muscular beauty waved her hand and took out a strange-looking rope, shouting loudly, Dragon snake whipping rope come forth. The female deacon spoke up again. Though its appearance is strangely indescribable, the aura of this Dharma treasure is not ordinary either. It seems everyone has come well prepared. The grades of the Dharma treasures are all spirit grade or higher. Mukduong, standing nearby, had an even more distinct look of contempt. What a bunch of blind fools. They are just some petty spiritual treasures. He stepped forward arrogantly, took out an item from his chest, and gave a great shout. Powerful ancient aura instantly erupted, shaking the surroundings. Open your eyes and look at mine. Its power was heaven-shaking and earth-shattering, peerlessly terrifying. It shattered the silent atmosphere, followed by the appearance of a sharp sword. Cold light radiated in all directions, peerless and divine. The sword lay firmly in Jang Mukduong's hand. The elders and the sect leader on the high platform, everyone was pale with shock, utterly stunned by the aura of this heaven-grade Dharma treasure. An old man with a high brow and extraordinary air stared down below, muttering softly, this kind of spiritual energy fluctuation is undoubtedly a heaven treasure. The old friend beside him had a solemn face, his expression serious, as he said pensively, Dharma treasures are divided into 5 grades: mortal, spirit, heaven, immortal, and saint. Previous competitions always provided standard Dharma treasures, yet this time disciples were allowed to prepare their own. Could it be that the path of fairness has been lost? Nam Kung Huang, with sharp eyes, stared straight ahead and answered firmly, when strengths are equal, Dharma treasures become the decisive factor between victory and defeat. Unfair as it may be, the rules were set beforehand. In a life-and-death struggle, would an enemy ever abandon a superior treasure for the sake of fairness? Mukduong's aura at the peak of Foundation establishment surged, as if the world were already held within his palm. He thought to himself, with the peak of Foundation establishment, plus a sect-shaking treasure for protection, this competition is already in the bag. He glanced contemptuously at 13 and spoke commandingly. 13, it's time for you to manifest your Dharma tool. Before he could finish, Mukduong's eyes nearly popped out in absolute horror. What on earth is that? You dare to use that as a Dharma tool? 13, with a face as bright as a flower, replied calmly, that's right. Before the conference began, I specifically consulted the elder uncle, who sweeps the mountain gate. Mukduong looked completely bewildered, mumbling, isn't this just an ordinary broom for sweeping the house? What? Do you think this competition is some child's play? The presiding deacons slowly stepped forward, announcing the rules in a solemn voice. Fellow disciples, please place the Dharma tools in their designated positions. 13 stood to the side, tilting his ear to listen. He carefully observed the rules. The deacon continued in a loud voice. This competition is not merely a single round, but the core focus lies in the use of spiritual power to control the Dharma tools. First, you need to use spiritual power to retrieve the Dharma tools from a certain distance. Then, following the pre-mapped route, perform the sword flying technique. Whoever reaches the destination first will seize the champion title. Naturally, countless treacherous obstacles will be set along the way. After hearing the rules, 13 was momentarily dazed, his face clearly showing a look of misery. What, I don't have even half a bit of spiritual power. So how can I retrieve objects from afar? Or control a Dharma tool from a distance? Mukduong took the chance to ridicule him, his tone becoming even more contemptuous. Do you feel the real pressure now? After a period of preparation, all Dharma tools were in their designated spots. The female deacon's voice, like a resonant chime, echoed throughout the square. The sword-flying conference is officially open. As soon as the command was given, countless Dharma tools simultaneously turned into streaks of light, soaring through the sky, swiftly rushing toward their masters, signaling the start of the second round. With an overwhelming momentum and eyes as sharp as a hawk's, Mukdung looked straight ahead, gripping the peerless divine sword tightly. Glancing sideways at 13, he said sinisterly, "I'll take the lead now. You useless brat!" With that, he urged his sword light to fly, transforming into a brilliant rainbow, leading the crowd of inner disciples as he charged forward, leaving behind a cloud of thick dust covering the starting point. In an instant, the dust cloud gradually dispersed with the wind, revealing the solitary figure of 13. Seeing 13 still standing motionless like a stone statue, the crowd of disciples immediately broke into a flurry of whispers. The sound of mocking and jeering laughter rang out incessantly. Why hasn't that guy set off yet? Could it be that he can't even retrieve his own Dharma tool? How that's impossible, right? He doesn't even know the most basic operation. This kind of trash actually dares to dream of participating in the competition. 13's face gradually turned pale. His heart was in a state of extreme panic. This is bad. If I keep standing still like this, everyone will definitely start doubting my identity. The gray-robed old man nearby frowned, looking at 13 with an eye full of suspicion. What's wrong with that, 13 guy? Could it be that he can't even harness a single bit of basic spiritual power? A contemptuous smile curled the corner of Lan Tantuin's mouth. Inwardly, she mocked him. Ha ha! This stupid brat is truly bringing humiliation upon himself. 13's eyes became as firm as steel as he stared intently at his Dharma tool in the distance. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "This is the only way left. I won't know unless I take the risk." He immediately swung his arm forward with great force and let out an earth-shattering roar. "Broom, get over here obediently for me." Following that, 13 gathered all the strength in his body and stomped hard on the ground, causing the earth to crack and debris to fly everywhere. This incredible stomp immediately created a reaction force of immense power, sending the ordinary broom flying into the air, straight toward 13. After firmly grasping the Dharma tool in his hand, 13 showed a look of extraordinary excitement and shouted loudly, "Remote retrieval of the Dharma tool has been easily completed." The gray-robed old man gaped in astonishment, muttering like he had lost his soul. That actually counts as retrieving a Dharma tool through the air. Meanwhile, on the racetrack, the contestants had entered the obstacle area meticulously arranged by the sect. Numerous restrictions were activated simultaneously, unleashing waves of fierce attacks, mercilessly knocking down a series of cultivators, leaving them falling freely to the ground like kites with broken strings. Mukdung, relying on his superior cultivation and the protection of his heaven-grade Dharma treasure, barely holding firm after the first wave of attacks, feeling smug and self-satisfied in his heart. "I am a genius sword cultivator, and I have the help of a supreme Dharma treasure. This competition is truly tailor-made for me." At the same time, 13 was still struggling at the starting point, stomping hard on the ground, trying to retrieve his Dharma tool. With just a simple stomp, he had easily obtained the Dharma tool. Right after that, he suddenly surged up, leaping into the air. His body was like an arrow leaving a bow, heading straight toward the sky, with a gaze as firm as a rock. The gray-robed old man's face grew even more bewildered. He rubbed his eyes and stared at 13, stammering, What kind of posture is this? His sword flying. How is it so worlds apart from everyone else?" 13 had now also caught up to the first obstacle area. As soon as he arrived, he was met with countless savage energy attacks, blocking his path. Relying on his extraordinarily agile reflexes, 13 quickly leaped to dodge, then took the opportunity to tread on the air, sprinting across the turbulent aura emitted by the obstacles. The gray-robed old man was once again terrified to the extreme, muttering, "I feel his maneuvers are becoming more and more unbelievable." Mukdung, who was still immersed in the illusion of victory, continued to fly his sword toward the finish line. "Those pieces of trash have all been left behind by me." Suddenly, a ghostly silhouette appeared beside him, startling him greatly. He was scared out of his wits. Mukdung glared at 13 and roared in rage, "You brat! Since when?" 13 still maintained his steadfast state as before, continuing forward neither too fast nor too slow. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery seemed to halt. Space itself froze. 13's body lost its gravity, gradually falling downward, with a face clearly showing helplessness. Mukdung nearby was also extremely astonished, staring blankly toward 13, his heart filled with doubt. Meanwhile, Trang 13 was still immersed in naive thoughts, thinking, "This is bad." His movement technique had reached its limit. No matter the distance, that giant boulder was still far away. At this moment, there was no longer any foothold to leverage. It's really over. The system had previously issued a mission to take first place at all costs. Such an SS rank mission, if it cannot be completed, the penalty imposed will surely be extremely brutal. Mukdung remained indifferent, using an arrogant tone, glancing sideways at Trang 13. Your sword kinesis technique isn't even fully mastered. Yet you dare dream of participating in the Sword Kinesis Grand Assembly. Let me send you off for a bit. Consider it a return favor. For your audacity in front of the sect leader Martial Uncle, this time I bestow upon you a great gift. To ensure you never recover for 10,000 lifetimes. He then circulated spiritual power throughout his body. Both palms began to condense blinding lightning. Dragon seizing hand. The boulders were simultaneously attracted by Mukduong, pulled close together. After closing the gap to an appropriate distance, Mukduong swung his hand, controlling all the obstacles ferociously, bombarding toward Trang 13. Countless giant boulders simultaneously followed Mukduong's command, like meteors bombarding, down onto the opponent's position. The presiding elder, witnessing the scene before him, turned pale with fright and quickly spoke up, using magic to control giant boulders, to attack another competitor. Isn't this a violation of the competition rules? The white-robed elder remained solemn, with a gaze as sharp as a knife, looking straight ahead. In the Assembly's regulations, there is absolutely no prohibition against this behavior. Trang Wilthi was in freefall in midair, suddenly facing a storm-like barrage of attacks from countless giant boulders, witnessing the massive obstacles surging toward him. Trang Wilthi was utterly shocked. His expression turned solemn as he stared straight at the barrage, instantly at Trang 13's position. Countless earth-shattering explosions echoed through the 9 heavens. The entire space seemed submerged in a sea of fire. Soaring high, Mukduong's lips curled into a sinister smile, glancing back. Even if you had mastered the Vajra, indestructible divine skill, caught in such a horrific explosion, it would be difficult to save your life. Suddenly, from within the violent sea of fire, a streak of sword light tore through the smoke and flames like a lightning bolt, carrying a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering momentum, charging straight forward. Then Trang 13's figure appeared majestically, with a gaze as resolute as steel and a face filled with fighting spirit. In just a brief heartbeat, his silhouette had closed in on Mukduong, leaving the other man in total terror, as his arrogant expression instantly turned into an indescribable panic. What? How could you escape that explosion? So effortlessly and calmly, Trang Wilthi's face gradually took on a ferocious look, staring at his opponent with the eyes of a hungry wolf. Thank you for going through all the trouble to set up this brilliant firework display. With that, Trang 13 showed no mercy, delivering a kick straight into Mukduong's face, leaving him dizzy and disoriented, nearly knocking him unconscious. This is just a small token of my gratitude. Consider it a gift I specially prepared for you in return. After that earth-shattering kick, Trang Wilthi seized the momentum and glided away, his ghostly movement turning into a streak of light piercing the wind, speeding forward. That kick just now had completely knocked Mukduong down, his body sliding across the ground like a kite with a broken string. Trang Wilthi, on this side, had approached the final finish line of the competition, commanding the sword like an arrow, leaving the bow charging straight ahead, and just like that, at the decisive moment, Trang Wilthi brazenly seized the championship title, becoming the first person to reach the finish line. Gloriously, the female deacon disciple then announced in a clear, ringing voice, "The championship of this year's Sword Kinesis Grand Assembly has been decided. It is none other than disciple Trang 13. Moreover, not only did he win the championship, Trang Wilthi also broke the record set by the previous eldest senior brother, officially establishing a new era for the Sword Kinesis Grand Assembly." Hearing this news, the surrounding crowd of disciples was utterly shocked. What? Just an unknown little brat could actually win the championship of the Sword Kinesis Grand Assembly, and even break eldest senior brother's record. I absolutely don't believe this absurdity. It cannot possibly be true. The system indeed, at this moment, also transmitted its voice into Trang 13's sea of consciousness. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the mission. The reward this time is a set of cultivation techniques. The supreme of the supreme. As soon as he heard the words cultivation technique, Trang Wilthi's heart immediately bloomed with joy, overjoyed to the point of madness, hurriedly opening the interface to check, to see exactly what kind of divine skill that technique was. The system continued to prompt, "The system currently has a special newbie gift pack. Host can freely choose the desired reward. With only a few meager accumulated points, you can own a treasure, rare in this world." Trang Wilthi still maintained a silly, dazed expression, looking forward. So I accidentally broke the record too. After breaking the Sword Kinesis Grand Assembly record, Trang Wilthi reaped countless spiritual elixirs, dharma treasures, and sect contribution points, and then leisurely accepted the discounted gift from the system. Trang Wilthi continued in that calm and relaxed manner, enjoying a carefree life. Without worry or sorrow, he was currently sitting by the campfire, roasting a wild chicken amidst the flickering flames. It is time to nourish the body with some high-grade protein, then adding a bit of secret seasonings on top will surely elevate this roasted chicken into a masterpiece of exquisite flavor. He then leaped and dashed into his cave dwelling, vaguely recalling that some precious spices were still kept in the room. After retrieving the spices, he hurried back to the campfire to continue his chicken roasting, but suddenly, the scene before his eyes made him so angry that his face turned purple with rage. Where is my roasted chicken? Why is there nothing left but a pile of bare bones like this? One after another, each of the high-grade spiritual beasts he had painstakingly prepared all simultaneously vanished into thin air. For the time being, Trangwilfa was now faced with another suspicion. Could there be a monster beast lurking around this place? Then he took out another chicken and carefully roasted it from the beginning, at the spot where he had just been robbed. The area around the chicken was filled with various traps. His main goal was to catch that cursed thief alive. Not far away, a pair of cunning eyes was silently and meticulously observing every movement. Cautiously, after setting up the traps, Trang 13 immediately hid himself in the shadows, patiently waiting for the prey to appear. This time, I am using a particularly plump chicken as bait. I don't believe I can't catch you. At that very moment, a black shadow from afar shot forward like an arrow, rapidly approaching Trang 13's fragrant roasted chicken. Sensing the aura of another, Trang V3 immediately circulated his spiritual energy, preparing to engage in battle. As it appeared, the moment the hand of the black shadow touched the roasted chicken, Trang V erupted with incredible speed, forcefully pulling the string to trigger the mechanism. The trap set beforehand immediately took effect, snapping shut, binding the target and hoisting it off the ground. He had finally succeeded in catching a little girl with an innocent face standing before him. It was a young girl with an elegant and ethereal appearance. Trang V was so terrified that his soul nearly left his body. Cold sweat poured down him like rain, along with a look of utter astonishment. What the hell is this? Wasn't it supposed to be a monster beast? To his surprise, it turned out to be a young lady from a noble house. The two figures stood facing each other, their faces filled with stunned bewilderment. Knowing her tracks were exposed, the little girl clutched the roasted spirit chicken and sprinted off like the wind, vanishing into a cloud of dust in the blink of an eye. After running wildly for a while, she looked back and laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha! Did you really think you could bind me with just a tiny, immortal locking rope? As she finished, she caught sight of 13. Her phoenix eyes immediately widened in sheer terror. 13, still holding the rope tightly in his hand, shouted angrily, "You thief, return my spirit chicken to me at once!" The little girl grimaced and frowned, looking extremely annoyed. She glanced contemptuously at 13 and snorted. "It's just a low-class roasted chicken anyway." After speaking, her body suddenly halted, and immediately followed with an earth-shattering kick, violently aimed directly at 13. This kick carried immense power, instantly creating a world-shaking collision. Clouds of dust billowed upward. Then the little girl gave a cold smirk, stepping out from the screen of dust. "Humph, humph. To think you could detain me. You're seeking your own death." Suddenly, 13's steady voice rang out once again, leaving the little girl in shock. "Oh, the aroma is so intense. Roasted spirit chicken truly is the essence for nourishing one's senses." Sensing something was wrong, the little girl hurriedly turned around to look. The moment she turned, she was horrified, discovering 13 with his mouth wide open like a dragon, inhaling frantically, swallowing the spirit chicken from earlier. In just a brief instant, the entire roasted chicken had vanished into nothingness, leaving behind only a single bone. Then, he stared blankly at the little girl in front of him. Mumbling slightly, not even a single bit remained. Only then did the little girl snap back to her senses, hurriedly searching for the roasted spirit chicken, which was originally in her hands. Realizing her sacred object had been snatched by 13, she immediately flew into a rage and shouted furiously, "You damn little thief! Do you want your soul to be scattered?" Finishing her words, the little girl channeled all her spiritual power into a world-shaking palm strike, aimed directly at 13, causing the ground to crack severely. 13 on the opposite side yelled out helplessly, "Hey! Hey, you little girl, how can you be so shameless? Committing a robbery and then playing the victim, huh? This roasted spirit chicken is clearly mine. How did it suddenly become your property? Since when, huh?" His face was sullen and filled with indignation. The little girl used her hands to pull and snap the ropes binding her. Then she went into a frenzy, continuously throwing punches and kicks toward 13 with an air of towering rage. Seeing the opponent's attack, carrying significant power, 13 couldn't help but be startled. This girl has such a small body, yet her strength is so terrifying. A casual strike could shatter mountains and split peaks. With a smug and arrogant face, the little girl shouted, "Kid, you there? Do you only know how to hide like a rat?" But immediately after, her body was once again tightly bound by 13's specialized immortal binding lock, completely succeeding in subduing the opponent. 13 held the rope firmly and threatened loudly, "Sorry, if I let you go again, I'm afraid this place would be destroyed by you, without a single fragment left. While being restrained, the little girl waved her arms in anger, with an incomparably arrogant tone. Do you really think that with just a mundane rope like this, you can imprison me? Witness my true capability. After exerting her strength to struggle, the little girl was a bit stunned when the binding rope. Her body still did not budge in the slightest. Overwhelmed by panic, the little girl struggled and thrashed continuously, screaming like a madwoman. After a moment of hysteria, the little girl began to show signs of terror. Even immortal realm artifacts cannot bind me, but why is it that this rope cannot seem to break it no matter what? 13, standing nearby, explained loudly, this rope possesses a counter-shock force. It was formed by me channeling spiritual power to reinforce it. How could it be so easily snapped by you? Who would have thought that the artifact refining tool granted by the system during the great competition could actually be this useful? The little girl, unable to escape, shouted angrily right at 13's face. You! Do you not know who I am? How dare you bind me so insolently like this? 13 stared blankly ahead. Oh, then why don't you tell me who you are? Hearing this, the little girl curled her lips into a sinister smile. I am your senior sister. I am Xiaoman, a renowned disciple of the Royal Forest Immortal Sect. The two of them once again wore blank expressions, staring at each other stupidly, their hearts filled with confusion. 13 then asked loudly and doubtfully, You only look about 7 or 8 years old? How dare you claim to be my senior sister? With an excited and crafty look on her face, the little girl glared at 13. Though I am young in age, I entered the path of cultivation earlier than you. Offending a senior is an act of insubordination. Do you know what punishment you will have to endure? Suddenly, her body was slowly hoisted up, suspended in the air, causing the little girl to cry out in alarm, Hey! Hey, what kind of devilry are you up to? 13 held the little girl firmly in his hand, staring ahead with a solemn face. If I'd known you were also a disciple of the Royal Forest Immortal Sect, then it's simple. Now I just need to bring you to the main hall to admit your guilt, and have a proper discussion about how to compensate for the roasted spirit chickens that I have lost just like that. 13 eagerly carried the little girl away, heading straight toward the main hall of the Royal Forest Immortal Sect. The scene shifts to the martial arts arena in front of the Royal Forest Immortal Sect, where a crowd of disciples is gathering to discuss the Tao and practice cultivation. Suddenly, a disciple in the crowd cries out in alarm, causing everyone to descend into a state of panic. This is bad. The little demoness has emerged. In just the blink of an eye, all the disciples present scattered in every direction, disappearing without a trace, leaving 13 standing there in dazed shock. Witnessing the situation before him, his composure nearly collapsed. It seems the rumors about you truly don't hold a single ounce of good reputation, do they? 13 then continued to maintain control, dragging the little girl toward the majestic main hall, the little demoness of the Royal Forest Immortal Sect, whose illustrious and fearsome name was now subdued by that guy 13, was truly a rare and strange sight to behold. The outer sect disciples observed stealthily whispering and gossiping, their words carrying a hint of schadenfreude. That little demoness finally has her day to taste defeat. Let's see if she still dares to be so unruly. The little demoness, having sharp ears, heard every single one of those mocking words clearly. Her face turned purple with rage. She immediately channeled force into her foot and kicked, sending a nearby pebble flying toward the crowd. The stone whistled through the air with a gust of wind, instantly striking a big-mouthed fellow, causing him to let out a sharp cry of "Ah!" before falling over and losing consciousness. The rest of the crowd was terrified to the extreme. Scared out of their wits, they shouted in alarm. Oh my God, he's fainted. He really fainted. 13 frowned, his tone sounding somewhat helpless. Can you please stop causing trouble? The little demoness snorted coldly with a haughty expression. This lady hates nothing more than those pests. Who dare to gossip about me behind my back? 13 glanced at the stubborn face of the little demoness, and couldn't help but curl his lip, thinking to himself, I wonder what kind of people your parents are, to have raised someone as rebellious, stubborn, and ill-tempered as you. Right at that moment, a majestic voice rang out. What the fellow Taoist says is indeed correct. This seat is indeed Xiaoman's mother. Hearing that noble voice, 13 was terrified to the core, freezing on the spot as his heart began to swell with fear, leading to a feeling of despair that pierced the sect leader's heart. Nangong Huang led 13 and Xiaoman to the Royal Forest Hall and recounted the root of the matter. After listening to 13's narration, Nangong Huang turned to reprimand Xiaoman. Weren't you being punished with secluded meditation? How dare you leave the quiet room without permission? But Xiaoman lowered her head with a mournful and gloomy expression. Mother, I heard that someone shattered the spiritual testing stone and even defeated Xiao Tong, breaking the record for sword control technique. My curiosity became uncontrollable, and I wanted to come out to see who that person was. Nangong Huang let out a sigh, rubbing her forehead with her hand. one more month of secluded meditation, and transcribe the Tao scripture once every day as punishment. But Xiaoman frowned with an annoyed look. What? If that's the case, won't I be locked up until I grow moldy? Nangong Huang glanced at Xiaoman, her tone turning stern. You still dare to complain? Xiaoman knew she couldn't resist, so she dejectedly lowered her head. I wouldn't dare. I beg to take my leave. The little demoness left the royal forest hall dejectedly, turning to the quiet room to continue her secluded punishment, looking at Xiaoman's lonely retreating figure. Nangong Huang's gaze drifted far away, and a pang of pain rose in her heart, aching for Xiaoman. This child was truly pitiful. Her origins were inherently different from ordinary people. Standing beside her, 13 was a bit confused, and asked what the sect leader meant by not like ordinary people. Nangong Huang withdrew her gaze and explained slowly, she was born from a giant egg that I accidentally picked up many years ago. Hearing this, 13's jaw dropped in shock. An egg? Doesn't that mean it contained a ton of protein? Luckily, it wasn't me who found it. Otherwise, it probably would have been cooked into soup long ago. Nangong Huang's next words left 13 feeling disappointed. When I first found that egg, I also thought about boiling it for nourishment. But unexpectedly, when the egg encountered high temperatures, it hatched into a baby girl. Furthermore, right after she was born, her talent had already reached the body refining peak stage. Born with divine strength and a powerful physique, out of compassion, I took her in as my disciple. But Xiaoman cannot control her innate strength, often accidentally causing harm to others, creating indelible emotional scars. Even for her fellow disciples, just a light touch from her could cause their tendons and bones to snap. For that reason, Xiaoman doesn't have a single friend. She is utterly alone. Hearing this, 13's eyes widened like copper bells. His heart felt as if it had been pierced by a sharp object. A surge of empathy rose within him. Remembering his own lonely life in his previous world, she is just like me in my past life, friendless. Nangong Huang continued to speak about Xiaoman. That is also why Xiaoman's personality gradually changed, becoming rebellious and stubborn, fond of pulling eccentric pranks. 13 stood dazed, feeling a deep sympathy for Xiaoman's fate. She acts like this. Perhaps she just wants to attract everyone's attention. Despite her cheerful and smiling exterior, deep down inside she must feel incredibly lonely. The scene shifts to a desolate mountain, where Xiaoman was punished with seclusion by Nangong Huang. Her heart was overflowing with resentment. Xiaoman vented her anger on the cliff face, each punch carrying powerful force, bombarding it with a constant look of pouting rage, muttering the name of 13. Honorable 13, you made my punishment even worse. At that moment, 13 appeared behind Xiaoman, asking her, is this your quiet room? Xiaoman spun around in surprise, only to discover it was 13, leaving her in shock. She stared at him with wide, bewildered eyes. 13, it's you again. What are you doing here? How do you know where I am? Could it be that you've come here specifically to violate me? 13 stood opposite her, dazed for a moment, intently observing Xiaoman's furious appearance. In his mind, he suddenly recalled Nangong Huang's request. The sect leader desired 13 to help Xiaoman control herself. In the next second, 13 turned his face to the side with a searching gaze. The moment after, Zhuang 13 shifted his inquisitive vision to the desolate surroundings. The bleak scene met his eyes. Is this really your cave dwelling? How could it have reached such a level of destruction? Looking at the tattered remains and piled-up ruins, it truly looks no different from a mass grave. Xiaoman felt her self-esteem was being insulted. Her anger flared as she glared straight at Zhuang 13. As expected, you only came here to mock me. I am currently in a towering rage, seeing the other party like a wild beast about to go mad. Zhuang 13 hurriedly waved his hands to signal her to calm down. Hey, hey! Fellow Taoist, please calm down for a moment. I have no wish to exchange blows with you. You like playing these eccentric pranks? Could it be that you just want to attract the attention of others? Is that right? Hearing these words, Xiaoman's eyes widened, stunned into a daze. Zhuang 13, standing opposite her, continued to speak. Deep in your heart, you always long to have friends by your side to play together. It's only because of your unique physical constitution that others are terrified and stay away from you. It is exactly like my memories of my own trials of love. Hearing this, Xiaoman fell silent like a dazed statue, staring toward Zhuang 13. Only after a long while did she hurriedly turn her face away, not wanting to reveal her sorrow. Her whole body trembled slightly, and her voice was somewhat stuttered. Who spoke such reckless words to you, huh? Hey! Xiaoman, her eyes glistening with tears, glanced at Zhuang 13. Who dares to slander me by saying I have no friends? She continued, pointing toward the stone golems, standing tall beside them, introducing them enthusiastically. Look here. This is Xiaoman number 11, and this is Xiaoman number 12. Witnessing the other's absent-minded and listless state, Zhuang 13 could only let out a helpless sigh, lamenting silently in his heart. Aren't these just human figures molded from mud? This child, I fear, is troubled by a rather severe inner demon. Just then, Xiaoman shifted her attention toward Zhuang 13. How do you have the nerve to lecture me? I've been observing you for a long time, too. I see that where you live is at the end of the earth desolate. Silent and without a single soul in sight, little brat. You're also all alone, aren't you? Having his secret exposed by Xiaoman, Zhuang 13 showed a clear look of embarrassment, feeling utterly ashamed. Who told you that, huh? Who dares to slander me by saying I have no friends? Look, he immediately pulled out a specialized Dharma treasure and introduced it excitedly. This is Taoist Brother Iron Bar. Next, Zhuang 13 took out a small dumbbell, holding it up. And this is fellow Taoist Da Zhuang. Finally, he pulled out a super elastic band, flourishing it in front of Xiaoman. This one you've met before. Just call him fellow Taoist Slender Dog. With a face radiant with joy, Zhuang 13 said enthusiastically, These are all the fellow Taoists who accompany me on the path of cultivation. Xiaoman looked completely bewildered, her expression dazed like a lost chick, thinking to herself, this guy's illness is even worse than mine. Zhuang 13 suddenly reached into his treasure bag, took out a secret manual of techniques and handed it directly to Xiaoman. This is for you. Faced with this sudden situation, Xiaoman still hadn't regained her composure. What kind of trick are you playing? Zhuang 13 continued to look ahead. Just take it. This is a peerless manual. Consider it a gift. To apologize for causing you to be punished more severely. Xiaoman was dazed, reaching out with both hands to receive the manual from Zhuang 13, her expression still blank. What kind of technique is this? On the cover of the manual from Zhuang 13 were a few lines of script. Tendon relaxing and stretching formula. Xiaoman pouted with a look of disdain and distaste. What kind of handwriting is this? It's as ugly as chicken scratch. Did you make this up yourself? Zhuang 13, standing opposite her, immediately barked out. What's with that contemptuous look of yours, huh? Do you have any idea how precious this handwritten secret manual really is? These are relaxation movements that a powerful body cultivator, after reaching the great perfection of the body, forging realm bestowed upon me, I see that although your physical strength is immense, you have no way of controlling it, especially when you're emotional. That's because the tendons and bones in your body are overstrained. Therefore, what you need now isn't strength training, but to learn how to relax. This tendon-soothing and relaxing formula can help you harmonize your body, relax your tendons and bones, and improve your state of mind. After his meticulous instructions, Zhuang 13 turned and left. Ponder over it carefully during this time. I have nothing else to say. Farewell. Xiaoman remained standing still, watching Zhuang 13's retreating figure intently, as an indescribable surge of emotion rose in her heart. Her hands trembled slightly, as she tightly gripped the manual that Zhuang 13 had just given her. On the screen, there was now an abundance of news concerning Zhuang 13 and Xiaoman. A man sat high above, his face dark and devious. Lately, rumors about him, this guy named Zhuang 13, are everywhere. He's been making way too much noise recently. Muyang, his body covered in injuries, knelt on the ground. It's him. He used sorcery to win the match, and turned me into this pathetic mess. Falo beside him was also groaning in pain, his wounds from the previous battle still unhealed. Big Brother Liu, please take charge and get justice for us. The man named Liu above put on a cunning look. Don't you worry. He's hogged too much of the spotlight. We must find a way to suppress him. The scene shifts to the massive plaza of the Imperial Forest sect. A crowd of inner disciples is buzzing with discussion regarding the number of spirit stones in this transaction. A few people standing nearby were a bit curious about the strange merchants. Who are these people? Why do they look so unfamiliar? They are merchants from the sect gate, who are sometimes allowed to trade on the streets. So, should we stop by to try our luck a little? A disciple nearby waved his hand in refusal. Forget it, they're just spirit stone peddlers. It's a one-time deal. If you get scammed, who are you going to complain to? Boom. An earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out, leaving the two figures standing there pale with fright. Good heavens. Someone just unearthed a mid-grade essence source. The young man was momentarily thrown into a state of shock and panic. What? Inside an ore stone there could actually be hidden spiritual chi essence source. Isn't this the main cultivation resource for cultivators? And also the common currency in the world of cultivation. Spiritual chi essence source is divided into 4 grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade. And yet from an ordinary piece of raw ore stone, someone managed to extract mid-grade essence source. Just which fellow Taoist has luck? So heaven-defying? The gazes of the two immediately shot like arrows, simultaneously toward 13 and 1-1. At that moment, 1-1 clutched the spirit stone with both hands, cheering joyfully. "Young master, your calculations are truly divine. To think you could unearth a mid-grade essence source. Essence source of this grade in the barren lands is extremely rare." The old merchant opposite them had a face like he was constipated, muttering with great dissatisfaction, "Just what kind of luck does this brat have to be so annoying? Using only 100 low-grade spirit stones. He actually managed to open a mid-grade essence source." Zhuang 13, standing aside, felt a surge of total disappointment in his heart. His face fell like a funeral, thinking irritably, "Drawing a crowd like this is just too showy. If that system had not forced this mission on me, I wouldn't have set foot in this noisy place in a million years. But whatever, forget it. One of the system's upgrade conditions is to collect a total of 1,000 mid-grade essence sources. Consider this as an accumulation process." Clap, clap, clap. The sound of clapping rang out along with another person's hearty voice, startling Shisan. Not bad at all. Zhuang Shisan, your name has been spreading like wildfire in the inner sect lately. I didn't expect you to be proficient in the art of ore stones as well. As they say, hearing about it 100 times is not as good as seeing it once. Your reputation is well-deserved. I, Lao Cheng, have come here specifically because I want to become acquainted with fellow Taoist 13. Shisan couldn't help but feel suspicious as he carefully scrutinized Liao Cheng. Among the new intersect students, there's someone named Liao Cheng. Wang Wang, standing next to him, was breaking out in a cold sweat. Her face turned pale with worry. "Well, why is he here?" "He's no newcomer. He's an old monster who has cultivated at the immortal sect for many years. One of those seniors from the heaven rank." Liao Cheng waved his hand, pointing in a certain direction. As he continued the introduction, "This friend of mine is very knowledgeable in the way of ore stones. He very much wishes to have a match with fellow Taoist 13 here." As soon as he finished, a young man in purple robes cupped his hands in greeting. "I am Fang Tianshuo. Having just witnessed fellow Taoist Zhuang's superior ore arts, I have taken the liberty to come and seek guidance." 13 looked completely bewildered, staring blankly ahead. "Ore art? What on earth is ore art?" "I have absolutely no idea." Tianshuo chuckled upon hearing this and replied, "Junior brother Zhuang, there's no need to be overly modest. To show my sincerity, I shall take a turn first, though it may be like showing off my meager skills before a master." After saying this, he stepped forward slowly, meticulously observing the mountain-like pile of raw ore stones nearby. His eyes flashed like lightning, scanning across each stone, to find the treasures hidden deep within. In just an instant, he seemed to have discovered something. He then reached out his hand, placing it upon a raw ore stone belonging to the old merchant. After carefully sensing the aura within the ore, Tianshuo lifted the stone and held it out before the proprietor. "I want this raw ore stone." Once the transaction was complete, Tianshuo immediately circulated his profound cultivation to perform his ore technique. Streams of sharp energy, keen as blades, carved into the raw ore stone. In just a split second, before everyone's eyes, a high-grade essence source spirit stone appeared, shining with a brilliant luster. Wang Wang, standing nearby, gasped in shock with her eyes wide and mouth agape. This is simply too magnificent." Watching that splendid sight, Shisan couldn't help but marvel internally. He couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. Is this a high-grade essence source right before me? In just the blink of an eye, he could extract an essence source of this grade. How can this person's energy be so formidable? Could he be an ore stone appraiser? But while Shisan was still intently observing, Tianshuo, the system suddenly manifested before him and issued a warning. Warning. Among the pile of raw ore stones, there is only one high-grade essence source left. Host seized the opportunity immediately. Seeing the glaring warning line, Shisan was utterly terrified. What did you just say? There is only one stone left. At that moment, Liao Cheng also spoke up to challenge Shisan. What is it, Zhuang Shisan? Do you dare to accept this challenge? Let's see who can extract an essence source of higher value. The loser must surrender all the essence sources. Extracted today to the winner. Shisan's expression grew solemn, looking contemplative in the face of his opponent's challenge. Only a short while later, the system manifested once again, issuing a mandatory mission. Accept the wager and seize victory. Upon receiving the mandatory mission from the system, along with a sharp look in his eyes, 13's gaze became steady, showing clear determination. With soaring spirits, he declared, "If it's a fight you want, then let's fight. Who's afraid of whom?" Hearing this, Liao Cheng, seeing that his opponent had accepted the challenge, laughed loudly in triumph. Then with a sinister look, he said to 13, "Very well. You brat, you really are a reckless fool, falling for the bait so easily. That was the wager between you and Fang Tianshuo. Furthermore, do you dare to have a side bet with me as well?" Confronted with this proposal, 13 was somewhat puzzled. A side bet? What exactly do you mean by that? Liao Cheng, with a devious expression, quickly gestured with his hand. We each put up an additional 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. But my point is that the loser will not only lose all essence sources extracted today, but must also pay an extra 10,000 spirit stones. The surrounding disciples immediately erupted into a noisy commotion. What 10,000 spirit stones, that much? I've been in the sect for over 10 years and have only saved up a few. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. 13 quickly turned his gaze toward Wan Wan. Wan Wan. The low-grade spirit stones I exchanged from contribution points. How many are left? Wan Wan quickly checked the spatial ring. We have less than 2,000 low-grade spirit stones remaining. 13 was momentarily flustered upon learning of his meager holdings. Humph, a mere 2,000 spirit stones. This pitiful amount of wealth could hardly even buy a single piece of scrap ore, Liao Cheng said contemptuously, his cold snort sounding like ice frozen for 1,000 years. After his spiritual sense swept through the storage bag, 13 realized he truly did not have enough spirit stones. His expression became somewhat solemn. In a low voice he said, "The spirit stones on me are likely insufficient to wager with you." Liao Cheng's eyes narrowed like a venomous snake staring at 13. Would you like me to translate more of this story for you? A sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. It doesn't matter. If you lose, you shall sell yourself to me as a servant for 3 years, and we can consider the debt paid. Benefactor, you absolutely cannot agree to this. Wan Wan rushed forward, her voice laced with worry and unease. Looking at his smug expression, he must have come prepared long ago. Before 13 could think it through carefully, the cold voice of the system suddenly rang out in his sea of consciousness. A mandatory mission appeared before his eyes. Refusal is not permitted. Finalize the wager. With Liao Cheng, 13 took a deep breath, standing tall with his chest out as he replied boldly, "Fine, I accept." As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd immediately erupted into a stir and every eye turned toward him, filled with shock and confusion. The stall owner who had been dozing off heard this, and his eyes suddenly sparkled. Laughing out loud, he stepped forward, his voice echoing through the market. "Ha ha ha, it is rare in this desolate sect gate to witness such a dramatic duel of ore techniques. This old man can no longer hide his skill." With that, he flicked his sleeve. A flash of light appeared and 3 raw ore stones, several times larger than the ordinary ones, usually on display, manifested on the ground. A dense aura of spiritual charm radiated outward. These are 9 aperture ore stones, nourished by the spiritual energy of the world. The chance of extracting high-grade spirit essence is much higher. I originally intended to take these to the heavenly source stone market, but for today's transaction I'll bring them out for the show. Liao Cheng's greedy eyes scanned the 3 ore stones. He clapped and laughed. Good, very good. Then let the ore technique duel officially begin. At Liao Cheng's signal, 13 and Fang Tianshuo stepped forward at the same time. Fang Tianshuo's hands quickly formed hand seals, activating his heavenly eye technique to inspect them. When his spiritual eyes touched the 9 aperture ore stones, he sensed an extraordinary spiritual rhythm. He immediately identified the target, but unexpectedly, 13's figure like a ghost had already appeared beside it. His hand was already placed on the 9 aperture origin stone, along with a gaze as firm as a rock. I choose this one. Fang Tianshuo was horrified. Was the 7-color one snatched by him first? This speed was eerily fast. The stall owner stroked his snowy white beard and spoke slowly. This young fellow Taoist truly has good judgment. But this origin stone costs 3,000 spirit stones. What 3,000 spirit stones? Hearing this, 13's expression changed drastically as he cried out in shock. Then my spirit stones are not enough to pay for it. In his heart he secretly groaned. His pouch was indeed empty. Fang Tianshuo laughed coldly with satisfaction, standing by with folded arms. The subject of this bet is essence. How can essence be used for the transaction? Saying this, he stepped forward quickly, wanting to snatch the 9 aperture origin stone from 13's hand. This action of Fang Tianshuo caused 13 to be immensely startled, staring at him with wide eyes. Anger surged in his heart. Ying also shouted out in anger from below. His voice was filled with contempt. Fang Tianshuo, you are truly shameless. Fang Tianshuo lifted, his mouth in a sneer revealing an expression of extreme arrogance. We are here for fair competition. If your spirit stones are insufficient, one can only blame your lack of preparation. After speaking, he flicked his sleeve. A sharp streak of energy like a blade struck down upon the 9 aperture origin stone. Boom. The stone block shattered. A blinding light flashed. A flawless high-grade origin essence appeared before everyone's eyes. 13 stood there dazed, his heart filled with shock. This is actually the final high-grade essence, Fang Tianshuo smugly admired. The high-grade origin essence, and said proudly, I am no ordinary treasure appraiser. I am a fate master many times more noble than a treasure appraiser. I can probe the superior origin veins, and I can deduce the heavenly secrets of your destiny. I saw through it long ago. The stall owner stepped forward again and said gently, "Little fellow Taoist, do you want to take a look at those two? These two only cost 2,000 spirit stones. The price is much more affordable, like a person who had lost his soul." 13 slumped to the ground, his two hands covering his eyes while his mouth muttered meaningless numbers. These bizarre movements left others confused, as if he were practicing a strange type of cultivation technique. Lu Thang, seeing this scene, broke into a cold sweat, feeling uneasy in his heart. What kind of devilish trick is this brat playing now? 13 rubbed his temples with both hands, thinking to himself, the high-grade origin essence is indeed gone. But the system hasn't announced mission failure yet. Furthermore, the mission requires extracting at least a high-grade origin essence. This proves that, within these origin stones, there must be an even more precious treasure hidden. He recalled that just now, he had only used his vision to glance briefly over the 3 origin stones. Perhaps because my vision is not yet sufficient, I couldn't see through to the truth. The eye protection exercises ended. 13 suddenly snapped out of it. His eyes snapping wide open, astral light shot out in all directions, looking straight ahead like 2 sharp swords. The moment to decide victory and defeat had arrived. He stood up abruptly, stepping forward with firm determination as his gaze swept back and forth across the pile of origin stones, determined to find the top-tier origin essence. His mind's eye at this moment seemed to have become clearer than before, being able to sense the spiritual energy hidden within each origin stone. His spiritual sense also became more powerful. As expected, I can see much more clearly, 13 exclaimed in surprise, then slowly turned around to observe the entire stall. The images in his eyes became incredibly real. Everything seemed to become transparent, with no more outer shell to cover them. From the midst of the jumbled pile of origin stones, he accidentally discovered an origin stone, emitting a brilliant red light of an extraordinarily rare quality. Having identified the target, 13 did not hesitate for a moment, stepped quickly to the side of the crimson origin stone, swiftly picked it up and brought it before the old merchant. "I want this origin stone." Lu Thang, standing nearby, curled his lip into a contemptuous smile. His voice sounded like clashing metal. "Scraping for courage from this pile of waste truly makes one laugh in mockery." Trang Wilti, with the keen eyesight of an artifact refiner, spoke in a voice as resonant as a bronze bell. "This origin stone has clear patterns. Its geology is stable yet extraordinarily solid. It must originate from the Dragon Vein Palace. A stone with such an outer shell not only has the ability to gather spiritual essence, but also hides the effect of isolating light. This is absolutely a top-grade origin essence, rare to see." Hearing this, Lu Thang frowned with a searching gaze, fixed intently on Trang 13's figure. Trang Wilti did not delay either, channeling power into both palms forcefully, stripping away the outer shell of the origin stone. Instantly a cracking sound rang out. The inner stone layer fractured. A brilliant crimson light shot out in all directions. In just a flash, the exquisite quality of the origin essence stone was revealed, clearly in Trang 13's hand. Lu Thang, witnessing this scene, his face changed color drastically, crying out in shock, "It's a scarlet red essence quality!" This scarlet red. Fang Tianshuo, standing nearby, was also scared out of his wits, howling, "What? This is exactly the legendary top-grade origin essence. In this pile of waste? How could it possibly hide such a precious treasure?" Lu Thang immediately flew into a rage, grabbing the merchant by the collar and snarling, "Just what the hell is going on here?" The stall owner, terrified, hurriedly explained, "This humble one does not know. This waste was all just scrap material, purchased from the mining district. Who would have guessed that inside there was hidden a top-grade origin essence?" Trang Wilti gripped the top-grade origin essence in his hand, with a piercing, brilliant gaze. Even though this essence core is only the size of a fist, its value absolutely far exceeds that high-grade essence core of yours. He stood tall and imposing before Liu Cheng and Fang Tianshuo, his voice echoing loudly. "You have already lost to me. What are you waiting for? Hand over all the spoils of war immediately. Hand it all over. Every bit of essence core you mined today, along with the 10,000 low-grade spirit stones from the wager." Liu Cheng gritted his teeth, his face turning pale green as he glared fiercely at his opponent. Then, in a fit of resentment, he took out the storage rings and threw them forward forcefully, surrendering the 10,000 spirit stones and the entire harvest of essence cores. Trang Wilti, quick of eye and hand, caught the storage rings, gathering the spoils into his possession. With a gaze as steady as a rock, Liu Cheng gnashed his teeth and said with bitter resentment, "Here are the 2 rings. The red ring contains all the essence cores mined by us today, and the other contains the 10,000 spirit stones for our defeat. Having said that, Liu Cheng and Fang Tianshuo left in a fit of rage, their departing figures full of wretchedness. He cast a sidelong glance at Trang 13, his voice as cold as ice. Trang 13, don't be too smug yet. The best part of the show is still to come. Wang Wang, at that moment, ran joyfully to Trang 13's side, her eyes sparkling like starlight. Benefactor, you are truly a master of divine calculation. Even a fate master is no match for you. Trang Wuthi laughed out loud in triumph, his voice filled with excitement. Haha, it was all just luck. He then took out the ring, containing the 10,000 spirit stones, and generously gifted it to Wan Wan. Today was also thanks to your assistance. This is a small token of my gratitude. Seeing Wan Wan hesitate to accept, Trang Wuthi said magnanimously, just take it. In any case, keeping it would just be for worldly possessions. Moreover, I have already harvested quite a few essence cores today. After handing over the storage ring to Oan Oan, Trang Wuthi turned and began to walk away. Farewell, I must go into secluded cultivation now. The scene shifts back to the simple cave dwelling on the mountainside, located behind Trang 13's sect. He was currently focused on observing the holographic system panel before his eyes, checking the rewards he had just received. Countless animations of completed missions appeared along with a reward of 1,000 training points. Inside the storage bag, a spiritual light shimmered. Innumerable top-grade and high-grade essence cores were piled up like a small mountain. Trang Wuthi pondered deeply, his eyes fixed intently on the system panel. Upgrading the system requires 2,000 mid-grade essence cores, so how can I decompose the essence cores I have right now? The system seemed to read its master's thoughts, immediately displaying information regarding the method to decompose essence cores into lower grades. Without a moment's hesitation, Trang 13 took out a high-grade essence stone and held it forward. Then there's nothing left to worry about. You do it yourself. In an instant, a high-grade essence core and the storage ring were both decomposed and absorbed into the system, transforming into pure energy. His training points immediately reached the limit, with even an excess of 300 points. Simultaneously, his physical stats and other attributes also grew extraordinarily. After careful observation, Trang Wuthi shifted his focus to the monster cores. Among the remaining upgrade requirements, everything else is not a problem. The next targets are monster cores and monster meat. Just then, one suddenly burst in, crying out in alarm. Benefactor, something terrible has happened. Seeing Wan Wan's panicked state, Trang Wuthi couldn't help but feel curious. What happened to make you so flustered? Wan Wan was panting heavily, hurrying to report that the treacherous stall owner had brought people here to cause trouble. The scene shifts to the defense, the majestic main hall of the Imperial Forest Immortal sect. Just as they stepped into the hall, the stall owner hurriedly knelt down, miserably pleading, "May the sect master be the judge. This is the very spirit stone that boy traded with me. Now all of it has turned into stone rubble. He must have used a high-level illusion to deceive my humble eyes." Hearing this, Trang 13 felt a surge of uncontrollable fury, shouting directly at the old merchant's face, "You are spouting lies and slandering me. These spirit stones were obtained by me, fairly and squarely in exchange for credits. Besides, when you received them, why didn't you open your eyes wide and check them carefully?" The cunning stall owner sneered and loudly retorted, "I have mere mortal eyes and a low cultivation level. How could I possibly see through your eerie illusions?" At this point, Nam Kung Huang finally spoke up slowly, his voice deep and resonant like a great bell. "Then how do you wish to settle this matter?" Hearing the words of the Imperial Forest sect master, a sinister heh-heh smile appeared on the stall owner's face. "Since the trade was made with fake spirit stones, it is naturally void. My request is not excessive. It is only fair that he returns that top-grade essence core. Then we can act as if nothing ever happened." Standing to the side, Trang 13 spoke coldly. "So, what you are really after is the top-grade essence core. But unfortunately, that top-grade essence core has already been completely refined by me." The stall owner's face turned pale as he cried out in shock. "How can that be? That is a top-grade essence core treasure. How could it have been completely absorbed by you in such a short amount of time? Are you not just spouting deceitful nonsense? Both of you shut your mouths this instant." The sect master finally raised his voice, attempting to salvage the chaotic situation. "Everyone be quiet. This is a high-grade source-seeking stone of perfect quality. There is still one last chance to extract from it. Perhaps hidden inside is a top-grade essence. Be enough to compensate for this fellow Taoist's loss." Hearing this, Trang 13's sorrow turned into a roar. "Sect master, how can you be so muddled?" The cunning old stall owner let out a triumphant chuckle. "Ha-ha, very well, very well. Consider this as this old man taking a loss for once." 13. Grit. His teeth, his eyes burning with a rage that seemed to want to incinerate the old man before him. This treacherous thief deep down the old stall owner was filled with immense satisfaction, sneering, "You want to fight me? You're still too green, boy." That night, the shocking news spread everywhere. Appalling. Trang Vulthi used illusions to swindle a shameless act. The true face of this high cultivation fanatic has been exposed. Trang Vulthi's methods are despicable and his heart is malicious. Countless hashtags targeted Trang 13, causing him to grit his teeth in anger. What the hell is this? Why has bad news about me suddenly topped the hot searches? The sect master frowned, unable to understand. That old man is clearly a fraud. Why did we have to settle with him? The female sect leader beside him suddenly remembered something and said quickly, "I forgot that once that Dharma treasure is activated, it will attract countless spirit beasts." Then one day, in the deep mountains and valleys of the southern desolate territory, a place that was originally the territory of ignorant beasts living in packs, where days passed in peace and quiet, until one day, the appearance of a terrifying giant shattered the natural silence, spreading horror among all living creatures here. It was he who upended the peaceful lives of these beasts, becoming a nightmare and a god of destruction descending upon the forest. Trang Vulthi casually snatched a spirit chicken, preparing a lavish lunch to supplement his protein today. The title of Great Demon King of Protein had echoed throughout the mountains and woods. The moment the animals saw his silhouette, they were scared out of their wits. Trang Vulthi now only had one routine deep forest infiltration every day, hunting those poor creatures to maintain his cultivation. While roaming leisurely through the entire forest, suddenly a miserable scream tore through the silent atmosphere. Startling 13. "Help, help me." His gaze immediately locked onto the direction of the sound. He lightly scanned ahead with his divine sense. Someone is calling for help. It seems something has happened. Without a moment's hesitation, 13 activated his movement technique, turning into an afterimage, and rapidly dashed toward the cries for help. Upon arrival, the scene before him caught him by surprise. An exceptionally sturdy black boar demon beast was frantically chasing an inner sect disciple, whose face was filled with absolute terror. This black boar chasing the man is rich in spiritual energy and full of protein. Ah, wait a second. It looks like the person being chased is... 13 rubbed his eyes to look closer and instantly recognized him. Isn't that Phuong Tien Sok, the one who made a bet with me 2 days ago? How? Why did he appear here? During the chase, the black boar suddenly accelerated. Using its massive body, it slammed hard into Phuong Tien Sok, sending him flying to the side. His body skidded violently across the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust amidst bone-deep pain. 13 exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't he a core inner sect disciple? How can he not even handle a black boar demon beast? Could it be that all his skill points were poured into origin arts? Phuong Tien Sok, his body battered and weak, slumped onto the ground, staring with terrified eyes at the ferocious beast before him. This place is too far from the sect. It seems I won't escape my fate today. Just then, by chance, he caught sight of a familiar figure, standing not far away, and couldn't help but be shocked. Isn't that Trang 13? In his despair, Phuong Tien Sok instinctively blurted out, "Trang 13, save me!" But as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them. No, that's not right. No, that's not right. 2 days ago, I was the one who targeted him. Will he really reach out to help me? While he was still in a state of confusion, the black boar demon beast charged once again, its sharp tusks aimed straight at his wound-covered body. Witnessing this, 13 had a conflicted look on his face. This one strike might be enough to send him to the afterlife. Should I step in to save him or not? He was the one who made things difficult for me 2 days ago. Leaving him to be taught a lesson by the beast would be well deserved. But after all, he is a fellow disciple. Watching someone die without helping is truly not right. As if understanding 13's torn feelings, at that very moment the system suddenly materialized before him. The familiar selection panel appeared once more. 2 choices were displayed on it. Save or do not save Phuong Tien Sok. Along with them were 2 attractive rewards. 13's eyes lit up with a clear greed. Haha. Sorry, Phuong Tien Sok. It seems the heavens also want me to ignore you. After the fatal impact, Phuong Tien Sok lay motionless as the dust cloud gradually cleared. Covered in mounting injuries, he cast a despairing glance toward where Trang 13 was standing. Seeing 13 standing there mocking him, his heart grew even colder. You can still stand there and laugh at me. It seems he truly doesn't want to save me. Well, it's only right. A sycophant who flatters the powerful like me deserves to die. Memories flooded back. He remembered the solemn oaths he made before leaving his clan, vowing to restore the family's glory. But because of his mediocre talent, he was looked down upon by others. So when facing power, he only knew how to bow in submission, losing the clan's original intent. For that, he endured humiliation. It was only natural that retribution had arrived. He deserved it. The black boar's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, its killing aura reaching the sky. It growled, staring fixedly at Fuang Tiansok. In the next second, it gathered all its demonic power and frantically lunged at the spot where Fuang Tiansok was lying, preparing for a fatal blow. Fuang Tiansok closed his eyes in resignation. Thinking sorrowfully, he bid farewell to this world of suffering. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere, standing as a shield in front of Fuang Tiansok, blocking the Black Boar's attack. Fuang Tiansok's eyes widened in utter amazement. It was Trang 13, standing majestically before him. As he fended off the beast, it seemed that compared to gym gear, protein truly had a more fatal attraction. Fuang Tiansok's entire body trembled as he struggled to sit up while staring intently forward. Upon realizing that Trang 13 was risking his life to save him, he was stunned and moved to the point of tears. Facing the beast's assault, 13 let out a great shout and threw an earth-shattering punch to meet it head-on. Witnessing 13's terrifying strength, Fuang Tiansok stood there agape. Dazed, he murmured, so strong. Did he just kill the beast with a single move? Trang 3, having slain the fierce black wind boar in one blow, turned around, his eyes flashing like lightning. Tiansok, he said indifferently. It was just a beast, with a body slightly sturdier than ordinary ones. What's so hard about killing it in one strike? Fuang Tiansok scrambled up from the ground, exclaiming with a trembling voice, what did you say? This was a rank 4 demon beast, equivalent in power to a golden core stage cultivator. 13's lips curled slightly as he glanced sideways at Tiansok. Is that so? It didn't feel much different from the ordinary chickens and ducks I usually eat for my meals. They naturally can't withstand a single blow from my pan. Fuang Tiansok's eyes were full of doubt as he stared at 13. There were grudges between us. Why were you so willing to step in and help? 13 didn't stop walking, still heading forward. His lazy voice drifted back, no reason. It was just a sudden whim. I simply wanted to enjoy some roasted meat. It's as simple as that. And so the once majestic and imposing rank 4 demon beast, the Black Wind Boar, ultimately met a tragic end, turning into a delicious roast, filled with demon beast essence for 13. While savoring the delicacy with a certain look in his eyes, 13 glanced non-committally toward Tiansok. Are you sure you don't want to try some? Tiansok's face turned pale. He quickly waved his hands and said in fear, that is the meat of a rank 4 demon beast. In my current weakened state, if I swallowed even a single bite, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to suppress the violent, demonic essence within my body. At best, my meridians would rupture. At worst, I'd suffer chi deviation and lose my life. Hearing this, 13 was secretly astonished. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? It's just some ordinary roasted meat. Is there a need to exaggerate to such an extent? Opposite him, Tiansok's brows were also tightly furrowed, his heart churning with turmoil. Is he crazy? No matter how strong his body is, eating that much rank 4 demon beast meat, isn't he afraid of a fatal backlash? After swallowing the last piece in his hand, 13 finally spoke slowly. Speaking of which, it's rather strange. You are a dignified cultivator. How did you end up being attacked by a wild animal like that? Tiansok's expression immediately became serious. He raised his hand and said solemnly, first I must emphasize one thing. That was absolutely not just some ordinary, mundane wild boar, but a rank 4 demon beast. And as you know, I am a fate master. When we are in deep cultivation, the greatest taboo is to be disturbed by external forces. That is why we needed to seek out remote, secluded mountains for quiet meditation. The desolate back area of the Royal Forest Immortal Mountain, which borders the Mountain of 10,000 Demons, was originally a place where few people ventured. But the strange thing is, the beasts from the Mountain of 10,000 Demons have never crossed the boundary before. Yet today, a rank 4 demon beast suddenly appeared. I suspect that some kind of unusual disturbance is occurring within. Putting that aside for the favor of saving my life, how should I properly repay you? I have never liked owing anyone a favor. How about I try to divine the heavenly secrets and give you a reading of your fate? It might help you turn peril into safety. This is also the only thing I can perform right now. 13 listened and fell into deep thought. With his current status as a wanted man, this might actually be of some use. As he finished speaking, he casually sat down on a large rock. Then I'll reluctantly let you give it a try. In a brief moment, the two stood in the middle of an open clearing. Fuang Tiansok also brought out his precious 8 trigrams compass, preparing to perform the divination. For a fate master, predicting the future requires ascending the platform of ascending fate. The higher the platform of ascending fate, the more clearly the heavenly secrets can be seen. Of course, that also comes with an extremely heavy price. As he finished speaking, he began to activate the hand seals, controlling the 8 trigrams compass in his hand. In an instant, a spiritual energy barrier with violent fluctuations formed around his body. Then, with a grave expression, he formed a seal and pointed a finger at his brow, his gaze determined, as he looked directly into the heart seal formation chart. Heavenly secrets of fate. Within his consciousness, he had now climbed to the fate logic steps of the formation. His pupils constricted in an instant, revealing a look of utter horror. How can this be? Before his eyes, a phantom image gradually condensed into a cosmic gate of heavenly secrets, shrouded in endless mysteries. Why hasn't the platform of ascending fate appeared at all? Instead, why has a cosmic gate appeared if an peerless powerhouse had used great magical power to conceal the heavenly secrets? I absolutely should not be able to enter this space right now. But given the current situation, even if I can enter that space, it is impossible to see the ascending fate pattern. Could it be that the true ascending fate pattern is hidden behind this cosmic gate, and it must be open to be seen without a moment's hesitation? He stepped forward and reached out toward the illusory gate. The instant he touched it, countless bolts of violent lightning erupted frantically, invading Thien Sok's body and leaving him utterly terrified. In the blink of an eye, his body suffered a violent backlash. He was thrown back like a kite with a broken string, forced out of the illusion. His physical body was simultaneously severely injured. Under that immense suppressive power, his frail body was easily tossed aside once more, rolling miserably across the ground. Watching this from the side, 13 was shocked out of his wits. He shouted, Are you all right? After the backlash, Phuong Thien Sok struggled to sit up, looking at 13 with dazed eyes. Did I fail? Is it because my cultivation is shallow, or is his future simply impossible to see? Seeing Thien Sok's pathetic state, 13 spoke up flatly. Just forget it. Saving you was just a matter of convenience anyway. Thien Sok quickly waved his hands and said firmly, No, I absolutely refuse to owe favors to others. If I cannot calculate your future, then I will personally provide you with the truth right now. Intrigued, 13 stared at Thien Sok. What do you mean by the truth? Thien Sok immediately stood up, his expression stern as he explained, Actually, the spirit stone bet from 2 days ago was all secretly manipulated by Liu Tan. The manager of that stall is actually a guest retainer of the Liu family. The high-grade spirit stone we opened was prepared in advance. They just didn't expect that among those discarded spirit stones, there was actually a supreme-grade spirit stone. The later plot to frame you for faking spirit stones was also merely to tarnish your reputation. Trang Wilva clasped his hands behind his back, his expression pensive. He sighed softly. So the truth of the matter was like this. I felt suspicious before. It seems those villains met their match. Standing nearby, Thien Sok quickly added, I will immediately post the news on the bulletin board to expose Liu Tan's true face and clear your name. Trang Wilva stepped forward to stop him, saying, But aren't you his subordinate? By doing this, won't you be putting yourself in harm's way? Phuong Thien Sok lowered his head, his expression slightly sorrowful. After surviving this life-and-death ordeal, I seem to have rediscovered my true self. Brother Shuang Ngo, rest assured I know what I'm doing. That night, the Immortal Sect's bulletin board lit up once again. The bold text read, Colluding with criminals. The mastermind behind the betting scandal has appeared. Trang Wilva was indeed framed. Trang Wilva was also quite surprised by Phuong Thien Sok's actions. He didn't expect him to actually post it. Moreover, this news spread rapidly throughout the Immortal Sect. Scene shifts to the next day, at Trang 13's cave dwelling behind Wind Riding Mountain. Just as dawn broke, the situation within the sect was once again in an uproar. A major disaster. The one behind the betting case from before was actually Phuong Thien Sok. What a case of the thief crying thief. Phuong Thien Sok's 3 consecutive actions, taking bribes and then betraying. What exactly is his agenda? In just one night, the bulletin board was flooded with curses and insults toward Phuong Thien Sok. Trang Wilva hurriedly sent a message to reassure Phuong Thien Sok. But in the blink of an eye, he received a request to meet from Phuong Thien Sok at the summit of South Mountain. Scene shifts to the summit of South Mountain, near the Ngulam Immortal Sect. Trang Wilva arrived as scheduled. Didn't he ask to meet me here? Where is everyone? Suddenly a voice came from behind him. You've finally arrived. Hearing the voice, Trang Wilva immediately turned around to look. His eyes filled with horror when he saw the person in front of him. In front of his eyes, Phuong Thien Sok was being held by Liu Than's men, hung upside down from the branch of an ancient tree. Beside him was Liu Than's wicked face. Liu Thang slowly spoke, Come here quickly and let's settle this. At this moment, Phuong Thien Sok was covered in bruises, drenched in red syrup and in extreme agony. Being hung upside down so high only added to his pain. Trang Wilva was horrified at the sight. Was it you people who did this to him? With an arrogant look, Liu Than glared at Trang 13. This is the price to pay for daring to betray me. Trang Wilva's expression gradually darkened, revealing clear signs of anger. We are all fellow disciples after all. Did you really have to be this cruel? Liu Than laughed out loud with smugness upon hearing that. Haha, fellow disciples. How can the Immortal Sect have someone as naive as you? Trang Wilva felt helpless, and didn't want to waste any more words on Liu Than. He slowly took a step forward, exuding a resolute aura. If that's what you say, then fine. Every movement of his contained supreme power, creating an immense oppressive pressure. Even the surrounding space seemed to vibrate from his extraordinary momentum. Seeing that Trang 13 intended to strike, Lu Thang raised his hand to stop him. He shouted loudly, "Stop right there!" A sharp blade of true essence appeared at Phuong Thien Soc's throat. Lu Thang intended to use it to threaten Trang 13. Believing he held the situation in his hands, he became even more arrogant. If you take one more step, it will be hard to save his measly life. Faced with his opponent's move, Trang 13 still did not say a word, only observing calmly. Lu Thang continued to use Phuong Thien Soc's life to force Trang 13 to submit. "Kneel down and kowtow to me. Otherwise I will take his life right now." As he spoke, he increased his sharp true essence, pressing it deeper into Phuong Thien Soc's neck, creating a fatal threat to Trang 13. Trang Wilvi let out a sigh, his attitude gradually turning cold. Really, no matter what world it is, the behavior of traitors is always so similar. Lu Thang stared at Trang 13 with a panicked expression. "What on earth are you talking about?" With movement as fast as lightning, Trang 13 immediately performed an evasion technique to rescue Phuong Thien Soc from restraint. This caused Lu Thang's eyes to bulge and his jaw to drop, utterly terrified. Trang Wilvi then gently set Phuong Thien Soc down to one side so he could recover from his injuries. After Lu Thang's brutal beating, next, with eyes as cold as ice and a soaring murderous intent, he glanced at Lu Thang. "I say, how should I settle this score with you now?" Lu Thang stood frozen like a statue. With a look of horror, he turned back to look at Trang 13. He wondered, since when could he teleport behind my back like this? Witnessing Trang 13's staggering strength, his face turned pale with fear. Indeed, he had some confidence, but his arrogance was truly extraordinary. The next second, he waved his hand, ordering his subordinates to rush forward and surround Trang 13. "Get him, all of you. Kill him." The subordinates immediately charged, surrounding him from all sides. They wanted to use sheer numbers to overwhelm him, but unexpectedly, Trang 13's movement was like a phantom. In less than a single breath, he used his terrifying speed to take them all down. Not even a silhouette could be seen clearly. The horror in Lu Thang's eyes became increasingly apparent. What just happened? There was absolutely no warning signs at all. Earlier, when I didn't see his movements, I thought it was just my own negligence in observing. But now, even when I am focused, my entire divine sense cannot see him clearly, knowing that he only had one path to survival. He immediately condensed his hand seals, summoning the innate battle chi, his Tien Kwang Sao. Lu Thang, with his late-stage golden core cultivation, remained arrogant. "With my golden core realm, plus the innate battle chi, how could I possibly fear a freshman like you?" In the next second, Trang 13 once again executed his technique, rushing forward with godlike speed like a bolt of lightning, condensing true essence into his fist. Faced with this terrifying power, Lu Thang was overcome with terror. Trang Wilvi simultaneously unleashed an earth-shattering punch. Lu Thang was beyond terrified, hastily circulating his spiritual energy, controlling the Tien Kwang Sao to defend and counter, facing the powerful immortal weapon. The skin on Trang 13's fist was immediately torn by the sword chi. Feeling the pain, his eyes widened, revealing clear shock and surprise, quickly retreating backwards, maintaining a safe distance to evade the attack. After stabilizing his body, Trang Wilvi narrowed his eyes to observe his opponent. "To think you could actually wound me. This sword is indeed no ordinary object." Seeing that his sword chi could wound Trang 13, Lu Thang became even more arrogant. "Haha, your time is up. Today I will let you taste the true power of the innate battle chi." With those words, Lu Thang once again circulated his spiritual energy, activating the sword arts, intent on using the celestial battle chi to thoroughly defeat 13. Faced with the fierce offensive, Trang Wilvi could only retreat, employing movement techniques for defense, strenuously withstanding each wave of attacks. While on the defensive, Trang Wilvi shouted with a furious expression, retorting that since his opponent liked using weapons, he would summon his own natal Dharma treasure with a flick of his hand. Meanwhile, Lu Thang's celestial battle aura was still violently attacking with an unstoppable momentum, but it instantly vanished into thin air, completely defeated, when 13's giant ruler came down and beat it into a twisted shape. Witnessing his celestial battle aura being mangled, Lu Thang was beyond terrified, crying out in his heart, "What? My celestial battle aura was crushed in an instant. What rank is this weirdly shaped weapon? I've never seen anything like it before." While he was still in shock, Trang Wilvi soared through the air and unleashed a storm of punches. In just a blink of an eye, 13 successfully suppressed his rival, brutally pinning him down beneath his feet. Lu Thang immediately begged for his life, yet his face still held its usual arrogance. "Wait, I surrender. Spare my life, I'll pay any compensation you want." Before he could finish his sentence, Trang Wilvi ignored him completely, slapping him hard across the face, causing a bone-deep pain. After receiving the slap, Liu Thang continued to scream incessantly, "Don't go too far. I am a senior disciple of the Heaven class. Do you know how severely you'll be punished? For causing trouble after class, I have powerful backers behind me." Trang Wutha had no intention of stopping. Glaring at the arrogant man before him, he said coldly, "You talk too much." With that, he grew even more vigorous, repeatedly slapping the other's face with force, leaving him unable to resist. In a short amount of time, his face was so swollen and deformed that it lost all biometric recognition. Suddenly, thunderous voice echoed through the heavens, accompanied by a mountain-crushing pressure. "One must look at the master before hitting the dog. A freshman certainly has quite the nerve." The incredible pressure made Trang 13 feel extremely uncomfortable. His body felt a bit weak. This pressure is truly powerful. Immediately after Liu Tonghan and his group appeared, with an arrogant attitude intending to use pressure to suppress Trang 13. As soon as he arrived, he shouted in a haughty tone, "Even if he is just a dog of the Heaven class, insulting him like that is no different from slapping the face of the Heaven class. A freshman like you certainly has quite the nerve." Liu Tang lay on the ground, his face bruised and battered, wailing in agony. "But boss?" Seeing the stranger arrive with such arrogant and rude behavior, Trang Wutha couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Who are you?" A subordinate of Liu Tonghan immediately replied with contempt, "You truly have eyes but cannot see. This is the representative of the Heaven class, from our prestigious family in Central Province, the young master of the Liu family, Liu Tonghan." Liu Tonghan glanced at Trang 13 with a smug expression. "The authority of the Heaven class is not to be challenged by anyone," he ordered. "Teach him a lesson. Get him, all of you." The subordinates nearby heard the command and eagerly rushed forward, wanting to strike down Trang 13. 13 remained calm, his face showing disdain. "A bunch of people with no martial virtue still imitating this guy," he shouted back in an arrogant tone. "I also have something for you to see." Having said that, 13 used Liu Tan's body as a weapon, shattering the opponent's offensive. The impact force was incredible, causing the opponent's weapons to be destroyed, while simultaneously creating a direct strike on the enemies, causing them to suffer horrific damage. Liu Tonghan's subordinates were completely defeated, exclaiming in shock, "This kid actually treated Liu Than like a weapon of flesh and blood." Trang Wutha, with his extraordinary physique, used Liu Than's body like a club, continuously spinning it in front of the people being knocked away. In the next second, 13 threw Liu Than's body toward Liu Tonghan, using it as a finishing blow. Liu Tonghan hurriedly used his sky-breaking punch to catch him, then struck Liu Than aside. Taking this opportunity, Trang Wutha condensed all his power into a fist strike to attack Liu Tonghan. But this punch from Trang 13 was easily caught by Liu Tonghan. His strength was on a completely different level. Faced with this situation, 13's face was filled with extreme terror. Unexpectedly, it was blocked by him. Liu Tonghan slowly raised his hand to form an incantation seal, circulating his spiritual energy, controlling his sword energy to shock the heavens. In just a blink of an eye, a beam of sword energy shot up from the ground, making Trang 13 cry out in pain as the blow landed. With a terrified expression, he thought to himself, "Without using any Dharma treasures, relying only on magic spells, he can actually wound me." Thaptam quickly retreated while thinking, opening up a safe distance from Liu Tonghan. Liu Tonghan remained arrogant. "Not bad. This move was meant to pierce through your head, yet you managed to dodge it." Trang Wutha asked loudly with a hint of doubt. "Just what realm is your cultivation level at?" Liu Tonghan replied haughtily, "Early nascent soul stage." "Early nascent soul stage, huh?" The system timely appeared before Trang 13, detecting that the host is under threat. The system suggests, immediately act as a wise man yields to odds or counterattack in retaliation. Trang Wutha looked at the system panel with excitement. Does that even need to be said? Just then, Liu Tonghan used the dragon-capturing hand technique, condensing countless earth and rocks, transforming into a giant hand to seize 13. Trang Wutha was quickly captured by the opponent. In a surprise move, showing a face of panic as if unable to escape, Liu Tonghan quickly cast a spell, pulling Trang 13 towards him. As Trang 13's silhouette suddenly appeared, Liu Tonghan immediately drove his sword, intending to slay him. But in an instant, Trang 13 laughed wildly and evilly. "You dog thief! Your granddaddy was just tricking you." Before his voice could fade, a fierce dragon-subduing tiger-taming punch struck out, sending the opponent flying back directly. Simultaneously shattering the earthen prison rock entrapment formation, Liu Tonghan's body flew back like a kite with a broken string, tumbling across the ground. Trang Wutha stood with hands behind his back observing, with a gaze as sharp and resolute as a blade. "You just showed murderous intent, so this seat must naturally return grievance for grievance." Liu Tonghan struggled to stand up, glaring at 13 with a sinister look. He said with contempt, "That punch of yours just now had some strength. Too bad it still lacks true mastery." Trang Wei saw that he could still stand up, his expression slightly surprised, wondering in his heart why the blow clearly hit, yet he was completely unharmed. Could he be a dual master of body cultivation? Liu Tonghan laughed arrogantly. This young master appreciates your strength. I'll give you two paths now. One is to surrender to me and become my right-hand man. Two is that I send you to heaven immediately. A sharp system warning rang out in Trang 13's head, reminding him that he was in a dangerous situation. Trang Vilti's anger reached the heavens. Brushing the system aside, get lost. This seat's blood is truly boiling now. From the past until now, those who can force this seat to show his true strength are truly few. Seeing Trang 13's arrogant attitude, Liu Tonghan couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Trang Wilfi roared with excitement. Then right now, let this seat properly experience just how many strikes you can take from me. After speaking, Trang Wilfi's figure was like a flash of lightning as he struck out violently, leaving Liu Tonghan terrified. It turned out that 13 had secretly circulated his entire body's vital blood, triggering his physical potential to unleash the first level of the brutal force art. At the same time, Fuang Tiansuk also woke up from his coma. Has my soul already returned to the underworld? As soon as he opened his eyes, he suddenly saw Lu Tan's battered face, frightening him to the extreme. Fuang Tiansuk jumped up in a panic, crying out, "A ghost! Wait, isn't this person Lu Tang? How did he end up in such a wretched state?" Suddenly, an earth-shaking sound of battle reached his ears, drawing Fuang Tiansuk's attention. The horror in his eyes became more and more apparent. Before his eyes, the figure of Trang 13 appeared, with a ferocious aura, facing Liu Tonghan head-on. Fuang Tiansuk was shocked to his core, his heart filled with restless anxiety. Could it be that he saved me from disaster? Then what kind of expert is his opponent? Fuang Tiansuk continued to observe Liu Tonghan. Is that Liu Tonghan? He is the chief of the Heaven Tier class, yet he has also arrived here. Fuang Tiansuk feared Trang Wilfi would meet with misfortune and wanted to intervene, but he could not. If he wasn't stopped, Trang Wilfi would likely face certain doom. Stop quickly! Before he could finish his sentence, Fuang Tiansuk's eyes widened in utter amazement. On the other side, Trang 13 had already charged forward, utilizing an extraordinarily powerful body-refining force to attack Liu Tonghan. Relying on his physical power, Trang Wilfi shouted earth-shatteringly and arrogantly, "Let this seat properly experience your skills. Let's see how much of my power you can withstand." Trang Wilfi's momentum was like a war machine, unleashing a continuous and violent bombardment, transforming into countless fist shadows, attacking Liu Tonghan without pause. Before this storm-like power, Liu Tonghan was extraordinarily terrified, his eyes fixed intently on 13's every move. Faced with such high-intensity attacks, Liu Tonghan defended for his life, only barely managed to hold his ground. Explosive and violent force erupted continuously, gradually forming a dense screen of smoke, accompanied by heaven-shaking shockwaves. Fuang Tiansuk was shocked to the extreme, staring at Trang 13 with his mouth agape. What on earth? Liu Tonghan has reached the nascent soul realm with strength comparable to that of an elder, yet he is being suppressed and pummeled by Trang 13 like this. Just what kind of monster is he? In the face of the series of continuous attacks, Liu Tonghan could only focus all his strength on defense, struggling to hold on, even crying out in agony. But in the next second, unexpectedly his soul-protecting jade pendant suddenly shattered under the crushing pressure. This left him utterly petrified and filled with extreme terror. What my heaven-tier body-protecting treasure was actually smashed to pieces by him. Trang Wilfi, meanwhile, continued his assault with a heavy punch, striking Liu Tonghan's lower abdomen. While he was still exposed, this punch slammed directly into his dantian, causing him such agonizing pain that he felt like dying. Due to the immense force, Trang Wilfi sent his entire body flying back, skidding and tumbling across the ground. He completely lost his ability to strike back, racked with bone-deep pain. Coughing up fresh blood, Trang 13 took the chance to pursue, charging forward with his sharp offensive stance. It seems my fist has finally taken effect. Just then an array barrier appeared from above. Instantly, countless black iron chains came whistling down, racing madly toward Trang 13. In a flash, shackles bound Trang 13's arms, leaving him startled and bewildered. The next wave of chains rushed in even more violently. Within a short time, both of Trang 13's hands were completely shackled, though a look of confusion still remained on his face. The Hall Master of Punishment, an elder of the Engu Lam immortal sect, appeared and shouted coldly, "Trang 13, stop your hand at once." Glaring at Trang 13 with a furious face, he continued to roar and threaten him. "You dare to engage in a private fight within the sect? Violating the rules is an unpardonable crime." Trang Wilfi frowned in dissatisfaction, glancing at the elder. They were the ones who attacked and bullied me first. This muddled old man can't distinguish right from wrong. Yet he wants to condemn me. The old man shouted, "How audacious!" Do you have any idea what Liu Tonghan's status is? The Liu family is a noble and powerful clan who serve the imperial court, a lineage of loyal and brave martyrs, not someone a member of the Ngulam immortal sect, like you can afford to offend casually. Moreover, you are just an anonymous junior. Upon hearing this, Liu Tonghan wore an even more arrogant expression, his attitude becoming increasingly domineering. That's right, Trang 13, since you've offended this young master, you will definitely not have a good ending. As soon as Trang 13 heard about the imperial court, the killing intent in his heart grew even more resolute. Did you just say that his family's influence reaches the heavens through the imperial court? Then this seat must be all the more determined to thoroughly eliminate this future trouble. I cannot show mercy to scum like this. With those words, Trang 13 circulated his energy throughout his body, unleashing a burst of essence and brute force that strained the chains to their limit, snapping them apart, and successfully escaping his bonds. Behind him, the old man witnessed the phenomenon with a terrified soul. This boy can even neutralize my magic. Facing the violent pressure and offensive, Liu Tonghan's face turned solemn as he scrambled to find an opening to evade. However, with Trang 13's ghostly movement and lightning-fast speed, this punch landed a direct hit, straight into his face, leaving Liu Tonghan's head spinning as the world turned upside down. Supreme internal energy exploded in an instant, forming waves of shockwaves. Gales roared and dust filled the air. This heaven-shaking punch directly knocked Liu Tonghan down. His body skidded across the ground, like a kite with a broken string, slamming violently into a towering cliff. The elder tried to intervene, but it was too late. He could only watch, roaring in fury. Insolent little beast. Damned traitor. You dared to defy this elder's command. You truly have no regard for anyone. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man circulated the divine mountain palm technique, the sect's signature art, unleashing a violent strike toward Trang 13, intending to suppress him on the spot. The terrifying palm wind, carrying an overwhelming pressure, rumbled down. As it struck, Trang 13 witnessed the scene, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Stunned and dazed, his heart was filled with utter confusion. In that critical moment, from high above, a blood-red sword light, trailing a boundless and powerful aura, descended from the heavens, separating the two of them. The terrifying power directly shattered the elder's palm wind, while simultaneously pushing Trang 13 back. The shock on his face grew even more intense, his mouth muttering such domineering sword intent. Is this what a truly peerless powerhouse looks like? The elder steadied himself and looked closely, suddenly recognizing the newcomer's identity. The sect master of the Hongduyan sword, Nam Kung Huang. Nam Kung Huang arrived riding his sword, his figure suspended in the air, standing majestically between the elder and Trang 13 to prevent the conflict from continuing. Scene change in Ngulam Hall and Ngulam Immortal Sect. Upon returning to the hall, the elder was already fuming with rage. What, I don't accept this. That brat is only punished with self-reflection, and grounded for only 1 month. Nam Kung Huang stood tall in the middle of the great hall, and calmly replied, after all, Liu Than and Liu Tonghan were the ones who attacked and threatened 13 First Elder. The elder turned purple with rage and firmly disagreed. I do not accept this. This brat is lawless and arrogant, showing no respect for anyone. He ignores the sect rules, and even dared to defy my orders. Sect master, why do you keep favoring him like this? A nearby old friend smirked and advised the old ghost, aren't you ashamed to say that aloud? As an elder, you couldn't even subdue a new student. Could it be that in recent years, you have neglected your cultivation? As soon as those words were spoken, the elder immediately flew into a rage and started a loud argument with his old friend. Seeing this, Nam Kung Huang shouted with authority, suppressing the entire hall. Both martial uncles, be silent for me. The old elder gritted his teeth and replied, regardless. This old man is not done with this matter yet. If you want a thorough resolution, unless... Seeing the old elder being evasive, the old friend became even more infuriated. Unless what, you old ghost? The old elder's eyes flickered, casting a cold glare at Trang 13. Unless that Trang 13 can withstand 2 of my palm strikes, without using any defensive magic treasures. The old friend shouted in dissatisfaction upon hearing this. You shameless old man, you truly have no sense of decency. In this Ngulam Immortal Sect, how many people can withstand 2 of your strikes? Furthermore, Trang 13 is a genius under key cultivation. If you severely injure his cultivation foundation, then what should be done? The old friend turned to Trang 13 and lowered his voice to warn him, do not agree to his terms. I will stand up and protect you today. Trang Wiltha maintained a calm expression and smiled. Thank you for your concern, elder, but... As he spoke, 13 glanced at the notification that just appeared on the system interface. The notification displayed, next mission, mandatory agree to the elder's request. With a firm gaze, Trang 13 immediately replied, if this can bring an end to this matter, This junior is willing to accept the elder's request. Upon hearing this, the old friend was stunned, his face filled with worry. Kid, are you mad? That old ghost's strength is already at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Don't just look at it as being one minor realm above Lu Tung Han. In the nascent soul realm, the power difference between each stage is a world of difference. Nam Kung Huang had trusted him from the start, seeing Trang 13 smile and nod. It is fine, let 13 give it a try. Shortly after the news spread everywhere, the disciples were abuzz with talk, passing on the earth-shattering news. Trang 13 is going to battle the elder. When all the disciples heard this, scrambling and flocking toward the martial arts arena, unusually excited. There is a good show to watch now. To think he actually dared to provoke Elder Sao. Scene changed the martial arts arena square of the Ingu Lam immortal sect. At this moment, Trang 13 and the old man Sao stood facing each other on the platform. The atmosphere was tense, like bows drawn and swords unsheathed. Trang Withai was deeply astonished in his heart. He glanced around at his surroundings. Why did so many people suddenly come to watch? How could it be this crowded and noisy? Old man Sao frowned and barked, "What are you still looking left and right for? Hurry up and begin." As soon as he finished speaking, he channeled his spirit source and activated the divine mountain seal, his natal magic treasure. He intended to use his full strength to suppress Trang 13. Witnessing this from below, the old friend shouted in fury, "You shameless old scoundrel! How dare you use a spirit-grade magic treasure, the high-tier divine mountain seal, to deal with Trang 13. At the critical moment, the divine mountain seal manifested hovering directly above Trang 13's head. It caused the other to be struck with utter terror. His eyes widened like bronze bells. His originally calm face instantly became stiff and paralyzed, like a zombie encountering sunlight, horrified by the ancient, massive magic power that sought to crush his body. Under the 1,000-pound pressure weighing down on his shoulders, Trang Withai gritted his teeth hard, exerting every ounce of his strength to resist. The ground beneath his feet rumbled, shattering and spreading out like a spiderweb. On one side, the divine mountain seal continued to frantically pour down boundless pressure, waves of violent shocks surging like a tsunami. Watching from a distance, old man Sao saw Trang Withai's changing expression, and a glint suddenly flashed in his eyes. He secretly speculated, so that's how it is. Trang Withai let out a low growl, his teeth clenched so tight they bled as he struggled to hold on. He sighed inwardly. As expected of the mid-stage nascent soul realm, this powerful aura, compared to the life and death trial from that old bandit, it is many times stronger. But in the very next moment, Trang Withai suddenly stood up straight, lifting the divine mountain seal high with both hands, as if he were merely picking up a feather, without exerting any effort at all. During this time, I haven't exactly been standing still. Then he gathered power in his arms, arched his body, and hurled the divine mountain seal 10,000 feet away. In the blink of an eye, old Sao's divine mountain seal technique was casually tossed aside by 13 like common trash. All the cultivators present who witnessed this eerie scene were wide-eyed and slack-jawed in absolute horror. Their faces turned as pale as ash. Old Sao was terrified to the core, his eyes bulging as if they were about to burst. Staring intensely at Trang 13, he muttered under his breath, "My technique was broken by you. That easily. That's not right, just now. I didn't feel any spiritual energy fluctuations coming from you at all. Could it be that you relied on sheer brute force to shatter my attack?" Trang Withai panicked inwardly, fearing his heaven-defying identity would be exposed. He quickly circulated his spiritual core while scrambling to find a poor excuse. "I accidentally overdid it. He better not start suspecting me." Afterwards, 13 hurriedly explained his method of dispersing the force. "Actually, I am a body refiner." Old Sao's face twisted into an extremely ugly grimace. "Even for a body refiner, it would be difficult to reach this level, especially under my full-strength attack." Trang Withai raised his head arrogantly and explained slowly, "There is one possibility, and that is for an elderly cultivator like yourself. It's inevitable that certain delicate issues arise. For instance, a decline in vital energy, a drop in cultivation level leading to physical weakness, and naturally your techniques would weaken accordingly." Feeling his pride trampled upon, old Sao roared like thunder, bellowing in pure rage, "You damn brat! Watch as I destroy you today." Having said that, old Sao poured all of his spiritual energy into unleashing the most powerful technique he had mastered, intent on thoroughly crushing Trang 13 to death. Heaven-tier palm technique, Brahma Divine Mountain Seal. In an instant, the originally clear sky changed color as rolling black clouds gathered, manifesting a colossal mountain that weighed 10,000 tons descending from the heavens. Its aura was earth-shattering. Old Sao had truly fallen into a fit of rage, wanting to use this technique to grind Trang Withai into ashes and dust. The old friend's face changed drastically as he shouted in horror, You old immortal, do you intend to destroy Trang 13 completely? I can no longer sit idly by. I must step in to stop this. Nam Kung Huang, standing nearby, hurriedly restrained the old friend. Wait, just watch calmly. Let them continue the exchange. I want to see for myself how Trang 13 will cope with such a violent technique. Faced with the heaven and earth destroying power, Trang Wilthi's eyes rolled back. Cold sweat poured off him like a waterfall, and his face was a mask of utter panic. Before that terrifying technique landed, Trang Wilthi hurriedly activated all of his blood vitality, using his seemingly frail body to meet it head-on. As soon as the horrific, crushing force collided, it created countless staggering shockwaves, sending sand and stones flying everywhere. Watching from a distance amidst the terrifying display of power, the old friend squinted and exclaimed in surprise, "Incredible. He actually managed to barely withstand the heaven-tier palm technique of that old scoundrel Sao." After barely surviving old Sao's earth-shaking, "Strike!" Trang Wilthi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. On the surface, he feigned a loud, excited laugh. But immediately after, he suddenly realized something. The smile on his face froze as he saw before him the crowd of cultivators, all of them agape with astonishment. They were looking at him as if he were a monster, unable to believe their eyes, that he could withstand such a violent technique. At this very moment, Trang Wilthi finally realized that he had been far too careless. In his heart, he cried out in distress, "This is not good. What on earth am I doing? Elder Sao here. Originally only wanted to punish me a little, merely looking for a way to save face. Yet I actually successfully blocked two of his techniques. Doing this is no different from slapping his face in front of everyone. Even if I'm lucky enough to escape punishment this time, in the future, it's inevitable that he will harbor a grudge against me. Furthermore, revealing too much strength now will draw attention and cause gossip. This is definitely not a good thing. Why don't I take this opportunity to play the victim and gain some benefits for myself?" Deep in thought, in a split second, Trang 13 feigned a stumble and fell, his whole body trembling violently, shouting out in tragic distress, "No, I can't take it anymore." Witnessing this bizarre situation, old Sao wore a look of confusion on his face, his suspicious eyes staring intently at Trang 13. On the other side, 13 continued to tumble backward, pretending as if he had completely failed to withstand old Sao's technique. The divine mountain seal simultaneously slammed into the ground, creating an earth-shattering tremor that shook the entire immortal sect. Countless stone fragments splattered everywhere. Seeing this, the old friend turned pale with fright and shouted frantically, "You old immortal, won't you hurry and withdraw your hand? Do you really want to drive him to death?" Hearing this, old Sao raised his hand high, channeling the Dharma formula to restrain the surging charm of his cultivation technique. In an instant, the mysterious divine mountain seal vanished like water bubbles, leaving only a thick shroud of dust covering the arena. Before long, the old friend and Nam Kung Huang had flown onto the battle stage, rushing to check on Trang 13's condition. The old friend's face was contorted, sweating profusely, his eyes filled with extreme worry, looking intently at Trang 13. "You brat, are you all right?" Trang Wilthi remained lying motionless on the ground, looking battered and exhausted after his fake performance of losing to old Sao's divine ability. Then his eyes moved slightly as he glanced toward old Sao. With a weak voice, he said, "Many thanks to Senior Sao for holding back. Otherwise, I fear this insignificant life of mine would have already departed for the heavens." Old Sao stood nearby, his sword-like brows furrowing slightly, scanning Trang 13's entire body as if inspecting him. He is completely unharmed. Could it be that he was just feigning defeat earlier? Moreover, at first he clearly managed to endure and block my earth-shattering ultimate technique. Perhaps he deliberately fell, not wanting to embarrass me in front of all these heroes. Old Sao finally realized the truth and took a step forward, loudly acknowledging Trang 13's strength. "Your body-refining art truly lives up to its reputation. For your physique to be this powerful and not suffer a single wound." Trang Wilthi was still sprawled on the ground with a somewhat embarrassed and awkward expression, glancing at old Sao while slightly knitting his brows. The old friend immediately stepped forward, laughing as he replied, "Oh, what's so strange about this? The heaven and earth are vast and all things are unpredictable. Extraordinary talents like Trang 13 within the inner gate are not exactly rare. That little demon girl only has a chi condensation cultivation, yet her physical constitution is exceptionally strong. Her strength can even rival that of a golden core cultivator." Nam Kung Huang also quickly added, "The Divine Province has 9 regions each with its own unique traits. In the Middle Lands, powers compete among the 3 sects and 4 schools. The 72 sects and above them the royal family that rules the world. The Ngulam Immortal sect has declined. By now, I fear even its status among the 72 sects is hard to maintain. Now that three geniuses have suddenly appeared, it is a sign, prophesying that the Ngulum immortal sect will surely rise and revitalize the sect. Trang 13 has already withstood 2 of your moves. Do you have any further objections regarding this punishment for him? At this moment, old Sao was completely won over both in heart and mind. He hurriedly cupped his hands in a respectful salute. I wouldn't dare. Everything shall be decided by the sect leader. After a period of time, Trang Wufi returned to the secluded valley where he resided. He devoted himself to bitter cultivation in seclusion, hoping to soon break through to a higher realm. With a somewhat helpless expression on his face, he let out a weary sigh. All those contribution points vanished like smoke because of this punishment. Now I have to cultivate all over again from the beginning. Suddenly, the system transmitted a strange sound, leaving Trang 13 slightly startled. Proficiency level 13. The current form has reached the 90% threshold. These words made Trang 13 extremely excited. It seems this time's objective has been achieved. Only 3 more systems to go before I can level up. I can enter the next stage, improving and strengthening the skills within my internal organs. While he was happily studying the system, suddenly descending from the 9 heavens came a dazzling beam of golden light. Witnessing this strange phenomenon, Trang Wufi was both amazed and curious. He watched in a daze, muttering to himself. Why did that direction suddenly emit such a strange light? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Trang Wufi immediately activated his movement technique and headed toward this mysterious light. After walking for a while, Trang Wufi arrived at a silent and desolate dark forest, shrouded by dense wild trees. Taking a few more steps, he suddenly froze. His eyes filled with shock scanned the area ahead. Before him, an ancient mountain villa had appeared out of nowhere, quietly nestled in the heart of the sacred woods. What on earth is this? In the middle of this deserted valley, how could such a grand estate exist? Immediately, Trang 13's eyes glazed over, as he intently observed the manor, standing majestic and solemn before him. Doubts began to stir in his heart. Could that golden light have come from this place? Could this place be a secluded residence? Perhaps the territory of some supreme elder? After pondering for a moment, Trang 13 turned around intending to leave. Never mind, just forget it. Best not to get involved lest I bring trouble upon myself. It's better to slip away quickly. Suddenly, the half-closed gates of the mountain villa slowly creaked open. A man with a haughty demeanor and a conceited air stepped out, raising his voice. This little friend has already taken the trouble to come here. Why not enter the manor to rest for a while? It can be considered a fated encounter across 1,000 miles. Inwardly, he muttered, fated my ass. To lure you here. This immortal had to exhaust spiritual energy for several days. Yet you were still so oblivious that I ran out of options. I could only resort to using immortal power to create light to draw your attention. As soon as Trang 13 heard this voice, he hurriedly turned his head to look back, his heart filled with immense shock. Could it be? Are you also a supreme elder of the Royal Forest Immortal Sect? The sect's stars. The mysterious man immediately waved his hand in denial. No, I am not. After speaking, he continued to mutter to himself. But don't you dare lump me in with those ants of the lower realm. This immortal is a celestial being of the upper realm in existence, that you mere mortals could not equal in 10,000 lifetimes. Cannot even be compared. Helplessly, he had to follow up. The competition among cultivators in the immortal realm is fierce. Fierce competition. This immortal is but one of them, choosing to descend to the mortal world to live in seclusion as a hidden expert. Coincidentally, a short while ago, I sensed your aura and wished to lead you here, so that you might have the chance to witness my extraordinary demeanor. Consider it as not letting your 1,000 years of hard cultivation go to waste. 1,000 years of this immortal. That strange man suddenly burst into laughter. Calling myself this immortal? No. I am Li Nianfan, just an ordinary commoner from the village. Saying this, he thought smugly to himself, I intentionally revealed a slight slip by calling myself this immortal. This isn't a title just any ordinary big shot would dare to use. You little brat must have surely grasped the meaning of my humility. Mine right? A second later, Trang 13 eagerly stepped quickly into the inner courtyard, leaving Li Nianfan feeling a bit disappointed. Since you have sincerely invited me as a guest, then I shall take the liberty of not standing on ceremony. It just so happens that my throat is parched as well. Feeling himself being underestimated, Pham Nhin was utterly helpless. Does he really not notice anything at all? As soon as Trang 13 entered, he looked up at the inscription on the gate. Royal Forest Mountain Blessed Land. Mortal True Residence Grotto Heaven. Hearing these words, the Pham Nhin once again became smug. Very good. Finally, I have succeeded in capturing his attention. This is the calligraphy personally inscribed by this immortal. Within the brushstrokes lies infinite Tao charm. You brat feel free to immerse yourself in it. Trang Wufi leisurely replied, this handwriting is quite NDT0 nice too. Li Nianfan choked with anger, his face instantly turning as gray as ashes. That's not the point. Completely off topic. Trang Wuthe then walked directly inside. In the very next moment, his eyes widened, a look of profound shock and amazement evident on his face. Before him were 2 rows of brilliant, rare flowers and exotic herbs. Verdant jade bamboos covered the entire vast courtyard. Li Nianfan felt smug and invigorated once more. Ha, though he's slow, he has finally sensed it. This place is filled everywhere with top-grade spirit herbs, even for a piece of trash. Taking one breath of this spiritual ki could cause their cultivation to advance. Trang Wuthe gestured toward Li Nianfan again. Mr. Pham Nien is indeed elegant and refined. I didn't expect you could arrange such a unique courtyard like this. Just then, a ferocious spirit beast suddenly appeared nearby, growling and staring intently at 13. With every step it took, it carried an aggressive and brutal physical power, and its aura fluctuated violently. Trang Wuthe was also slightly startled. When he saw its appearance in the villa, Li Nianfan continued to think smugly to himself, this bully is none other than this immortal celestial beast mount. This time letting it release its haughty celestial pressure directly should be enough to make a kid like you submit. At the same time, Trang 13 stepped forward to pat its head and stroke it, making the spirit dog flutter with joy. Amidst its excitement, 13 also kept observing its appearance. Just now I was truly startled by this dog's imposing aura. I didn't expect that, despite its fierce exterior, its nature would be so gentle. Li Nianfan was speechless, his face gradually turning pale. Haha, everyone says so. Damn it! You stupid dog, you are a majestic celestial beast. After entering the main courtyard, Li Nianfan had already prepared tea to entertain 13. 13 turned to Li Nianfan with a hesitant look. I am truly troubling you too much to even brew special tea to invite me. Li Nianfan quickly replied, This is enlightenment tea, a specialty of my hometown. Please, little friend, have a taste. Having finished speaking, Li Nianfan continued to think arrogantly, this is the famous enlightenment tea, which could stir up storms and bloody conflicts in the mortal world. No matter how dull your spiritual sense is, when you swallow this divine enlightenment tea, could it be that no strange phenomena would occur? 13 calmly raised the cup and slowly sipped the tea, his posture composed. Once the tea hit his throat, he immediately showed great interest. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation. The taste is extraordinary. Seeing this, Li Pham Nien rejoiced in his heart. Finally, there's some reaction. He hurried to question further. Do you feel anything else? 13 frowned and looked at Li Pham Nien with a confused gaze. That's all, it's delicious. Li Pham Nien had wasted so much effort, only to feel helpless in the end. His emotions momentarily flared up. With a disgruntled expression, he continued to ponder. This doesn't follow common logic at all. By right, this mere mortal. Shouldn't he be kneeling down and worshipping a senior like me instead? This fellow is definitely not ordinary. Thinking to himself, Li Pham Nien walked around observing Trang 13. Then he pondered and analyzed. I truly cannot sense any spiritual energy from him. Emitting out? Could it be because our cultivation levels are too far apart? My immortal chi completely overshadows his spiritual energy, so it is all because his cultivation is too low. He cannot sense the value of a true treasure. As the proverb goes, how can a wild boar understand pearls? After a moment of thought, Li Pham Nien came up with a new clever plan. To make him submit, he reached out his hand, feigning generosity. Little brother, it is almost time for a meal. Why not stay and have some spiritual food? What do you think? Trang Wuthe, without any hesitation, immediately replied, If fellow Taoist is being so modest, then I shall take the liberty and not be polite. Hearing that, Li Pham Nien excitedly brought out a large platter of demon beast meat. With a face full of smugness, I would like to solemnly introduce today's spiritual meal is the meat of a level 5 demon beast, containing immense power and blood vitality. For any cultivator below the soul transformation realm, consuming too much will surely cause their body to explode. The moment Trang 13 saw the meat, his eyes lit up and he unconsciously exclaimed, Protein. In the next second, he swung his chopsticks, picking up large pieces of spiritual meat, muttering, Then I won't be polite. I'll accept this fully. Li Pham Nien was still calculating in his heart, waiting for the result. Finally, there's a proper reaction. When the essence energy backfires, I will step in to help like a true hidden expert, a reclusive master. After waiting for a long time without any movement, Li Pham Nien curiously opened his eyes to look at Trang 13, his face full of doubt. The scene before him left Pham Nien utterly terrified. Stunned and pale, what kind of situation is this? Trang Wuthe was happily rubbing his full belly, laughing, ha ha, ha ha, I'm so full, so full. Suddenly, Trang Wuthe felt the energy throughout his entire body, surging more and more, along with the familiar leveling up sound of the system. This left him extremely astonished, yet it sounded somewhat familiar. What is this sound? The system interface. simultaneously appeared before Trang 13's eyes. In an instant, several notification lines were displayed inside. First time consuming level 5 demon beast flesh. Blood vitality enhanced. Muscle points plus 10 strength increased simultaneously. Reading through the notifications, Trang was overjoyed. Has my strength increased again? Next 13 with a serious expression, kept searching for a Dharma tool to practice with. I really want to find something good to train with. Suddenly, 13 discovered a bow with a strange shape, continuously emitting a powerful energy, hanging on a bow rack. Recognizing this treasure, 13 excitedly ran over. Is this a bow? With a curious look, 13 slowly put his hand to his chin, staring blankly in admiration. Look at this design, this level of aura. It must be extraordinary. I've heard that the higher the quality of a bow, the harder it is to draw. Wanting to test himself, Trang 13 expressed his desire to borrow the bow from Senior Li Fan. Nian, could I perhaps borrow this precious bow? Li Fanian unconsciously nodded in agreement, but immediately snapped out of it. Wait a minute, could the bow he's talking about be? Li Fanian's gaze turned toward Trang 13 with a panicked expression. It really is that one. That is my house-guarding treasure of the lower realm. A supreme immortal weapon, without divine power or divinity, it is nearly impossible to draw. Trang gripped the precious bow in his hand, and observed it intently. It really is heavy. To put it to the test, 13 used his strength to draw the bow, but despite his efforts, it remained motionless. He sighed softly. Yet it didn't budge at all. Li Fanian felt a bit relieved in his heart when he saw 13's helplessness. Drawing this bow is a shocking feat. This precious bow, even for immortals of the upper realm, is difficult to draw at will. After a moment of gathering his strength, Trang 13 tried once more. This time I must use all my strength. With that, 13 gripped the bow tight, exerting a fierce full-body force. Drawing the bow with every bit of energy he had, he pulled frantically, teeth clenched tight. His muscles began to bulge, his palms flushing with blood, as he strained to pull Li Fanian's bow. Li Fanian suddenly saw the bowstring being stretched, and was utterly shocked. His eyes instantly became extremely tense. 13 continued to pull the bow with violent force, his entire body involuntarily trembling without stop. Li Fanian cried out inwardly in distress. His primordial spirit shook like roaring ocean waves. His handsome face showed utter terror. This is not good. Has this kid really gained control of the sun-chasing divine bow? This divine bow is named Sun Chaser. Even without an arrow, once drawn, it can manifest its own energy. The divine power of the spiritual arrow is truly unpredictable. Fearing that 13 might accidentally wreak havoc upon the mortal world, Li Fanian hurriedly shouted to stop him, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. Stop at once. Hearing this, Trang 13 was slightly startled. As if waking from a dream, he quickly let go. Who would have thought that this very startled motion would cause the sun-chasing divine bow to erupt with a burst of spiritual power involuntarily? The spiritual energy instantly transformed into a divine arrow that tore through the wind, bolting straight toward the 9 heavens as divine light flared, immensely violent and boundless. The divine arrow ripped through the firmament, revealing the heavenly Tao of the outer realms, as if it wanted to pierce through the entire world. Time seemed to pass endlessly, while the divine arrow continued its arrogant roar amidst the 9 heavens. Afterward, it descended with a force that could destroy heaven and earth. The target was an ancient pagoda with a peculiar architecture, located in the middle of a deserted wild mountain range. The terrifying impact shattered the barrier surrounding the ancient pagoda, shaking the entire wilderness. At the same time, at the ancient pagoda, an old man was in secluded meditation. Suddenly hit by a backlash of spiritual energy, his meridians ruptured, spraying a mist of blood everywhere. His face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. His close confidants were terrified, and hurriedly asked, reporting to the patriarch, "Are you all right?" The old patriarch's face was white, drenched in cold sweat. His stern eyes seemed to pierce through the void, as he said in a low voice, "Something terrible has happened. The seal of the Wanyao mountain range has been shattered." Returning to Li Fanian's quiet valley, both were looking up at the sky in horror, at the heaven-shaking anomaly before them. Trang, feeling anxious and uneasy, asked, "Is the power of this divine bow really that terrifying?" Li Fanian helplessly held his forehead and sighed. "It was all my oversight for not warning you in time, fellow Taoist." Trang hurriedly asked Fanian, with a worried tone, "Will a great disaster befall us?" Li Fanian stared at the target and muttered, "It headed toward the Wanyao mountain range. Perhaps it won't lead to a total massacre. But you truly are a dragon among men. To think the lower realm could produce such an outstanding talent. It turns out I was the fool." The scene shifts to the Wanyao forbidden area that Li Fanian mentioned. After the seal was broken, demons escaped and surging demonic energy billowed out to the sky. A giant demonic claw tore the ancient pagoda apart. A bizarre figure with demonic bone wings appeared. Having just returned to the mortal world, the demon emperor roared arrogantly. The sound shook the 9 heavens. This emperor? The demon emperor has finally returned to the world of men. The demon emperor used his sharp claws to stab his own body, gathering demonic blood. Then he sprayed the demonic essence blood everywhere. The demon emperor roared to show his might with demonic energy filling the sky. I, the demon emperor, summon you by my bloodline. Demon kings, come and pay your respects. The demon clan rises. The mortal world shall be washed in blood. As the words fell, the Wanyao forbidden area shook violently. Countless demon beasts rushed forward like a tide. Greetings, demon emperor. The demons knelt and shouted, Demon emperor. Holy peace to your majesty, we are ready to follow your command. At that moment, a figure arrived by treading through the air. His world-shaking pressure and voice like rolling thunder resounded, Level 5 demon beasts. With only early nascent soul cultivation, yet you dare call yourselves demon kings. Level 6 demon beasts can barely manage to shapeshift, and can barely be called demon cultivators. Even with deity transformation cultivation, you dare to dream of being a demon emperor. Finally, there is some prey that is worthy of my sight. Seeing the figure, the demon emperor shouted in rage, questioning the human cultivator. How dare you trespass into the demon clan's forbidden area? The demon emperor was boundlessly arrogant. You don't know your own limits. To have the audacity to violate the demon clan's sacred ground. He rose aggressively toward the figure, roaring, I will use your head to consecrate the banner and restart the demon clan's path of human slaughter. The human man replied with proud defiance, his tone full of contempt. This body of mine has limited strength, but it is more than enough to deal with the likes of you. After speaking, the man calmly flicked his hand, a single strike piercing through the demon emperor's skull. The demon emperor screamed in agony, instantly turning to ash under that one blow. His soul was completely annihilated. The demons witnessing this scene were terrified, crying out in alarm. The demon emperor has fallen. They fled in a frantic, disorganized panic, only regretting they weren't born with more legs. Finally, after the demons had scattered, only the human cultivator and the demon emperor's remains were left. The scene was one of desolate ruin. The cultivator's expression was composed, his eyes as still as an ancient well, staring intently out of the remnants before him. He spoke slowly. As expected, it was just as I anticipated. These vulgar demon beasts only focus on tempering their physical bodies, while neglecting the cultivation of the primordial soul. Therefore, even if their strength can reach the heavens and pierce the earth, it is difficult for them to withstand a spiritual soul attack. Ultimately, this demon emperor's physical body naturally belongs to me. With those words, the cultivator did not hesitate for a moment, opening his mouth to arrogantly devour and absorb the demon emperor's remains. Divine power poured frantically into his own body. One could see the cultivator's body. Suddenly, it transformed into a mysterious, eerie fluid, flowing like mercury out of the demon emperor's 7 orifices. In an instant, the cultivator raised his hand once more. With a flick, the demon emperor's physical body turned into ash and dissipated into the world. In less than a few breaths, the male cultivator had completely refined the demon emperor's demonic power, infusing it into every meridian in his body. Having absorbed the demon emperor's body, the cultivator felt a sense of total comfort throughout his body. He couldn't help but remark, although this physical power is still a far cry from my peak state, and there is still quite a significant distance, it should be more than enough to raise a small sect to the ground. Nagulam thief, back then you destroyed my body and suppressed my primordial soul in the 10,000-year spirit stone. Today I shall definitely exterminate your disciples and descendants and sever your lineage forever. The scene shifts to the outskirts of the Wanyao mountain range, where rural mortals were diligently clearing fields for farming. An old farmer suddenly heard a world-shaking sound coming from deep within the ancient forest. In just a blink of an eye, from the depths of the forest, a ferocious wolf demon suddenly lunged out. Its fangs and claws were razor-sharp. As the demon beast appeared out of nowhere, the villagers were terrified and scattered in a panic. A demon beast has appeared. Run for your lives. One of them, in a state of frenzy, ran back to notify the village chief. Chief, it's terrible. A demon beast has charged out from the forest. The villagers down there have no way to resist. Many have already been injured. The old village chief's face was deeply wrinkled and showed profound concern. He looked at the messenger and asked in a low voice, "Is it a level 2 demon beast again?" Normally, if we occasionally encounter a level 1 minor demon, everyone can barely manage to cope. But why lately? Have high-level demon beasts like this been appearing so frequently? The villager asked anxiously, should we seek help from the nearby immortal sects? For the safety of this people, the village chief dared not delay. He immediately nodded and ordered, go quickly. This matter has already exceeded our capabilities. Time flew by like a weaver's shuttle. A month passed. At the spirit pavilion of the Ngulam immortal sect, 13, having just been released from confinement, hurriedly arrived, wanting to look for a mission. Hello, may I ask, at this place, are there any missions that provide a large amount of sect points? He asked in mid-sentence. He was both nervous and calculating. The points deducted had left him with nothing. He could only take on new missions to earn some points back. The administrator at the time had a calm expression as he replied, currently the mission with the most abundant rewards is the task to eliminate demon beasts. However, this type of task is a squad mission, requiring a class-level squad, and the number of members must be at least 3. Trang Wilfei heard this and was somewhat dazed and confused. He asked, what does class level mean? The sect administrator then explained kindly, that's right. All new disciples have been assigned to classes already. On the Heavenly Secrets Tower, scan your identity jade plaque, and you can check your own class assignment information. Trang Wilfei immediately took out his identity jade plaque, circulated his spiritual energy to check the information. The freshman class assignment list quickly appeared. It was clearly divided into 4 classes: Heaven class, Earth class, Profound class, and Yellow class. Trang Wilfei looked it over for a long time, then in shock, discovered that he could not find his name. No, my name isn't on the list. Why is that? The administrator's face became very solemn. He looked at Trang 13 and said slowly, congratulations, you've hit the jackpot. You have been assigned to the class. For special groups, the No class. Upon arriving at No class, the little demon was already there early. Laughing mischievously, she said, ha, little 13. Who would have thought we were so destined to be together? Anyway, rest assured, for this young lady is here. From now on, no matter what happens, I will protect you. After finally hearing the whole story, the little demon understood. Oh, so it's because you want to earn sect points that you're taking on a class mission. Now that I am here, you can relax. Everyone knows that I am an extremely reliable person, fully qualified to lead a squad. Trang Wilfei frowned, looking at the little enchantress, an uneasy premonition rising in his heart. It's precisely because you are here that they feel uneasy. The little enchantress, you with a haughty face, continued in a voice like silver bells. Furthermore, the important thing is that a squad for the entry exam needs to have 3 members. But in this No class, is it possible there are only the 2 of us? You continued to speak loudly. Since that's the case, why don't we just ask him to end his secluded cultivation? Trang Wilfei's face was filled with surprise and curiosity. Who is this him you're talking about? The little enchantress then gestured and said with a slight smile, the answer to your doubt is little Duong Duong, the first person to enter this No Academy, who is also our eldest senior brother, a once-in-a-10,000-year genius of the Ngulam immortal sect. Scene change. To a small courtyard hidden deep within the valley of the No Academy. This place was filled with an unpredictable mystery. Above the courtyard gate hung an old wooden plaque, engraved with 3 large words, in secluded cultivation. Inside the courtyard, a man with disheveled hair sat, wisps of ethereal white smoke rising from the crown of his head. Surrounding him were countless crumpled drafts of paper, scattered carelessly everywhere. This person was Duong Dich, the one you had just mentioned, and the little Duong Duong Trang 13 was speaking of. At this moment, Duong Dich was falling into a state of being haunted by inner demons, feeling extremely frustrated and uncomfortable. I can't take it anymore. My head is about to explode. I truly cannot write a single word. Duong Dich was still howling in frustration. As the world knew, the man before us was a famous writer. The masterpiece Great Six-Headed Russian penned by him once took the literary world by storm, reaping countless words of praise. Of course, regarding malicious criticism, he was also humble enough to accept it. Currently, he was preparing for a new work, but after many days of seclusion, he had not a single spark of inspiration, leaving him utterly dejected. Duong Dich forced himself up, wanting to leave the courtyard. Obsessing over it was not the best course of action. Perhaps I should go out for a stroll. Maybe I'll find some new ideas. As a side note, besides wielding a pen for literature, Duong Dich did not forget his cultivation. It could be said he possessed an extraordinary innate talent. Coupled with the countless spirit stones bestowed by readers, his cultivation level was not to be underestimated. Lost in thought, Duong Dich walked toward the courtyard gate, preparing to go out and enjoy the natural scenery. Just then, Trang 13 happened to arrive at the same time, intending to knock on the door to see Duong Dich. This unexpected encounter left both of them startled. Upon seeing Duong Dich, Trang 13 spoke up. I was just about to knock. Who would have thought you'd step out at this exact moment? With a hint of pride on his face, Duong Dich frowned at Trang 13. Who might you be? Taoist, you beside him, immediately pointed a finger at Duong Dich and shouted loudly, Little Duong Duong, it's me. I have something right now that requires your assistance. The three of them then walked together to the garden, enjoying tea while discussing official business. After hearing the whole story, Duongdik pondered for a long while, then replied, "So you're on a mission by order of the sect, and want to invite me to join the squad?" Trang 13 followed up with a question. "I wonder what senior brother Duong thinks of this mission." Duongdik finally gave a decisive nod of agreement, making Yu extremely joyful. She jumped up and cheered, "Wonderful! Finally, there's a chance to leave the mountains and travel." At the same time, Duongdik made a suggestion. "However, to increase our squad's cohesion, I suggest our team should have a title. You two fellow Taoists don't object, do you?" Without waiting for anyone to speak, he decisively blurted out a name without thinking. "Then let's call ourselves the Duong Clan. When leaving the mountains to roam the world, one must be especially careful to preserve one's life. Therefore, we need Taoist aliases. Each of us needs a new name, to make it convenient to address each other. While we are out there, do you two still have no objections?" Trang Wilfi still maintained an innocent look on his face, staring intently at Duongdik, completely without any disagreement. Duongdik patted Trang 13 on the shoulder and said, "Based on the order you joined the sect, you are ranked 3rd. So in the Duong clan, I will call you Duong Tom. Of course, this mission holds many hidden dangers," Duongdik suggested. "I suggest casting a divination for fortune and misfortune for this trip. Do you two fellow Taoists have any problem with that?" Yu jumped up in surprise, looking at Duongdik. "Little Duong, when did you learn these things?" Duongdik stroked his chin smugly. You flatter me, you flatter me. During my last experience, I accidentally obtained a fragment of a scripture from a celestial master. Hearing this, Yu excitedly stepped forward. "Then read for me first." Duongdik immediately concentrated his mind and calmed his breath, placing his hand on his own forehead. "Then I shall begin right now." In the blink of an eye, Duongdik's primordial spirit pointed directly into Yu's sea of consciousness like a streak of flowing light tearing through the night sky, descending into a strange space. As he regained his composure, what caught his eye was the 10,000-foot divine staircase, towering before him, the stairway of the great Tao reaching for the sky, exuding an ancient and profound aura. Duongdik was filled with immense excitement and couldn't help but exclaim, "So, this is the destiny ladder in the art of alchemy. As long as I step onto this divine staircase, I can scientifically decipher a person's destiny." Thinking of this, Duongdik took a deep breath, his heart burning with passion, and took firm steps onto the first few tiers. Time seemed to freeze and space became vaguely distorted. An unknown amount of time passed, and Duongdik had climbed halfway up. The divine staircase stood amidst infinite chaos. With eyes sparkling as they constantly scanned all directions, he muttered while walking, "I didn't expect it to be this miraculous. What exactly will Yu's future destiny be?" Before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying anomaly suddenly appeared in the sky. Bolts of lightning descended from the 9 heavens, as if wanting to destroy everything. Immediately after, a giant claw, glimmering with a bone-chilling cold, tore through the void, carrying a power that could destroy heaven and earth, striking directly at Duongdik. The immense force crashed violently into the divine staircase, blocking Duongdik's path forward. Duongdik's primordial spirit suffered a heavy blow, leaving him utterly terrified. He hurriedly escaped from that eerie space. Returning to his physical body, Duongdik coughed slightly a few times. His complexion was pale and he was extremely weak. Seeing Duongdik's abnormal state, Yu and 13 hurriedly asked with concern, "Eldest senior brother, what's wrong with you?" Duongdik panted and replied quickly, "I just suffered a backlash in my sea of consciousness." "It must have been a forbidden technique cast by some powerhouse." Yu frowned slightly, her eyes showing deep thought. "Could it be that my master mother took action?" Duongdik shook his head, turning to look at Trang 13. "Forget it then. I'll just read for Brother 13 instead." Hearing this, Trang 13 quickly sat up straight, waiting for Duongdik to begin the divination. In a blink, Duongdik once again descended into Trang Wilfi's spiritual consciousness space, only to unexpectedly discover a towering Bagua giant gate right before his eyes, blocking his way. Duongdik was utterly astounded, his heart filled with confusion. "What the hell is this? Why is there a door appearing here? In the ancient records it says, did not mention such a strange occurrence at all. Could the Destiny Heavenly Ladder be hidden behind this door?" After muttering for a while, Duongdik decided to try opening the door. He took a step forward, placing his hand on the giant gate and circulating his spiritual energy. Upon contact, Duongdik immediately felt a mountain-like vast force pressing down, trying to stop him from exploring 13's destiny. But Duongdik still grit his teeth, using all his strength to break the door. Rushing in to find the root cause, after a struggle, the massive door finally opened a sliver of a gap. Inside, a violent power like a primordial beast escaping its cage suddenly erupted. Savage aura spread in all directions, Faced with this terrifying power, Duongdik once again suffered a backlash. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. His eyes throbbed with intense pain and his primordial spirit shook violently. Trang Wiltha was panicked, hurriedly standing up to ask with concern eldest senior brother, "Are you all right?" After experiencing a series of bizarre events, in the sea of consciousness of you and 13 Duongdik reluctantly returned to his cave abode, shutting the courtyard door tightly, while also carefully hanging up a wooden plaque, writing several large characters neatly, "Secluded for recovery." Trang Wiltha and Yu looked full of dissatisfaction, standing before Duongdik's courtyard, sighing as they said the recruitment plan has failed again. After speaking, both dejectedly returned to the spirit agency. The managers and deacons of the hall saw them return and asked, "What happened? Is the eldest senior brother in seclusion again? With the current manpower, it's still not enough for you to take on those difficult missions. That's tough." Trang Wiltha frowned and stared blankly at the deacon elder, stating with difficulty, "Yes. So could I find someone else to replace him?" The deacon elder looked at Trang 13 seriously and said, "I have 2 individuals here who could help and join your team because of the special nature of your class. This isn't something that can't be given an exception." At this exact moment, suddenly a voice came from behind, leaving 13 in a state of shock. "How about I take senior brother Vuongjia's place in the team? What do you think?" Senior sister Lan Dao slowly revealed herself, expressing her proposal with a cheerful face. "I heard that eldest senior brother Vuongjia's strength is equal to that of an elder sovereign. If I take his place, the combat power should be quite comparable, shouldn't it?" Trang Wiltha observed senior sister Lan Dao with a face full of suspicion, thinking to himself, "Why is it this woman again?" The elder in charge, having heard senior sister Lan Dao's proposal, nodded in agreement after a brief hesitation. Since senior sister Lan Dao has agreed to step forward, then we have no further objections. Senior sister Lan Dao felt immensely proud of herself. A sinister smile curled the corners of her mouth. "I finally seized this chance to use someone else's blade for this kill." Once Trang 13's team was successfully established, they began flying on their swords, transforming into a streak of sword light that tore through the wind. They headed straight for the Myriad Monster mountain range. While they were moving, senior sister Lan Dao constantly reminded them, "Let me repeat the mission requirements." This time, the ceiling barrier at the Myriad Monster Mountain has shown signs of being breached. Once the high-level monsters in the forbidden area escape their bonds, they will surely slaughter all living beings, putting the nearby cities under serious threat. We only need to intercept or eliminate the monsters that managed to break out. While the Mountain Guardian families reinforce the seals, naturally any monster cores obtained from killing the monsters will belong to our team. After finishing her instructions and reminders, senior sister Lan Dao increased her speed, transforming into a streak of light to lead the way, aiming directly for the Myriad Monster mountain range. At that same moment, outside the Myriad Monster spirit vein, earth-shattering explosions echoed one after another. Upon closer approach, 2 cultivation factions could be seen locked in a stalemate, their words and gestures like those of sworn enemies. A disciple of the Ngulam immortal sect gripped his spiritual sword tightly, shouting out in anger, "This is truly outrageous bullying the weak with superior numbers." Before the words could even be finished, a powerful attack came roaring from a distance, violently striking his body. This single blow directly sent the Ngulam immortal sect disciple flying into a corner, leaving him in a pathetic state. The person who had just struck revealed a look of wild arrogance, declaring boastfully, "What 36 sects? They can't even withstand a single move of mine. The Ngulam immortal sect is truly all talk and no substance." Just as the words fell from the 9 heavens, a radiant immortal light descended upon the ground, accompanied by a shout like thunder. "Who dares to insult my Ngulam immortal sect?" As soon as this terrifying pressure appeared, it sent the opposing side into a state of extreme terror. At the same time, Trang 13 led the Ngulam immortal sect group, appearing with an imposing aura. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, the Ngulam immortal sect disciple cried out in joy, "Is the elder here?" As soon as that elder arrived, she frowned and observed the group opposite her. Judging by the attire, it seems to be the Thanfong sect. It seems there is also a shared fate with this monster. She then turned to question the Ngulam immortal sect disciple. "Why were you all fighting in this place?" The disciple replied solemnly, "We joined forces to besiege a 4th-rank monster. Just as we were about to succeed, we were ambushed by them. That is why the dispute over the spoils of war arose." Suddenly a streak of light flew in from afar, transforming into an old man who stepped forward slowly. Incorrect, it was clearly my Thanfong sect disciples, who executed their ultimate move to slay this 4th-rank monster. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he cupped his hands in greeting. "This old one is Elder O of the Thanfong sect. It is an honor to meet you all. to avoid damaging the harmony between our two sects. I propose each sect sends one disciple to duel. The winner will have ownership of the monster core. What do you all think? Upon hearing this, the Ngulam Immortal Sect elder nodded decisively. Fine then, my Ngulam Immortal Sect will send you into battle. Amidst the cheering, the faces of the Ngulam Immortal Sect disciples instantly changed drastically, showing looks of fear. Is that not the little demoness? Why did the sect master let her out of seclusion? Worried Trang 13 also quickly stepped forward and asked in a low voice, You little girl, are you all right? He then used sound transmission directly into Yu's ear. They look very weak. Be careful not to accidentally cause casualties. Yu curled her lips in a wicked smirk, gesturing with her hand for him to be at ease. The life-nurturing technique you taught me, I have already mastered it to great completion. Elder O of the Thanfong sect narrowed his eyes, assessing the Ngulam Immortal sect. It truly has declined. To think they would send a mere child to face the challenge. Her aura suggests she is still only in the body refining stage. Finally, the old man ordered his disciple Tranfong to face the enemy. Go forth. Remember to show restraint. Don't be too heavy-handed. Be careful not to cause unnecessary trouble. Tranfong received the order and immediately stepped out, taking a fighting stance. This disciple obeys the command. I am the head disciple, Tranfong of the Thanfong sect. Golden Core stage cultivation, please advise. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly attacked. He unleashed a full power strike toward Yu opposite him. Her face showed a look of smugness. She excitedly gathered her defensive energy. Come on! Tranfong's attack was like a raging storm, violently blasting toward Yu. When it was almost upon her, it suddenly shifted its form, changing direction to break through Yu's frontal defense. Yu discovered the attack had abruptly changed direction and looked utterly shocked. Seeing this, Tranfong grew even more smug and arrogant. Quite a surprise, isn't it? At such close range, you are certainly doomed this time. Now pierce through her body. Ha ha, Yu then dominantly met the attack head-on with her own head, directly crushing her opponent's technique. Seeing his Dharma treasure turn to dust, Tranfong was terrified and panicked. What is happening? Yu's expression shifted to one of excitement as she laughed wildly. She then decisively exerted her brute strength, tightly grasping the iron chain in Tranfong's hand, pulling forcefully. Tranfong was unconsciously dragged away by Yu, unable to resist. Just as he was pulled in front of her, the little demoness immediately landed a punch straight to his face, a savage punch that left Tranfong dazed, his mind losing all will to fight. Yu did not let him off at this moment, continuing to jerk the enemy around with the iron chain. Using her overbearing body cultivator power, she treated Tranfong like a sandbag, repeatedly pulling him back, then blasting him away, leaving him powerless to counter. Elder O's face changed drastically as he shouted tremblingly, How can this be? How could it possibly be like this? An outstanding core disciple. My disciple actually lost to a mere brat at the body refining stage. In a fit of rage, Elder O roared like thunder. Stop everyone, stop for me, audacious! Yu pressed her advantage with an axe-like kick, striking straight at her opponent's throat. The violent force was like a landslide, instantly blasting Tranfong hundreds of feet away, slamming hard onto the ground, right in front of the dazed Elder O. Tranfong's entire body had shattered bones and ruptured internal organs. His face was ashen, his breath as faint as a thread. Trang Tuptam clapped and laughed loudly from afar, praising loudly, Good girl. Not bad at all. Your strikes are becoming even more restrained. It's a vast improvement from before. Yu tilted her face up smugly, curled her lips, and replied, Modesty. But then again, that's just how a genius is. Elder O was so enraged his beard and hair stood on end, pointing a trembling hand and shouting, This is what you call having restraint. Beating him into such a state, even his own parents would hardly recognize him. Landao Su remained perfectly composed, stepping out naturally. Her voice was as clear as jade pearls falling on a tray. According to our pact, this fourth-rank monster naturally belongs to my Ngulam Immortal sect. Elder O let out a resentful cold snort, gritting his teeth in rage. Why aren't you taking this piece of trash back for medical treatment already? Have mercy on us. Before the words even faded, Elder O flicked his sleeves, leading his group away in dejection, leaving the Ngulam Immortal sect members behind. Only then was Yu surrounded by her fellow sect members, their cheers rising like thunder. Great job, little senior sister is invincible. The fourth-rank monster is ours. This is the very first time that we have captured a fourth-rank monster. Senior sister is so powerful. Yu felt a surge of joy in her heart, but hearing such praises, a hint of reflection rose deep within her. Am I finally being respected by everyone? The Ngulam Immortal sect returned in triumph, their shouts of joy echoing throughout the valley, as if they wanted to turn the world upside down. Lang Daosu, still maintaining her icy expression, spoke up slowly. Fourth-rank monsters are already considered mid to high grade. Normally, if there is a mutation in the myriad beast mountain range, high-grade monsters from deep within would swarm out, naturally encroaching on the living space of the low-level monsters on the outskirts. Therefore, the first monsters to rush out should logically be low-level ones. Now that even fourth-rank monsters have appeared, it proves the mutation within the myriad beast mountain range has exceeded our expectations. If fifth-rank monsters, or even higher ones appear, I'm afraid it will surpass the scope of a B-rank mission. I suggest the Lin Ban squad immediately enters the mountain range to investigate the mutation and gather intelligence. As she spoke, a cold light flashed in her eyes. Inwardly, she schemed the more chaotic the place, the easier it is to plot for grander goals. Trang Tup Tam, standing nearby, heard every word clearly, looking at Lan Daosu's back. He also formulated his own plan. The more treacherous the mountain range, the higher the chance of encountering high-grade monsters. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to fulfill the system's upgrade requirements? It seems I must venture deep inside on this trip. Two people, two separate agendas. But their faces all showed a look of smug excitement. Together, they stepped into the myriad beast mountain range. Yu Yu enthusiastically took the lead, her body like an arrow released from a bow, charging straight into the deep forest. So I can enter the mountains to explore now, right? Seeing Yu Yu rush off like that, Trang Tap Tom couldn't help but shout out in worry. Little girl, don't just run around aimlessly. You are not allowed to leave the team without permission. Lan Daosu waved her hand to dismiss Trang Tup Tam's concern. No need to worry about her. She carries the Sectmaster's seal on her. There won't be any life-threatening danger. Let's go. Having finished, Lan Daosu set off, leading the way into the myriad beast mountain range, both investigating the situation and secretly executing her own plan. The two went deep into the forest where all four sides were desolate and deathly silent. Dense trees blotted out the sunlight. Trang Tup Tam observed for a while, frowning as he said, "This myriad beast mountain range doesn't seem to be any different from any ordinary mountain forest." Walking behind Trang Tup Tam, Lan Daosu let a strange, eerie smile curl at the corners of her mouth. It is indeed so. Saying this, she stealthily reached into her robes with a cunning, fox-like expression and took out an object. Lan Daosu produced a small jade bottle containing a bizarre liquid. She slightly circulated her spiritual power to open the cap. This is ambergris liquid. This substance can attract all sorts of monsters and can even lure out a fifth-rank monster king. Finishing her thought, she did not hesitate for a second, and flicked her finger, shooting the ambergris liquid forward. The amber-colored liquid traced a strange arc through the air and landed accurately on Trang Tup Tam. The strange wet sensation left Trang Tup Tam slightly startled. Why is there water? Could it be about to rain? Puzzled, Trang Tup Tam turned his head to look at Lan Daosu. "Hey, brat," her low voice echoed. "Do you happen to have a protective treasure to shield us from the wind and rain?" The moment he finished speaking and looked back, Lan Daosu's figure had already vanished without a trace. Trang Tup Tam frowned, his expression blank and confused. He kept looking around, whispering, "Where did everyone go? They were just here a moment ago." At the same time, atop a towering ancient tree, Lan Daosu had hidden herself within the dense foliage, sinister smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "This distance is perfectly safe. It is said this person can withstand a full-force strike from several elders at once. His cultivation is likely at the golden core stage. If he relies on his powerful physical body, he might barely rival the early nascent soul stage. But if I lure out a fifth-rank monster king, he will surely face certain death." While Trang Tup Tam was still bewildered, searching for Lan Daosu's whereabouts, suddenly from behind, a surge of overwhelming demonic energy rolled in, instantly startling and terrifying him. His whole body tensed up. Trang Tup Tam immediately spun around to watch defensively. Before his eyes appeared the ferocious and murderous visage of a giant bear, massive in size. Its demonic energy erupted like a raging tide. From high above, Lan Daosu quietly observed every single move Trang Tup Tam made, thinking to herself, a monster appeared so quickly. This ambergris liquid is indeed a supreme treasure for body tempering and luring monsters. Just as expected, the giant bear monster bared its teeth, glaring and growling threateningly at Trang Tup Tam. Trang Tup Tam maintained his carefree expression, staring back at the monster before him. Thinking to himself, encountering a monster right after entering the forest. My luck isn't bad at all. With an easygoing and relaxed demeanor, Trang Tup Tam nonchalantly asked the monster, "May I ask, monster brother, what rank of monster are you?" Hiding in the tree, Lan Daosu silently analyzed the creature's demonic energy. She nodded slightly. Based on this aura, it was a late-stage fourth-rank monster, equivalent to the late Golden Core stage. This would be enough to teach that arrogant fellow a lesson he'd never forget. Hearing Trang Top Tom's question, the giant bear monster immediately let out an earth-shattering roar, raising its dagger-sharp claws, pouncing straight toward him. This king is a fourth-rank monster. Facing the monster's terrifying pressure, Trang Top Tam slightly raised his right hand and gently blocked this claw strike. Only a crisp crack was heard. The monster's arm, as thick as a pillar, was shattered by his counter-force. His expression remained as calm as ever, only casting a cold glance at the giant bear monster, assessing it as not good enough. You are not qualified to level me up. The giant bear monster, before Trang Top Tom's domineering power, was instantly dumbfounded and utterly terrified. Trang Top Tom gave a slight mocking smirk, silently calculating in his head. Regardless, the monster core of a fourth-rank beast should be worth a few contribution points in the sect. The giant bear monster, scared out of its wits by Trang Top Tom's horrifying strength, hurriedly knelt on the ground begging for its life. Before it could finish its plea, its body was struck by an earth-shattering punch from Trang Top Tam and vanished into thin air. After slaying the fourth-rank monster as easily as pie, Trang Top Tam rummaged through the remains, looking for the monster core. A moment later, he happily picked up a core that radiated a thick aura. Hooray, I found it! A fourth-rank monster core. Watching this bizarre scene from afar, Landau Su stood with her mouth wide open in shock, a terrifying storm of emotions rising in her heart. What on earth was that? One punch to kill a fourth-rank monster. Trang Top Tam, still standing amidst the ruins of the giant bear monster, looked around with a naive expression, hoping in his heart that he could find more monster cores. If only I could encounter a few more monsters. That would be wonderful. Right then, more earth-shaking commotion resounded nearby. In a flash, Trang Top Tam was surrounded by countless monsters that appeared from all directions, all lured by the scent of the ambergris liquid. As they arrived, they began to chatter noisily. The scent on this brat is definitely right. He indeed has ambergris on him. Seeing the crowd of monsters, Trang 13 became even more excited. He jumped up in joy. Whoa! How did so many monsters suddenly appear? I wonder if in this group of monsters there are any level 5 ones. A wolf demon in the pack. Seeing Trang 13 eagerly charged forward to attack, it roared loudly, "He's just a nobody. I'll strike first." Before it could even touch the corner of 13's clothes, the wolf demon was hit by his violent fist and blown away into the high heavens. In just an instant, 13 easily claimed a demon core. No rush, but be quick and hand over all your demon cores. At that time, the system will automatically categorize them. The crowd of monsters, having just witnessed the terrifying scene before their eyes, began to be more on guard. They stared wide-eyed at 13 in fear. A rhino demon among them began to whisper and plot with its kind. How can this be possible? Thuong Lang was killed by just one blow just now. The Black Panther beside it replied angrily, "This person has an extraordinary background. You all shouldn't underestimate the enemy. Quickly join forces to surround and capture him. Then we can share the ambergris among ourselves." Hearing the plan, the rhino demon frantically charged forward. "Then let me be the vanguard." Trang Vô Thi saw the monster lunging towards him and took a fighting stance, circulating spiritual power to prepare a counterattack. Suddenly, 2 frog demons appeared from behind, sticking out long tongues like whips, locking down 13's arms. He was therefore caught off guard and restrained. Both hands were momentarily helpless, unable to use force to deliver a response strike. With a dazed face, 13 hurriedly looked back, exclaiming in surprise, "How are my arms tied up? Human brat, your luck has run out today." The rhino demon let out a violent roar. Like a furious wind, it charged straight at Trang 13, intending to trample him into a bloody pulp. Unexpectedly, Trang 13 faced the challenge with arrogance. Directly using his own head, he fiercely clashed with the rhino's peerless strength. A loud resonance rang out. Dominant power and ultimate toughness. Instantly crushed the rhino's sharp horn into fine powder. Trang Vô Thi laughed wildly. An incomparable arrogance was clear on his face. Immediately after, he swung his arms with unstoppable force, shattering the 2 chains formed by the frog monsters that were binding his arms. The earth-shattering impact slammed the 2 frog monsters together with a loud bang, inflicting a fatal wound. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The Black Panther demon nearby looked on in absolute horror. Could this person's cultivation level have already reached the nascent soul stage, knowing they were no match for him? The terrified demons fled in all directions. Quickly save yourselves. But how could the Black Panther's speed rival, Trang Mui Ba? Before it could even bolt, he grabbed its tail. Trang Vô Thi's expression was cold. A smug smile played on his lips. "None of you will escape my grasp." With that, Trang 13 struck without mercy. A world-shaking punch was thrown. The physical body of the Black Panther demon instantly vanished into nothingness. Only a trace of dissipating demonic energy remained on the mountain peak. The female cultivator watching the battle gradually showed a look of dread. This was clearly an overwhelming victory. This kid's strength completely far exceeds my expectations. As the female cultivator was silently evaluating Trang 13 from behind, suddenly a towering demonic aura surged toward her. Sensing the brutal presence of a monster, the female cultivator alertly turned to look. Before the snake spirit could attack, she timely used her movement technique to dodge, saving her life. The snake spirit hissed hoarsely, its malicious eyes glaring fixedly at the female cultivator. The vision of you, nascent soul cultivators, is indeed extraordinary. This king did his best to conceal his aura, yet you still managed to discover me. The female cultivator's face grew even paler. She cried out in horror, is this monster a grade 5 demon king? Terrified to the extreme, she stared blankly at the giant snake spirit who was greedily gazing at her like a piece of prey. Why weren't you lured by the ambergris grass? Why target me instead? The demon snake slowly approached, staring at the female cultivator with sinister eyes. From the moment you all intruded into this king's demon clan territory, I already had my eyes on you. The female cultivator's mind fell into chaos. Damn it! At the same cultivation level, a monster's strength is naturally greater than a cultivator's. I'm afraid I am no match for it. I can only risk everything to cast a spell, and look for a chance to escape. After desperately forming hand seals to cast her magic, the female cultivator was horrified to find that the spiritual power in her body could no longer be mobilized. She panicked completely. Why is my spiritual power blocked? Seeing the female cultivator panicked and powerless, the demon snake's wild laughter echoed. Ha ha ha, this king has been lurking for a long time. Did you think I was unprepared? My tail can disperse a poison mist that suppresses spiritual power. Just now, your entire mind was focused on the battle ahead, and you unconsciously inhaled quite a lot. After saying this, it turned into a streak of black light and attacked like a storm. Now you are like a fish on the chopping block, left to this king's mercy. On the other side, Trang had wiped out all the surrounding monsters and harvested a large number of demon cores. He opened the system and ordered, absorb all the demon cores here. Absorb them and see if there are any grade 5 demon cores. After a brief check, the system sent back a response. There are no grade 5 demon cores. They are all just low-level demon beasts. This left Trang 13 utterly astonished. What on earth? Busy for half the day and still haven't reached the goal. While he was staring blankly at the system behind his back, a world-shaking commotion suddenly broke out. Rocks and earth splattered everywhere. The female cultivator was blown back right to his side, leaving him somewhat surprised. The female cultivator, her body covered in wounds, lay motionless on the ground. Trang 3 anxiously approached to check on her. Who injured you like this? The demon snake aggressively charged forward, smashing through the rocks, blocking its path, intent on continuing the attack to seize the ambergris grass. Its massive body and high cultivation level made it incredibly arrogant. The Azure Dragon Demon King roared out, "To this king you all are just ants, to be crushed at my will." Trang remained calm while standing before the monster's colossal body. Grade 5. His eyes intently observed the Azure Dragon's appearance. This monster is huge. This time it is definitely a grade 5. The Azure Dragon then condensed demon poison in its maw. Just a tiny ant, go die. With those words, it spat out a poison mist of essence blood, intending to kill Trang 13 in a single strike. Identifying the incoming attack, Trang 3 decisively stomped his foot onto the ground. Earth and stones surged up, forming a solid defensive layer. Seeing its attack brutally neutralized, the Azure Dragon Demon roared in anger. I didn't expect you to use such a trick to block my attack. Suddenly, the Azure Dragon Demon's entire body was pulled away by a terrifying brute force. Looking closer, it turned out, Trang was using his raw physical strength to grip it tightly. I'll be taking your demon core right now. While being spun at high speed, the snake demon, Azure Dragon, was somewhat bewildered. When did this kid get behind this king's back? Since when? In just the blink of an eye, the snake demon's colossal body was subjected to Trang 13's brute force, slamming it to the ground. As a world-shaking aftershock spread out, he wanted to end the fight quickly, soaring high into the air, and channeling his true essence into his fist. Die for me. With a violent full-power strike, he smashed directly into the snake demon's body. Continuous waves of shockwaves were released, yet the green snake was almost unscathed. It continued to glare at Trang 13, leaving him somewhat taken aback. In this critical moment, the Azure Dragon Snake Demon did not hesitate for a second. It lashed its tail, dealing an earth-shattering blow directly against Trang 13's physical form. With a booming explosion of violent force, Trang was instantly sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Clouds of dust billowed into the air. After a long while within the thick dust, Trang staggered to his feet. His whole body ached as if every joint had been crushed. yet his gaze remained as resolute as a boulder, tightly locking onto the enemy. The Azure Dragon Snake Demon was inwardly astonished, exclaiming, "Even my full-power strike is still useless against this monster." The Azure Dragon Snake Demon bared its teeth and glared, its predatory eyes fixed on Trang 13 like a wolf's, as it spat out each word with contempt. "A weakling like you who wasn't smashed into a pulp by a single whip of my tail must have some achievement in physical cultivation." As soon as it finished speaking, it turned into a gale, attacking Trang 13 with the speed of lightning. The snake's mouth roared once more. Unfortunately, this level of cultivation is far from enough to oppose this king. The moment it approached Trang 13, its tail coiled around him frantically. The binding force instantly paralyzed Trang 13's entire body, causing his blood flow to stagnate. Then its massive body violently tossed Trang Wilfi high into the air. For a moment, he hung helplessly between heaven and earth, like a dry leaf caught in a tempest. Having restrained its opponent, the Azure Dragon Snake Demon couldn't help but feel smug, immediately spitting out its essence blood poison, thickly toward 13. It coldly declared, "Any cultivator below the deity transformation stage who so much as touches my essence blood poison will surely turn into blood mist, their soul utterly destroyed." At the very last second, Trang Wilfi suddenly released his constraints. Decisively, he channeled his strength and clapped both hands together. He shouted, "Great vigor, golden Vajra clap!" This clapping motion from 13 instantly formed a fierce wave of air that shattered the essence blood poison in a flash, observing through its spirit eyes. The Azure Dragon Snake Demon was struck with extreme horror. It wondered in shock what, without using any spells, relying only on a clap, he could create a wave of air to disperse my essence blood poison. How bizarre. Could this be some ancient secret technique? Trang Wilfi landed softly, completely unharmed. After neutralizing the opponent's attack, Trang Wilfi charged forward once more, determined to use his physical strength to defeat this monster. He thought to himself, "It seems fancy techniques won't work against this kind of demon beast. I must use my fists." Closing in on the target, Trang Wilfi unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks. His speed was so great that only after images could be seen. With violent magical power, he concentrated his assault on the Azure Dragon Snake Demon's belly and bombarded it. Every punch carried a fierce wind. The Azure Dragon Snake Demon remained composed and unmoved. Its sturdy scales were not chipped in the slightest. Looking back at Trang 13, it said disdainfully, "It's useless. This king is a grade 5 demon beast, only one step away from becoming a demon sovereign. Furthermore, my scales have the ability to defend against any attack from those below the deity transformation stage." But unexpectedly, the next second, an iron fist slammed straight into its face. Relying on his terrifying brute force, Trang Wilfi directly shattered its defensive layer of scales. Feeling a bone-deep pain, the Azure Dragon Snake Demon roared in fury. A long roar echoed throughout the 10,000 Demons mountain range. What this king's scales were actually, overwhelmed by intense pain, it thrashed about continuously. Its body began to riot as it unleashed its strength. True demonic power. Its snake tail also began to vibrate instinctively and repeatedly to suppress Trang 13. Hearing this sound, 13 felt his soul tremble violently. His consciousness grew slightly hazy, and his entire body felt incredibly uncomfortable. Terrified, he thought, "Is it this eerie sound again?" Next, the Azure Dragon Snake Demon utilized its final ultimate move, putting all its strength into destroying Trang 13. With a world-shaking roar and the aura of a Snake King, a violent attack condensed. Gathering all the demonic power within its body, the attack was quickly unleashed. Like a collapsing great mountain, it swept straight toward Trang 13. The destructive force shattered every obstacle, overturning the ancient forest within the 10,000 Demons mountain range. After the shockwave of the attack dissipated, a massive crater was revealed in the ground. The figure of 13 had also vanished without a trace. The Snake Demon used its spiritual sense to alertly scan the surroundings. It muttered to itself, "His aura is gone. It seems he has been struck by this king until his soul is scattered and dissipated, lost for eternity." The Snake Demon finally returned to the place where Instructor Lan lay unconscious, unaware of what was happening. The Snake Demon turned toward Instructor Lan lying slumped on the ground and laughed coldly. "Next it is your turn. The ambergris was on you from the very beginning." Haha, how foolish. To retrieve the ambergris, the Snake Demon began to circulate its demonic power to pull Instructor Lan's body toward it. Instructor Lan remained unconscious, at the mercy of the Azure Dragon Snake Demon. The ambergris was also quickly snatched away from her by the Azure Dragon Snake Demon. Seeing the vial of ambergris before its eyes, the Azure Dragon Snake Demon laughed loudly in excitement. "I've finally obtained it." Ha ha ha! Suddenly a vine shot up from the ground. Its speed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it successfully snatched the vial of ambergris right from under the azure dragon snake demon's nose. Trang Wilthi appeared once again. Unexpectedly, he emerged from underground with a face of towering rage. As he leapt up, Trang Wilthi snatched the ambergris back into his hand. He carefully observed the pulsating vial in his hand, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold sneer. So while we were fighting earlier, you always avoided where Instructor Lan was lying. Turns out you were afraid of damaging this thing. So you do know how to cherish treasures. The azure dragon snake demon opposite him glared at 13 and roared in fury. Brat, how are you still alive? So you were hiding underground all along. Today I will definitely swallow you whole. With those words, the azure dragon snake demon opened its maw and lunged, trying to devour Trang 13 in one gulp. At this moment, Trang Wilthi was still focused on the vial of ambergris, completely unaware that the azure dragon snake demon was attacking. In a mere instant, Trang Wilthi's entire body was swallowed into the belly of the azure dragon snake demon. A few seconds later, Trang Wilthi was swallowed directly down into the serpent's stomach, inside the snake's belly. Trang Wilthi looked around and muttered to himself, "Is this the stomach of that snake? It's not much different from those dark caves." A bold idea suddenly flashed in his mind, and a sinister smile played on his lips. "You stupid thing! If I can't do anything to you from the outside, then I shall destroy and torture your body from within. This will be much easier." Ha ha ha, with the thought came action. Trang Wilthi immediately circulated his true chi throughout his body, concentrated his power into both fists, and began to relentlessly bombard the internal walls of the azure dragon snake demon. But after a round of relentless bombardment, Trang Wilthi was horrified to find his punches were like stones thrown into the ocean, failing to inflict even a shred of damage upon the snake demon. Could it be useless? Trang Wilthi exclaimed in astonishment, a wave of doubt and suspicion rising in his heart. From the outside came the bizarre laughter of the azure dragon snake demon, full of mockery. The sound rolled in like crashing thunder. "Ha ha ha, you foolish human brat! Do you think this seed is some defenseless fool? If my internal body wasn't as solid as bronze and iron walls, did you really think this seed would so easily swallow you whole?" As the words fell inside the snake demon's body, a type of thick green slime suddenly poured out, emitting a pungent stench and possessing a terrifyingly corrosive nature. Caught off guard, Trang 13 was touched by the slime, which stuck to him like hungry leeches, causing him to scream in agonizing pain. "Ah, it's so hot, it's burning me to death." The voice of the azure dragon snake demon echoed with certainty. "Now I just have to wait for you to be corroded into ash by my digestive fluids. When that time comes, this seat will naturally be able to easily refine the ambergris." Hearing these words, Trang Wilthi couldn't help but wonder. Ambergris. He immediately raised the vial of ambergris he was clutching in his hand and inspected it closely. Is this the thing that Snake Demon was talking about? The system screen just then displayed a cold notification. An emotionless electronic voice rang out. Ambergris. Top-grade spiritual medicine. Effective for strengthening the physical body exceptionally, clearly and rapidly. Through the system's explanation, Trang Wilthi finally understood its heaven-defying usage. Without any hesitation, Trang Wilthi tilted his head back and emptied the vial of ambergris. He downed it in one gulp, not leaving a single drop. He decided to risk his life to strengthen himself. Sure enough, as soon as the spiritual medicine entered his stomach, its miraculous effects were immediately unleashed. Trang Wilthi's constitution points began to skyrocket wildly. His entire skeletal structure was being constantly refined. After consuming the ambergris, his attributes, specifically his muscle strength, increased by 5 points directly. In an instant, it reached a staggering 95 points on the attribute panel. Excitedly, Trang 13 observed his body as it grew increasingly robust. He could clearly feel every fiber of his being swelling up. His muscles rippled as if they contained hidden dragons and serpents. He was eager to test the current strength of his physical body. Trang Wilthi took a deep breath, channeled all his power into his fist and slammed it violently against the abdominal wall of the azure dragon snake demon. Boom! This punch carried a violent, earth-shattering destructive force that struck the snake demon's belly directly, causing it to shriek in pain as if struck by lightning. What on earth is this? How did this brat's power suddenly increase to such an extent? Even if he drank all the ambergris, it should be absolutely impossible to refine it. In such a short amount of time, in this brief window, I should have already digested him into ash, it thought, baffled. Inside the azure dragon snake demon's body, Trang Wilthi continued to execute his eerie movement techniques, rapidly employing a flickering footwork. He sprinted wildly like a feral horse, causing intense tearing pain to ravage the snake demon's interior. The pain, like a landslide or an earthquake, ceaselessly tormented the azure dragon snake demon's body, causing it heart-wrenching agony. Next, Trang 13 flexibly switched directions, his figure darting left and right, leaping about like a young monkey. He repeated these actions incessantly, as if intent on torturing the snake demon to death. The extreme physical pain became unbearable, causing the azure dragon snake demon to completely lose its ability to resist, leaving it only able to grit its teeth and endure. The azure dragon snake demon finally could not bear it any longer. Frustrated, it let out a roar of rage so loud it seemed it would tear the sky apart. "You filthy brat! What kind of wicked tricks are you playing inside my belly?" Unable to withstand the frantic rampage of Trang 13 within its body, the azure dragon snake demon immediately condensed its blood essence and chi, and in an instant, it forcefully spat Trang 13's body back out. Trang Bulthi took the opportunity to escape the trap, his body landing firmly on the ground. A cloud of dust rose up immediately. The azure dragon snake demon eyes, as blood-red as syrup, charged straight at Trang 13 with a towering murderous aura. It roared with earth-shattering force, "This seat will kill you!" The snake demon unleashed a furious breath attack. Quick-handed and sharp-eyed, Trang Bulthi pulled out his familiar weight plate and swung it hard against the azure dragon snake demon's attack, carrying unparalleled, formidable power. The weight plate tore through the air, shattering the snake demon's breath attack into countless small fragments. Witnessing this scene with its own eyes, the scene before it, the snake demon was horrified to the extreme. It couldn't help but cry out in shock. Treasured artifact. Could my breath attack really have been split by that piece of junk? Split apart like that. Before it could recover, the azure dragon snake demon was struck squarely in the head by Trang 13's weight plate. Its mind instantly became dizzy and reeled, seeing stars everywhere. What kind of Dharma treasure is that? Trang Bulthi refused to give his opponent a chance to catch its breath. He leapt high into the air, harnessing all his current power. Taking advantage of the snake demon's dizziness, he delivered a full-force blow straight down onto its head, knocking it down once again. The giant body slammed helplessly onto the ground. Dust and dirt billowed into the air. Trang Bulthi's strength left the snake demon terrified, its soul nearly scattered. How can he become so unimaginably strong? How can we deliberate like that? Could it be that he was truly hiding his strength just now? In the next second, the azure dragon snake demon tried to flee in panic. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. But before it could get far, Trang Bulthi once again lashed out with his familiar rope, binding the snake demon tight like a Tet rice cake, completely suppressing it on the spot. Trang Bulthi leapt into the air, right hand raised high with a fist full of murderous intent, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. Snake demon, I must have your demon core today. Trang Bulthi's brutal fist smashed down without mercy onto the snake demon's head. The snake demon could not evade, able only to lie there helplessly and take the beating. After a flurry of relentless punches and kicks, Trang Bulthi finally succeeded in harvesting the 5th-grade demon core of the snake demon. He simultaneously summoned the system to perform the absorption. As soon as the system appeared, it began to operate rapidly, integrating the demon core to enhance Trang 13's physique. The system immediately displayed a new notification panel. 5th-grade demon core integration complete. Requirement 5. More attribute points in muscle strength, and the physical body of a 6th-grade demon beast. With just 10 key of 6th-grade demon beast meat, the system can upgrade the host and officially enter the cultivation stage, opening the path of muscle ascension. The scene suddenly blurred and shifted to a different area, deep within the vast and layered myriad demon mountain range. Miss Yu, a small figure lost amidst the dark looming forest, couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Could it be? Could this lady have gotten lost again? The trees and mountains here. Everything looks the same everywhere. It's enough to make one's head spin. I simply cannot tell which way is which. Before her voice could even fade, from directly overhead, a bizarre object, tightly wrapped in countless strands of snow-white spider silk, suddenly dropped down. It terrified Yu to the core. Letting out a scream of pure defensive instinct, Yu channeled her energy into her fist, deciding to use force to deal with whatever obstacle was in front of her. Thud. The object, bound in spider silk, took the full force of her physical blow and was instantly sent flying backward, slamming violently into a large boulder nearby. Rip. The sound of tearing echoed. A corner of the tough silk cocoon was torn open, revealing the pale face of a young man who had fallen into a deep unconscious state. Yu observed him with a mix of surprise and concern. Is this a human? It seems he still has a faint breath left. Seems this lady's punch was a bit too heavy. Lucky for you that you encountered this kind-hearted young miss, giving you a chance to be saved. While Yu was busy tearing away the annoying spider silk, from the dense foliage in the distance, a pair of savage blood-red eyes suddenly flashed. An An extraordinarily large spider demon was silently approaching, stalking its prey, waiting for the moment. Sensing its target was in range, it lunged forward with explosive speed. Its massive body was like an arrow, shot from a bow accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, diving straight toward Yu, intending a fatal sneak attack. Although Yu's cultivation was not high, her spiritual senses were incredibly sharp. She had long sensed the hidden murderous intent. Reacting with lightning speed, she hurriedly pulled the unconscious man beside her, her movements as agile as a swallow gliding through the wind narrowly, avoiding the malicious strike. Because of this, they both managed by a hair's breadth to preserve their lives. After dodging the spider demon's assault, Yu finally had time to take a proper look at the demon beast that had just attacked her. Seeing its massive frame and the thick demonic aura emanating from it, Yu initially felt a bit of joy, thinking to herself, "Finally, I've encountered a demon with this level of strength. This young lady can finally loosen up and stretch her limbs." But life is never quite like the dream. Thoughts and actions are often at odds. Hardly had the words left her mouth when Yu hastily turned and fled. Her movements were fluid without a trace of hesitation. Her small hand did not forget to drag along the unconscious young man. Oh, heavens and earth. This time I'm definitely dead. How could it be a mid-stage rank 5 demonic beast? With this young lady's 5th layer body-tempering cultivation, it's simply impossible to contend with. Yu shrieked internally. As her feet quickened their pace even more, while in a state of deep unconsciousness, the young man was dragged by Yu across the rugged terrain, his handsome face constantly scraped against the rocks and earth, inflicting countless significant injuries. The spider demon behind her showed no mercy. Its maw gaped wide, spitting out a strand of sticky, viscous spider silk, carried by immense power, aiming to bind Yu and halt her escape. Faced with the beast's relentless onslaught, Yu could only desperately push her movement techniques to the limit, leaping and dodging continuously. But the innocent youth behind her was not so lucky. Though he wasn't hit directly by the silk, in the midst of the flight, his head repeatedly collided and slammed violently into obstacles on the ground, making his condition even worse. In this life-or-death moment, Yu was frustrated to the breaking point and couldn't help but cry out, "Where on earth is the path to survival?" Oh heavens! At that very moment of crisis, a rich, alluring aroma suddenly drifted from the far distance, gently weaving its way into Yu's senses like a lighthouse in the dead of night, guiding her toward a way to escape. This scent was unmistakable. It was coming from the place where Zhuang 13 was. He was currently alone, leisurely grilling meat, savoring the spoils he had just acquired. His wide mouth hung open, devouring each piece of fragrant demonic beast meat. After a fierce battle, timely nutritional replenishment is indeed the best method to recover stamina, Zhuang 13 muttered to himself as he ate, with a strange sense of doubt in his heart. Clearly this is also the meat of a peak rank 5 demon king. Why is it that this time, the system hasn't shown any reaction at all? It seems as my own cultivation level continues to advance, the conditions to activate the system have also become much more stringent. Just as Zhuang 13 was still engrossed in enjoying his wild BBQ feast, you arrived just in time. A panicked voice echoed throughout the mountain forest. 13, hurry, save me. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhuang 13 looked up in surprise. Turning his startled gaze toward the source of the sound, he saw Yu still gripping tightly, with both hands onto a strange young man, charging frantically toward him. Behind her was a giant spider demon, fierce and relentless in its pursuit. This hateful creature keeps clinging on, chasing me for such a long way, Yu said while gasping for breath, resentfully with an angry glare at the approaching spider demon. Without a second thought, Zhuang 13 decisively stood up to meet it with his strength. Currently, he didn't care about rank 5 beasts at all. He took a deep breath, channeled energy into his fist, and threw a simple punch. An unparalleled surge of power erupted. Before the fierce demon could even react, it was sent flying backward, its giant body like a kite with a broken string, slammed violently against the cliff face, creating a sound that shook the entire valley. But witnessing this scene with her own eyes, Yu was so terrified she stood frozen like a statue, her mouth agape in disbelief, stuttering out, "A rank 5 demon king? Defeated in just one move like that?" Having easily defeated the spider demon, Zhuang 13 finally had the time to notice the young man lying face down on the ground. He felt a bit curious. He stepped forward and asked, "Who is this brother?" Yu hurriedly replied, "Oh, he's just a cultivator I happened to save along the way." Zhuang 13 took another careful look at the person, and as his eyes rested on the clothing, which looked somewhat familiar, a flicker of suspicion rose in his heart. Curious about this person's true appearance, he reached out his hand, wanting to flip the youth over for a closer look, but the moment he turned the person over, Zhuang 13 was immediately struck with shock. Before him was a face covered in red syrup, swollen and bruised, to the point where his original features were completely unrecognizable. Seeing the severity of the person's injuries, Zhuang 13 asked in bewilderment, What is this? How did his face get mangled into this state? Yu stammered. How could the little girl dare to admit she was the cause? Without a moment's hesitation, she pinned all the blame on the spider demon. It was all that hateful spider that injured him. Zhuang 13, still worried about Yu and this mysterious instructor of unknown origin, suggested, "This place is extremely dangerous. You should quickly take this instructor and head back to the Royal Forest Immortal sect first. I still have some matters to attend to." Hearing this, she frowned at Zhuang 13 and asked suspiciously about the instructor. "Was the instructor you mentioned also injured?" Zhuang 13 pointed toward the youth, who was still unconscious. "That's right, he was heavily wounded by that giant serpent." Yu, her face was filled with horror, with eyes full of disbelief, looking ahead. Even the instructor, and was no match for it. Yet it was beaten by Zhuang 13, into such a miserable state. Suddenly remembering something important, Zhuang 13 shouted out, "Oh right, I almost forgot. I still have a few things I want to give you." While speaking, Zhuang 13, without any stinginess, decisively took out a large number of various demon cores and piled them up in a large heap in front of Yu. "You have a storage ring, right? These few demon cores and those 2 demon beast corpses, take them all back. These things can be exchanged for quite a few intersect rewards." Looking at the pile of spoils Zhuang 13 laid out before her eyes, Yu was momentarily dazed and asked blankly, "Did you come to this myriad beast mountain range just to stock up on goods or what?" Truly unexpected to be able to collect so many demon materials like this. Yu tilted her head again and looked at Zhuang 13 wondering, "But what about you? Don't you intend to return with us?" Zhuang 13 shook his head and replied very seriously, "No. I still want to go deeper into the mountain range, to explore further, and also to train myself a bit. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know when I'll be able to encounter another 6th grade demon beast again." Hearing these words, Yu kindly reminded Zhuang 13, "I heard that in the deepest part of the myriad beast mountain range, a 6th stage demon emperor is being sealed. It's extremely terrifying. You must be very careful." Zhuang 13 was not worried at all upon hearing that. On the contrary, he reassured the little girl, "You can rest assured. My capabilities are much stronger than you imagine." The scenery suddenly shifted, moving to the abyssal forbidden ground of the myriad beast mountain range, where heaven and earth phenomena constantly appeared. Blood-colored heavenly lightning struck down incessantly from the 9 heavens. If any cultivator were to venture close, they would surely be horrified to find that here, an earth-shaking great battle was unfolding between 2 mighty cultivators with peerless cultivation levels. The old clan leader used his full strength to condense his cultivation, intending to suppress the violently roaring afterimage of the Black Phoenix. He slowly circulated his true essence, controlling countless ancient trees. Transforming into a giant palm, the heaven-shaking strike successfully smashed the Black Phoenix's afterimage to pieces. The domineering force caused the Black Phoenix's phantom to crash violently into the earth before dissolving into nothingness. The true form of the Black Phoenix appeared loftily, its phoenix eyes filled with contempt, glancing at that old man. "NDT0, to think you could break my afterimage clone, but you are still just a bunch of common boors. This deity has already said, I am not the monster emperor that you answer looking for. Stop wasting my origin essence. Your lot has been pestering me for nearly a month now." The old clan leader obviously did not believe it, snorting coldly in disdain. "Humph! Although this old man has never met the monster emperor, the Supreme Patriarch warned us 1,000 times that the monster emperor has golden feathers, wearing black clothes on a black phoenix body." A sudden feeling of annoyance rose in its heart. It suddenly remembered the appearance of the monster emperor it had slaughtered before. The old clan leader suddenly pointed behind his back, declaring in a deafening voice, "Furthermore, you cannot hide from our clan. This monster-suppressing banner is reacting to your monster chi. Even if you transform into human form, it will all be in vain." The Black Phoenix Vu suddenly realized the key to the problem. It must be because this deity possessed the physical body of that monster emperor, so it became tainted with his aura. The Black Phoenix's gaze turned ice-cold, looking heartlessly at the old clan leader. "All of this is because you ants are seeking your own deaths." The expression changed in an instant. The Black Phoenix then unleashed a domineering technique, striking toward the old clan leader. An invisible soul attack directly pierced through the old man's glabella at a ghostly speed. With the heaven and earth-shaking power of the soul strike, the old clan leader collapsed in crushing defeat. Fresh blood sprayed incessantly from his mouth. The clansmen nearby witnessed this scene in horror and rushed forward to support the old clan leader. "Clan leader, are you all right?" The old clan leader's entire body was in intense pain, his eyes revealing utter terror as he looked toward the enemy. "This is a primordial spirit attack. Such divine abilities are extremely rare in the Shenzhou continent. Why would an evil creature like that dare to use it? A clansman nearby tightly gripped the monster-suppressing banner and shouted repeatedly, "This is bad. The clan leader's soul has been damaged. We must retreat immediately and request the ancestor to emerge." The entire group with the old clan leader then turned into streaks of light and fled in disarray, quickly escaping the Black Phoenix's sensory range. The Black Phoenix did not bother to pursue. He stood as still as a stone statue on the spot, watching the group of cultivators flee until they vanished without a trace. Only after everyone had left did the Black Phoenix struggle to suppress, his injuries revealing a look of weakness. Under the current circumstances, executing a soul attack was a double-edged move that harmed this deity as well. It had now consumed a massive amount of primordial spirit. The Black Phoenix sat cross-legged and began to circulate his energy to meditate and adjust his breathing. "I must meditate to nurture my spirit first. Then I will hunt down that Yulin immortal sect." The group with the old clan leader, after fleeing a long distance, had reached a safe area. Just as they were passing through, Zhuang 13 was completely taken by surprise. A brief moment later, both parties were stunned to discover each other's presence. In the middle of the Myriad Beast mountain range, within the remote mountains and valleys, the old clan leader's people saw a stranger and turned to investigate. "Judging by your clothing, you must be a disciple of the Yulin immortal sect, right? Little brother, why do you dare to venture so deep into this place?" Zhuang 13 felt a bit suspicious in his heart about the identity of the other party. "Who are you?" This side quickly replied, "We are the Mountain Guard clan, and we are also the ones who issued the sect quest to your group. Little brother, ahead lies the territory of a 6th-stage demon emperor. Out of goodwill, I advise you to leave this place quickly. The sooner the better." Zhuang 13 asked that person back, "Is he really that strong?" The Mountain Guard group looked at their clan leader's weakened state and explained with lingering fear, "Our clan leader is an early-stage soul transformation expert. Even when using the monster-suppressing banner to restrain him, he was still no match. So figure it out yourself." Before they hurried out of the Myriad Beast mountain range, the Mountain Guard clansman kindly reminded Zhuang 13, "You'd better leave immediately." Zhuang 13 stroked his chin, sinking into contemplation. A demon emperor, a true soul transformation realm level. And what's more, his strength is definitely not lower than early-stage soul transformation. It seems I should prepare my items carefully. Let's see if the system has any items that can be utilized. Communicating with the system in his mind, Zhuang 13 suddenly became excited. "Aha! This is it, the reward item from the sword arts competition. This looks quite promising." Returning to the location where Black Phoenix was sitting cross-legged, meditating to regulate his blood and energy, the keen spiritual sense of a high-level demon beast made him feel someone approaching. Zhuang 13 revealed himself walking with swaggering steps, closer toward Black Phoenix. Black Phoenix remained standing motionless in place, using his phoenix eyes to observe the movements of that human. Arriving at the scene, Zhuang 13 looked arrogant and haughty, staring directly at Black Phoenix to question him. "Are you that 6th-stage demon emperor?" Black Phoenix looked at Zhuang 13 with a hint of disbelief, exclaiming in surprise, "So it's actually you, humph." He stood there before Zhuang 13 as if seized by a sudden madness. He laughed, "Ha ha! It seems we truly share a fated connection." Zhuang 13 stood there with a blank expression, asking the Black Phoenix back in confusion, "Have we met before?" The Black Phoenix glanced at 13, his voice carrying a hint of gratitude mixed with disbelief. The interior of the spiritual testing stone had been worn down by this deity over thousands of years. Yet you only needed one kick from the outside to be able to shatter it. Zhuang 13 became even more dazed, not understanding what the other was trying to say. The Black Phoenix grew increasingly and unusually excited. "Have you forgotten it all? You were the one who used a domineering punch to shatter the spiritual testing stone and release this deity from within." Hearing this, Zhuang 13 was startled and horrified, realizing something. He stared fixedly at the opponent without blinking. The system suddenly sent a new quest notification. Mandatory quest activated. Defeat the ancient Black Phoenix. Zhuang 13 did not rush into action. He carefully probed the Black Phoenix again. The supreme elder of the sect seemed to have mentioned before that beneath the spiritual testing stone, there was an ancient Black Phoenix sealed. "Could it be you?" The Black Phoenix did not hide anything, nodding to confirm that it was exactly like that. Zhuang 13 now had a sudden realization, understanding the incident from when he first joined the sect. So it turned out that the spiritual testing stone being shattered by one punch wasn't entirely his fault. Hearing these words, the Black Phoenix couldn't help but burst into wild, frantic laughter. "Ha ha! Are you overestimating yourself or what? Without the destruction from this deity within, how could you alone have possibly broken it?" The arrogant words rang like thunder in his ears. Zhuang 13's figure shot forward like an arrow leaving a bow, erupting with startling speed. His entire body's strength converged into his fist, transforming into a blast of pressure that struck fiercely at the Black Phoenix. He roared in fury, his voice echoing like a dragon's cry. "It's precisely because of you that I've been brought endless trouble. Take this punch." 13 exerted all his strength, carrying an aura capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, aiming directly at Black Phoenix's face. Facing such a tempestuous offensive, Black Phoenix remained completely unperturbed. The corner of his lip curled slightly, glancing contemptuously at 13. "What kind of farce are you performing?" Zhuang 13 was stunned as if turned to stone. In the blink of an eye, Black Phoenix casually waved his hand. An invisible gust of force instantly sent 13 flying into the distance. Against this terrifying power, 13 had no way to resist. His body, like a kite with a broken string, slid across the ground, harshly tearing a deep trench into the earth. Black Phoenix frowned with a fierce expression, announcing in a voice as cold as ice, "If it weren't for those mundane fools on the mountain, obstructing me, at your royal forest immortal sect, blood would have long flowed like a river." Zhuang 13 struggled to his feet, gritting his teeth as he glared at Black Phoenix. Black Phoenix still stood arrogantly in place, staring at 13 with a gaze cold and sharp as a blade. "However, you've arrived at quite the right time. You are the first royal forest ant I have encountered since escaping the seal. So be a good boy and endure being tortured to death." The moment he finished speaking, he turned into a streak of black light, moving with the speed of lightning, suddenly launching an attack on Zhuang 13. With ghostly movement, he closed in on 13 in an instant, his hand grabbing the boy's head like an iron vice. Then, using terrifying brute force, he slammed Zhuang 13's head down into the solid ground. Zhuang 13 was no pushover either. Pushing against the earth with both hands, he forced his body up, immediately channeling power into his legs to deliver a knee strike, straight into Black Phoenix's face like a sledgehammer. Facing such a powerful knee strike, Black Phoenix still met it arrogantly as if it were merely a breeze, completely unharmed. Zhuang 13, undaunted, circulated his internal energy throughout his entire body, unleashing a continuous flurry of punches like a torrential storm, bombarding toward Black Phoenix. Facing the violent punching momentum, Black Phoenix casually waved his hand, gently brushing aside Zhuang 13's offensive. A look of contempt and mockery appeared on his face. "You are no different from those martial brutes. It seems you are completely unaware of one problem." Before the words finished, he suddenly struck with a palm like a thunderbolt, hitting Zhuang 13 directly in the Dantian's sea of qi. Facing such a massive disparity in strength, Zhuang 13 finally felt a bone-piercing pain wash over him. His body was once again sent flying, tumbling miserably across the ground. Black Phoenix showed off triumphantly, his strong physical body acting arrogantly. Know that this deity's entire body has long been covered by protective true qi. Did you think your attacks could even touch me? In reality, it's just like scratching an itch for my defenses. You can't even break my defense. Zhuang 13's naive face continuously observed his opponent, exclaiming in surprise, "Is that protective true qi?" Black Phoenix frowned at Zhuang 13, his voice carrying a hint of admiration. "To have trained your physical body to this level, indeed after being struck twice by this deity, you can still stand firm. I wonder how much more entertainment you can provide for me? This is getting interesting." Finishing his words, he once again turned into a black light. With lightning speed and overwhelming killing intent, he attacked 13. As soon as he approached, he threw another punch, fiercely striking Zhuang 13's face. Relying on his formidable ancient physique, Black Phoenix frantically utilized brute force to continuously bombard Zhuang 13's body. After a period of chaotic bombardment, he finally noticed something unusual. Truly strange. Black Phoenix suddenly changed his move using a kick to sweep across and knock Zhuang 13 into the air. Following that, he raised his hand to summon heavenly thunder, the power of thunder from the sky, descending and fiercely bombarding 13. Before Zhuang 13's body could even touch the ground, it had to endure the violent lightning light, bombarding him without rest. Thinking it was settled, Black Phoenix withdrew his hand, coldly watching Zhuang 13 fall freely to the ground. Yet after his storm-like attacks, Black Phoenix's eyes widened in shock, looking at 13, who was still barely breathing. How could my attacks, unexpectedly, fail to kill him instantly? Zhuang 13's entire body ached as if being torn apart. The residual lightning still numbed his whole body, leaving him trembling uncontrollably. It hurts so much. This is the first time I've felt this much pain since the system was awakened. Determined to eliminate 13 once and for all, Black Phoenix waved his hand to summon a magic treasure. A streak of black light tore through the air, fiercely striking him. In that sudden moment, a terrifying pressure crashed down. Zhuang 13 was in so much pain that his internal organs felt like they were about to rupture. His mouth continuously coughed up fresh syrup, and his body, unable to support itself, slumped powerlessly to the ground. Yet Zhuang 13's will remained as steadfast as a rock, his eyes focused on observing his opponent. This isn't good. The disparity in strength is too great. If this keeps up, I'm afraid this body of mine won't be able to hold on. The key is that my punches are completely useless against him. System, your host is in grave danger. Are you really going to be of no use? The system's mechanical voice repeated the quest. Mandatory: defeat the ancient Black Phoenix. On the other side, Black Phoenix continued to launch attacks, like a gale, relentlessly bombarding Zhuang 13. A formidable power like a flood or a savage beast continuously poured onto Zhuang 13. Despite his efforts to hold on, he still took countless hits, leaving his body weakened to the extreme. Knocked away to a distant corner, Zhuang 13, with a dusty and disheveled face, gnashed his teeth and cursed. That piece of garbage system. You truly are the most useless piece of trash in the world that I have ever seen. Hearing these words, a cold warning sound echoed in Zhuang 13's head. Insulting the system is strictly prohibited. Repeat offenses will result in total extermination. On the other side, Black Phoenix had long lost his patience. His eyes flashed with a fierce light as he growled while staring at Zhuang 13. Why haven't you fallen yet? With that, he erupted his true essence in a full power strike, hitting Zhuang 13 directly in his vital points. Enduring the attack like a violent storm, Zhuang 13's body was like a kite with a broken string, slumping weakly to the ground. Right after that, he continued to scream and curse at the system. Other people's systems can help. Their hosts defy heaven to change fate and turn peril into peace. But my system is even worse than a dog. The warnings were ignored, and the system's rage reached the sky. It immediately summoned heavenly thunder to strike down, aiming straight for Zhuang 13. In an instant, at the edge of life and death, Zhuang 13 snapped awake. A trace of cunning flashed in the depths of his eyes, his hawk-like gaze locking onto Black Phoenix. Immediately, he exerted all his remaining strength to desperately lunge forward. As the lightning from the heavens descended as if to tear the universe apart, Zhuang 13 did not hesitate to leap and tightly embrace Black Phoenix, leaving his enemy in utter terror. In the blink of an eye, the system's lightning came crashing down, fiercely bombarding Zhuang 13's body, while simultaneously conducting through to Black Phoenix, causing him to scream in miserable agony. The heaven-destroying power of the lightning grew increasingly violent, making the surrounding ground shake violently. Feeling a bone-piercing pain coursing through their entire beings, Black Phoenix and Zhuang 13 both let out squeals like slaughtered pigs. Black Phoenix's layer of true essence protection, shattered in an instant, had vanished into thin air. The lightning tribulation summoned by the system possessed terrifying power, causing the entire surrounding area to explode into pieces. After the fury of the heavenly thunder, the dense forest was turned into a scorched wasteland, leaving behind only ruins and thick dust clouds. Amidst the swirling white smoke, Black Phoenix staggered out with a heavily wounded body, looking in horror at his skin, which was covered in black burn marks. How could I be attacked by lightning for no reason and have my protective Dharma formation shattered? In the distance, Zhuang 13 still lay motionless on the ground. He gnashed his teeth, staring intently into the void where the system was located. You were truly ruthless this time, to even break through his protective formation. However, my current situation isn't much better either. It seems it's time to use the mountain-shaking treasure. After a moment of rummaging through his storage ring, Zhuang 13 took out a small jade bottle containing an emerald green spiritual liquid. Legend has it that this liquid has the power to strengthen the body and bones. Within 15 minutes, the physical strength increases exponentially in real time. Without any hesitation, Zhuang 13 tilted his head back and emptied the jade bottle, swallowing all of the precious spiritual liquid to reinforce his physical body. A few breaths later, as the medicinal power took effect, it felt like a tiger being given wings. Zhuang 13 sprang to his feet, his combat power soaring instantly. Black Phoenix's face was filled with extreme rage, bellowing like rolling thunder. Today I am determined to eliminate you. Zhuang 13 didn't waste any words. Directly circulating his spiritual energy, his body shot forward like an arrow, charging straight ahead, concentrating all his strength into a single punch. This punch contained earth-shaking power, directly shattering Black Phoenix's final layer of defense, violently slamming into his face, leaving the enemy dizzy and disoriented. Taking advantage of the momentum, Zhuang 13 continued to unleash countless phantom punches like a torrential storm, hitting the opponent directly in the face. Black Phoenix was not willing to accept defeat either. Struggling to circulate his true essence, his fist like a sledgehammer counterattacked and struck Zhuang 13's face, causing him to stumble back several yards. With a ferocious expression, Black Phoenix gave an ice-cold sneer. "Ha ha! Don't think that just because you broke my protective formation, you can actually hurt me. Relying on this powerful physical body, I can unleash infinite power, approaching the integration stage realm. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand to cast heart-devouring black flame. The sky-high black fire seemed ready to swallow the entire space as it surged toward Zhuang 13. Attacks like a whirlwind continuously lunged forward, aiming straight at Zhuang 13. Undisturbed by the danger, Zhuang 13 clapped his hands together forcefully, utilizing the terrifying strength from the body-refining system. An invisible shockwave diffused in all directions, easily dispelling Black Phoenix's attack. Seeing his attack neutralized, Black Phoenix turned pale with fright instantly and blurted out, What? Just then, Zhuang 13's system sent several notifications. The system believes the host has realized that, relying on your introductory level body refining cultivation, you can easily defeat any enemy below the soul transformation stage. But facing an opponent at or above the soul transformation stage will be extremely difficult. Zhuang 13, face bruised and covered in wounds, muttered in frustration. Yet you still gave me a quest to forcibly defeat him. Isn't that just asking for my life? While Zhuang 13 was distracted, Black Phoenix seized the chance to use Divine Killing Finger, unleashing soul power to attack him. Facing such a mysterious and unpredictable technique, Zhuang 13 failed to react and was hit instantly. To perform this move, Black Phoenix had consumed a lot of essence blood and was himself extremely exhausted. Thinking he had taken down Zhuang 13, he laughed triumphantly. After taking my full power soul strike, you are finally about to have your soul scattered, aren't you? Zhuang 13 stood up, clutching his aching head, leaving Black Phoenix in utter shock. My head feels like it's splitting open. The system continued to display information. Due to the massive power disparity between the host and the opponent, the system will grant you a hint. A rank 6 Demon Emperor's physical body has been detected nearby. This is one of the requirements for the system to level up. Host is requested to find any means possible to upgrade as quickly as possible. Hearing this news, Zhuang 13 felt as if he had struck gold. He hastily performed his movement technique, turning into a streak of light, and vanished from Black Phoenix's sight, frenziedly searching for the Demon Emperor's body. Black Phoenix stood rooted to the spot, watching Zhuang 13's figure disappear into the horizon, letting out an angry roar. Why aren't you dead yet? You really are an immortal cockroach. It's absolutely disgusting. His rage exploding to the extreme, Black Phoenix directly unleashed his Black Phoenix soul true form. In an instant, his soul transformed into the original form of an ancient Black Phoenix, with an aura that pierced the heavens. Zhuang 13 continued to move forward desperately, devoting himself to finding the Demon Emperor's body, determined to upgrade the system. Not long after traveling a certain distance, the massive mountain-like corpse of the Demon Emperor appeared before his eyes, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. Staring intently at the remains before him, Zhuang 13 was slightly astonished. Could this really be the physical body of the legendary rank 6 Demon Emperor? Immediately following that, the Black Phoenix true form, overflowing with violent demonic energy, descended, leaving Zhuang 13 stunned. In his state of panic, he secretly wondered, What on earth is that monster? Could it be Black Phoenix's true original form? As soon as Black Phoenix appeared, he mercilessly unleashed a destructive move with a roar, intending to completely annihilate Zhuang 13. Nirvana Sky Thunderstrike. The system had already issued a glaring red warning. Zhuang 13 grew even more terrified. This lightning's prowess was even more fearsome than the heavenly punishment descended by the system before. Not daring to waste even a single moment, Zhuang 13 rapidly flew toward the Demon Emperor's physical body. He exerted all his strength, his body like an arrow leaving a bow, grabbing the Demon Emperor's horn with one hand, which exuded an ancient aura. The moment he touched the target, Zhuang 13 roared in the depths of his mind, What are you waiting for? Refine and absorb it for me now. At that very moment, Black Phoenix, also from above, unleashed a full power strike, intending to crush Zhuang 13 into ashes. Black Phoenix's world-destroying attack, without any deviation, slammed directly onto Zhuang 13's body. At the same time, where Yu's group was hiding, the ancient aura belonging to Black Phoenix had spread to them. Feeling the terrifying pressure crashing down, Yu's face changed as she hurriedly turned to observe. How could this spiritual power be so horrifying? Seeing the surrounding spiritual energy fluctuating violently, Yu's expression became even more solemn, unable to help but worry for Zhuang 13's safety. Little 13, are you okay? Back on the battlefield, the horrific pressure from Black Phoenix continuously tortured Zhuang 13's body. The extreme agony caused him to gradually weaken, his consciousness starting to fade. His flesh and Taoist robe began to show signs of disintegration under the lightning. The system shrieked warnings incessantly. Warning, warning, warning. This lightning technique is equal to the tribulation lightning of an integration stage powerhouse, far exceeding the physical endurance limit of the host. Host, seeing Zhuang 13 being tortured by the lightning until he was half-dead, Black Phoenix laughed maniacally, ha ha ha. After being hit by my Nirvana Sky Thunder, both your soul and physical body will turn into nothingness. Zhuang 13 at this point had been burned by Black Phoenix's lightning, to the brink of life and death. He muttered weakly, Am I really about to fall? In that moment of life and death, images of his loved ones beside him, 13's life in this world, suddenly appeared clearly, one by one in his mind. The great patriarch master manifested with a solemn face, followed by the father and mother of Zhuang 13 in this world. Simultaneously, his biological parents from the real world also vividly appeared in 13's memory. Every word of guidance, every loving gaze of theirs was etched deep into his heart and soul, making him remember them for a lifetime. In an instant, Zhuang 13 exploded. With a fierce will to survive and with eyes as steady as steel, he looked straight ahead. Facing the violent lightning, Zhuang 13 gritted his teeth and resisted, desperately seeking a chance to counterattack. Black Phoenix growled at Zhuang 13, No matter how you struggle, it's useless. Once you're dead, I will wash the Royal Forest Immortal sect in blood. Your master's fellow disciples, even your friends. I will slaughter them all, leaving no one alive. Zhuang 13's face showed sky-high fury, and his eyes erupted with overwhelming killing intent. The silhouettes of the disciples of the Royal Forest Immortal sect continued to appear. Fang Tianshuo, Xiao Yu all were people he had met and befriended at the Royal Forest Immortal sect. He considered the sect his family, not strangers at all. Zhuang 13's gaze became even more determined at this moment. To live, he must live to protect everyone. Zhuang 13 ignored the lightning falling like a waterfall and continued to take steady steps forward one by one. During this process, his physical body gradually became extraordinarily powerful. Then he looked up coldly and spoke hoarsely to Black Phoenix. It wasn't easy to get this life, and even less easy to have a sect and friends. At this point, he roared like rolling thunder, unleashing his full potential. How could I possibly let you destroy everything so easily? Zhuang 13's constitution points were being added like a torrential flood at that very moment. Black Phoenix saw that Zhuang 13 was still being stubborn, struggling and resisting. He became even more frenzied in gathering his power, determined to crush 13 to death. How hateful, I must exert every ounce of my energy. At this moment, Zhuang 13 had transformed into a wild beast, roaring madly as he confronted the lightning. This physical body of mine must continue to endure. In an instant, his constitution points reached the breakthrough threshold. Simultaneously, the system issued a shocking announcement. Congratulations, host. 13 finally shattered the lightning that was suppressing him. Afterward, Zhuang 13 appeared with a completely new look. His body was surging with power, every muscle as solid and firm as steel. Furthermore, he cast a gaze filled with sky-high indignation, straight at Black Phoenix. The system continued to transmit new information. Congratulations! Host has officially stepped onto the path of cultivation, successfully reaching the first level of the body refinement stage. Seeing Zhuang 13 still standing tall, after being hit by his ultimate move, Black Phoenix shrieked in terror. How is this possible? Why aren't you dead yet, your physical body? You even seem to have leveled up, damn it! Fine, I'll disregard everything. With those words, he began to burn his soul, intending to perish together with Zhuang 13. Even if I have to burn my primordial soul, I am determined to drag you down to hell with me. The system continued to deliver new information to 13. Host has successfully broken through the realm. The rewards have been poured into the host's sea of consciousness. New techniques are not just for tempering the body, but also have unexpected effects in actual combat. While the medicinal power is still potent, go forth and face the enemy head-on. Zhuang 13, with a proud demeanor and resolute eyes, looked up at the 9 heavens. A moment later, he shifted his stance, circulating the true essence throughout his body, condensing spiritual energy into a combat-ready posture. Confront the ancient Black Phoenix of the Phoenix tribe. Directly, that creature was madly burning its primordial soul and exhausting its origin energy, unleashing black wind demonic flames as it roared and charged at Zhuang 13. Zhuang 13 showed no fear whatsoever, charged forward, delivering a punch imbued with his newly cultivated ultimate technique. The divine ability he had just mastered blasted violently toward Black Phoenix. Two earth-shaking forces, savage destructive energies clashed soul-shakingly. Terrifying pressure, sky-high destructive power, and fearsome shockwaves instantly annihilated everything, leveling all into nothingness. The powerful residual energy continued to surge straight up to the 9 heavens, striking the firmament with matchless prowess. In an instant, it tore through heaven and earth, shattering space to create an immense spatial rift. Through that rift, one could vaguely glimpse the outer realms, the world beyond. But in the blink of an eye, space closed itself, healing rapidly. The mountain-guarding patriarch, that senior of the mountain-guarding clan, sensing this astonishing phenomenon from afar, immediately manifested to observe the desolate scene. The Demon Realm mountain range was left in ruins. From 100 miles away, he witnessed the devastation like a wasteland, his heart filled with suspicion and shock. Was this truly a battle between experts? At the peak of the soul transformation stage, no sooner had the doubt left his mind than he already had his answer. He stepped forward, flying toward the site. The mountain-guarding patriarch approached the remains of the demon emperor. Lying on the ground, his battered body was now nothing more than a lifeless husk. Death energy enveloped him, and his life force was severed. The patriarch's face changed drastically as he cried out in horror, "The demon emperor has fallen!" Rumor has it the last person to enter this place was a disciple of the Royal Forest Immortal sect. How could he possess such staggering cultivation? He wanted to find 13's whereabouts, so he channeled his divine sense and formed seals, determined to scan for spiritual energy within a 1,000-mile radius. But in the end, he failed to capture even a trace of an aura. The vast land had long since become desolate. Having confirmed something, he muttered to himself, "I cannot sense any trace at all. It seems both his body and his path perished along with the demon emperor. His soul has been utterly obliterated." Upon hearing this conclusion, Yu shrieked in horror. "What did you say? Brother 13 is dead." "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. He is so powerful. How could he have fallen?" Beside her, the clan leader shouted, reprimanding the reckless little girl. "Cease your insolence." The mountain-guarding patriarch said gently to Yu, "I have already used my divine sense to search everywhere in the Demon Realm mountain range, but I truly haven't discovered any aura at all." The senior sister, standing nearby with a look of despair on her face, thought to herself, in the end he couldn't escape his demise. But why is a feelings of sorrow surging within my heart like this? Even though there was some friction between us before, and I even wished for his fall if it weren't for him, I might have long ago met my end in the Snake King's mouth. Yu still refused to accept the truth, shaking her head vigorously. "No way! You must have sensed it wrong." Suddenly, a palm struck down on the back of Yu's neck. The senior sister had acted to knock the little girl unconscious, hoping to help her regain her composure. In the face of this overwhelming shock, the senior sister then turned to look at the mountain-guarding patriarch, leaving for an ordeal. Life and death are always up to fate. "After returning to the sect, I will report this matter to the sect leader." The mountain-guarding patriarch sighed with a look of regret. What a pity. For the southern wilderness to lose such a peerless genius. Perhaps he would have been a prime candidate for the profound Heaven Grand Assembly. In the future, he might even have become a mortal world immortal. Time and the sun and moon are heartless. It was already 3 days later in an instant. At the former battlefield between Zhuang 13 and Black Phoenix, Zhuang 13 in a daze heard tragic cries for help echoing in his ears. "Save me, help." Zhuang 13 suddenly jolted awake. He felt his entire body aching as if it were being torn apart. His whole body was exhausted and falling apart. With his limbs powerless, he scanned his surroundings for a while. Zhuang 13 suddenly spotted Black Phoenix in a state of dying. At this time, Black Phoenix's spiritual power was depleted and he kept pleading, "Save me. If there is no physical body to host my primordial soul, my soul will be utterly scattered." Hearing these words, Zhuang 13 was stunned. "You actually haven't fallen yet. Didn't you once vow to bring a bloodbath to my Royal Forest Immortal Mansion? Wouldn't saving you be like releasing a tiger back to the mountain?" Black Phoenix was now on the verge of death, and hurriedly said to 13 in desperation, "I truly do not want to die. As long as you can save me, I swear to the great heavenly Lord that you will be my master. If I dare to betray you, may the heavenly Tao destroy me." Zhuang 13 rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Having an ancient phoenix as a mount doesn't seem like a bad idea at all. After a period of contemplation, Zhuang 13 turned to Black Phoenix. "Fine, so what must I do to save you?" The Black Phoenix hurriedly replied, "Just kill a fierce beast, and let me take its physical body as a host." Of course, the higher its rank, the better. Zhuang 13 couldn't help but be startled upon hearing this. A demon beast. The system chimed in with a timely reminder. Due to the backlash from the elixir's medicinal power, the host is currently in a weakened state. Refrain from combat. Through the system, Zhuang 13 examined his own condition. Indeed right. Now he felt the strength throughout his body dissipating. Trying to deal with a rank 3 demon beast might be a bit too forced. Zhuang 13 glanced around the entire area. Look at the environment here. How could I possibly find any fierce beasts? The Black Phoenix was extremely anxious, panicked and drenched in sweat. "I beg you to save me quickly. I'm about to reach my limit." Helpless Zhuang 13 continued to ponder deeply, searching for a way to resolve the crisis. To save Black Phoenix from having his soul scattered and destroyed, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck. A brilliant plan appeared in his mind. With a peculiar expression, Zhuang 13 reached into his spatial storage ring to search, then pulled out an object that made Black Phoenix's eyes bulge and his mouth hang open in utter shock. Zhuang 13 looked at Black Phoenix with an innocent face. "Take this high-grade spiritual chicken. The Supreme Elder gave it to me, and I haven't even tasted it yet." The true spirit of Black Phoenix groaned in dissatisfaction. "What? Me. A dignified ancient. True Phoenix spirit has to host itself in this thing. This clearly isn't a demon beast's body, but just a wild chicken that was just plucked and prepared for a cultivator's meal." Zhuang 13 sighed softly and declared flatly, "This is all there is right now. Whether you can bear to inhabit it or not, you have no choice." Black Phoenix's face darkened as he stared intensely at the spiritual chicken before him, speechless. Finally, having no other way out, Black Phoenix was forced to merge into the wild chicken's body. In an instant, Black Phoenix's soul awakened. Both eyes suddenly snapped open. Having just achieved nirvana and rebirth, he leaped up. He craned his neck and crowed loudly, "I, Black Phoenix, have been reborn through nirvana." After accepting his new physical form, Black Phoenix repeatedly moved his limbs, trying to get used to his current body. Only a moment later, his expression became exceptionally excited. "What is this? The compatibility of this physical body is even higher than that of the Demon Emperor's body. If my soul recovers a bit more, and I temper this body, I feel like I can reach the peak realm once again." But suddenly his eyes swept over his chicken form, and he frowned. "It's just that this body really lacks any aesthetic appeal. It's not pleasing to the eye at all." Saying this, Black Phoenix used an illusion technique to don a new set of jet black robes. With his current appearance, Black Phoenix became even more excited. "This look is barely acceptable." "Ha ha!" Standing nearby, Zhuang 13 also felt tempted to have new robes, so he ordered Black Phoenix, "The clothes on my body are all tattered. Hurry and manifest. A new set for me." Black Phoenix frowned, his expression showing some dissatisfaction as he glanced at Zhuang 13. In an instant, Black Phoenix waved his hand and cast a spell, helping Zhuang 13 don a suit of battle armor. Upon seeing this outfit, Zhuang 13 shouted angrily, "What kind of monstrous clothes are these? I want my original old clothes." Resentful Black Phoenix extended his hand forward again and continued casting the spell, muttering under his breath, "So many demands?" After putting on his old clothes, Zhuang 13 nodded slightly in satisfaction. "This set is much more pleasing to the eye." Suddenly, his stomach growled repeatedly with a sound like rolling thunder, making his expression turn sour. The next second, 13, acting as the master, pointed his finger and ordered Black Phoenix, "My stomach is growling with hunger. Go hunt some food for me." Black Phoenix immediately retorted loudly, "I, the dignified ancient Black Phoenix. You actually want me to be your servant?" Zhuang 13 replied nonchalantly, "You were the one who said you wanted me to be your master. Now you want to go back on your word. Do you want to be destroyed by the heavenly Tao?" Black Phoenix showed a resentful attitude, spitting out a mouthful of turbid air. Then he charged frantically toward the nearby forest to search for the tracks of prey. "Wait here for a moment." Zhuang 13 remained still, watching Black Phoenix's fading figure. "Finally, I've got him to leave. After the system's upgrade, I haven't had the chance to learn about its new functions yet. I must take this opportunity to examine it thoroughly." After opening the system, a vast amount of news immediately flooded in. What caught page 13's attention the most was Jeet Kune Do. Looking through the information about Jeet Kune Do, page 13 was a bit curious about what Jeet Kune Do was. The system explained, "This is an advanced physical conditioning category with stronger practical combat capabilities. Jeet Kune Do is a comprehensive freestyle combat technique using Wing Chun, boxing and fencing as its foundation system, while integrating the essence of martial arts from myriad worlds. Please host, try to earn training points to unlock more Jeet Kune Do skills." Curiously, page 13 continued to learn more about the system. After successfully unlocking, the system announced the scenario props, enhancing training effectiveness, including a hot spring for healing physical injuries, a sauna to boost vitality, and eliminate body impurities. Reading this announcement, page 13 wondered, a hot spring. Then can the backlash of power on my body be cured? The system immediately replied that the hot spring is ineffective against power backlash caused by special items. Page 13 immediately summoned a hot spring for himself, sighing softly. "Well then, after every battle, soaking to nourish the spirit, and relaxing the muscles and bones a bit is fine too." He then jumped into the hot spring, comfortably soaking to nourish his spirit and relax his muscles. Recovering from minor wounds, the scene shifts to the nearby forest. While Black Phoenix was searching for prey, he was suddenly blocked by a wolf demon rushing out from nowhere, blocking his path. The wolf demon sneered. "Haha, in the monster beast mountain range, how could such a wild chicken appear? I was struggling to find prey. Might as well use you to fill my empty stomach first." "Haha." Black Phoenix frowned, snorting with contempt while staring at the wolf demon. "Before my eyes you are merely a third-grade monster beast." As soon as he finished speaking, Black Phoenix immediately lunged forward, raising his leg to kick straight at the wolf demon's face, leaving the beast momentarily dazed and dizzy. With just a single simple kick, Black Phoenix had defeated the wolf demon, dragging the spoils of war that had conveniently delivered themselves to his door, and heading back. Upon returning to page 13's place, Black Phoenix's face stiffened. Black Phoenix couldn't help but feel puzzled, hurriedly asking, "Where did this hot spring come from?" Page 13 turned to look at Black Phoenix. "Oh, you're back. You've worked hard. Come in here and soak for a bit to relax." Black Phoenix stepped into the hot spring step by step, feeling a bit dissatisfied. How could the majestic, ancient Black Phoenix share a bath with a mere mortal? But just a second later, a sensation of transcendence rushed over him, making Black Phoenix so excited he couldn't contain his emotions, shouting loudly, "This feeling, my divine soul is gradually recovering." Black Phoenix knew this was a precious treasure, and wouldn't be foolish enough to miss the opportunity, so he shamelessly declared, "This great one will reluctantly soak for a while longer then." Page 13 was too lazy to argue with him, and ordered, "In a bit, go cook a meal for me, then take me back to the Royal Forest Sect's front gate." Black Phoenix roared in anger. "What? Are you treating me like your servant?" Time flew by. A few days later in the Royal Forest, Immortal Sect in the southern wilderness. The scene shifts to page 13's dilapidated small courtyard. Behind the mountain, the people of the Royal Forest Immortal Sect thought that page 13 had perished, so they set up a spirit tablet and a grave for him. Phuong Tien Suk was drinking alone in sorrow before page 13's grave. "Brother, you have passed away. Now who will be their opponent? Our Royal Forest Immortal Sect is at risk of having its destiny stolen again? Heaven is truly jealous of talent, brother page 13. Why did you leave us so soon?" While the wails of grief had not yet ceased, page 13 suddenly appeared, startling Phuong Tien Suk, scaring him out of his wits. "It's early morning. Who are you howling and offering sacrifices for?" Phuong Tien Suk looked at page 13, his face pale as a ghost as he cried out in terror. "Ghost? What ghost?" Page 13 furrowed his brows and glanced at the grave in front of him. "What on earth is this? Who built a grave for me? Why perform such an ominous stunt?" Phuong Tien Suk tremblingly stepped forward to check, then cried out in astonishment, "Brother page 13, you really haven't perished." 13's expression was displeased as he squinted and replied, "Need you even ask? Am I not standing right here in the flesh?" Phuong Tien Suk was as overjoyed as if he'd found a priceless treasure and stammered, "Good, that's great. I knew it. Without seeing the remains, how could anyone conclude that someone has passed away? But wait, if you're not dead, doesn't that mean you single-handedly slew that 6th-rank demon emperor?" Page 13 pondered while looking up at the sky, stroking his chin in thought. It seems it could be interpreted that way. When these words reached Phuong Tien Suk's ears, he cried out in shock, "What? You've become monstrous enough to slay even a powerhouse of the soul transformation stage. Even those noble holy sons and holy daughters are only at that level." Black Phoenix, standing nearby, gave a soft snort. His contempt was evident. These mortals from the countryside truly have shallow knowledge. Slaying a soul transformation expert. At this age, is that really such a big deal? These words left Phuong Tien Suk utterly terrified. Then, in a panic, he pointed at Black Phoenix and stammered, This chicken just spoke the human tongue. Could it be a third-rank monster beast?" Page 13 patted Black Phoenix's head and said nonchalantly, "Yeah, it's just a little lackey I picked up at 10,000 Monster Mountain." "Humph." Black Phoenix gave page 13 a dissatisfied side-eye, thinking to himself, how annoying. Every time I hear him brag, I just want to explode. Phuong Tien Suk was still intently observing Black Phoenix, and asked dubiously, A little lackey, why did I initially think it was just some food you had prepared?" Page 13, conveniently repeating Phuong Tien Suk's words, said while speaking, "You mentioned earlier that the Royal Forest Immortal Sect is in grave danger. What exactly happened?" Phuong Tien Suk suppressed his surprise, looked at page 13 solemnly, and recounted the whole story from beginning to end. It was the Thanfang sect, taking advantage of the sect leader's secluded cultivation, and the first senior brother's absence for training elsewhere. They led the Huyan Chan sect to attack our mountain gates. Page 13 stroked his chin, lost in thought. The Thanfang sect, Could it be because of what happened at 10,000 Monster Mountain? Phuong Tien Sok continued to describe the sect's situation. They used the Huyen Thien Grand Assembly as bait, to lure and challenge our disciples to martial duels. That's right, 13. We must quickly head to the meditation chamber and check on Tioman's condition. Hearing this, Page 13's expression suddenly shifted as he asked anxiously, has she been seriously injured? Scene shifts to Tioman's meditation chamber, a dilapidated meditation room, with cracked and mottled walls hidden amidst the towering mountains. As soon as Page 13 arrived, he rushed inside and shouted with concern, "How is Tioman doing?" An old friend who was treating Tioman's wounds was startled to see Page 13 appear. In his shock, he blurted out, 13, you are still alive. But regarding Tioman, her injuries are currently critical. She is still unconscious. Page 13, with a solemn expression, suggested, I have a method that might be able to heal her. Without hesitation, Page 13 quickly brought Tioman to the hot spring granted by the system to recover. After soaking for a while, Tioman's vital energy began to stabilize. The old friend let out a long breath and said with relief, Tioman's breathing is much smoother now. The healing properties of this spiritual spring are truly extraordinary. Page 13's face instantly darkened as he questioned with fury, who injured Tioman like this? The old friend hurried to explain the situation. It is the lead disciple of the Huyen Chan sect, who is also one of the contestants in the Huyen Thien Grand Assembly. That Duong Tio deliberately concealed his cultivation level to lure Tioman onto the arena for a duel. His methods were incredibly cruel. Had this old man not intervened in time, I fear Tioman would have stood little chance of survival. Page 13 immediately pressed for more information. Is he still at the training grounds right now? Upon receiving confirmation from his old friend, Page 13 left aggressively with an overwhelming aura. Very well. I will personally go settle the score with him. As the swirling dust settled, the Ngulam Immortal Sect's martial arts arena came into view, where the disciples were in a state of chaotic turmoil. Liu Tunghang, once hailed as a rare genius, was now disgraced and defeated, lying unconscious at the edge of the arena. Duong Tio stood arrogantly in the center of the ring, scanning the crowd with a look of utter contempt. I heard much about the masters of the Thien Tu Pavilion, but it turns out they are just empty vessels. He shouted, they can't even withstand a single blow from me. The Ngulam Immortal Sect is ranked among the 36 sects, yet is there not a single decent cultivator here? The old man sitting in the seat of honor from the Huyen Chan sect turned to the presiding elder of the Grand Assembly and said mockingly, today I specially invited the assembly examiner to bear witness. If your sect cannot find any disciple who can defeat my beloved pupil, then this qualification spot for the Grand Assembly will likely have to be surrendered to the Huyen Chan sect. The presiding elder's face turned pale, filled with internal resentment. Despicable! I was careless and underestimated the enemy. I didn't expect them to use tricks to suppress their cultivation level when I hastily accepted the wager. On the arena, Duong Tio continued to shout provocations. I heard, the Ngulam Immortal Sect also has a regal first senior brother, famed for having some strength. Could it be that this time he's so terrified he doesn't dare show his face? The crowd of Ngulam Immortal Sect disciples felt deeply humiliated. Their rage boiled over. Bastard! They took advantage of the first senior brother's secluded cultivation to dare come here and cause such a reckless disturbance. Duong Tio burst into laughter, his arrogant voice growing even more ear-piercing, as he insulted the Royal Forest Immortal Sect. Haha! As expected, the Royal Forest Immortal Sect has declined to this point. Now it only nurtures a pack of useless losers. Right at that moment, from high above, a thunderous shout echoed down. Shut your mouth! Accompanied by a formidable aura that suppressed heaven and earth, a figure descended directly onto the arena, creating a vortex of powerful wind that swept across the field. Page 13 landed gallantly, his gaze as sharp as a blade and his spirit reaching the heavens. The Royal Forest Immortal Sect disciples were utterly stunned, crying out in unison, It's him. The presiding elder was also struck with horror, his face turning pale. Page 13. Had he not perished already? Duong Tio furrowed his brows, looking at Page 13 with a scrutinizing gaze. Who are you? Page 13 clasped his hands in a formal salute, looking solemnly at the villain before him. New inner disciple of the Royal Forest Immortal Sect. Page 13. I am here today to accept your challenge. Hearing this, Duong Tio instantly regained his arrogant demeanor and replied with a cold sneer, just a new inner disciple. And yet you're in such a hurry to find your own death. Fine, today I will grant your wish. I am Duong Tio, the lead disciple of the Huyen Chan sect. Cultivation level mid-stage nascent soul realm. The presiding elder above quickly shouted a warning. Careful, do not let him deceive you. He is hiding his true cultivation level. In reality, he has reached the late-stage nascent soul realm. The old elder of the Huyen Chan sect watched from the side, calculating silently in his heart. Such a short-sighted presiding elder. My dear disciple has already broken through to the early stage soul transformation realm. With the Royal Forest First Senior Brother absent, who could possibly rival my disciple? The system within page 13's mind simultaneously issued a warning. Warning scanning cultivation level. Opponent is in the early stage soul transformation realm. Host's body has not fully recovered yet. Please engage in combat with caution. Following the system's prompt, page 13 glared at Duongtiu and shouted, "Well now, boy, you aren't being honest at all. You're clearly in the early stage soul transformation realm, yet you deliberately hide your strength. Are you trying to lure me into underestimating you?" Being exposed. Duongtiu's expression instantly flickered with panic. What you can actually see through my disguise. The Huyan Chan sect elder in the high seat once again cast a crafty side-eye toward the presiding elder. "It's fine. Now that you know my disciple's true strength, you must be feeling even more anxious, right?" However, in his heart, the presiding elder was already feeling extremely triumphant. Thinking about page 13, he mused, if page 13 could return safely from the hands of the 6 Demon Emperor family, why would he fear a mere early-stage soul transformation practitioner like you? Duongtiu's expression grew even more arrogant as he stared down page 13. "So you've seen through it? Then allow me to show you the full extent of my power." With that, he immediately performed a vine manipulation technique, striking toward page 13 with a burst of fierce wind. The vines slithered forward like venomous snakes, tightly binding page 13's arms, yet he didn't show even a hint of fear. Thinking victory was assured, Duongtiu laughed triumphantly. "Haha, I've got you now." A look of confusion appeared on page 13's face. He frowned slightly at Duongtiu's actions. "What is this nonsense? Using such outdated moves is like tying your own hands and feet." Hearing this, Duongtiu was stunned with disbelief, his eyes widening in total shock. In the next second, page 13 made his move. He swung his arm and pulled hard. Before Duongtiu could even react, he was dragged across the arena floor, with a look of pure terror on his face. As page 13 pulled his opponent closer, he unleashed a full-powered punch, blasting it directly into Duongtiu's face. A massive wave of force exploded outward, sending Duongtiu flying like a kite with a broken string. His body skidded violently across the ground as he groaned in agony. Duongtiu clutched his face and screamed miserably on the arena, "Arg, arg, arg! The pain is killing me." Trang Wuthi withdrew his fist and looked at his hand, thinking to himself, logically that one punch should have knocked him unconscious. It seems my body is still quite weak. Duongtiu once again exerted his full power, unleashing his strongest ultimate technique, Ghost Forest Immortal Trap. Instantly, all around Trang 13, countless thorny vines erupted from the ground, as if attempting to imprison him. Trang Wuthi was slightly startled. Seeing Trang 13 trapped by his technique, Duongtiu laughed triumphantly. "You're surrounded. These vines are all soaked in poison. Even a small scratch on your skin will make it hard to save your little life." But facing Duongtiu's attack, Trang Wuthi simply dodged with ease, his movements as leisurely as if he were practicing footwork. Duongtiu was struck with horror and panic. What? What kind of eerie movement technique is this? He can actually evade all of my attacks. Trang Wuthi casually picked up a large stone slab and hurled it fiercely toward Duongtiu. The slab whistled through the air, cutting the wind with sharp force, smashing directly into Duongtiu's body. Duongtiu let out a cry of pain as fresh blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Trang Wuthi then took out a training rope, tied it securely around a rock, and repeatedly swung it out, his movements as casual as if he were playing a game. Duongtiu could only stand there and take the beating, enduring all the terrifying damage. In an instant, his protective formation shattered, and he suffered even more severe injuries. The old man on the high platform's expression changed drastically. He gave a thunderous shout, "Stop! Hurry up and stop at once!" His figure turned into a streak of light and dove down from above, catching Duongtiu's battered body, which was falling like a kite with a broken string. The moment he set foot on the thunderous battle stage, he roared in fury like a clap of thunder. "Vicious little thief! How dare you destroy my disciples' Dantian and cultivation base? I will never forgive you." The Huyan Chan sect elder was flushed with rage. He raised his hand about to strike and punish page 13. Unexpectedly, the examiner of the Huyan Tian Grand Assembly suddenly appeared to block him. "Hold on. Once you step onto the arena to duel, life and death are ordained by fate. A loss is a loss. What else is there to say? According to the established rules, this slot for the Huyan Tian Grand Assembly now belongs to the Royal Forest Immortal Sect." Hearing this, the Huyan Chan sect elder was choked with speechlessness, not daring to argue. He wished he could punch through the void in frustration, but could only resentfully hurl the entry token to the ground, as if throwing away a piece of trash. Page 13's eyes were sharp as torches. His hand caught the token like lightning, staring at the hard-won item with a bewildered expression. He couldn't help but ask, "What is this thing?" The elder had already sidled up to him, laughing heartily. "Congratulations, page 13. Congratulations, young friend. Only a few months after joining the sect, you've relied on your own strength to win a slot for the Huyen Thien Grand Assembly. Your future is truly limitless. This golden jade tablet is the token for participating in the assembly. Just drip a drop of blood to claim ownership and you will officially become a contestant." Page 13, still confused, glanced at the elder and asked, So, does this mean I don't have to risk my life to accumulate academic credits anymore?" The elder frowned at page 13 as if looking at a fool and replied, "No need. Your strength has proven everything. To hell with academic credits." After hearing that, page 13's eyes lit up and he shouted in excitement in the middle of the arena, "That's wonderful." Aha, time flew by, and several days later, the sect leader who had been in secluded cultivation finally returned to the sect. Upon arriving at the Royal Forest Mountain gates, the majestic sect leader immediately summoned the multitude of disciples. A powerful voice echoed loudly. This seat was in seclusion to attend a council. Now having returned, I officially announce, the trial secret realm has shown signs of opening. In 1 month, the southern qualifiers for the Huyen Thien Grand Assembly will officially begin. Considering that some participating disciples were previously severely injured and have not yet recovered, this seat has decided to directly announce the list of contestants from the Royal Forest Immortal sect. First is Duongdich, whose strength is the foremost of the Royal Forest Immortal sect. Second is the seductive Nam Kung Man, who topped the point rankings through her exploits in the Myriad Demon Mountain Range. And finally, it is Trang 13, the winner who decisively seized the slot from the Huyen Chan sect. After making the announcement to the entire sect, Nam Kung Huang led Trang Wuti's group to a mountain peak near the sect to slowly explain further. Since this is your first time participating in the selection, I will give you a brief introduction to the secret realm. This secret realm is named the Heaven's Tomb Seed. Legend has it that it was the cultivation site of an expert in the Tribulation Transcendence realm. That expert failed their ascension, but when they perished, their Tao rhyme did not dissipate. Instead, it condensed into this secret realm. Do not think that within this desolate region, you are already the strongest. You must absolutely not be careless or underestimate your opponents. In this selection, this is a battle for the entire Southern Territory. The Southern Territory is vast and immense. The desolate region is but a small corner like a grain of sand in the ocean. In the Southern Territory there is the Huyen Chan sect, ranked 15th among the 36 sects. The Spirit Beast sect, ranked 20th. The Hao Thien sect, ranked 3rd, as well as the Sword Dao sect and the Huyen Ha sect of the 4 great sects. The 3 special sects and the 4 great prodigies of the Southern Territory are all participating in this selection. With a curious expression, Trang 13 turned to Nam Kung Huang and asked, "Who are these 4 great prodigies?" Nam Kung Huang turned his gaze toward Duongdich, gesturing for him to explain. Duongdich replied solemnly, explaining in a calm voice, "The 4 great prodigies are in order: Kiem Vo Tuyet, Ta Trong An of the Sword Dao sect, Zhang Mong Zhao of the Huyen Ha sect, and Vien Thien Chin of the Hao Thien sect. Except for Vien Thien Chin, who is only at the soul transformation stage, the other 3 have all entered the body integration stage. In particular, Kiem Vo Tuet is rumored to have broken through to the mid-body integration stage." Trang Wudi glanced at Duongdich with determined eyes, thinking to himself, mid-body integration stage, huh? Last time during this battle with Black Phoenix, I had to rely on system buffs and special herbs just to barely win. If I don't hurry and practice, the chances of winning against the body integration stage might not be high. Uu's face showed clear anxiety as she cried out, "This is bad. Then are we doomed? We are only at the 9th level of body tempering." Nam Kung Huang watched Uu intently, musing, little man's constitution is indeed very strange. Though her physical body is powerful, comparable to the late Golden Core stage, it's difficult for her to break through to the Qi refining stage. After a moment of contemplation, Nam Kung Huang turned to Trang Miba and said, "Trang 13, you also specialize in body tempering. Perhaps you can give little man some guidance. It might provide some help for the upcoming selection in the secret realm." Trang Wudi was a bit surprised and quickly asked, "Guidance? What do you mean, sect leader?" Time flew by like a shadow, and the peaceful scene shifted to Little Man's quiet quarters. Little Man eagerly urged him, "Hurry up, Little 13. Teach me those eerie movement techniques already. Don't be so stingy." Trang Wudi stood across from her, frowning in thought. I wonder if the movements unlocked by the system would work for others. Just as Trang 13 was feeling doubtful, the cold voice of the system rang out. Master-disciple pact has been officially bound. The deeper the bond, the more exquisite the transfer of movements will be. The disciple can then comprehend the mysterious muscle cultivation method, reaping countless benefits. Trang Wuthi glanced over the text. Having understood most of the situation, he opened his mouth and said, "All right then. It's fine if you want to learn, but you must take me as your master. After all, this is my family's ancestral secret technique. It cannot be casually revealed to outsiders." Hearing this ooh's delicate face showed a hint of helplessness. She glanced at Trang 13 and said softly, "A master-disciple ceremony. I am your senior sister, you know." But Trang 13 still calmly held out his hand in front of ooh. His tone was firm. "It doesn't matter. We can keep our public and private lives separate." Hearing what Trang 13 said, ooh pondered for a long while. Then her eyes lit up with excitement. She said, "It's not impossible." At the same time, the system emitted a notification sound again. Master-disciple pact successfully bound. The physical technique transfer function has been officially unlocked. Trang Wuthi assumed a solemn expression and continued to explain. "The following movements and mantras. You must remember them very carefully. As your master, I will only demonstrate them once." After saying that, Trang Wuthi began to teach little man the movements. Warming up the muscles and bones. Step forward, start by taking a step with your left foot. Trang Wuthi stretched his body again, raising both hands high above his head. Next, circulate your chi, regulate your breathing, stretch your arms, and expand your frame. After a period of painstaking teaching, Trang Wuthi returned to the quiet room, behind his royal forest mountain. As soon as he set foot there, he hurriedly opened the system interface to check. Finally finished transferring the health-preserving physical technique. Next, it is time for my own rigorous cultivation. The movement practice function has unlocked proficiency. It can not only enhance movement and footwork, but also increase physical intelligence. Raising physical intelligence is the most solid way to consolidate one's cultivation foundation. Currently in the 100 Battles boxing scripture, the system has unlocked countless essential movements. But to completely comprehend them, a large amount of training points must be consumed. Before the Huyan Thian Grand Assembly selection opens, I should prioritize unlocking movements with higher practical combat value. And so Trang 13 began to focus on his rigorous training, assiduously practicing his body-tempering techniques. Day and night, he incessantly strengthened his combat power. Day after day, he continuously lifted tripods to train his strength. Every day, the level of difficulty was increased, while he simultaneously practiced combat diligently with Black Phoenix. Finally, after 2 months, the Heaven's Tomb Secret Realm officially opened. The southern qualifiers for the Huyan Thian Grand Assembly also commenced accordingly. The scene shifted to the teleportation area. At the magic formation of the Royal Forest Immortal Sect, Nam Kung Huang appeared in person this time, to lead Trang 13's group to the grand qualifying competition. "This time I shall personally command. Everyone follow me into the teleportation formation." Nam Kung Huang's gaze inadvertently swept past Trang 13, but her attention at this moment was entirely focused on Black Phoenix. "Why is there a crow sneaking into our team?" Trang Wuthi immediately explained, reporting to the elder. "This is my spirit pet. I heard that bringing a spirit pet to participate in the competition does not violate the rules." Having said that, Trang 13's face fell with a hint of dissatisfaction. He said, "This rotten crow insisted on following me day and night, begging me for half a month." Hearing this, Black Phoenix turned its head to Trang 13 and replied, "The secret realm holds countless opportunities. Perhaps there is something that will help me restore my strength." Trang Wuthi's group immediately swaggered into the teleportation formation of the Royal Forest Immortal Sect. "Very well. Time is precious, let us depart quickly." In just an instant, the teleportation formation of the Royal Forest Immortal Sect was activated by Nam Kung Huang. After only a few breaths, they had traversed through the spatial formation, moving to the qualifying area of the Huyan Thian Grand Assembly. As soon as they arrived, what met their eyes was a boundless sea of people. Trang Wuthi couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "What is this?" The number of people participating in the secret realm selection is actually this crowded. As Nam Kung Huang walked, she explained to resolve Trang 13's doubt. "After all, these are the qualifiers for the 5 realms. The number of great and small sects and clans is beyond counting. As long as it is a cultivation sect within the system of the cultivation world, they can receive at least 1 qualification to compete." Suddenly, an eerie voice drifted from afar, giving Trang 13 a startle. "Haha, I've finally waited long enough for you." Trang Wuthi heard the voice but saw no one. He immediately assumed a haughty look and shouted a question. "Who goes there? Who is speaking to me so sneakily?" That voice rang out once more, its tone growing even more somber. "In this secret realm, there will surely be an opportunity to seek your guidance." Trang Wuthi looked around with an agitated expression, repeatedly shouting, "Damn it! No need to play ghost or god anymore. Who exactly is being so suspicious, huh?" Right at that moment, a masked woman suddenly appeared right under Trang 13's nose. What do you mean, ghosts? This young lady is standing right in front of you. Having said that, she turned to leave, dropping a cryptic parting shot I look forward to. Your performance. You'd better not disappoint me. Trang Filthi's face froze with a look of confusion. Just who exactly is this person? How bizarre. While Trang 13 was still dazed, from behind the crowd of cultivators, the sound of a commotion broke out once more. Quick look! The people of the Sword Dao sect have arrived. Curious Trang 13 turned his head toward the direction the crowd was shouting. Before his eyes, the gate of the teleportation magic formation of some mysterious power slowly manifested. In an instant, a group of people with soaring momentum stepped out of the teleportation formation with a haughty air. Duongditch glanced over and immediately knew their identities. They are the people from the Sword Dao sect. The teleportation gate glowed brilliantly once more. As a group of female cultivators appeared, the crowd immediately erupted in earth-shattering cheers. The fairies of the Huianha sect have arrived. Trang Filthi's eyes widened in astonishment, and he couldn't help but marvel. As expected, the numbers are truly vast. Nam Kung Huang added with a solemn expression, ordinary sects only have one slot. The top 36 sects can obtain 2 slots, while the 4 great sects and 3 schools are favored with 4 slots each. Just then a figure swept in from the distance. It was the presiding examiner of the Grand Assembly. His voice resounded everywhere like rolling thunder. Fellow Taoists, please remain silent. This humble Taoist is the examiner for this secret realm. Trial Taoist named Tio Huyen Tu. Now that everyone has gathered, I shall announce the rules of the trial. Cooperation is permitted in these 4 secret realms. Any cultivator below the integration realm may activate the jade slip in their hand to enter the secret realm. This jade slip contains a life-saving talisman formation, which can help you withstand one fatal blow. Simultaneously, the jade slip will shatter. A shattered jade slip means disqualification, and you will be forced to leave the secret realm. The secret realm hides countless spirit treasures and immortal opportunities, especially the Dao flames condensed from Dao Rhyme. Absorbing Dao flames not only advances your cultivation but also offers a chance to realize the Dao. If the Dao laws harmonize with your specialized techniques, it will be like adding flowers to silk. However, the Dao flames emerging from the heaven's tomb are limited in number each time. Therefore, this trial will select the top 5 individuals who have collected the most Dao flames to advance directly to the inner circle. Of course, for those fellow Taoists who do not advance, do not be discouraged. You can still find legacies or precious treasures. This journey will certainly not be in vain. Old Tu waved his sleeve, and the secret realm's teleportation gate slowly opened. I invite everyone to enter the secret realm in turn. The landing location is entirely random. The crowd of participating cultivators immediately boiled with excitement, scrambling to step through the teleportation gate and enter the secret realm. Trang Filthy did not delay either. He took his leave of Duongditch and immediately followed. Everyone, this one will take his leave first. Behind him, Duongditch called out a loud warning. Be careful, little brother. Do not underestimate the enemy. Trang Filthy and Black Vuong strode toward the teleportation gate. In the blink of an eye, Trang Filthy was teleported to a desolate piece of land within the secret realm. As soon as he regained his bearings, he cast his gaze around to observe his surroundings. So this is the Heaven's Tomb secret realm. Right at that moment, 2 unfamiliar figures appeared before him, along with their mounts. Trang Filthy raised an eyebrow in surprise, sensing the aura of his opponent's spirit beasts. One of the strangers spoke up haughtily, his voice filled with arrogance. We just regrouped with our fellow disciples and already found an opponent. Trang Filthy frowned slightly, feeling somewhat suspicious. Wasn't it supposed to be random teleportation? How could you gather into a team so quickly? The 2 strangers replied with pure arrogance. We are disciples of the Spirit Beast sect. Our spirit beasts can sense the aura of their allies, even from 10,000 miles away. This time we were lucky. The teleportation point wasn't too far. Looking at your combination, you must be a spirit temer as well. The Spirit Beast sect disciple suddenly burst out laughing, his tone mocking in the extreme, causing Black Phoenix's rage to flare up. Ha, someone actually uses a wild chicken as a spirit pet. It's enough to make one double over with laughter. We are from the 10th ranked Spirit Beast sect. Eliminating one competitor means increasing our own chances of victory. With those words, they urged their spirit beasts to charge forward aggressively, attacking Trang 13. Kill him, Heaven-Winged Lion King. Black Phoenix showed no fear, charging forward to meet the challenge, with eyes full of murderous intent, to dare to look down on this great chicken. You are simply seeking death. Black Phoenix turned into a streak of flaming light, lunging straight at the heaven-winged spirit beast, making it cry out in pain. Tragically, without giving the opponent time to react, Black Phoenix continued to swing its sharp claws, kicking the spirit beast straight in the face. The two disciples of the Spirit Beast sect witnessed this scene, their faces pale with shock, unable to believe what was unfolding before them. Outside the secret realm, countless martial artists were still constantly monitoring the teleportation gate. The next second, the two Spirit Beast sect disciples had been beaten by Trang 13 and Black Phoenix until their faces were swollen and were simultaneously eliminated from the secret realm. The crowd of participants cried out in surprise. Someone's been eliminated already. They were teleported out. The contestants haven't even all entered yet and someone's already out. Moreover, they were disciples of the 10th ranked sect, the Spirit Beast sect. Old Two's face showed a hint of interest. It seems this selection will be extremely remarkable. Duong Dik was also a bit worried when he saw the Spirit Beast sect members eliminated. I must be more cautious. Switching back to Trang 13's situation, he was currently wandering through a deserted valley with a somewhat dazed expression. Trang Will V glanced at Black Phoenix. Right now I have absolutely no idea where to find the Dao fire. Black Phoenix, with a solemn look, slowly analyzed. If the Dao energy is formed from concentrated death, then perhaps we should search in areas near the tombs. While he and Black Phoenix were still in doubt, suddenly in the sky, a six-colored streak of light appeared. It streaked over Trang 13's head as fast as a lightning bolt, which greatly surprised Trang 13. What was that? As soon as he finished speaking, three more figures appeared behind, chasing that six-colored streak of light with all their might. Black Phoenix also recognized its aura. That is the Dao fire. And it's being pursued by others. Seeing this, Trang 13 and Black Phoenix immediately activated their movement techniques to follow the trail of the Dao fire. Let's go take a look. The Dao fire continued to flee wildly, reaching its maximum speed, nimbly dodging all attacks. Right at that moment, another figure appeared blocking the way. You cannot escape. That man approached the Dao fire, immediately forming hand seals with both hands. He urged his spiritual energy to activate the prearranged entrapment formation. In just an instant, the Dao fire was completely imprisoned, locked tight within the invisible formation. After a long period of pursuit, a group of three finally succeeded in capturing the Dao fire. We finally caught you. This thing certainly knows how to run. Right then, another voice suddenly rang out, startling the entire group. I thank you all for lending a helping hand. The Sword Dao sect disciple who had just appeared arrogantly issued a threat. I give you two choices. One is to be immediately eliminated from the secret realm, leaving this Dao fire to me. Second is to hand it over yourself and I shall let you leave. The group of three's expressions changed drastically in fear as they recognized the other party's identity. He is from the Sword Dao sect. You bastard! How dare you steal the fruits of our labor? The Sword Dao sect disciple maintained his insolent expression. Decide quickly, this lord has no patience. Faced with the other's threat, the group of three showed great anxiety. His cultivation has reached the early stage of soul transformation. Even if the three of us join forces, we would hardly have a chance to win. The Sword Dao sect disciple furrowed his brows and shouted, insulting his opponents. A mere rabble with no sect or school, without even a single soul transformation expert? How dare you dream of resisting me? As soon as he finished speaking, a heaven-shaking commotion erupted in mid-air. Shockwaves and explosions continued to spread. Impacts and explosions continuously diffuse. In an instant, the auras of the three people were shattered. Their bodies like kites with broken strings slammed hard into the solid ground. All three immediately fell into a state of extreme weakness. Damn it, the gap between nascent soul and soul transformation is truly like heaven and earth. After the Sword Dao sect disciple struck and descended diagonally, standing before the group of three, his face bore a sinister and venomous expression. Slowly drawing his sword, he said, "It is time for you all to pass on." Suddenly, from beside him, a large boulder accompanied by a fierce wind crashed toward him. The Sword Dao sect disciple hurriedly dodged to the side. After evading the attack, he roared in fury. "Who dares to ambush me?" From atop the high mountain peak, Trang 13's arrogant voice echoed down. "A thief like you relying on a high cultivation to steal the fruits of others' labor. Yet you still dare to speak so boldly." The Sword Dao sect disciple frowned, his heart filled with a sense of smugness. In this cultivation world, the strong are revered. The powerful dictate the rules. Finishing his sentence, he swung his sword and lunged directly at Trang 13. A mere low-level cultivator dares to obstruct my path of cultivation. Facing the fierce sword momentum, Trang 13's expression remained unchanged. He used two fingers to gently catch the sword tip. With only the slightest bit of force, the sword in his opponent's hand shattered into pieces. This sight filled the Sword Dao sect disciple with terror. His face turned pale, and he fell into an absolute panic. What is happening? At the same time, Trang 13 launched a punch, striking out ruthlessly. You were the one who said it yourself. Trang Will 3's full-strength punch carrying a power that could destroy heaven and earth, brutally descended upon the enemy's face. The powerful force created a terrifying pressure, sending the opponent's body flying through layer after layer of rock and mountain, crashing repeatedly. Finally, his life-saving jade token shattered, and he was officially eliminated from the secret realm by Trang 13, his form vanishing within the heaven's tomb. The group of three witnessed the scene before them and were stunned into silence, completely unable to believe their eyes. One punch! He defeated him with just one punch. The three immediately hurried over, bowing deeply to Trang 13. Thank you, little brother, for your intervention. In this day and age, a righteous cultivator like you is truly rare. Trang Wilfi looked a bit dazed. He turned his head toward the group nearby with a confused expression. What on earth are you talking about? Finally, Trang 13 raised his head and shouted boldly, I am a bandit. Hand over the Dao fire immediately. Upon hearing Trang 13's words, the group was terrified, breaking into a cold sweat. What? After all that, Trang 13 had successfully robbed the Dao fire from someone else's hands. So this is the Dao fire? Black Phoenix immediately spoke up to remind him. Put it away quickly, lest others start eyeing it again. Trang Wilfi frowned, stroking his chin with his hand. Put it away. How exactly am I supposed to put this thing away? Black Phoenix looked at 13 with great excitement. Just put it into your spatial ring. Trang Wilfi's face darkened as he stammered, not knowing how to answer Black Phoenix. Seeing Trang 13's expression, Black Phoenix had reached the peak of its frustration. Finally, it roared angrily right in his face. You? Do you really not have a spatial ring? Trang Wilfi looked at Black Phoenix innocently. I don't have one. I don't even have spiritual power, so how could I use one of those? Had I known, I would have stripped those people bare before they were eliminated. Black Phoenix frowned at 13 in helplessness. If that's the case, then we can only find a place to hide and absorb it first. Trang Wilfi rested his chin on his hand, looking blank again. Absorb it! I don't have spiritual roots either. So how on earth can I absorb this thing? Or should we just let things take their course? After a moment of contemplation, Trang Wilfi offered a suggestion out of kindness. You have acknowledged me as your master. So regarding this Dao fire, let's just have you absorb it first. Black Phoenix was stunned upon hearing this. Is that really true? That is so incredibly touching. At that same moment, in a certain mysterious pocket world, two cultivators joined forces to seize a cluster of Dao fire essence. One of them laughed loudly, his voice filled with smugness. I truly didn't expect this. In this remote and desolate mountain wilderness, to actually have the luck to capture a Dao fire. Is this not the heavenly Dao looking after me? Suddenly, a strange sound like a thunderclap echoed from nearby, frightening the two of them and draining the joy from their faces. What's with the noise so early? A figure as tall as a mountain suddenly appeared. It was Yu. She arrogantly barked a cold order, leave the Dao fire behind. Then get lost immediately so you're out of my sight. The two men were utterly shocked and hurriedly turned their heads to investigate. One of them shouted out a question loudly. Who goes there? How dare you be so insolent? Yu held her head high with an arrogant look, standing upon a towering, precarious cliffside, and issued a threat in a loud voice. If you obediently leave the Dao fire, perhaps this eldest miss might still spare your miserable dog lives. The cultivator below looked bewildered and confused, constantly sizing Yu up. Where did this brat suddenly crawl out from? Her cultivation is a mere trivial body-tempering realm. Truly a frog at the bottom of a well. We are nascent soul experts. With your level of cultivation, how do you have the audacity to threaten us? Little Yu curled this corner of her lips slightly, letting out a cold laugh while a strange glint flashed in her eyes. Glancing at the people before her, in an instant, her form turned into a blurred afterimage as she pounced forward as fast as lightning, directly launching a preemptive strike. The man across from her, seeing Yu's incredible speed, was filled with horror. Yu concentrated her true chi into one hand, turning it into a punch accompanied by a howling wind, while the other hand swung up in a thunderous slap, crashing into the man's face. Even with heaven-defying skills, he couldn't possibly dodge it in time. The other man's face turned pale with dread, his heart filled with immense fear. This palm wind is truly domineering. Is this the power of body cultivation? The man who had just been struck was sent flying several meters away by the powerful force, tumbling across the rocks and dirt. In the end, he hurriedly formed hand seals and chanted an incantation, summoning a golden light body protection to shield himself. This little girl has some skill, but a realm like yours is still far below mine. Let me see, if you have what it takes. To break through my golden light body protection, Yu appeared eerily behind her opponent's back. She joined her two hands together like a sword, striking forcefully at his fatal acupuncture points. Under this brutal pressure, the opponent's face twisted in agony as he wailed piteously. To think she found my weak points so quickly. The golden light body protection has completely shattered. Without giving the opponent a moment to catch his breath, Yu pressed her advantage, delivering a kick like a tempest that struck him hard in the rear. At the teleportation portal of the secret realm, where countless cultivators gathered to observe, the two cultivators who had just fought Nangongmon had already suffered a crushing defeat and left the Heavenly Tomb's secret realm. The crowd outside seeing this sight was immensely astonished. Why is the elimination rate so fast this year? Could the reason be due to the appearance of the four great heavenly geniuses, leading to such unusually fierce competition? Old Xiao stroked his beard thoughtfully, observing the secret realm. It's not just the saints and saintesses of the 5 desolate regions. The great sacred lands of various domains have mostly finished their seclusion for training as well. This year is truly a year where geniuses from all over compete for dominance. Talents are emerging in wave after wave. Just then, the aura of the Heavenly Tomb's secret realm's teleportation array fluctuated. A wretched disciple covered in wounds was directly expelled from the Heavenly Tomb's secret realm. An old man among the crowd recognized the person's identity. Is that not Yuan Tianzheng of the Haoshan sect? The sect ranked 3rd among the 36 sects. Yuan Tianzheng's cultivation is at the late-stage divinity transformation realm, and he was the 4th-ranked seed in this selection. How has he been eliminated from the secret realm so early this time? Could it be that he encountered the geniuses of the Sword Dao sect? Or perhaps the Xuanhe sect? Old Xiao smiled slightly and explained, "It is quite possible." The Heavenly Tomb burial ground, besides containing the Dao fire essence, is also a sacred cultivation ground for magical beasts. It has long been rumored that within the Heavenly Tomb burial ground, there is a sealed 6th-rank demon emperor. After more than 10 years, it is feared that it has already broken through to 7th-rank demon venerable. The elders nearby were horrified upon hearing this. A demon venerable. Doesn't that equate to the body integration realm? Old Xiao frowned and replied, that is exactly the case. When a magical beast reaches the demon venerable stage, their transformations become unpredictable. Magical beasts at the demon venerable stage have reached a level where their human forms are indistinguishable from actual humans. Scene change. The mysterious woman who met Trang 13 earlier was walking arrogantly through the secret realm. She still held the participants in contempt. They truly are too weak. Even that self-proclaimed Yuan Tianzheng and the so-called 4 great heavenly geniuses of the southern region. I almost accidentally killed him with a single hand. The image of Trang 13 flashed in her mind. I hope you won't disappoint me. Meanwhile, Trang Wilthi was frantically plundering resources from others. This is a robbery. Hand over your storage rings and Dao fire essence to me immediately. Just like that, countless cultivators were defeated by him and expelled from the Heavenly Tomb's secret realm. He stripped them of everything, leaving not a single piece of armor behind. Finally, one person resisted to the death, refusing to submit to Trang 13, staring at him with a look of tragic helplessness. How can this person be so overwhelmingly powerful? Why have I never heard the name of this expert in the southern region? Trang Wilthi, with a cold expression, continued to shout, "Hurry up and hand over your storage rings and Dao fire to me." That man hurriedly took out a signaling flare. It seems only Senior Brother can subdue this person. As soon as he took it out, he activated the signal flare, launching it straight into the air. The signal flare cut through the wind, soaring high into the sky, bearing a distress signal to his fellow disciples. Trang Wilthi stood dazed, looking up high. "What are you doing lighting fireworks in broad daylight?" A smug expression appeared on the man's face. "This is a specially made reinforcement signal from my Sword Dao sect, specifically designed for secret realms, with restrictive spatial formations." After thinking for a moment, he immediately used all his strength to flee, trying to buy time for reinforcements. "As long as I can stall you for a while, Senior Brother will arrive to rescue me soon." But unexpectedly, in the next instant, his path was blocked by Trang 13. In a flash, Trang 13 took an arrogant stance, a claw-like grip like iron pincers locked onto the opponent's head. His voice was as cold as thousand-year-old ice. "This seat has run out of patience." Immediately, the internal power of his entire body erupted in a single strike, descending with earth-shattering force. The opponent's body was like a kite, with a broken string crashing into the barren rocks. In a blink, the storage ring had quietly fallen into 13's hands. "Ha ha! I'll take this item." The Sword Dao sect disciple only then regained his senses, utterly terrified. He glared intently at 13. When did you take it? Could it have been at the moment we just clashed? How is it possible? How can your speed reach such a level? He roared in fury, standing in the middle of the desolate secret realm, looking at 13 with eyes full of malice. How hateful. Suddenly, from the deep underground, a terrifying giant beast burst through the surface, emerging with a mouth like an abyss wanting to swallow. The Sword Dao sect disciple whole. Numerous strange tentacles flailed about. Each time they hit the ground, they created terrifying tremors. The Sword Dao sect disciple was scared witless, his face turning pale. What is this? Before he could react, the beast's tentacles wrapped around him like lightning, seeking to take his life. Luckily, his life-saving jade pendant was activated. He barely managed to preserve his life, turning into a white light, and being expelled from the heavenly tomb's secret realm. Trang Wuthei landed softly, his expression solemn as he observed this secret realm. To think there was such a massive beast here. Black Phoenix's steady voice rang out in explanation. Perhaps before the secret realm was formed, it already existed in this place, constantly absorbing dense spiritual energy. To be able to evolve to this level, this aura has reached at least the peak of the Demon Emperor realm. Before the words could finish, a giant tentacle as thick as a pillar swept aggressively toward 13, facing the sudden attack. 13 frowned. A casual strike from the beast could easily crush rock into fine powder. With a body as nimble as a phantom, 13 easily evaded the assault. While moving, he thought smugly to himself, since breaking through the body refining stage, I haven't had a chance to test my skills. It's perfect to have this NDTZO enemy as a sparring partner. Black Phoenix, not wanting to linger coldly, reminded him killing magical beasts doesn't grant points. There's no need to waste time. Trang Wuthei did not reply, directly delivering a fierce kick onto the beast's tentacle. Black Phoenix was startled and amazed. He saw 13's eyes as resolute as a blade's edge. Don't you want to taste some roasted tentacle? Black Phoenix was stunned upon hearing this. Eat it! The essence blood of a 6th-rank demon emperor would indeed be of no small benefit to my recovery. It could be quite useful, and could also strengthen this physical body. Black Phoenix finally wavered. Very well then, let's end this quickly to avoid any complications. While they were speaking, the beast's tentacles attacked 13 like a violent storm. A terrifying force like a crashing mountain directly struck 13's body, pushing him back as he slid along the ground. The shockwave was earth-shattering, but even facing the pressure of a 6th-rank demon emperor, 13 appeared completely unharmed. Circulating his true essence, his right fist roared like a dragon. Energy condensed in his fist, and he threw an earth-shaking punch, directly shattering the demon emperor's tentacle. Feeling bone-piercing pain, the 6th-rank demon emperor let out a roar, an earth-shaking sound that shook the heavens. The ground in all 4 directions cracked incessantly. In just the blink of an eye, the massive body of a 6th-rank demon emperor burst forth from the earth, revealing an incredibly bizarre and ferocious visage. Trang Wuthei gave a contemptuous cold laugh, looking straight at the demon beast in front of him. So it's just an ordinary squid demon. The squid demon was enraged. Its tentacles poured down like rain, attacking 13 in a frenzy, but facing the storm of attacks, 13 performed a bizarre footwork, as if doing a leisurely exercise, lightly dodging every single strike. Energy exploded upon the ground. Amidst the devastation and rising dust, 13 took advantage of the momentum to leap high into the air. His ghost-like movement left the squid demon utterly shocked. The squid demon roared in fury. The spiritual power throughout its body surged violently, condensing within its giant mouth, preparing a lethal strike of a 6th-rank demon emperor. Trang Wuthei's expression turned solemn, staring intently ahead. At the moment of peril, a flash of inspiration struck him. He pulled out a weight plate used for body tempering, holding it across his body to block. Boom! The terrifying force collided with the weight plate, making it vibrate violently. Yet he still firmly withstood the attack, but the momentum was too strong, pushing Trang 13 back hundreds of miles. Black Phoenix appeared behind the demon beast right on time, condensing lightning arts into a palm strike. With a calm demeanor, Black Phoenix said indifferently, "It seems it is still just a 6th-rank demon emperor, without its wisdom awakened. Quite rare indeed." Trang Wuthei yelled from the distance, "Don't you interfere." Hearing that, Black Phoenix helplessly stepped back. Only a burst of black smoke was seen covering him. Black Phoenix transformed into a black chicken, walking away while wiggling its rump. "Suit yourself then. Then I'll just sit back and watch for free." The 6th-rank beast's tentacles coiled like venomous snakes once more, instantly binding Trang 13 tightly, leaving him astonished by this terrifying restraining power. Trang Wuthei struggled violently, trying to escape, shouting in anger, "Damn it!" With his whole body bound, his strength could not be deployed. From a distance, Black Phoenix, eyes as sharp as daggers locked onto Trang 13's figure, a deep, hoarse voice resonated. "If you need assistance, just say the word." On the other side of the battlefield, Trang Wuthei had fallen into a perilous situation. The 6th-rank demon emperor opened its fanged maw like an abyss, condensing demon energy for a fatal finishing blow. Yet Trang 13 remained exceptionally calm. With eyes tightly shut and a firm resolve, "I can only resort to that ultimate move." This was a type of fist technique that unleashed earth-shattering power within range. The system's cold yet useful voice rang out in the fellow Taoist's head. Clench your 5 fingers. Circulate through your bones and sinews. Comprehend the control. Let mental energy flow into every muscle cell. Clench the fist and strike instantly. Simultaneously twist the wrist to increase penetration. Push muscle contraction speed to the limit, generating energy waves. Brief but razor-sharp, matchless. Following each profound mantra of the divine skill, Trangwell 3 unleashed a punch with the force of a gale, sweeping clean through everything, directly blasting apart the powerful physical body of the 6th-ranked Demon Emperor. Sensing that his own ability had become so immense to this degree, Trangwell couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of triumph surge in his heart. This is my invincible impact fist. Just like that, relying on a single heaven-defying punch, Trangwell 3 escaped the restraints, shattering the bizarre tentacles that had tightly coiled around him. Facing the countless strikes, sharp as a storm from the demon creature, Trangwell 3's momentum remained sky-high as he charged forward with full power. Every single one of his punches and kicks contained heaven-destroying and earth-shattering force, directly grinding the Demon Emperor's flesh into countless fragments of blood and gore. The Demon Emperor let out a tragic howl. Amidst the heart-wrenching pain, its massive body struggled frantically. But astonishingly, those fatal wounds in just a blink of an eye had completely recovered. The demon creature once again fiercely counterattacked toward Trang 13. As soon as it returned to its original state, it frantically lunged to kill the man, leaving Trang 13 unable to hide his astonishment. This strike carried a terrifying power, viciously hitting 13's body, sending his figure flying far away like a broken kite. Trangwell 3's body traced a tragic arc through the air, then slammed heavily onto the hard, rocky ground. Dust rose up in billows, obscuring the entire sky. Black Phoenix's figure, like a ghost, appeared beside 13, his voice grave. The regeneration speed of this demon creature is truly bizarre. It seems only by destroying its divine soul can we hope to thoroughly eliminate this disaster. Trangwell 3 knitted his sword-like brows, his gaze never leaving the rampaging Demon Emperor as he asked doubtfully, "You mean the divine soul?" Black Phoenix explained patiently. A 6th-ranked Demon Emperor is equivalent to a soul transformation stage cultivator, capable of refining an immortal divine soul. As long as the divine soul lives, even if the body turns to ash, it can be reconstructed. Hearing the secret of the divine soul, Trangwell 3 did not hesitate for a second, stepping onto the void with full power bursting forth, once again charging straight toward the Demon Emperor. In no time, Trangwell 3 stood towering before the Demon Emperor and its countless bizarre tentacles. The moment they clashed, his punches struck like a gale-force storm, continuously pounding. The speed of his strikes was so fast that layers of punch shadows appeared like illusions, instantly and completely crushing all of the demon creature's tentacles. Faced with 13's staggering prowess, the Demon Emperor finally showed a look of panic as a deep dread began to spread uncontrollably. Trangwell 3's figure hovered in the air, right fist clenched tight, his eyes condensing a sky-covering killing intent. "Now how about you try this move of mine?" Black Phoenix observed the battle from afar. A hint of helplessness appeared on his face. "Did you not hear a word I said? Simple physical technique attacks against its immortal divine soul are fundamentally useless." At this moment, Trang 13 put forth his full strength, unleashing his ultimate technique. His right fist lunged forward with an earth-shattering punch, shattering the Demon Emperor's skull. Its entire physical body disintegrated into nothingness in an instant, vanishing completely. Black Phoenix stood nearby, muttering softly, "What a waste of effort! Its divine soul!" If not destroyed, reconstructing the body is but a matter of time. Black Phoenix's gaze remained fixed, intently on the spot where the Demon Emperor had vanished. However, as time passed, the duration of an incense stick, Black Phoenix gradually revealed a look of shock. What is happening? Why are there no signs of the creature's resurrection? Wait, how could the Demon Emperor's aura vanish so completely like this? Could it be that it is truly dead? Trangwell 3 proudly raised his head high, exuding an air of heroic spirit. "It seems that it has returned to the heavens." Black Phoenix became even more bewildered. What on earth? Is it possible that that single punch just now directly annihilated its divine soul as well? Is it possible that that single punch just now wasn't just a simple physical attack, but contained some kind of mysterious secret art? After realizing the truth, Black Phoenix immediately composed himself and said in a deep voice, "Take advantage of the fact that the Demon Emperor has just fallen. Its blood essence energy is still in a peak state. You should quickly absorb it to increase your own cultivation level." Hearing this, Trang 13 rubbed his chin and spoke pensively. "You say absorb. I have no spirit root, so I don't understand the principle of absorbing spiritual chi. Quickly give me some flames. I'll grill these squid tentacles to enjoy. My cultivation method is a bit special. I only need to directly devour the flesh of demon beasts to upgrade my cultivation. Black Phoenix's expression became stern, long with a profound gaze directed toward Trang 13. Little brat, it seems your body still hides quite a few earth-shattering secrets, doesn't it? A moment later, Trang 13 was buried in devouring and munching on the massive squid meat of the 6th-rank Demon Emperor. Black Phoenix, meanwhile, circulated spiritual power to focus on absorbing the Demon Emperor's blood essence and spirit. While Trang 13 was engrossed in savoring the delicacy, he felt extremely exhilarated, sensing his physical and muscle points continuously increasing. The system's voice timely delivered a notification. First time absorbing 6th-rank Demon Emperor flesh. Blood essence enhanced. Physical attributes have also increased significantly. Trang Wilfi became even more excited and continued devouring, as expected, just as he had predicted. Devouring a high-rank demon beast for the first time could indeed increase his physical and muscle points. Suddenly, a terrifying aura transmitted from afar, carrying a sky-covering killing intent. The speed was like lightning tearing through space. Black Phoenix and Trang 13 had already sensed this murderous aura, knowing full well the enemy was heading straight for them. An earth-shattering force descended from the sky, leaving the entire vast area submerged in ruin with shattered rocks splattering everywhere. Trang Will3 and Black Phoenix simultaneously executed bizarre movement techniques to narrowly evade the opponent's fatal attack, preserving their lives. With a face full of fury, Trang Will3 glared up into the sky and roared in anger, "Who is it? Who is so bold to dare ambush your grandpa?" Amidst the thick screen of dust, an arrogant voice resonated. The distress signal indeed originated from this place. To my surprise, upon arriving, I find a battlefield ruined to this extent. I cannot sense my junior brother's aura anywhere around here. I thought he had been devoured by demon beasts. How interesting that even a demon emperor of this level could be exterminated. The opponent truly has some skill. Consider it as awarding you all a small grand gift. That Trang 13 brat was no fool either. A voice filled with a hint of vigilance rang out, accompanied by eagle-like eyes scanning in all directions. Bastards from the Sword Dao sect and the Huyan Ha sect. I heard eldest senior brother mention before that these vermin have already entered the integration stage, especially that Kem Vo Tweet, rumored to be at the mid-integration stage. Trang Wildag gnashed his teeth, glaring intensely at the group of people who had appeared so brazenly. To think you all would actually collude with one another. Jiang Mong Dao of the Huyan Ha sect let out a light snort, her charming face revealing a look of arrogance. Don't flatter yourself. This fairy was merely drawn here by the commotion of the battle. I didn't expect to run into you all by chance. Kim Vo Tweet of the Sword Dao sect was even more arrogant, his voice booming like rolling thunder. This 6th-rank demon emperor, my Sword Dao sect shall claim it. Before his words had even finished, his figure transformed into a bizarre streak of sword light gliding behind Trang 13. A fatal strike delivered without a shred of mercy. You can return to the heavens in peace now. Trang Wilfi was caught off guard. He hadn't expected the opponent to launch such a sinister sneak attack and was momentarily terrified. The incomparably sharp sword light slashed directly down. Intense pain surged through his body as if his bones and sinews were being torn apart. The storm-like attack descended. Trang Wilfi had absolutely no time to react, only able to watch the sword light cleave downward in the blink of an eye. Beside him, Black Phoenix's expression became solemn to the extreme, eyes watching intently, prepared to strike and preserve Trang 13's life. With a low growl from Black Phoenix, a sudden burst of power erupted, pulling Trang 13's figure back with full force, narrowly evading that soul-chilling sword strike. Kim Vo Tweet looked contemptuously at that wretched retreating figure, the corners of his mouth curling up in mockery. To take my sword strike head-on, and not yet turn to ashes. After saying that, he swung his hand intending to follow up on his victory, but his junior brother beside him quickly stopped him, exclaiming in surprise, "Wait, senior brother, hold on a moment. The Demon Emperor's blood essence, its energy is dissipating extremely fast if we don't quickly refine it, and instead waste time chasing that guy. Wouldn't the losses outweigh the gains?" Hearing this, Kiem Vo Tweet also felt it made sense, and nodded in agreement. True, with his injuries, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold out much longer. Triggering the life-saving talisman is only a matter of time. His gaze shifted to probe Jiang Mong Dao. Does Fairy Mong Dao also wish to come and share a portion of the prize? Jiang Mong Dao secretly weighed her options, her elegant brows furrowing slightly, with a wary expression. Against two, I won't have the upper hand. But on that guy, I sense the aura of the Dao flame. I can only seize the opportunity to pursue, and take the initiative one step ahead. Thinking this, she did not hesitate, and pushed her movement technique to its limit, chasing in the direction Black Phoenix and Trang 13 had left. On this side, Black Phoenix desperately carried Trang 13 on its back, speeding toward a deserted mountain valley. While moving, Black Phoenix observed Trang 13's injuries, unable to hide the shock in its heart. Your physical body is indeed powerful, kid. The opponent is at the mid-integration stage, yet taking a sword strike head-on, you still managed to keep your life in the secret realm. However, next time you encounter these people, keeping your distance as much as possible is the best course of action. Your strength may be approaching the integration realm, and dealing with the soul transformation stage is no problem. But if you encounter a true integration stage cultivator, you are still far behind. Suddenly, the wounds on Trang 13's body flared up, pain surging like crashing waves. The sinister sword chi continuously eroded his meridians, causing him to writhe in agony. Black Phoenix glanced down again, frowned, and said, "If this wound isn't treated in time, I'm afraid it will only get more serious." Trang gritted his teeth, his face pale, but his gaze remained steady as he looked ahead. "Quickly find a place to hide. I have a way to treat the injury." Hearing this, Black Phoenix suddenly had an image flash through its mind. Trang miraculous hot spring. Oh, is it that peculiar pool of water? Just then a powerful aura from behind suddenly swept toward them, giving Black Phoenix a startle. Sensing this familiar aura, Black Phoenix immediately turned to look back, its expression changing drastically. A surging spiritual aura was chasing closely behind. Not daring to delay, Black Phoenix hurriedly found a rugged rocky crevice to hide their bodies and conceal their presence. Jiang Mengdao had also caught up to the area, her divine sense spreading out like a spider web in all directions, sensing the residual traces of their aura here, but it had abruptly vanished. Unwilling to give up, Jiang Mengdao continued to search for clues. Black Phoenix, hidden in the shadows, silently observed the opponent's slender figure, sighing inwardly. "It really is her, right now. I can only exert strength at the peak of the soul transformation stage. I'm definitely no match for her." Calculating its move, Black Phoenix carried Trang 13 again and quickly dove into a deep abyss beneath the steep cliff. Then it carefully observed the situation above. She must have sensed the aura, which is why she chased us here. I've suppressed my spiritual breath to the absolute minimum, yet she still discovered us. It seems her divine sense cultivation isn't bad either. However, I am the ancient Black Phoenix. When it comes to controlling spiritual breath, I am the grandmaster compared to you all. Black Phoenix gave a cold snort, circulated its origin essence, and deliberately released a powerful chaotic streak of aura, bolting toward the horizon. Jiang Mengdao, who was searching for traces, suddenly sensed this massive surge of aura. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed even tighter, along with a cold gaze looking down into the abyss. That faint aura has disappeared. Has he already left this area? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she immediately channeled her technique to summon divine power, condensing a mysterious magic formation. With an overbearing momentum, she would rather destroy this place than let him escape. Hearing these words, Black Phoenix was instantly terrified. Her face showed 3 parts shock and 7 parts panic. What does she want to destroy this entire place to? In a moment of desperation, Black Phoenix hurriedly searched her belongings, deciding to make use of his Dao fire, quickly taking out the storage ring from within, where the Dao fire was being carefully kept. Then she utilized spiritual energy, causing the Dao fire to turn into a streak of light cutting through the wind, bolting straight toward the horizon. Leaving the cramped hiding spot, the Dao fire moved with astonishing speed, continuously soaring upwards, evading the attention of the cultivators below. Jiang Mengyao saw the Dao fire suddenly appear. Her stunning face was momentarily dazed. Her almond eyes widened, tracking it closely. She chased after it with all her strength, wanting the Dao fire, all for herself. Black Phoenix finally breathed a sigh of relief, lowering her guard, secretly feeling smug in her heart. Finally, she had successfully lured her away. But unexpectedly, before long, Jiang Mengyao had seized the Dao fire and simultaneously returned with a cold gaze, locking her eyes back onto the abyss once more. Black Phoenix felt the powerful aura of her opponent returning and was instantly struck with utter shock. Jiang Mengyao's face was as cold as ice, along with eyes sharp as daggers, staring intently down into the abyss. Her voice was bone-chillingly cold. "Trying to use such a clumsy trick to lure me away. It won't be that easy." Black Phoenix's heart burned with rage, along with a resentful gaze, staring straight up at her opponent. Damn it, how truly annoying. Jiang Mengyao slowly raised her hand. Spiritual energy surged and billowed forth, condensing into 2 eerie magic circles, emanating a terrifying aura of destruction. That woman shouted coldly, "Let's see where you can hide." With that, she immediately swung her sleeves in a powerful strike. The aftershock was earth-shattering, leveling the peak of a stone mountain. Trang Thi and the ancient Black Phoenix hiding inside, seeing the mountain peak blasted into a flat plain, could not help but feel utterly terrified. Black Phoenix looked at the scene before her, as a sense of unease rose in her heart. She has already begun the attack. Trang Filthy, his face smeared with blood and appearing weak, implored, "Black Phoenix, help me stall for time." Hearing this, Black Phoenix immediately turned to ask, "Kid, you're not trying to take this chance to heal your wounds, are you?" Trang Filthy explained helplessly, "If we don't resist her head-on once, she will discover us sooner or later, and then we won't be able to avoid being exposed." Black Phoenix could only reluctantly comply, her tone full of lament. "You must end this quickly." Then a surge of soaring evil energy suddenly appeared, tearing through the wind, aiming directly at Zhang Mengdao. Seeing the eerie evil entity rushing toward her, Mengdao furrowed her delicate brows, immediately condensing a spiritual energy shield, blocking the stream of demonic energy from Black Phoenix. Mengdao's lips curled into a cold smile. "So you've finally shown yourself." Standing before her now was Black Phoenix, who had transformed into human form. Though his body might fall, his spirit would not yield. He forced himself to stay calm. But in truth, cold sweat had already drenched his back. Black Phoenix's heart was filled with constant complaints. Against such a powerful enemy, "I certainly won't be able to hold out for long. You must hurry up." At this time, Trang 13 was in pain. Immersed in the cold pond, focusing all his power on healing, Zhang Mengdao seemed to sense something unusual and said indifferently, "Spirit Beast, your aura belongs to that lowly black chicken. I didn't expect you to be a 6th-rank demon emperor." "Truly the heavens are helping me." Zhang Mengdao's expression showed a hint of delight. She saw through Black Phoenix's intentions at a glance. She continued speaking. "You came here alone. It seems you want to buy time for your master to flee, don't you? But did you know only the host possesses the protective jade tablet for the competition? If a spirit pet dies in battle, the protective power will not be activated." Hearing these words, Black Phoenix's heart skipped a beat with a surge of alarm, but she immediately regained her composure. Waving her hand to condense a cold, evil energy, she shouted, "Little human cultivator to deal with you. This emperor has more than enough power." Black Phoenix immediately unleashed her technique. Celestial black lightning converged into a giant python, roaring as it surged forward to lock down Mengdao. Zhang Mengdao instantly engaged in the fight. She deployed the spirit feather transformation. Countless spirit feathers shot out like a torrential rain, fast as lightning. Two earth-shattering forces collided violently with each other, evenly matched, two formidable powers at a standstill, neither side giving an inch. But unexpectedly, Zhang Mengdao's attack contained a hidden lethal move, suddenly firing a concealed arrow to ambush Black Phoenix. Detecting the anomaly, he retreated quickly. But his body was still pierced by the spirit feather. Black Phoenix suffered a great loss at the hands of that woman, gritting his teeth in furious rage. Black Phoenix switched moves and executed a teleportation appearing behind Mengdao's back, catching her completely off guard. He condensed a surging amount of spiritual energy, using a thunderous blow as his trump card. Black Phoenix unleashed the power of flame annihilation, heavenly thunder. This time it was even more terrifying. As the attack struck down, it instantly turned the mountain rocks into ash. Facing the peril, Zhang Mengdao remained composed, naturally, deploying a protective barrier to withstand the other's hand, summoning her defensive Dharma treasure. Her face wore a look of haughtiness. She sneered, "A 6th-rank demon emperor's strength is nothing more than this." While speaking, in Zhang Mengdao's hand, a shimmering golden bell appeared. It was the clear spirit body protecting bell. This bell seemed able to ward off all forms of magic. Every attack from Black Phoenix was rendered useless. Mengdao spoke indifferently. "Your attacks are futile if you cannot break my defense, Black Phoenix." Refusing to be outdone, he replied in a cold voice. "If I cannot wound you, then I shall imprison you." A strange smile curled at the corner of Mengdao's mouth. "Imprison me." She flicked her sleeve and continued. "Those spirit feathers that struck you earlier, did you really think they were just superficial wounds?" Hearing these words, an ominous premonition rose in Black Phoenix's heart. He hurriedly looked down at his body and discovered that the places where the spirit feathers had pierced him were all emitting an eerie glow, as cracks began to spread rapidly. With a cold glint in her eyes, Mengdao explained, "The spirit feathers contain a corrosive magic array. Once they touch you, they begin to erode your being. It is over, little black chicken." Zhang Mengdao's face was full of smugness at Black Phoenix falling for her hidden trick. Before she could finish her sentence, the magic array erupted. Black Phoenix's body felt as though it were being torn apart. Fresh blood gushed out as his strength vanished completely, falling from mid-air. Taking advantage of her enemy's weakness, Zhang Mengdao moved like a bolt of lightning, rushing forward to claim her spoils of war. "The demon core and marrow are all mine." At this moment, Black Phoenix, with fresh blood flowing incessantly, struggled to raise a weak hand to strike back in defense, but Mengdao effortlessly brushed it aside. She gave a cold snort. "Useless struggling. Black Phoenix, drenched in blood, gritted his teeth and cried out internally. It's over this time. I've truly reached my limit. He turned his head toward Trang 13, wondering in his heart, is that kid still not finished? Mong Dao, her body lithe as a swallow, flew through the air, delivering one final strike toward Black Phoenix's face. Meanwhile, Trang 13's eyes were tightly shut, desperately circulating his cultivation technique. The injured Black Phoenix was now extremely weak, losing all ability to strike back. She was then hit by a fierce punch from that woman. Her body was sent flying back dozens of yards. Trang Wethi still exerted all his internal power, struggling to recover from his injuries. Before Black Phoenix could be refined into ashes, Zhang Mengdao had also lost all patience. Wanting to end the battle quickly, die now Black Phoenix, weak throughout his entire body, he officially collapsed. After countless humiliations from that woman, Black Phoenix mustered a final bit of strength, shouting out in a voice full of helplessness. Hearing that Black Phoenix was on the verge of life and death, Trang Wethi suddenly snapped awake. His eyes snapped open fiercely, signaling the moment Zhang Mengdao was about to taste the bitterness of defeat. That time had arrived. Mengdao raised her delicate hand, controlling the spirit. Flowers. Preparing to deliver the killing blow to the ancient Black Phoenix. She condensed her true essence into both palms, coldly uttering a sentence, "Die for me." Right at this moment, Trang Wethi, having just recovered a trace of vital energy, immediately performed a mysterious movement technique. Charging straight at Zhang Mengdao with divine speed, he put all his strength into a heavy punch toward her face, leaving her no time to defend herself. Truly someone who doesn't know how to appreciate beauty. She stared at him, her snowy jade-like skin pale, her heart filled with terror. Trang Wethi gritted his teeth, utilizing the Dung Fist Fast Strike ultimate technique, unleashing a continuous storm of fist shadows like a heavy rain, each punch weighing 1,000 pounds, battering against Mong Dao's protective bell, while Mong Dao could only struggle desperately to defend. But under Trang 13's savage assault, how long could she possibly hold out? Zhang Mengdao and the spirit bell were smashed directly into the ground. On the body of the bell, cracks began to spread like a spider web. This sight left Mong Dao's mouth agape in shock. The clear spirit bell, a mid-grade heaven-tier magic treasure, yet it could not withstand his attack. Before she could even react, Zhang Mengdao was once again by 13, struck with another punch to the face. At this rate, her beauty would surely be ruined. The power of the punch was so great that she flew through the mountain peak, buried under scattered rocks as thick smoke and dust rose. But Mong Dao would not give up so easily. She surged, like a life-claiming demon, screaming in rage, "Damn it!" She looked toward the mountains that had been leveled, while turning her eyes toward that dense shroud of smoke, but she could not sense any movement at all. With her face swollen, Mong Dao muttered angrily, "I can't sense his spiritual aura. Did he take this chance to escape?" Gritting her teeth, she cursed incessantly. "Damn it, damn it!" As Zhang Mengdao screamed, the surrounding earth and stones resonated with her spiritual power. Mong Dao furrowed her brows, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous cold light. She swore to herself, "You junior, you dare to destroy my magic treasure. Next time I will surely make you wish you were dead." At this time, deep within the jagged Rocky Mountains was a small cave. After escaping from Mong Dao's clutches, Trang Wethi and Black Phoenix were resting and healing. Black Phoenix soaked in a pool of water, letting out a comfortable groan, finally reborn. He glanced at Trang 13 with a hint of praise. "You kid, at least you were rational enough not to overdo it by lingering with that woman." 13 frowned, making no effort to hide it, stating directly, "I haven't fully recovered yet." Victory wasn't guaranteed. Then 13 recalled the images of Kiem Vo Tuet and that man with the blue topknot, continuing, "Moreover, if we lingered too long, I feared attracting those two." Black Phoenix asked with concern, "So how is your recovery going?" 13 raised both hands with a very refreshed expression and said, "It should be almost fully recovered." Then he slowly stepped out of the water. "Let me test it." Trang Wethi raised his hands to stretch his muscles and bones. Once the warm-up was complete, 13 unleashed a mountain-leveling palm strike, ocean-severing palm. The power was so immense it shattered the pile of rubble, leaving even Black Phoenix startled and terrified. He shouted in anger, "Do you have no spiritual sense? What if this place collapses?" Hearing this, 13 could only scratch his head and give a dry laugh. "Sorry, I've already controlled the output of my power." Suddenly, 13 seemed to discover something unusual. He pointed at the hole he had just created, and said of the pierced rock wall, "There seems to be spiritual light." Black Phoenix, hearing this, grew curious as well. Turning his head to look, the two of them walked toward the opening together, to observe the scene inside, leaving 13 to exclaim in surprise, This is a treasure trove of heaven and earth." Everywhere 13 looked, there were precious spiritual herbs. There was even a spiritual spring for healing. Black Phoenix also quickly approached one of the spiritual herbs, Observing these divine grasses and spiritual woods, finding to his surprise they were all of the highest grade, 13 walked over to the pool. Seeming to discover something unusual, he called out, "Look at this." This caught Black Phoenix's curiosity as well. He also hurried over to take a look. It truly is a natural ambergris spring. 13 quickly lowered his mouth to taste it. In an instant, his face puckered like a monkey's, spitting it out. "Tui, tui! Tastes terrible." Black Phoenix looked at Trang 13, half laughing and half crying. "Are you a fool?" Unlike refined ambergris essence, the ambergris spring can only be used by soaking in it, to strengthen the physical body. But for a cultivator's body, the burden is immense, much like forging iron. If you are not of good quality yourself, the longer you temper yourself, the greater the damage will actually be. The moment Trang 13's feet touched the dragon spring, a wave of hot steam rose up, hitting him in the face. He frowned, looking unwilling to listen. Seeing this, Black Phoenix bristled and hurriedly shouted, "You brat, quiet your mind immediately. Listen to this ancestor finish speaking." Seeing Trang 13 still ignoring him, Black Phoenix said helplessly, lowering his voice, "To reach the supreme ultimate realm, I too must undergo physical tempering. It only takes 3 breaths to finish." Having said that, Black Phoenix leaped into the spring like a flash of lightning and immediately started wailing in pain. "Hot, hot, my feathers are burning," it cried out while shooting a sidelong glance at Trang 13, its voice full of provocation. "Well, kid, do you dare to compete in endurance with me?" Trang Wotha indifferently uttered 4 words, "Why would I not?" This pool was hazardous, yet it seemed made for body cultivators like Trang 13. The longer he soaked, the more powerful he became. Thus time passed swiftly like a weaver's shuttle. Several days later, in a secluded valley amidst overlapping mountains, a scholar-like figure drifted in midair. He frowned, wondering, what kind of godforsaken place is this? Why was I teleported to this desolate wasteland? Memories came flooding back. He remembered the moment he used a forbidden art to possess the body of a disciple in order to seek revenge on Trang 13. Once a world-renowned elder of the Huyan Chan sect, he now had to rely on a mundane mortal body, truly a tiger fallen on flatland. He glanced around, intending to find a way to evade the inspection of the secret realm, only to be tossed into this middle-of-nowhere place where not even a single soul could be seen. While in a state of confusion, he suddenly spotted a gloomy cave dwelling. After observing for a long time, a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. Is that a stroke of fortune? As soon as the greedy thought arose, he turned into a streak of light and rushed straight toward the entrance, ready to strike and seize the treasure. But life is rarely as one dreams. He was not a protagonist favored by the heavenly Tao. Immediately from within the cave, countless bizarre tree roots slithered out like pythons, tightly binding the body of the Huyan Chan sect elder. Terrified out of his wits, he could only let out a few screams before being dragged deep into the cave, vanishing into the endless darkness. Silence returned to the space. The scene shifts to the outside of the secret realm, where the sect elders and those who had been eliminated were waiting anxiously. Huyen Tu Chanyan spoke up slowly. Time has flown by and several days have passed. The hour has come and the 100 Devil's Gate is officially opening. As the words were spoken, the lake surface suddenly shook violently. A giant skull slowly rose from the depths. Its wide mouth opened like a bottomless abyss, transforming into a pitch-black cave entrance. Surrounding it, hundreds of cultivators watched with bated breath. Kimvo Tweet stood with his hands behind his back, his tone as cold as ice, the tomb of the tribulation transcendent. Great power has finally emerged in this world. The true ultimate treasure is hidden within. After speaking, he turned toward the surrounding cultivators. With a gaze full of arrogance, "Whoever has the courage, follow me inside, to seize this heaven-defying fortune." As the words fell, Kiemvo Tweet turned into a streak of sword light and shot straight into the skull. A gray-robed martial artist asked with a hesitant face, "What should we do? Should we risk going in with them?" Another martial artist replied with a reckless tone, "Wealth is found within danger. The great Tao is inherently heartless. Without fighting for fortune, how can the path of cultivation ever open wide?" Hearing this, the gray-robed martial artist had a sudden realization. They all rushed into the skull entrance together, but unexpectedly countless emerald green arrows shot out from the cave like a torrential rain, sending the group of martial artists into a total panic. Those with weak cultivation immediately became cannon fodder. Their bodies were pierced by arrows and their souls were extinguished. The gray-robed martial artist reacted quickly, hurriedly circulating his true essence to form a defensive shield, while shouting out a warning, "Everyone be careful, it's a trap." Returning to the inside of the cave dwelling, where Trang 13 was still soaking in the dragon spring, Black Phoenix spoke with admiration. "You kid truly have an extraordinary physique. With a precious ambergris spring like this, I didn't expect you could endure it until now." Trang Mulfi pondered in thought. The system is no longer notifying me of any increase in muscle value. It seems this spiritual spring has reached its limit for my leveling up. With that thought, Trang 13 immediately jumped out of the water. Turning around to instruct Black Phoenix, we should collect some spiritual materials here, and then continue our journey to find the Tao fire. But remember, don't loot everything clean. Black Phoenix nodded slightly, signifying his understanding. Then using his rooster-like form, Black Phoenix grabbed Trang 13 and soared into the sky. Suddenly, Black Phoenix sensed something unusual and hurriedly alerted Trang 13. The spiritual energy here seems to be fluctuating. There is a massive power ahead. This sensation is very similar to the Tao fire. Hearing this, curiosity welled up in Trang 13. Let's go take a look. Black Phoenix had the same thought. Not long after, one man and one rooster arrived before that bizarre skull cave entrance. Trang Mulfi couldn't help but be astonished, exclaiming, "To think the secret realm has such a strange place." Black Phoenix, being an ancient existence, recognized the origins of this place with just a glance. Based on the dense spiritual energy, this spot must be the burial site of a tribulation transcendent master. Trang Mulfi curiously followed up. In that case, the Tao fire born inside must be even stronger. Black Phoenix confirmed with absolute certainty. That is undoubtedly correct. Suddenly, a gust of powerful wind came from behind, ambushing the two of them by surprise. A truly shameless sneak attack, relying on lightning-fast reflexes. Trang Mulfi and Black Phoenix quickly evaded the attacker's hammer-like kick. Trang Mulfi regained his composure and looked back, immediately recognizing the opponent. "You are the mysterious woman from the previous secret realm." The mysterious woman sneered, her voice full of excitement. "I've waited here for so long, and finally I have caught you." She stood with hands on hips, arrogantly declaring war on Trang 13. "Come, let's have a fight to the death. Trang 13. You stinking brat, who do you think you are?" Trang Mulfi tilted his head, his gaze as sharp as daggers, pinned directly on the eerie figure before him. "From the moment I set foot in this secret realm, you've had an eye on me. On this lord right here, haven't you?" In response to 13's steel-like interrogation, she only curled her lips slightly, a contemptuous smile as if looking at mere insects. "A lowly mortal like you. What right do you have to know this lady's identity?" The words had just left her lips when she transformed into a whirlwind, charging forward aggressively. In her hands, she tightly gripped a pair of blood-stained twin blades. A gloomy, freezing aura radiated in all directions, making 13 unable to suppress a shiver. With a whoosh, a piercing howl of wind tore through the air. Her violent slash carried a soul-crushing power, as if it wanted to cleave heaven and earth in two. The ground beneath 13's feet cracked like a spider web, as thick dust billowed up into the air. However, 13's movement technique was also no joke. He dodged like a phantom, effortlessly escaping the booming fatal strike. Where he had just stood, the ground had been bombarded into a deep crater. "Tisk tisk, it seems he's not to be trifled with." The Black Phoenix, who had remained motionless until now, finally spoke up, her tone carrying a hint of surprise. "The spiritual energy on this girl appears to be many times stronger than those lackeys from earlier." Before the Black Phoenix could even finish, she launched a storm-like attack. The twin blades in her hands danced in a frenzy, turning into countless death blades that enveloped 13. The cold blade was only inches away from 13's throat, a breath of death blowing against his face, sending a chill down his spine. But at that hairbreadth moment, 13 calmly raised a single finger and gently pinched the sharp blade. "What?" Her eyes widened in utter terror. A surge of belated regret rose in her heart. If she had known this guy was such a monster, she would have summoned the 100 Ghost Knight Parade to battle. This mundane weapon was indeed useless. Noticing his opponent was distracted, 13 would not easily let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity pass. He channeled his strength into his fist and unleashed a punch like a lightning bolt, striking directly at her beautiful face. With a dull thud before she could even recover her senses, she was sent flying dozens of meters by 13's punch, her body falling like a kite with a broken string, crashing violently into the cave's rocky wall, causing debris to spray everywhere. But even so, despite being beaten until her beautiful face was a mess, she still gritted her teeth and offered praise, with a hint of astonishment in her voice. As expected, such incredible strength, just as Master Lai said. "It seems I've finally met an interesting opponent." But when she composed herself and looked back at where 13 had stood, his figure had vanished without a trace. Where did he go? Rage flared up within her like a wildfire, her bloodshot eyes looking as if they could spit flames. Could he have crawled inside the tomb already? Thinking this, she didn't hesitate for a second, transforming into a streak of light and charging straight into the cave, roaring incessantly like a wild beast. "Damn it, stop right there! Don't you dare think you can escape from this lady!" On the other side, 13, and the Black Phoenix were desperately pushing their limits, running for their lives deep into the cave. This place is definitely going to be a hot spot. Everyone is going to come flooding in here, just wait and see. 13 panted, speaking as he ran. There's no need to stay. Why bother wasting energy bickering with that girl? Crack, crack, crack. Crack. The ground beneath them suddenly shook violently. Countless razor-sharp stone spikes sprung from the earth like mushrooms after rain, blocking their path. Holy Mother! 13 gasped in shock, cold sweat pouring down his face. But with his master-level evasion skills, 13 still managed to dodge in time, weaving and swerving through the dense forest of stone spikes, leading the Black Phoenix to safety just in the nick of time. That was close. 13 breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest to calm down. But his relief was short-lived. Before he could even catch his breath, from behind him, a massive pillar of water high as a mountain erupted into the air, carrying an earth-shattering power. Ah! Before 13 and the Black Phoenix could react, they were swept away by the torrent, falling straight into a pitch-black pit, as deep and endless as a cosmic sinkhole. Oh my God! What the hell is this? 13 screamed incessantly, the sensation of free-falling, making him feel as if his internal organs were about to fly out. Black Phoenix glanced around, its expression suddenly shifting, dragon inhaling blood hole. With this terrain, down below must be the destructive earth core flame. Sure enough, as they fell deeper, a sea of crimson fire gradually appeared before their eyes. Molten lava bubbled fiercely, sending up pillars of pitch-black smoke. The scorching heat blasted against their faces, making them feel as if their skin was about to evaporate. Holy crap, which high-level master was skilled enough to dare exploit such a top-tier terrain, to set up a slaughter formation? Black Phoenix was both shocked and filled with admiration. Looking at the rushing sea of lava, below it couldn't help but shake like a leaf. With lava this hot, I'm afraid even a Mahayana cultivator with full gear would be toast in an instant. What, even a Mahayana would die? 13's face turned pale green, his soul nearly departing his body. Then shouldn't we hurry up and get the hell out of here? It's completely empty around here. I'm powerless to do anything, Black Phoenix replied tearfully, its tone incredibly miserable. Powerless, you say? You're absolutely right about that. It tried to rack its brain, recalling the principles of this deadly mechanism. The dragon-inhaling hole is actually a terrifying air current, generated by the destructive earth core flame. Unless one has max-level cultivation, or practices a VIP pro flight technique, only then might they escape their doom. Thinking about how it was about to become roast chicken, Black Phoenix was completely demoralized, crying without any tears. Is my bad luck really coming to an end here today? It's not game over yet, so don't give up. 13 growled, his spirit burning as bright as fire. As long as I'm breathing, there's a chance I'll take on this earth core flame myself. Saying that, he took a deep breath, channeled all his power into his fists, and decided to go all in for one final struggle. Thrusting punches, fast strikes, 13 let out an earth-shattering roar. His twin fists, like a violent storm, bombarded the space ahead continuously. Hundreds, thousands of world-shaking punches, carrying unparalleled brute force, collided head-on with the sea of molten lava that was hot enough to incinerate everything. Boom, 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 boom! 13's violent energy caused the lava to surge wildly until a massive swirling vortex of fire formed under the impact of his rapid-fire punches. At the center of the vortex, eerie and unpredictable ancient characters gradually emerged. This is the great gate of the seventh tomb, Black Phoenix exclaimed in utter astonishment. A glimmer of faint hope rose within its heart. Keep hitting it with your wind punches. Don't let the lava gather back at the center. Understood. 13 nodded quickly and immediately switched his technique, unleashing wind punches with total abandon. Black Phoenix took a deep breath as dark aura exploded from within its body. A dense cloud of black smoke enveloped its figure, and then it transformed back into its original form. Black Phoenix locked onto the target and dived straight into the center of the lava vortex. Aha! The moment it touched the ground, it discovered the key and hurriedly reached out to touch the glowing ancient characters. The shimmering secret array from the primordial era was the way to bypass this gate. Thinking of this, Black Phoenix, who was actually an old fox in a chick's clothing, flashed a spine-chillingly cunning smile. Truly a blessing in disguise. I, the great Black Phoenix, am indeed destined for fortune. Ever since the time of the primordial ancestors? After deciphering the secret of the ancient array, Black Phoenix began to release its black dark aura into the surroundings. Pointing to the heavens and tapping the energy nodes, it muttered a hidden incantation. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and a path of radiant light immediately opened up before the two of them. Taking advantage of the favorable momentum, just get the hell inside. Black Phoenix winked playfully, urging 13 on. Without a second word, 13 dashed like an arrow and entered the secret passage with lightning speed. Both of them vanished swiftly in an instant. After the two had made their getaway, the door gradually closed, merging back into the bubbling lava, as if it had never existed. 13 and Black Phoenix were now settled deep underground, stepping into a mysterious secret tunnel. As he composed himself to observe the surroundings, 13 asked, "Could this be the ancient, legendary palace?" Suddenly, as if Black Phoenix had the nose of a hound scenting treasure, it let out a mysterious exclamation, urging, "Why don't you take a look at this?" An ancient stone tablet stood tall before them, emitting a faint sense of a peculiar energy hidden within. With just one glance, it recognized it immediately. "Isn't this the legendary Divine Void?" Treasured casket from the legends. Black Phoenix's face lit up with excitement, as it quickly added, "It seems a great master truly did perish here, leaving only a wisp of a remnant soul inside. This Divine Void box. He surely wanted to leave his life's legacy, to be cultivated by a fated successor." Hearing this, 13 stepped closer, his gaze intently observing the Divine Void before him. At this point, Black Phoenix could only cross its arms over its chest and click its tongue in awe of 13's insane luck. "You've got the luck of a blind cat stumbling on a dead rat, kid. Go ahead, open the Divine Void casket. Stay your hand and listen to the senior's sermon." 13 obediently and carefully opened the Divine Void treasured casket. From within the jade box, a dazzling purple glow suddenly radiated out. A spectral soul image gradually emerged. It was a man with an elegant and extraordinary presence, though unfortunately only a fragile remnant of his soul remained. The phantom let out a long sigh, his voice full of sorrow. Alas, defeated at the final step, he slowly recounted the story of his life. "When I was young, my luck was somewhat poor. I was accidentally swept into a spatial rift, and ended up wandering to this place." Hearing this, 13 couldn't help but exclaim in shock, Could it be that he is not from this world?" After speaking, he instinctively pursed his lips tightly, as a deep sense of empathy rose within his heart. Just like me, Black Phoenix folded its wings behind its back, musing deeply on the words of that mighty remnant soul. In its mind, fragments of ancient memories suddenly flashed. Realm domains, back in ancient times, this seat once roamed through ancient ruins that were far stranger than this. Indeed, it had read a few vague records concerning this matter. It recalled images of overlapping spatial vortexes, stacked upon each other, known as the Great Thousand Worlds. It slowly explained, every Great Thousand World is composed of countless minor worlds. An invisible barrier exists between these worlds, isolating them from one another. The world we are currently in, the Divine Continent, is merely one among countless realm domains. The mighty remnant soul continued its transmission, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. This place is a world brimming with spiritual energy, perfect for pursuing immortality and the Tao. In principle, all living beings possess spiritual roots, and everyone has this potential to cultivate. However, those who truly set foot upon the immortal path and grasp the immortal chance are few and far between. This holds true even within the immortal realm. The lower limit is exceptionally high, but the upper limit is pitifully low. Or perhaps to achieve enlightenment and become immortal, one must find a way to break through the divine domain barrier. Back then I had also reached this stage. Ironical as it was, just as I was preparing for the tribulation transcendence, awaiting the baptism of the lightning tribulation, then that once-in-a-10,000-year rift suddenly appeared, descending in an eerie manner. Hearing up to this point, both 13 and Black Phoenix couldn't help but be startled with horror. The mighty remnant soul wore an expression of grief and indignation. His tone was full of resentment. "In the end, I still failed the tribulation transcendence. My body perished and my path ended passing away in this place." Hearing that, 13 asked doubtfully, could it be that something took advantage of the spatial rift to launch a sneak attack on him, leading to the failure of his ascension? Black Phoenix was equally curious and lightly shook its head in speculation, not necessarily. Perhaps it was the spatial turbulence caused by the rift between realm domains. After all, the appearance of a spatial rift is inherently random and fleeting in an instant. In all my years, I have never encountered one. This master, however, encountered it twice. Talk about being the unluckiest person alive. Right then, the mighty remnant soul began to dissipate, turning into countless tiny points of light. But before vanishing completely, he managed to leave a sentence behind, revealing the secret fortune of the tomb. "I have refined my Tao fruit into the sacred heart Tao fire, placed in the center of the inner palace. If a fated person finds this place, you may enter through the secret passage behind." Hearing this, Black Phoenix jumped up in excitement, its eyes shining like stars. Sacred heart Tao fire. My goodness, isn't that the legendary Heavenly Fire Supreme Treasure? And it's a sacred object condensed from the essence of Tao laws. If it can be refined and absorbed, then the future path of cultivation can be said to be a smooth and vast road, free from bottlenecks and heart demons. Transcending tribulations would be as easy as drinking water. Hurry up, hurry up. With that Black Phoenix, hurriedly pulled 13 along at full speed, running toward the back door, determined to seize that heaven-defying fortune. Currently in front of the tomb entrance, a motley crowd was gathering in large numbers. Jian Wuzhui was also present, speaking coldly. We've finally arrived at this place. The Tomb Master's tomb. Before them appeared a massive ancient coffin, majestic and ancient, placed right in the center of the inner palace. The corner of Jian Wuzhui's mouth curled into a smug smile. Who would have thought? This ancient tomb is surprisingly connected to both heaven and earth. Mechanisms and traps are layered one upon another. It truly required surviving a narrow escape from death to finally reach this place. The black-haired man standing nearby suddenly noticed something. He hurriedly pointed forward and said to Jian Wuzhui, "Senior brother, look quickly. In front of that ancient coffin is a strange flame flickering intensely. The bright red glow illuminated the entire bedchamber. As soon as those people saw the flame, they cried out in unison, 'Sacred Heart Dao Fire.' It really is the Sacred Heart Dao Fire." They were thrown into a frantic commotion. Their greedy eyes could not hide their feverish excitement. The Sacred Heart Dao Fire is actually inside this tomb. I heard that if one can absorb this flame, there is a chance to defy fate and become an immortal. Zhang Dao stood among the crowd, gnashing her teeth while staring at the Sacred Heart Fire. Her heart was filled with unwillingness and rage. Damn it! I am a noble disciple of the Xuanhe sect, yet I can only watch from a distance, unable to do anything at all. On this side, the black-haired man smiled faintly and whispered to Jian Wuzhui, "That crowd is already getting restless and ready to move." Sure enough, the appearance of a Dao Fire treasure is enough to make those ants ignore the difference in cultivation realms and risk their lives to snatch it. Hearing this, Jian Wuzhui gave a cold snort, glancing disdainfully at the crowd behind them. A swarm of flies seeking death. Keep an eye on Zhang Mengdao and the others. Don't let them ruin our great plan. As soon as he finished speaking, streaks of fire erupted from his body. They slowly coalesced it into a glowing red precious sword. The onlookers were terrified and cried out in horror. Isn't that the life-bound Dharma treasure, the Wuzhui sword? The legendary heaven-tier precious sword? Witnessing the looks of absolute terror on the faces of the ants behind him, the Wuzhui swordmaster became even more conceited. With just a single sword, he had already intimidated the entire group of nobodies. He stepped haughtily onto the stairs, his eyes filled with greed like a starving wolf. Staring intently at the Dao Fire, the Sacred Heart, he told himself it must surely be his. As soon as the words were out, he charged forward like an arrow, reaching out to seize the Sacred Heart Dao Fire. At this very moment, all eyes were fixed upon Jian Wuzhui, watching him stretch his claws toward the Sacred Heart Dao Fire. While they were helpless, he grew even more arrogant, shouting wildly, "The Sacred Heart Dao Fire definitely belongs to me." Zhang Dao looked at Xie Chang'an before her, feeling a trace of panic in her heart. What should she do now? Should she make a move? She stared at him without blinking, racking her brains for a plan to deal with Xie Chang'an. Though both you and I are in the early stage of the body integration realm, the aura you carry is even more terrifying than Jian Wuzhui's. Xie Chang'an stood with his hair fluttering amidst the gale and spoke coldly. "I absolutely will not allow you to surpass me." That Jian Wuzhui remained arrogant, extending his hand like the Statue of Liberty toward the Sacred Heart Dao Fire. Just when he thought everything was going smoothly, the Sacred Heart Dao Fire suddenly erupted, fluctuating violently, causing Jian Wuzhui to freeze in place. This fluctuation spread in all directions, affecting the crowd of onlookers. Jian Wuzhui was suppressed by the eerie fluctuation, stiff as a stone statue. He cried out in terror, "My body cannot move." The people outside were also stunned and frozen, shouting incessantly, in an uproar. "What on earth is happening? My body won't move. Could it be that a restriction has been triggered?" Suddenly, a secret door opened on one side of the cliff wall, giving Jian Wuzhui a sharp fright. His eyes widened as he stared at the stone door. The stone door has opened. Has another new restriction been activated? To everyone's surprise, 13 and Black Phoenix calmly stepped out from within, looking around and sighing as they walked. "This tunnel is endless. Where exactly does it lead?" Only then did 13 notice Jian Wuzhui's group, and he gasped in surprise, "Huh!" with his jaw dropping. On the other side, Jian Wuzhui was equally shocked. Why is it this brat? I thought he died a long time ago." Seeing them standing as still as wooden statues, 13 curiously leaned in to inspect them. "What happened to these people? It's as if they've been paralyzed." Hearing this, Black Phoenix immediately made a judgment. They must have triggered a restriction in this area. Immediately, Black Phoenix discovered the Sacred Heart Dao Fire and cried out in excitement. This is the Sacred Heart Dao Fire. Indeed, the feeling is totally different. He then turned and urged 13 to move quickly. "Grab it fast." but in response to his enthusiasm, 13 was seen loosening up his muscles in front of the coffin. This made Black Phoenix's blood boil and he roared. "What kind of nonsense are you doing now?" 13 stood calmly in place, with his hand on his chin, nonchalantly revealing his crazy idea. "This is the coffin of that great power. Why don't we just carry his body away as well?" Black Phoenix was terrified by his partner's reckless words. He used his entire body to stop 13's foolish antics. "Stop messing around. A Tribulation Transcendent's great power's corpse is not something we can just touch. Besides, a peerless killing array might be set up around the coffin. Don't be disrespectful." This statement put an end to 13's stupid idea. He pointed at the Sacred Heart Dao fire and said, "So what about that? We'll just take the Sacred Heart Dao fire then, right?" Unexpectedly, Black Phoenix raised his hand once again to stop him. "Hold on." Black Phoenix looked at the frozen people and spoke up. "If we take the Dao fire, the restriction might be lifted for everyone. There are still many important things to do before that happens." Having said that, Black Phoenix walked toward the spot where Jiang and Dao was standing, leaving 13 staring blankly. When Jiang and Dao saw Black Phoenix approaching her, she was frightened out of her wits. She hurriedly threatened him. "You? What kind of game are you playing? I have a life-saving talisman. Even in this situation, don't even think about eliminating me." Black Phoenix remained indifferent. He was seen opening his mouth and hacking a few times, gathering his saliva. This gave Jiang and Dao a very bad feeling. Just as the universe had signaled her, Black Phoenix spat a wad of saliva directly into Jiang and Dao's face. She took that unhygienic stream head-on and cried out in shock. How disgusting." Meanwhile, 13 also closed in on his prey. Each of his footsteps sent a cold shiver down the man's spine. Fearing he would be humiliated like Jiang and Dao, he also hurriedly raised his voice in a threat. "If you humiliate me even after the qualifiers end, I will definitely not let you off." Unexpectedly, 13 used his foot to deliver a kick straight to Jian Wujui's groin. It seemed he wanted to end the man's bloodline right then and there, and he didn't stop there. He continued to rain more kicks down on the man's vital spots with a flurry of strikes. This time it was surely to sever his lineage for good. But despite coughing up blood, the man remained stubborn. "It's fine, this kind of petty attack fundamentally cannot break my defense." Hearing this, 13 gave a slight smirk. He then began to grope all over Jian Wujui's body, causing the man to cry out in confusion, "You! What the hell are you doing?" 13 pulled 2 storage rings from Jian Wujui's person and joyfully exclaimed, "Found them, your storage rings. Since you're so overbearingly strong, you must have snatched quite a bit of Dao fire, right?" Jian Wujui, hearing those shameless words, roared and cursed loudly. Utterly shameless. Seeing that the objective had been achieved, Black Phoenix hurriedly urged 13 to get back to business. "All right, it's time to get to the main business. Once the Sacred Heart Dao fire is collected, the restriction might be lifted. We must make our escape as fast as possible." 13's ears perked up like treasure-detecting radar. As he chirped his reply, "Orders received." With a slight flick of Black Phoenix's claws, the storage ring shimmered with a mysterious black light, and the process of siphoning the Sacred Heart Dao fire began. Just as the flame flickered out, Black Phoenix urged, his voice tinged with the hint of urgency, "Now's the time. Let's get out of here." 2 figures, one black and one white, immediately unleashed their lightness skills, treading on clouds and gliding through the wind as fast as lightning. At that very moment, Jian Wujui's hand, which had seemed paralyzed, suddenly twitched. He cried out in joyful surprise like a hen laying a golden egg, "I can move again. Stop right there." Before the words had even fully left his mouth, Jian Wujui lunged forward like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, giving chase with a fierce momentum. But his footsteps faltered at a bizarre sound emanating from the ancient coffin. Jian Wujui frowned and whipped his head around. What kind of ghostly sound is that? The coffin suddenly began to shake violently, emitting a thick, dark aura, as if the gates of hell were opening. The strange sound grew increasingly spine-chilling. Ta Chungan glanced over his expression, changing drastically. A terrible premonition welled up within his heart. That is the coffin of a fallen tribulation power. This aura is a bit... Upon hearing this, Jian Wujui's face turned pale and he completely forgot about the chase. He gasped in horror, "Oh, a corpse transformation!" Violent dark energy erupted from the massive coffin like raging waves. A soul-crushing pressure spread out in all directions, forcing Jian Wujui and the crowd of bystanders to circulate their energy to resist it, their faces turning ashen. With a heavy, grinding thud, the lid of the coffin slowly creaked open. A withered, pale hand as gaunt as chicken bones reached out, gripping the edge of the coffin tightly. Then a skeletal, rotting, and hideous figure slowly rose up. Witnessing this horrific scene, the onlookers immediately scattered like birds from a broken nest. Terrified screams echoed throughout the cavern. "Oh my God! The living dead! The tribulation. Great power has returned to life. Help save me. Even though Jiang Andao was braver than most, seeing the monster before her eyes, she couldn't help but frown in dread. She secretly guessed in her heart that the theft of the Sacred Heart Dao fire must have triggered the coffin's restriction. Ta Trung-an also felt goosebumps and a chill down his spine. Shuddering with fear, he marveled at how excessively ferocious the aura was. Just as expected at this very moment, the living dead suddenly looked up to the sky and let out an earth-shattering roar as a tyrannical pressure instantly swept through the area. The cowardly group was terrified out of their wits, running for their lives as fast as their legs could carry them. Run fast, but the living dead would not let them go so easily. With prey right in front of him, he raised his hand to cast a dark spell, causing rocks and earth to collapse with a thunderous roar, quickly burying the cave entrance and blocking their only way out. The group, seeing their escape route cut off, turned deathly pale with fear. They cried out in panic, "The exit is blocked. We're doomed!" Jian Wujue, having now completely forgotten about his earlier revenge, turned his focus to attacking the monster. He gritted his teeth and said, "Even if it's just a corpse, and even if it's restricted by the rules of the secret realm, the power of this enemy far exceeds our expectations. Only if everyone unites and fights for their lives can we hope to survive this catastrophe." At the same time on the outside, 13 and Black Phoenix had successfully escaped the secret realm. As Black Phoenix pulled 13 high into the air, he urged him to fly at full speed. "It seems we've reached the border of the secret realm." Hearing this, 13 made an assessment. "We just need to find a hiding spot and wait for the secret realm to close. Then this selection process will be a total success." Black Phoenix then led the way to find a place to hide. Suddenly, they discovered a dark cave. 13's eyes lit up like headlights as he exclaimed, "That's the spot! Could it be that destiny is calling me again?" So the two of them, following their cosmic signal, flew straight into the cave without a moment's hesitation. The two slowly moved deeper inside step by step, as cautious as a cat stalking a mouse. But unexpectedly, 13 stepped on something that went crack under his foot. He looked down, his face turning pale as he said tremblingly, "I didn't expect this place to be filled with skeletons." Just as 13 said, on both sides of the path, withered white skeletons were piled up like mountains. Black Phoenix gazed thoughtfully at those dry bones, then lightly lifted his foot and stomped hard on the ground. With a popping sound, the yellow-feathered chicken feet transformed into fair-skinned human feet. Black Phoenix had shifted back to his human form. However, beads of sweat dotted his forehead as a strange sense of unease welled up within him. "I have a bad omen." At this moment, the two continued walking past those mountains of bone. The deeper they went, the more the number of remains increased. They came to a halt when they saw a dark figure sitting upon a cold, golden throne. The sight before their eyes left both 13 and Black Phoenix agape with astonishment. Unexpectedly, while the lower part of the remains was still a skeletal, white frame, the upper part was a disgusting, malignant mass rooted into the upper half of the corpse. 13 observed for a while, stunned to realize the attire of this body closely resembled the divine sense in the shrine. Black Phoenix, drenched in sweat, spoke with a grave expression. "Could it be that this is the true body of that tribulation power? The corpse in the Mu family's coffin must be fake, or perhaps just an empty shell." 13 looked at the bizarre tumor on the skeleton and asked in wonder, "What happened to this corpse?" Black Phoenix seemed to notice something unusual and quickly raised a hand for silence. "Wait. Listen closely." To their horror, that malignant mass was actually moving. Looking closer, they discovered the shape of an infant nestled inside it. 13 gasped in terror. Inside that mass of flesh, there is a person. Black Phoenix, covered in goosebumps, hurriedly took several steps back. "It might not necessarily be a person. That thing gives me a very unsettling feeling. In all my life, I have never felt my hair stand on end like this. The thing inside is extremely evil." He looked again at the infant within that fleshy tumor, as a chilling deduction rose in his mind. It's both like a parasite on the great power and like some kind of ritual to borrow a shell for reincarnation. No sooner had he spoken than the infant within that tumor suddenly snapped its eyes open and turned its face toward the two of them. Its gaze was as cold as a venomous serpent, causing Black Phoenix and 13's hair to stand on end instantly. That shadow has awakened. Sensing a dire omen, Black Phoenix hurriedly unleashed his aura, urging 13 to flee immediately. "Hurry, run. My intuition tells me I must destroy it before it breaks free." With that, Black Phoenix let out a roar, invoking his ultimate move, Nirvana Heavenly Thunder. He channeled a violent surge of energy to attack. This technique's power was terrifying, shattering everything in its path. Dense dust and smoke enveloped the entire area. Black Phoenix peered forward warily, wondering if it had been turned to ash. Unexpectedly, the creature not only failed to vanish, but also launched a powerful counterattack, shooting out a terrifying beam of energy that pierced right through Black Phoenix. He was severely wounded, his body freezing up like a stone statue. Fresh blood gushed from his chest like a burst dam. Seeing this horrific sight, 13 screamed in a panic, "Black Phoenix!" But he suddenly froze as if struck by a bolt from the blue. An icy system notification appeared before his eyes. Warning, fatal threat detected. System. Forcibly activating main quest overbearing elimination of the threat. Quest eradicate the danger. Failure host's soul will be shattered and extinguished. In this critical moment. Black Phoenix, now broken and battered, collapsed like a dead dog into 13's arms. The system continued to shriek madly. 13's face turned pale as he stared at the blood-red text on the notification panel. He was in absolute shock. Forced main quest. System, you actually have this kind of trick up your sleeve. Just then, from within the swirling dust, a bizarre figure slowly emerged. A raspy voice, sounding like it echoed from hell, spoke. "Still haven't drawn your last breath. Your dog's life is quite tenacious indeed. I didn't expect those who invaded this seat's lair to be a bunch of rats. Rats like you truly disappoint this seat." The more he spoke, the more that figure revealed its hideous and horrific form. His entire body was rippling with muscles like boulders, with green veins bulging like the roots of ancient trees. A pair of bizarre horns sprouted from his head. His hand gripped a purple-blooded demon blade. He curled his lips into a sneer. "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" He offered a swaggering greeting as if to an old friend, while 13 stood frozen like a stone statue. Who are you?" "In my memory, I have absolutely no impression of you." The demon let out a cold snort of utter contempt upon hearing that. "It's only been 2 months. Have you forgotten this seat already? Then again, my appearance then and my appearance now are indeed worlds apart." At this moment, he recalled the incident of the spatial extraction years ago. He continued, "Back then, your battle accidentally shattered the dimensional barrier, giving this seat the chance to descend upon this world. Afterward, I merged with a remnant soul, that very mass of excess flesh on that corpse." Hearing these words, a powerful sense of dread surged within 13's heart. Seeing 13's bewildered and uncertain expression, the demon became even more triumphant. "What's the matter? You're full of doubt, aren't you?" "Haha, it doesn't matter, since you're about to head to the Yellow Springs anyway. A dying man like you doesn't need to know too much." As he finished speaking, his face twisted into a demonic snarl. He swung his demon blade, unleashing an earth-shattering strike toward 13, facing the lightning-fast attack. 13 hurriedly summoned his defensive treasure. Fearful that his fair arms would be sliced to pulp, he quickly raised the black tortoise shield to block the blow. Simultaneously, he used his other arm to grab Black Phoenix tightly, pulling him backward. But it was all in vain. The black tortoise shield shattered like tofu under the ferocious blade energy. Not only that, a streak of blade light still hacked down fiercely toward 13. "What?" 13 was terrified, his soul nearly leaping out of his body. This was a defensive treasure obtained after the system upgrade, yet it couldn't even withstand a single strike from this demon lord. On the other side, the deformed demon couldn't help but let out a sigh at the sight. That treasure is not bad. To be able to block one hit from this seat. He then brandished the demon blade as if it were child's play, saying with a faint smile, "However, I only used 50% of my blade energy just now." Black Phoenix had already realized the situation was dire. He quickly pulled 13's arm, urging him not to linger. "Though I know your cultivation has improved, you are absolutely no match for this demon." Even though his strength was exhausted, Black Phoenix still tried his best to advise him. "In this hellish secret realm, I'm afraid he is invincible. Even after leaving this realm, very few could rival him." Then Black Phoenix turned his gaze to observe the demon and spoke in a low voice. "What's terrifying isn't just his power. While suppressed by this secret realm, his strength is at most the peak of the integration realm." His eyes drifted toward the demon blade, tracing the demonic blood veins on it, and said in shock, "The most unsettling thing is that demon blade. This weapon is certainly no ordinary object. Just the aura radiating from that blade is enough to fill this seat with absolute dread." But before he could finish his sentence, Black Phoenix was being dragged away by 13. In a daze, it turned out 13 had quickly grabbed Black Phoenix's hem and begun his earth-shaking escape. With one arm around Black Phoenix, he ran as if his feet were greased. As 13 ran, he shouted loudly, "If we can't win, we run. Retreating is the best strategy." Hearing this, Black Phoenix couldn't help but praise him. "You're certainly decisive, kid." Seeing the two attempting to flee, the demon let out a cold, contemptuous snort. "Trying to escape from this seat. It won't be that easy." As soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately mimicked the famous Naruto run posture and began a relentless pursuit. At the same time, atop that giant skull, the cloaked woman was sitting dazed, looking dejected within this bizarre formation. It was as if she were in a world of her own. Having searched everywhere in all directions, she could find no sign of him. But regardless, there is only one exit. I will just sit here and wait for him. I hope he is still inside. Suddenly, the woman sensed something unusual, and immediately whipped her head around to look into the distance. A surge of earth-shattering, murderous intent was billowing toward her. The woman instinctively got goosebumps all over her heart, filled with unease. She only wished she could recite Buddhist sutras. This murderous aura is truly thick. Even from this far away, it makes one's heart race and legs tremble. Driven by curiosity, she decided to leap down and follow it. Little did she know death was beckoning her from ahead. As the woman gradually approached the source of the aura, she finally saw the truth. A figure was running frantically, leaping among the sharp rocks like a gorilla. It turned out to be Trang 13, carrying Black Phoenix, streaking past her at the speed of light. Both sides were stunned, eyes wide and mouths agape. The woman quickly turned her head and shouted, "Trang 13, I finally found you." But 13 paid her no mind. As he ran, he barked out angrily, "You idiot! There's a great enemy behind me, get out of here quickly." Just as he finished speaking, the silhouette of that demon appeared right behind her. At the very moment she turned her head, a sharp blade tip was already right before her eyes. A single slash severely wounded her. Fresh blood sprayed like a fountain. She had no strength left to resist. Seeing this, 13 gnashed his teeth in rage. "Bastard!" Like a flash of lightning, he gained momentum and leaped high into the air. Taking advantage of the demon's opening, he channeled all his strength, preparing to give the demon a thorough thrashing. This punch slammed down fiercely, unleashing a terrifying pressure that sent debris flying in all directions. At this moment, Trang 13's dual palms had been dyed a dazzling blood-red hue, as if they had just been dipped into a sure sea of blood. With one hand, he anxiously gripped the old black chicken, who was on the verge of death. His eyes, sharp as knives, constantly scanned in all directions. His state of alertness had reached its absolute limit. Facing him was the monster with the deformed body, holding a hideous great blade in his hand. A strange, raspy voice rang out, carrying a bizarre hint of admiration. "An interesting brat. To have a mortal body, yet dare to withstand a strike from this seat head-on. You can be considered to have some skill." Right behind him, the cloaked woman slowly stepped forward, her voice like thousand-year-old ice frost as it rang out, breaking the silence. "That is no ordinary blade." She spoke with a solemn tone, slowly explaining. "Its murderous intent reaches the sky, and its ferocious power is terrifying. This thing is definitely a quasi-immortal treasure." She took a deep breath, her voice growing even lower. "If it weren't for the rules of this bizarre secret realm, suppressing it, I'm afraid our souls would have long ago been scattered under this blade." Upon hearing this, Trang 13 was filled with absolute shock. He blurted out a question in return, "What a quasi-immortal treasure?" However, what caught his attention even more was the cloaked woman standing right beside him. He hurriedly spoke up to question her. "Wait a minute, big sister. Weren't you just severely injured a moment ago? Why do you look like you're perfectly fine now?" The cloaked woman lightly flicked her hand, and a golden pill, glowing like jade, appeared in the center of her palm. She answered in a cold voice. "Fortunately, before setting out this, Lady carefully prepared 2 heavenly fate pills. As long as the damage is not to one's foundation, it can provide an instantaneous recovery to one's original state." Trang 13, showing no ceremony at all, immediately pushed the dying chicken toward her. His tone was as natural as if he were ordering a servant girl. "Here, give this chicken one while you're at it. It looks like it's about to kick the bucket." The cloaked woman immediately jerked her hand back. Her voice was as sharp as a dagger. "No way do you have any idea how precious a heavenly fate pill is? Do you think it's just some candy?" Trang 13's expression was serious, his tone sincere. "Just consider that I owe you a karmic debt, all right?" The cloaked woman pondered for a brief moment. Her bright eyes darted around slightly. Only then did she reluctantly nod. "It seems this condition is barely acceptable." Saying that, she casually tossed the pill toward Trang 13. Her tone still held a hint of regret. "Take it." Trang 13 quickly caught the pill. He didn't forget to gratefully say, "Thank you, big sister." Before he could even finish his sentence, the demon gave him no chance to catch his breath. It bizarrely teleported, appearing right behind Trang 13's back. A gloomy voice spoke with a touch of dissatisfaction. "Do you all take this seat for thin air?" Trang 13 heard the unusual sound behind him. In terror, he turned around, cold sweat pouring down like rain. He saw only a streak of cold light, earth-shattering and descending from the sky, hacking directly toward him. It was a full-power strike from the demon. Just when it seemed like Trang 13 was about to take the full force of this blade, the cloaked woman made her move just in time. A defensive spell instantly took shape, shielding Trang 13 boom. The protective ward could only barely hold for a split second before shattering into countless tiny fragments. The demon let out a delighted, eerie laugh. His voice was full of mockery. Oh, a one-time use protective talisman? The cloaked woman let out a cold snort, her voice proud as she retorted, "That was just a moment of carelessness on my part. This time I'll definitely make you pay for your crimes in blood." After finishing her words, she formed hand seals. Spiritual energy surged forth like a tide. Numerous complex magic circles appeared around her body, like a lotus flower, blooming brilliantly in midair. Seeing this, the demon felt a hint of surprise in his heart. The smile on his face froze momentarily. Without the slightest hesitation, the cloaked woman immediately activated the spell. Countless beams of spiritual light bombarded the demon at a terrifying speed. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of a series of explosions echoed throughout the space. Thick white smoke rose up, shrouding the demon's body. However, as the smoke and clouds dissipated, the demon still stood tall in his original spot, completely unharmed. On the contrary, he revealed an even more excited expression. An eerie voice filled with delight rang out. Interesting, truly too interesting. Not far away, hidden behind rolling mountain ranges, Nam Kung Man was sitting cross-legged in quiet meditation, her entire body bathed in dense spiritual energy as she focused on her cultivation. She looked up at the sky, seeing only countless pitch-black clouds, swirling and gathering to form a giant vortex, as if it wanted to swallow both heaven and earth. Nam Kung Man frowned slightly, her heart filled with doubt. A lightning tribulation, absorbing the Tao fire, truly had enormous benefits for cultivation. She felt the spiritual energy in her body surging, fierce like an erupting volcano. She knew that she had reached the moment to break through the Qi refining stage. However, she couldn't help but be astonished. Can the Qi refining stage also invite a lightning tribulation? While lost in thought, Nam Kung Man suddenly noticed in the far distance that people seemed to be engaged in a fierce battle. The spiritual energy fluctuations were earth-shattering. She became even more puzzled. What's going on? In this desolate and remote place, how can there be such a brutal battle? Naturally curious, Nam Kung Man did not hesitate for a second and decided to go watch the commotion, thinking to herself, "I'll go take a look. Maybe I can even pick up some bargains. As for the realm breakthrough, I'll deal with that later." To avoid being disturbed, back on the battlefield, the demon and the cloaked woman were fighting intensely in midair. Techniques were traded so fast that it was a dizzying blur. Spiritual energy collided continuously, creating earth-shattering explosions. Trang Thi and the old black cock had recovered some of their strength, standing on the ground and looking up to watch the battle. Trang Thi couldn't help but exclaim, "This elder sister's Dharma treasures are truly countless." The old black cock also nodded in agreement, echoing in a hoarse voice, "It seems she must be a noble young lady from some prestigious clan." Nam Kung Man flew for a while, and finally caught up. She waved her hand enthusiastically in greeting. Her clear voice echoed throughout the little 13 space. Hearing the familiar call, Trang 13 turned around in pleasant surprise and recognized Nam Kung Man, immediately breaking into a radiant smile. "Little man, why are you here?" Nam Kung Man also replied excitedly. "I was cultivating nearby and heard a loud noise, so I ran over to see. I didn't expect it to be you," she asked excitedly. "Who are you all fighting against?" Trang Thi shrugged and replied helplessly, "The opponent's origins are unknown, but it's an unusually monstrous demon with extremely eerie strength." The battlefield was in midair. The magical creature and the cloaked woman were still in a deadlock, neither side giving an inch. Trang Thi observed the situation, shaking his head slightly and saying, "I have a feeling that elder sister is about to lose her ability to resist any longer." Nam Kung Man pointed at herself, her eyes sparkling. "I wonder if my Qi refining stage lightning tribulation could be of any help." The old black cock standing nearby let out a cold snort with a disdainful voice. "Qi refining stage lightning tribulation. Are you daydreaming?" However, immediately after that, the old black cock seemed to suddenly realize something. His expression changed drastically as he frowned, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He whipped his head around, staring wide-eyed and shouting, You, what did you just say, lightning tribulation at the Qi refining stage?" Nam Kung Man blinked in confusion and replied innocently, "That's right, just now when I was about to break through, it seemed like several tribulations appeared in the sky." Upon hearing this, the old black cock immediately felt his eyes go dark and wailed miserably like a chicken having its throat slit. Just what kind of freak are you?" For ordinary cultivators, it's only starting from the Golden Core realm. That one can face a lightning tribulation. Very rarely for those with a great heavenly destiny. The lightning tribulation will strike earlier during the foundation establishment stage. But I have never heard of the Qi refining stage. Ever having a lightning tribulation? The old black cock was so agitated that he knelt on the ground, his hands clutching Nam Kung Man's shoulders tightly, as he screamed like a madman. Maybe it will be useful. You break through right here quickly. Wait until the lightning tribulation descends, then immediately lure the lightning toward that enemy. Who knows? It might be able to damage him. Nam Kung Man thought his words made sense, and nodded in agreement without hesitation. She immediately sat down cross-legged, and began to circulate her cultivation art to break through with all her might. In the sky, the mist grew thicker and thicker, billowing and churning. The dark cloud vortex expanded further and further. The old black cock stood beside her, observing nervously, muttering under his breath, "This little girl is only one final step away. She's about to break through the chi refining stage." As if to prove his words, just as he finished speaking from the center of the dark cloud vortex, countless bolts of emerald green lightning suddenly shot out, illuminating the entire sky. The battlefield between the magical creature and the cloaked woman had reached a state of intense climax. With every strike and technique of the magical creature came a sky-high killing intent, showing no mercy whatsoever. The cloaked woman could only struggle to defend, having no chance to counterattack. As she laboriously parried a blade, she thought to herself, the magical treasures she brought with her this time seemed to have all been exhausted. Feeling that she had little chance of victory, the cloaked woman decisively retreated, intending to increase the distance. The old black cock knew the opportunity had arrived, immediately turning to page 13. In a shrill voice, he shouted to seize the chance. It's now or never. Page 13. Hoisted Nam Kung Man onto his shoulders with a perfect roar, then gathered all his strength and threw her with a powerful swing. Nam Kung Man was like a cannonball, heading straight for the bizarre monster. As she flew, she screamed at the top of her lungs. The demon, hearing the noise, was bewildered. It turned its head, scratching its bald skull and muttering, "What kind of wicked trick is this?" Meanwhile, Nam Kung Man seemed possessed by a divine spirit. Her eyes suddenly turned a lifeless white. With both hands clenched tight, blue lightning flashed incessantly around her small body. After giving a roar, the soul-shaking little man instantly turned into a bolt of lightning. Her speed was eerily fast, leaving the demon no time to react, before he was embraced in a death grip. As for the rest, little man told herself to leave it all to Lord Lightning Tribulation. Nam Kung Man showed no restraint, using all her deep internal energy, pouncing on him with both hands and feet. This caught him completely off guard. At that very moment in the sky, a bottomless abyss suddenly appeared, from which countless bolts of lightning poured down frantically, striking the monster's body directly. He shrieked in pain, a sound that shook the heavens and earth. Nam Kung Man grit her teeth and endured the baptism of the lightning tribulation. His body trembled as he roared in fury, "You dare use a lightning tribulation against me? Pity your cultivation level is too low." The moment he finished speaking, the monster raised his blade, intending to strike Nam Kung Man's head. From a distance, Black Phoenix cried out in alarm. "Not good. The young girl is in danger." Page 13, taking advantage of his distraction, glided over with ghostly movement and delivered a massive kick that hung by a thread right into the demon's face, rescuing Nam Kung Man from the crisis. The demon was sent flying backward by the kick, frowning as he looked at the wound on his face, with an expression full of murderous intent. Page 13 hurriedly said to Nam Kung Man, "Little man, you did great. Fall back and rest." Seeing the opponent swing the blade up, Page 13 did not hesitate, and charged out like a bolt of lightning. He decisively reached out his hand to block the descending blade. He smirked with a sneer. "As long as I don't let you swing your blade, you're nothing more than a paper tiger." His other hand clenched into a fist as he shouted loudly, "Inch punch." Then a god-shattering and ghost-wailing punch slammed straight into the monster's stomach. The monster was struck so painfully that fresh blood sprayed from its mouth like a fountain. Immediately following was a series of powerful punches, like a raging storm. Inch punch combo. The strikes were lightning fast and efficient. Black Phoenix, standing below, witnessed the entire battle. Her face showed an expression of astonishment mixed with curiosity as she muttered, "These techniques. Even a level 6 demon emperor would find them hard to withstand. But the effect on him seems quite limited. Just what kind of freak is he?" The girl with the eerie mask appeared again, speaking in a low voice. "I think I remember now." She tried to search through her dusty memories of that evil and eerie aura. Long, thin, sharp horns, a body solid as steel. It seems I have read a similar description in ancient books. His horrific appearance caused her to be unable to hide her terror. Blurting out 2 words, demon race, to Black Phoenix was utterly horrified. Wasn't the demon race banished from this place since ancient times? She shook her head slightly, her tone heavy. "The ancient records say so. But for one to appear here now, it is truly difficult for one to fathom." Black Phoenix couldn't help but fall into deep thought, her face solemn. Could it be related to the crack in the realm boundary? A fallen powerhouse, a parasitic demon seed. At this moment, the demon had been beaten by page 13, face down onto a rocky ledge. Nearby, his fists tightened, not relaxing for even a single second, continuously raining down a storm of punches upon him. After a while of exhausting his strength, Trang 13 was panting like a bull. Seeing this, the demon sneered, with a tone full of contempt. So young and already worn out. Then it's my turn now. The arm holding the blade which Trang 13 was gripping tightly suddenly let go. That weapon soared far away, then circled once in midair. It suddenly grew massive like a small mountain, and then slashed down. Trang Wilthi, with an earth-shattering momentum, made him extremely surprised. Trang Wilthi frowned, executing his eerie movement technique to the limit, continuously leaping, dodging the attacks of the giant red blade. Wherever it slashed, he nimbly slipped through like a loach. After a round of frantic attacks, the blade shrank back to its master's hand. The demon, with a ferocious face full of rage, swung it powerfully forward. The blade suddenly extended infinitely, like a giant python, following its master's command to rush straight at Trang 13. His body at that moment seemed frozen. His face was pale with horror, staring fixedly at that terrifying weapon. A graceful figure darted past Trang 13, flying up to stand as a barrier in front of him. The masked girl used her delicate body to shield him from that aggressive blade. The purple shield in her hand, upon colliding with the blade, immediately shattered into 100 pieces. This caused her face to turn pale as she cried out in fear. Even my mid-grade heaven tier, Dharma treasure, cannot withstand a single blow from him. Sensing that the situation was bad, she didn't dare to hesitate, grabbing Trang 13 and running for their lives. Retreating was the best option. Everyone followed her command, running as fast as possible while she shouted, "He is a demon. We cannot possibly face him." The skull territory at this moment still lay quietly in the middle of the sea, as silent as a tomb. Suddenly a plume of thick black smoke billowed up, immediately followed by a terrifying tremor, causing the entire skull to shake violently. Several figures struggled to fly out from within the skull. Everyone's bodies were covered in mud and grime, looking so wretched it was unbearable to watch. Kimvo Tweet ground his teeth in fury. His jaw clenched so hard blood seeped out his entire body, shaking like a leaf, hissing through his teeth. Trang 13. "Get over here and meet your death." Kimvo Tweet gnashed his teeth, hating him to the very core. "It's a good thing I used a secret technique to escape just in time." He then turned back to command his lackeys. "Everyone follow my lead. I swear I will drag that kid out." With those words, they all turned into streaks of light, flying toward the mountain range ahead. Kimvo Tweet hovered in the air, his hawk-like eyes scanning to and fro, carefully observing every inch of the ground below. Suddenly his eyes widened in terrifying shock, discovering what was right under his feet. Trang Wilthi and his companions were fleeing for their lives. "Found you." The leader let out a thunderous roar, leading his lackeys as they charged like hungry tigers pouncing on prey. Trang Wilthi was strolling along nonchalantly. Seeing that familiar figure rushing toward him head-on, he was slightly taken aback, his feet stopping for a brief moment. "Ah ha ha ha! Stinking brat, I finally found you. How dare you play tricks on us, nearly causing our souls to be destroyed," Kimvo Tweet shouted while lunging forward, his voice as shrill as a slaughtered duck. Trang Wilthi's face remained cold and stony. Ignoring the barking dog in his ear, he used his ghostly movement to glide past him. Kimvo Tweet was completely ignored. Furious to the point of exploding, he yelled out, "Damn it, how dare you underestimate me!" An icy, malevolent aura from behind suddenly erupted, making him jump in terror as his scalp went numb. The killing intent is too overwhelming. Kimvo Tweet barely managed to utter a few words, when a blood-red giant blade, carrying a terrifying wind pressure, was already right in front of his face. "Watch out!" Kimvo Tweet cried out in alarm, hurriedly somersaulting to dodge. But his less fortunate teammate was not so lucky. A dull thud echoed. A young man, before he could even regain his composure, was sliced clean through by that giant blade. His eyes bulged and his mouth sprayed a mist of blood like a fountain. He couldn't even manage to let out a single tragic scream. The trial jade token on his person fell to the ground, shattering into 100 pieces. His body followed suit, splitting in two as fresh blood splattered everywhere. "Oh my God, it's over!" Everyone cried out in horror. Nam Kung Huang frowned with a look of disbelief. How could the life-saving formation of the trial jade token not have activated? Tiu Huyen Tu shook his head vigorously. "That's not right." The teleportation portal has opened, proving the formation is still effective. Hearing this, Zhang Mongdao became even more confused and asked, Then why is he still dead?" The examiner explained in a deep voice, "This proves that the strike just now was so lethal it exceeded his limit of endurance. The speed was even faster than the activation speed of the protective formation. But for a fusion realm cultivator, how could they possess such terrifying power?" They stared blankly at the formation behind them, muttering inside the secret realm. What kind of anomaly has occurred? Seeing their teammate's body vanish before their eyes, those remaining who were facing the danger could not help but be filled with shock and dread. Trang Wathi's face turned deathly pale, his eyes filled with fear. Is he really dead? Kim Vo-tweet's face was ashen. Drenched in cold sweat, he judged with a trembling voice. From what I saw before being teleported, he had already stopped breathing. He pointed straight at Trang 13's face, gnashing his teeth, and cursing, "You stinking brat! Every time I run into you, disaster follows. What kind of damn trouble have you caused this time?" Page 13. Ignoring the sky-high resentment of his opponent, he kindly advised his enemy, "This time we aren't facing small fry. I advise you all, it would be better to set aside personal grudges for now and join forces against the enemy." Kim Vo-tweet felt a prickle of annoyance and stammered in response, Join forces." At that moment, the demon race member had unknowingly closed in on them. Alerted by his instincts, Kim Vo-tweet spun around, only to see a stalwart figure, shrouded in billowing demonic chi, standing right behind him. "Such an evil aura," he gasped in horror. The demon smirked disdainfully, his voice hoarse and filled with cruelty. "Ha ha ha, in the blink of an eye. Even more delicious appetizers have appeared." Kim Vo-tweet asked suspiciously, Who is he? Is he also a candidate participating in this assessment? Page 13 shook his head slightly. No. He is of the demon race, possessing an almighty body, borrowing a form to return his soul. What, the demon race? Kim Vo-tweet was scared out of his wits, nearly jumping out of his skin. Ta Trong-an's expression also changed, filled with panic. Demon race? I've only ever seen that word in ancient texts. Zhang Mengdao was also terrified, asking why a demon would appear in this place. Ha 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 ha! The demon laughed coldly, his evil gaze sweeping over them. "Since you already know my identity," he brandished the killing blade in his hand, pointing it straight ahead. In a somber, threatening tone, he said, "Then not a single person shall leave here alive." The blood-colored killing blade, with its crimson patterns, continuously radiated a heaven-shaking murderous intent. Kim Vo-tweet could also easily recognize that this giant blade was definitely no ordinary object. The demon's eyes locked onto the prey before him. Muttering softly, the killing blade hummed. The demon let out a roar, channeling all his true essence into his arms, and slammed the killing blade down onto the ground. Heavenly demon slaughter, die, die, boom, boom, boom. The great earth cracked open, shattering the ground as debris flew like rain. The surging blade light howled as it lunged forward. A terrifying and soul-shaking power, unrivaled ultimate move. Kim Vo-tweet met the attack with both palms, executing a defensive sword technique. Triple-layered green spirit body protection. Zhang Mengdao charged forward to join the fight without hesitation. Protective spiritual energy immediately enveloped her body. Trang Wathi clenched his fists tight. A thunderous strike condensed on both fists as he struck out violently towards the demon race member. Sky-piercing rapid fist. Other candidates with low cultivation were caught off guard, bearing the brunt of the first wave of attacks. It was a high-stakes explosive battle. Between the bloodthirsty demon and a team of novice candidates, the mountain was being torn to shreds by the onslaught. Layers of fragile rock and earth were vaporized into ash and dust. Other minor players couldn't dodge the skills in time and were hacked into pieces all at once. Corpses flew everywhere as blood sprayed like a waterspout. In an instant, everyone was wiped out and teleported back to the starting point. Much to the bewilderment and shock of the cold-blooded judges, one man, his face pale with shock, screamed at the top of his lungs. "What on earth is this? Why are dead bodies suddenly being spat out?" Tiu Huintu frowned thoughtfully, looking towards the secret realm. "I fear it's gone south. A major incident has occurred." Nam Kung Huang also looked worried. "Is there no way to force a shutdown of the secret realm?" Tiu Huintu shook his head in frustration. He looked up at the gloomy portal behind them. "Once the secret realm is open, unless time runs out or it's game over, there is no way to save it or stop it." That man flew into a rage again, shouting in protest. "So you're saying we just sit here and watch the drama unfold? Just stand by and watch our disciples perish inside?" Tiu Huintu's magic staff suddenly slammed hard against the ground. With a loud thud, a wave of terrifying pressure radiated outward, causing the men and women there to freeze and lose their footing. The man gritted his teeth. "Such formidable pressure! Is this the power of a chief examiner?" Nam Kung Huang also nodded in agreement, the white-clothed sword saint. Tiu Huintu is indeed unfathomably profound. His max level is no joke. The loudmouths went silent. Tiu Huintu scanned the crowd and declared, "Let me head up and scout things out to see how it goes." He turned and approached the temperamental entrance to the secret realm. His aged face suddenly contorted, as sweat began to pour profusely. His hand lightly touched the entrance portal, but was suddenly hit by a massive wave of pressure. The portal shook for a while like an earthquake, as if it were forbidding anyone from touching it. Just a few minutes later, Hu Huintu's arm could no longer withstand the intensity and was ruthlessly flung back. Witnessing this drama, everyone was utterly stunned with their mouths wide open. Could it be because of the rules of the secret realm? Indeed, experts at the fusion realm and above are shut out. There is no way for them to enter. The other man suggested scheming to suppress their cultivation, to see if there was a chance to bypass the rules and get in. Hu Huintu shook his head vigorously. No, don't joke about suppressing cultivation right now. Even if I stubbornly defied the laws to slip in for a moment, it probably wouldn't make a difference, just as predicted. Inside the secret realm, there is an invisible human force, constantly tampering with the boundaries of the rules, with the oppressive pressure of the laws now becoming more aggressive and unpredictable. The situation inside is currently as tense as a coiled spring. As successive blade strikes rain down, only the experts with deep internal power can endure and hold their ground. Kim Vo Tweet flashed a bright, excited grin. I don't know what planet you're from, buddy, but I really dig your style. He charged head-on at the demon, shouting at the top of his lungs, "My Tao is to fight to reach the level 10,000 times stronger." The demon smirked with amusement. Oh, he let out a disdainful sound. Is there a kid eager to seek his death? Kim Vo Tweet swung his sword with a powerful strike, but the opponent blocked it effortlessly, as if it were a piece of cake, with the collision between these two high-tier weapons immediately creating a seismic wave, shattering the surrounding rocky outcrops to pieces. The demon felt the fun was just getting started. Clearly, it is just a mid-tier heaven-grade combat weapon, yet it managed to resist my fatal blow. Could it be that this sword still hides a high-end magic treasure inside? Kim Vo Tweet sneered disdainfully. If you didn't rely on that trashy blade, did you really think you were some sort of mighty god? Sure enough, this taunt successfully infuriated his ancestors, sparking a house-burning rage within him. Both of them simultaneously released their weapons, then backed away to keep their distance. Wherever the demon went, that area was auto-wrecked to shambles. He lowered his head, mysterious words mumbling from his mouth. It seems you still haven't realized a thing, have you? The hand gripping the blade suddenly went limp. That high-damage weapon fell freely, plunging ruthlessly into the ground. The demon reached his hand forward, beckoning provocatively. Come at me, baby, you red-haired puppy dog. Kim Vo Tweet felt his pride hit the ceiling, cursing deeply under his breath. How annoying. He roared like thunder, blazing sun sword key, then swung his sword frantically. A colossal flame immediately unleashed like it was off the chain, erupting violently. The raging fire charged swiftly toward the demon. It expanded more and more, soon engulfing his entire massive body. However, he seemed to ignore it as if it were nothing, speaking with absolute contempt. Amidst the skin-scorching heat, "Is this all you've got, so weak?" The masked girl couldn't help but marvel. Sword chi from a mid-tier fusion realm expert. Didn't even leave a scratch or do any damage to him. This demon's body is incredibly tanky, it's unbelievable. Kim Vo Tweet still refused to give up, continuing the attack with another move, Cold Ice True Chi. This technique was indeed effective, causing a slight flicker in the demon's eyes. As soon as the violent flames vanished, before the air could even warm up, it was immediately replaced by countless ice spikes. As a roaring chill swept in, Trang Wuthi suddenly realized the truth. So that's how it is. No wonder. No matter how ultra-tough the metal may be, after undergoing a baptism of fire and then being abruptly doused with cold water, it would have to shatter to pieces. The body of the demonic creature was now covered in a layer of ash, as thick and stubborn as stone. Suddenly, a long crack appeared on his shoulder, like crow's feet on parched earth. Trang Wuthi was wide-eyed and open-mouthed. A flicker of faint hope rose in his heart. Could it be working? But reality is often disappointing. Contrary to his wishes, the demon let out a roar, swinging his arm to shatter the layer of ash. His body still stood tall and proud, completely unharmed. He smirked with a mocking tone. Is this all you've got? Just these petty tricks? Kim Vo Tweet didn't want to waste his breath arguing with him. Swinging his sword and charging like a whirlwind, shouting out, "Hidden truth swordsmanship, moonless slash." The blade was as sharp as a wolf's tooth, carrying a cold glint as it struck down at the neck. The demon was determined to sever the head from the body. It seemed that he had poured all of his internal energy into this final move. The power was staggering, the momentum sky high, yet the blade only managed to leave a shallow nick, slicing against his tough-as-iron neck. No matter how much Kim Vo Tweet gritted his teeth and exerted himself, the blade remained stubborn, failing to budge even a single millimeter further. His face turned purple with rage as he roared like a wild beast, continuing to channel all his strength into his arm. Holding the sword, losing all patience, the demon reached out and grabbed the blade, his rough fingers tightening around the sword. He burst out laughing. Not bad, not bad. Finally, this strike actually has some form to it. Before his words even faded, he swung his fist, landing a thunderous blow squarely in Kim Vo Tweet's stomach. He couldn't react in time. His body immediately turned into a streak of light, flying backward like a kite with a broken string. The demon shrugged with a smug expression. What a pity, just a bit more. This superficial wound doesn't even itch. However, a strange gray smoke suddenly billowed up from that shallow slash. A piercing, throbbing pain spread throughout his body, causing his eyes to widen in horror. He stood stunned, mumbling like someone who had lost their soul. The wound, it's corroding. Trang Wutha couldn't hide his amazement either. Could it be the previous move actually landed? He excitedly shouted encouragement. Kim Vo Tweet, it worked. It really did. Don't stop, hit him even harder. However, Kim Vo Tweet had poured all his life's strength into that last technique. Now his energy was completely depleted. His body as weak as a withered leaf. Damn it, that last slash just now has drained every last drop of my spiritual energy. The demon sneered with utter disdain. It worked, you say? He gave a slight flick of his hand. The demonic blade lying dormant behind him immediately turned into a streak of black light, soaring back into his hand, like a black dragon submitting to its master. The demon stomped hard on the ground, his body lunging forward like an arrow from a bow, charging straight at Kim Vo Tweet. Let me show you what true slaughter really looks like. Kim Vo Tweet hurriedly raised his sword to meet the attack, blocking the sharp demonic blade that was coming down like a sledgehammer. Its destructive power was even more terrifying than his own previous move by several times. The ground beneath them immediately sank deep, across a large area, shattering into thousands of fragments. Billowing clouds of dust rose up, obscuring the sky, making even Zhang Mengdao, standing in the distance, lose her balance from the shockwave. She frowned with a worried expression. It seems this Kim Vo Sak is no match for him either. This ghostly place is too dangerous. Running away is the best option. Zhang Mengdao decisively cast an invisibility spell, deciding that saving her life was more precious than gold. Ak Fuang burst into a cackle. That girl from the Huyan Ha sect has already vanished. Nam Kung Man also began to panic, feeling like she was sitting on hot coals. Do we need to disappear too? While the Sword Dao sect is still holding them off for a while, the masked girl immediately countered, her tone firm. Absolutely not. There is still some time before the secret realm closes. If everyone works together and fights as one, there is still a chance of survival. If it's every man for himself, then sooner or later he will hunt us all down. Kim Vo Tweet gritted his teeth, struggling to hold on. His legs trembled, his body gradually buckling like a banana tree in the wind. On the blade of his sword, cracks began to appear, spreading out like a spider web. Kim Vo Tweet painfully spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, staining the hem of his robe red. The masked girl cries out in alarm. 7 heavens! That person is about to reach his limit. Trang Wutha immediately got into position, preparing to charge in. I'll go give him a hand. But Ta Trong-an was one step faster than him. Swinging his giant riding brush like a long spear, his ghostly movement flickered past Trang 13. He wore a mysterious smile, silently chanting an incantation, Inkwash Law Ritual / The demon was still dazed, unable to regain his composure. His face was as blank as a wooden statue. A horrific pressure descended from the sky, weighing down on his body like Mount Tai collapsing upon him. The demon hurriedly raised his demonic blade to block the blow. However, the crushing force from Ta Trong-an's attack was far too horrific, far exceeding his imagination. It drove him deep into the ground below, forming a gaping crater. The masked girl quickly chanted a spell, manifesting a golden protective circle to shield everyone from the devastating aftershocks. Hak Fuang could not hide her astonishment. Her jaw dropped as she exclaimed, "That strike was freaking insane!" She hadn't expected his junior brother to strike with such formidable power. She also cried out in shock. This technique isn't just a cultivation method or a common sword move. This is a true divine ability that has entered the realm of the blade. Kim Vo Tweet, after being rescued, stood there dazed and confused, still unable to process what had just happened. Ta Trong-an's figure suddenly descended, right in front of him. Ta Trong-an didn't turn his head, only softly saying to his senior brother, "Senior brother, you should take a moment to rest and recover. Just leave this place to me." Kim Vo Tweet watched his junior's back helplessly, a complex, indescribable feeling rising in his heart, unwillingness yet filled with hope. "Let's go, Trong-an." The pile of chaotic earth and rocks gradually split apart, revealing the towering form of the demon. His face was now twisted with rage, both hands still tightly gripping the demonic blade, his eyes flashing with hateful fire. He gnashed his teeth audibly, staring intently at Ta Trong-an. "What kind of hellish thing was that just now? You actually have some skill." The weapon in his hand seemed to have been struck until a chip appeared, right in the middle of the blade's body. If it weren't for the world-ending pagoda, the precious blade protecting me, I'm afraid I would have suffered significant damage. Ta Trong-an nodded in appreciation. World-ending pagoda. So that's the name of that blade. Indeed, its reputation is well-deserved. It truly lives up to being a quasi-immortal tier war weapon. The demon quickly regained his usual arrogance, flashing a familiar, self-satisfied smirk. But don't get ahead of yourself. In this battle so far, I've only used at most 50% of my power. Blue veins suddenly bulged on his forehead, and his eyes began to turn blood red. To deal with small fry like you, a fiery red smoke billowed furiously from his body, as well as from the demonic blade in his hand. The ground around them also began to shake violently, to a bizarre rhythm. I guess I'll reluctantly bump it up to 70% of my power then. Over on page 13's side, he could also sense the terrifying transformation coming from his power. Everything shook like an earthquake. All things trembled. The masked girl turned pale and shouted in worry. His spiritual energy is skyrocketing at a breakneck speed, causing the very ground to shake along with it. The skull domain, already fragile, could not escape the ill fate of swaying violently. In the middle of the gloomy domain, a giant coffin stood upright and imposing. Under the earth-shattering impact of the tremors, the coffin lid began to shift heavily. The coffin was burst open, and a majestic skeleton, emanating a thick stench of death, also escaped from within. Duong-dik's eyes went wide and his mouth hung open. How can it be this fast? That is the corpse ghost Dharma body, refined by a powerhouse of the Tribulation Transcendent stage. The demon lifted the head of the corpse ghost in his hand. You mean this thing? It was indeed a bit troublesome. He gave a disgruntled sidelong glance. It forced me to expend 80% of my power. Page 13 cried out in a panic, "It's over! The plan is ruined. There's no way to handle this tough demon." He started wailing for help from the system. "Oh, great system lord, the forced mission you gave me is impossible to complete. The power disparity is just ridiculous. How on earth am I supposed to kill him?" Hearing the cries and lamentations, the system screen immediately appeared. It kindly gave a friendly reminder. Find a way to increase your body stats. Page 13 turned purple with rage, grabbing the screen and howling. In such a short time, where am I supposed to find a place to boost my body stats? The masked girl couldn't see the system. She only saw him talking nonsense to himself and was startled with fright. "What's wrong with you? Have you lost your mind because of this desperate situation?" His eyes widened as if he had just remembered something. "Wait. If we're talking about boosting body stats in an instant, it seems only the Tao fire is available here, right?" Seeing page 13 clutching his head and lamenting again, the girl became even more terrified. "I don't have a spiritual root, so I can't absorb it." The girl thought to herself, "This is bad, he's getting crazier by the second." He suddenly paused, lost in thought. "Could it be?" Trang 13 turned to speak to everyone. "I need to ask everyone for a favor." A spark of determination flickered in his eyes. He spoke out in a resonant voice. "Please buy me some time. Perhaps I have a way to take him down for good." Everyone gasped in unison after hearing that. "Huh? What did you say?" The demon stood waiting for a while. Seeing no one making a move, he spoke up arrogantly. "It seems you've run out of tricks to resist." He smirked. "I'm tired of just standing here too. It's time to send you all on your way." Without further ado, he shouted, "Heavenly Demon Extermination!" 80% power. Then like a gale, he charged straight at them. Everywhere the demon's blade swept past was pulverized into nothingness. However, the terrifying range of the attack was suddenly brought to a halt, gradually shrinking back toward the demon. Seeing this, he immediately grimaced in irritation. In no time, the force unleashed by that blade rebounded directly back at him, causing everything around him to explode, submerging him in a sea of destructive fire. Duong-dik remained standing calmly in place, silently chanting a protection spell for everyone. He spoke up, "Let me stall him. Everyone use whatever moves you have quickly." Namkung Man was elated, cheering, "Little Duong, you've finally shown your true self." Kimvo Tweet also found this eye-opening. So that is the legendary eldest brother, Duong-dik of the Ngulam Immortal sect. I've heard of his reputation for a long time, but I've never seen him in action until now. The flames from earlier gradually receded, revealing the tall body of the demon now in a wretched state and covered in wounds. He gnashed his teeth in absolute fury. What kind of freakish technique is this? It feels like some kind of defensive spatial treasure. Is it a one-time use? It seemed he was no longer interested in dragging this out. The other side didn't hesitate continuing to launch their attacks. "But you all are merely buying time while waiting for death." Duong-dik calmly clasped his hands in front of him, muttering an incantation. 10,000 heavens mountain shaking. Trang 13 was extremely worried upon hearing that. "Isn't that the palm technique that the elder used on me? It's just the most ordinary heaven-grade palm technique. Even I could resist it back then. How could it possibly stop the demon's sharp blade?" He hurriedly screamed, "Eldest brother, watch out!" Duong-dik softly shouted, "Go!" A giant golden hand appeared, firmly grasping the demon's earth-shattering attack. He braced himself and held it for a moment, then swung his arm, flinging it back at him. Those giant golden hands continuously followed one after another, erupting from his body after Duong-dik softly uttered each word. Afterward, they simultaneously flew like a meteor shower toward the spot where the demon was standing. His face turned pale as a ghost as he screamed, "Another person who has stepped into the threshold of divine abilities." The hand grazed the ground, then directly slapped him across the face hard. The demon was sent flying back, dragging wretchedly across the ground, leaving the earth cracked like a spiderweb, and destroying all the surrounding rock formations. Trangfilty's eyes lit up like stars as he cheered, "Holy cow! Eldest brother truly lives up to his reputation." He turned back and said to Black Phoenix, "Quickly throw the Sacred Heart Doubtfire to me." Black Phoenix was skeptical. "Do you really want to break through right here?" Suddenly, he did a total 180 and changed his attitude, shifting from doubt to excitement, tossing the Sacred Heart Doubtfire to the other. "Wait, maybe there's hope. If it's you absorbing the Sacred Heart Doubtfire, perhaps we really can turn the tables." Everyone stood up together, shielding Trang 13. "We will protect you during your meditation." He caught the Sacred Heart Doubtfire, shaking uncontrollably like a leaf. Sweating profusely as if taking a bath, he thought, "It's so damn hot." The pain of his palms being scorched and torn felt like it hit his very heart and soul. Without hesitation, he stuffed it all into his mouth, right before the speechless eyes of his teammates. "Good grief." Black Phoenix was utterly dumbfounded, stammering, What is that, how you absorb a Doubtfire?" The masked girl stomped her feet in frustration. "You idiot! Use your spiritual energy to guide it, to absorb the spiritual essence and the Tao rhymes of the fire. Swallowing it raw like that will burn you to death from the inside out. That is the Sacred Heart Doubtfire." Just as she finished speaking, Trang 13 began to tremble violently and slumped down, clutching his stomach, which was churning like a tsunami. He threw his head back toward the sky and screamed. Fire erupted roarfully from his 7 orifices. The masked girl took a step back in fear earlier. He had been acting strangely, and now it seemed he had indeed succumbed to internal energy deviation. "This is clearly a death wish." Trangwathi arched his back and braced himself, trying to suppress the heat that was incinerating his entire body. Once his physical body reached its absolute limit, Trangwathi finally welcomed an explosion of power. The Tao fire within his body erupted like a volcano. An aura soared to the heavens. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of the system adding attribute points to his body rang out like a ringtone, continuously pouring into his ears. This bizarre scene immediately caught the attention of the demon, who was watching like a tiger stalking its prey. "Oh ho! Using Tao fire to temper the body? This kid is quite interesting. Trying to use this opportunity to break through your limits. I will not let you have your way." The demon let out a roar like rolling thunder and howling wind, shouting as he launched a frenzied attack toward Trang 13. But having only leaped a few yards, smack, he took a palm strike directly to the face. His face was flattened against a large rock ledge nearby, looking like a fly swatted against a wall. The demon turned purple with rage. He roared, shattering the rocks around him, and shouted aggressively, 80% power. You're dead for sure this time. On Duongdik's side, radiant, golden palms kept appearing like mushrooms after rain. They all formed a giant circle, shielding the body of Trangmida. Duongdik muttered incantations under his breath, his hands forming the 10,000 heavens, 10,000 mountains seal. "Go!" He thrust his hand toward the demon and shouted, 10,000 Buddhas bow to the sect. "Let's go, brothers." Those golden hands were like a swarm of bees from a broken hive, rushing and soaring forward with overwhelming force. With a fierce and aggressive aura, the demon growled like a wild beast, madly brandishing the weapon in his hand, resisting the storm-like assault from his opponent. Heavenly demon extermination. This old man will risk his life against you. Combat power unleashed. The golden hands continuous and relentless, like splashing water against the sphere of blood-colored energy that he had formed, trying to suppress the expansion of his power. The terrifying pressure created by the battle between the two was so massive it overflowed from the entrance of the secret realm, reaching the locations of the examiners, who were watching curiously outside. An examiner with eyes wide in terror cried out, "My goodness! The power is even spilling out of the secret realm's teleportation gate. This is no joke." Zhao Xuanzi still tried to maintain a calm appearance in front of the juniors as he spoke slowly. This proves that the rules within the secret realm are about to lose control over the spiritual energy inside. Nangong. Huang looked at his back. A sense of unease welled up in his heart. He hurriedly asked, "Then what will the outcome be?" On that old wrinkled face, beads of anxious sweat began to break out. The secret realm will collapse. Space will shatter. Everything in the secret realm will be swept into the torrent of time and space this time. I fear the outcome looks grim. At that time, Zhuang 13's body had been scorched by the Tao fire to the point of peeling skin. With flaying flesh, his mouth groaned incessantly in extreme pain, like a pig being scalded for hair removal. Sensing that something was wrong, the demon inwardly cried out, "This is not good." A fierce sense of unease surged within him. Once he completes his refinement, he will certainly become a lethal threat to me. Thinking of this, he immediately went mad, pushing his power to the absolute climax. Decuple power. This old man will fight you to the last drop of blood. The power he unleashed quickly dispersed all those golden hands, which Duangdik had spent so much effort and energy to create. Duangdik was immediately severely injured, his chest feeling as if struck by a hammer. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed from his mouth, staining his entire lapel deep red. In no time, those hands could no longer hold their ground, exploding one by one like Lunar New Year fireworks. The demon swept aside every obstacle in his way, charging at light speed straight toward Trang 13 like an out-of-control missile. Black Phoenix, brother, let's go. Kim Vo-Tweet let out a loud shout. Black Phoenix and the others simultaneously charged forward like a disturbed hive of bees, determined to halt the bloodthirsty demon. Get lost. The demon's eyes were bloodshot red. Sharp claws swung violently forward like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Boom. The three were struck by his horrific power and sent flying far back into the distance, tumbling on the ground like broken crabs, ignoring these small fries completely. The demon rushed headlong straight past them. His sole target was Trang 13. Kim Vo-Tweet and Tai Chung-an refused to back down at this moment. Both charged forward once again, determined to fight to the death. Both combined their blades' dual polarity slash. Absolute slash. He only curled his lip in contempt. Ridiculous slaughter knife. Then swinging his blade, he roared, "Heavenly Demon World Destroyer," shaking the universe. Boom, boom, boom. A surge of energy as red as fresh blood, with incredible destructive power, quickly blew away Kim Vo-Tweet and Ta Trong-an, throwing both of them back. Flying far like kites with broken strings, it was like a giant monster, fierce and aggressive, charging straight at the position where Trang 13 was tempering. The masked girl, seeing the dire situation, hurriedly cried out, "This is bad. Trang 13 hasn't finished his tempering yet. Right now is when his defense is at its weakest." Tangong Man, standing beside her, could only scream in helplessness. Little 13. Watch out, boom boom. That giant blade, the moment it collided with the Tao fire surrounding Trang 13. It immediately exploded, causing an earth-shattering earthquake. The cave shook violently. The demon looked at the horrific explosion before him with glee and let out a sinister laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, a strike with decuple power. This time you are dead for sure, you little worm." However, immediately after that, something caught him by surprise. Looking back, Jiang Mengjiao had silently returned at some unknown point, creating a solid defensive layer to protect Trang 13. She gritted her teeth, enduring the heart-wrenching pain within her body, trying to hold on. This was a secret, life-saving technique established by the elders for the inner sect, geniuses which could only be used when on the verge of death. It was equivalent to a full power strike of the great Mahayana realm, using it to neutralize this blade strike. Before continuing to hide from danger, Zhang Meng Jiao did not forget to leave a word of advice. "I've used up my life-saving trick old lady style. The rest is up to you, little 13. Just then, the burning flames surrounding Trang Wolfi began to fade away. The bright red light vanished. Seeing this, the demon felt both furious and uneasy, his voice trembling. "The tempering is over, boom." Trang Wolfi's eyes snapped open like copper bells. There was no longer any trembling weakness in his gaze, but instead a sense of firm determination and extreme resolve. His current physical state had reached level 300. I have broken through. He didn't hesitate for a single second, and charged like an arrow toward the demon, with a majestic aura reaching the sky. "Here I come." Trang Wolfi leaped high, planting one foot on his thigh, while swinging an elbow directly into his face. Thwack! The demon was struck so hard he saw stars, but he still felt a surge of excitement in his heart. "Very well. Let me see how strong you have become after leveling up." Crack, crack, crack. The gloomy gray sky scattered with dark clouds, suddenly fractured like a shattered mirror. The small cracks that appeared at first gradually spread outward, before appearing in increasing numbers, as dense as a spider's web. "This is not good." Black Phoenix was the first to notice the abnormal signs in the sky, along with the collapse of the surrounding rocky outcrops. He spoke up in astonishment. "This secret realm is showing signs of imminent collapse. We must prepare ourselves to retreat." The masked girl, however, did not seem overly panicked. She shrugged and said calmly, "After all, the power of those two has been continuously bombarding the laws of the secret realm, suppressing it to its absolute limit. It was bound to be destroyed eventually. The secret realm cannot withstand power that exceeds this threshold. Paying no heed to this current situation, the earth-shattering battle between the demon and Trang 13 continued to unfold at a dizzying speed. Both were equally matched, competing to devastate the realm with every move they unleashed. Every muscle in Trang 13's body felt as though it had been fully recharged with power after his successful tempering. Each punch and kick carried terrifying force. Trang Wutha leaped up and delivered a heavy knee strike to the demon's face, sending another mouthful of fresh blood spraying from his mouth. This time it seemed much more severe than before. The demon could not resist the overwhelming strength of Trang 13 and flew backward like a cannonball, slamming flat against a large boulder behind him, nearly losing his life in the wilderness. Trang Wutha showed no mercy, extending his hand toward him. All the energy in his body focused into his right hand, condensing into an invisible surge of power. Trang Wutha did not hesitate and snapped his fingers. Snap, a stream of emerald green energy shot out like a flash of lightning tearing through space. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. They all lunged at the demon who lay there, flattened like a dead dog, leaving him no time to react. He could only blink as death approached. Boom, boom, boom. The horrific power he created was so strong that the boulder behind him was also smashed into fine dust at this moment, sending up a thick cloud of murky smoke. Not yet appeased, Trang 13's aura surged like a flood breaking a dam. As he continued to swing his fists frantically like a torrential storm, his punch force violent as thunderbolts rained down, continuously bombarding the demon creature's body, beating him until his head spun, leaving him only able to shield his head and endure the assault. His massive body was pinned deep into the ground. As the rubble settled and the dust cleared, the giant wound-covered figure of the demon was revealed, sprawled in a pool of murky black blood. Trang Wutha stood wide-eyed and open-mouthed, exclaiming in shock, "What the hell, after all that bombardment? It only managed to suppress you. Could you really be that tanky?" The demon creature tilted his head back and let out a raspy cackle, replying with contempt. "Suppress me, ha, you're dreaming in broad daylight. Up until this very moment, this seat hasn't even bothered to use 1/10 of my true power." He let out a thunderous roar. As demonic energy erupted sky-high from his body, he surged up easily, standing tall and proud amidst the crumbling ruins. His fierce aura flooded the entire space. It matters not if this tattered space collapses. Today, this seat will show you ants a true revelation of what peak power truly is. He roared at the heavens in fury, his mouth splitting wide all the way to his ears, his eyes turning as red as blood, spewing out billowing black smoke. His full demonic cultivation erupted without restraint, accompanied by an earth-shattering howl. The ground shook violently as if the world were tearing apart. In the middle of the gray sky, a massive cosmic black hole suddenly appeared, warping the very fabric of space. All the shattered debris around was sucked into the black hole, swarming upward like locusts. Trang Wutha was scared out of his wits, staring up at the sky in terror. "Oh my God, the firmament is actually collapsing." Just then a mysterious voice came from behind, echoing directly into Trang 13's mind. "Foolish one, use the rift in space to destroy him." Trang Wutha's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly turned his head to look back. It turned out to be a high-level secret sound transmission. The owner of the voice was none other than that mysterious masked girl. She was using a secret technique to remind him, "Knock him into the spatial rift. The chaotic flow of time and space within it will grind everything to pieces, turning it into dust and making it vanish forever." "The spatial rift," Trang Wutha muttered. His eyes stared intently at the massive black hole in the sky. His mind suddenly filled with a great realization. "So I just need to kick him into that damn hole, and it's over." The demon hovered in midair, looking up at the sky, laughing wildly and roaring arrogantly. "This is my ultimate move with this one strike. I will tear your body apart and bury everything within this shattered space." Trang Wutha completely ignored the empty threat. He stepped into the void, charging forward to face the challenge at any cost, unleashing a direct, powerful punch. Kim Vo-Tweet heard this and screamed in panic, "You fool! You cannot block this blade strike with your physical body." The demonic blade in the demon's hand suddenly transformed into a heaven-defying giant blade, flashing down viciously at Trang 13's head as he roared, "Phantom annihilation." Trang Wutha's figure stiffened. The giant blade instantly sliced through his body, tearing it apart without a shred of mercy. Nam Kung Man let out a horrific scream, "Little 13, but then an unexpected and eerie sight occurred. Trang Wutha's severed corpse suddenly turned blurry and vanished like sea foam. The demon's eyes widened in sheer terror. "What? How is this possible?" Right at that moment, Trang Wutha suddenly appeared from a different direction. A lightning-fast punch landed directly on the demon's face. Boom! The domineering force of the punch sent him flying backward. A familiar figure caught the demon's eye, startling him with terror. The image of Tai Trong An standing in the distance chanting once again stirred up a bizarrely familiar feeling deep within his heart. The demon's eyes were filled with hatred and helplessness. He hissed through gritted teeth, "So it's you!" Disrupting my senses once again. This punch from Trang 13 successfully, sending the demon flying straight into the black hole, that abyss in the sky. The demon could only thrash and struggle wildly, letting out tragic screams in absolute futility. Trang Wuthe cheered with joy. "Yay! Finally I succeeded." He looked around at his surroundings. The space around him was disintegrating piece by piece. He couldn't help but ask in confusion, "But this place has already collapsed into this state. How are we supposed to get back?" Duongditch replied calmly, "I have a Dharma treasure, a spatial intermediary, that can temporarily withstand the spatial collapse, long enough to hold until the secret realm dissipates." Nam Kung Man jumped up and cheered, "Little 13, you are so badass." Black Phoenix couldn't help but praise him as well. "That move of yours just now had an aura like a Mahayana realm powerhouse." The masked girl reminded him coldly, "Do not forget our agreement." Swoosh. A chain of divine lightning suddenly appeared from behind Trang 13. It shot forward like a bolt of lightning, wrapping tightly around his body. Trang Wuthe had no time to react, and was instantly dragged away like a kite with a broken string. The demon, still trapped within the black hole, roared with savage intensity, "Even if I die, I'll drag you ants down to be buried with me." A chain of lightning lashed around Trang 13, pulling him straight into the black hole in the sky. The demon laughed with sinister triumph. "If I go, I'm taking someone with me." Ha ha ha! Hearing that familiar venomous voice, Trang Wuthe felt a chill of terror run down his spine. Nam Kung Man moved to rush to his rescue, shouting loudly. Little 13, but was immediately held back by Duongditch. "Don't go there. You'll be sucked into that spatial rift as well." In just a blink of an eye, Trang Wuthe was completely swallowed by the black hole. His eyes at that moment were filled with horror and despair. Before him nothing remained but a vast expanse of darkness, along with echoing chaotic noises. Is this the end?" He strained his ears to listen, as tragic screams rang out one after another, a frantic and deafening uproar. "Run, it's an earthquake, help me." Trang Wuthé's eyes widened in horror, unable to believe the sight before him. I'm still alive." Before him now was a scene of chaotic tragedy. Terrified crowds were screaming, fleeing in all directions, crying out for help. Trang Wuthe stood dazed and bewildered. Why did this scene feel so familiar? It seemed to be the exact same horrific great earthquake that he had encountered in his previous life. Then, as if suddenly waking up, his eyes snapped wide. I've transmigrated again." He hurriedly looked around. In his faint memories, it seemed his parents were also leading him to escape the disaster, somewhere far away. Why have I transmigrated back to this place? A strange phenomenon suddenly caught Trang 13's eye. In the murky gray sky, two giant shadows were engaged in an earth-shattering battle. Terrible shockwaves were spreading everywhere. Trang Wuthe cried out in alarm, "Those giant shadows! Does this mean this earthquake disaster was actually caused by the shockwaves of their fight?" Without hesitation, he dived down. Trang Wuthe turned into a streak of evasive light, flying up to confront them while shouting, "Stop right now. Do you have any idea how many innocent people you've indirectly killed?" Trang Wuthe swung his fist to attack, but those two giant shadows had vanished without a trace. At some point, his punch only struck the endless void. A strange water-like tunnel suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Space shifted unpredictably once more. The sky that was once gray now turned into an inky blackness. Trang Wuthe looked around in a daze, wondering in confusion, where exactly is this place? Before him were countless remains of ancients, floating in midair, gradually being swallowed by the endless black hole ahead. Why is this place filled with so many skeletons? A low voice echoed from behind. Those people were all living beings who could not resist the ruthless flow of time. Trang Wuthe spun around in shock. A figure with a long sword on his back hovered elegantly in the silent void. It was the time god, the one who controlled the surging currents of time. The majestic deity spoke, his voice resonating everywhere. "This summoning. Could it be because of you, mortal?" His divine eyes flickered slightly as the powerful time god suddenly sensed something unusual. His gaze, sharp as lightning, locked onto Trang Wuthe, who was filled with doubt and uncertainty. He asked in a low, probing voice, his tone carrying a hint of strange disbelief. "You clearly do not possess a single shred of spiritual root, yet how can you sense my mysterious summoning?" Trang Wuthe truthfully recounted the whole story, in a very sincere manner, reporting to the high god. "I was originally in a fierce battle with an enemy. Unexpectedly, I was sucked into a strange spatial rift, after which my soul transmigrated to this place." The time god nodded, seeming to understand the situation. He slowly explained, "The river of time is infinite and boundless, making no distinction between past and future. Once you have strayed into that chaotic flow, drifting to any point in time is not at all surprising." The time god continued his explanation, his low voice carrying a hint of sorrow. But whether it be a glorious past or a murky future, the cruel flow of time always erodes all things. No one can escape this ruthless law. His eyes turned somber. As he glanced at the withered corpses floating above, he sighed. Unless one possesses immense divine power, it is absolutely impossible to resist the heartless erosion of the passing years. The miserable failures surrounding you are the clearest proof. The deity clicked his tongue in regret, his voice tinged with disappointment. What a pity. You are not the one I am looking for. His finger pointed directly and coldly at Trang 13, passing the sentence that time would soon crush him into dust. Your life force is about to be exhausted and you shall die. Trang Wolfai was utterly terrified upon hearing this, shouting in shock, what die? Am I going to die? The time. God let out a heavy sigh, his voice echoing like the tolling of a final sunset bell. It seems that within this sorrowful realm, in the end, a cruel fate of destruction remains unavoidable. The time God looked mournfully toward the pitch-black void of the temporal rift ahead, his expression growing increasingly solemn. In another distant realm, a terrifying and supreme existence has long since set its sights on this place. However, due to the solid barriers of this realm, he could not descend directly. Nevertheless, he has finally found a sinister method to bypass the great Tao of the river of time, slipping through the cracks in space. He knitted his brows, his face showing clear signs of helplessness and grief. His low voice was like a moan. I have guarded this place, and I am now reaching my limit. The influence of that being's evil power is becoming increasingly severe. Once he completely devours the river of time, then across all realms, no one will be able to escape doom. Trang Wolfai asked in a heavy voice, his voice trembling slightly. Will he descend here through that rift? Before he could finish his sentence, the spatial rift suddenly shook violently, as dozens of eyes red as fresh blood snapped open at once, staring intensely at the two of them. The time God cried out in terror, his voice cracking, this is bad. That being is recklessly attempting to cross the boundary again. A giant blood-red hand, with claws as sharp as daggers, suddenly thrust out from the dark rift, lunging ferociously toward the time god. As the demonic hand touched the defensive grid established by the time god, its evil power was instantly and significantly suppressed. Both sides fell into a fierce stalemate, neither willing to yield to the other. The time god let out a sharp breath, his expression becoming even more solemn. Each of his attempts is many times more powerful than before. Trang Wolfai did not hesitate for a second. Ignoring the other's attempts to stop him, he immediately charged forward. With a fierce momentum, let me lend a hand. The time God hurriedly tried to block him, his voice urgent. Don't be reckless. Your strength is essentially like an egg against a stone. You won't be able to help at all. Trang Wolfai paid no attention to the warning, his body as agile as a leopard, leaping into the air in a flash. Channeling all his might into his fist, he slammed it violently down upon that giant hand. A thunderous blow, boom! The demonic hand seemed to feel excruciating pain, jerking back sharply and trembling violently. A few seconds later, the giant hand gradually disappeared back into the rift. The spatial anomaly ceased its attack. This eerie scene left the time God stunned with amazement. His jaw dropped as he cried out, his voice breaking. What on earth is going on? His eyes were full of disbelief, staring fixedly at Trang 13, his heart filled with confusion, with no spiritual root. A mere mortal like you, how could you possibly erupt with power so earth-shattering? Furthermore, your current body shows no signs of exhaustion whatsoever. Within the time God's heart, bold speculation began to rise. He muttered, could it be that this lad has accidentally stepped into the realm of the great Tao, the supreme and ultimate path? Trang Wolfai smirked smugly, his face full of self-satisfaction. See, I'm still of some use, aren't I, old man? The time God's expression suddenly changed, his figure flickering in and out of existence. Charging forward without warning or hesitation, he pushed Trang 13 hard into the deep abyss. Ah! Trang 13 shrieked in horrific desperation. His tragic voice echoed throughout the entire space. What the hell are you doing? The time god replied calmly, his voice as cold as ice. This realm rests upon your shoulders now, boy. The scenery before Trang 13's eyes suddenly transformed. The surrounding space instantly shifted back to ancient times. The great desolation. A shriveled, dried-up corpse, its body covered in ghastly wounds, was tied tightly to a scrawny ancient tree trunk. Haggard figures, their frames as thin as kindling, trembled as they carried heavy stone baskets on their shoulders, trudging along with heavy, labored steps. They lined up in a long, winding queue. Along the mountainside stood fierce members of the demon race, constantly barking orders and insults at the miserable slaves. Pick up the pace. All of this spirit ore must be moved today. No food until the work is done. An exhausted man, unable to push himself any further, slipped and fell face first. The heavy stone basket crashed down, sending dust billowing into the air. The person following behind rushed up in a panic. "Brother!" he cried out in alarm. Before they could react, a cruel demon lashed a long whip, striking the man's back with brute force, causing him to howl in excruciating pain. "Stop slacking off, you pathetic vermin." He glanced contemptuously at the two brothers, his eyes brimming with disdain and scorn. "You lowly tribes are only good at putting on a show. Get up and work now." The young man turned back, his eyes red with tears as he pleaded with the demon. "We haven't had a single grain of rice for 3 days. At least give us some water, so we have the strength to keep working." The demon let out a ruthless sneer, his voice rasping like the sound of grinding metal. "Is that so? That means you've exhausted your usefulness, doesn't it? For things that no longer have value. There is only one path." Before he could finish his sentence, the young man had already pulled his brother into a tight embrace. Tears streaming down his face, he pleaded loudly, please don't kill us." Right at this critical hairbreadth moment, in the gray overcast sky, a long spatial rift suddenly appeared. Fragments of the heavens and earth shattered apart, revealing an endless dark and bottomless black hole. From out of nowhere, Rang 13 shot out like a meteor from the sky, plummeting headfirst toward the ground. Screaming in sheer terror, the vicious demon heard the strange noise and turned its head curiously. Thud. Trangwilthi, unfortunately, slammed right into its smooth, bald head and its 2 long protruding horns. The unexpected collision was as powerful as a hammer blow, sending the demon flying backward for several meters. The ground where it skidded was plowed up, completely shattered. As the cloud of dust from the broken earth settled, it revealed the blood-mattered head and the cold, lifeless body of the ill-fated demon. Seeing this, the demon's comrades immediately howled in alarm. Their shrill cries pierced the silent air. Alert enemy ambush. Trangwiba, completely unaware of the massive trouble he had just caused, clumsily crawled up and brushed the dust off himself, letting out a weary sigh. "After falling for so long, I finally hit the ground. I think I just bumped into something." Noticing the thin and sickly figures laboring under heavy loads in the distance, Trangwilthi was as overjoyed as if he had found gold. He hurried over to strike up a conversation. "Excuse me, where is this?" The young man from earlier, without a moment's hesitation, immediately warned Trang 13 with a trembling voice, You just killed a demon soldier, run quickly. Otherwise you'll meet a tragic end." These words fell on Trang 13's ears, like water off a duck's back. He stood there blankly, not understanding a single thing. It wasn't until those aggressive demons chased him down and closed in behind him that Trang 13 finally snapped out of it in alarm. They roared in fury like rolling thunder, their voices filled with an overwhelming vicious aura. Who is so bold as to dare trespass into the territory of the demon race? Trangwilthi spun around in a panic, stammering with a trembling voice, Demon! The demon race. Trang 13's eyes widened like goose eggs in horror as he stared directly at the fierce demons before him. Why? Why would the demon race appear in a place like this? Then he suddenly froze. His gaze flickered quickly toward the gaunt, sickly men behind him. A flash of shocking realization struck his mind. He blurted out, "Wait a minute. These people look like they've been enslaved. Could this be the demon territory, is it?" Trangwilthi's brain at that moment seemed as though it had only just rebooted. In utter astonishment, he stammered out, "Don't tell me. I've transmigrated to another world. This is the demon world." The demons, their faces flushed with trembling rage, pointed their clawed fingers directly at Trang 13's face, howling like rabid dogs. "You human brat! How dare you slaughter a demon soldier under my command? Get him, skin him alive for me." He snarled at his men. A motley crew of them, without another word, went into a frenzy, screaming and charging at Trang 13 like a swarm of angry wasps. But Trang 13's expression remained indifferent. A corner of his mouth curled into a contemptuous smirk. The aura of the peak nascent soul stage erupted. He threw a punch with his left hand, a kick with his right, and added a knee strike to boot. His movements were as fast as lightning and incredibly precise. In less than a few breaths, the 3 demon soldiers who were just acting so arrogant had been dispatched by him as easily as a walk in the park, scattered like ash and dust. The demon leader, who had been gloating just moments ago, saw this scene and his face instantly turned as white as a sheet. Cold sweat poured down him like rain. He hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed repeatedly his mouth, babbling pleas for mercy. Wait! Exalted master, spare my life. Great Lord, have mercy. As long as you spare this dog's life. This lowly one is willing to serve you as a beast of burden, and offer my very life to you." Trangwilthi completely ignored the barking of this dog in his ear. He didn't even deign to give him a second glance. With a punch as effortless as a passing breeze, he sent him straight to the afterlife. Oops, my bad, I used a bit too much force. Trang Wiltha hurriedly cried out in mock alarm, his face full of feigned regret. He had originally intended, despite his starving stomach, to ask the laborers behind him a few questions, but then he clicked his tongue and let out a long sigh. Forget it. There's no point in asking these frogs at the bottom of a well. Their knowledge must be limited. They probably know nothing about the world out there. The young man, having witnessed this entire scene, couldn't help but feel a sense of shocked admiration. He secretly speculated. Our leader's cultivation was at the nascent soul stage. No joke, yet he was obliterated by a single punch. That human must at least be a soul transformation stage powerhouse. The slaves were terrified upon hearing this. They all fell to the ground, simultaneously kowtowing repeatedly before Trang 13. Their mouths never stopped thanking him. Thank you for saving us, great hero. Thank you, benefactor, for your help. Trang Wiltha quickly waved his hands. He gave a forced laugh and replied modestly, No need for such formalities. It was nothing, really. I just have a few things I'd like to ask you all. He raised his voice to inquire, What place is this? And you all? How did you fall into the hands of these damn demons? The young man immediately reported, Benefactor, this is spirit mine number 42. I've been forced into labor since I was a child, living the life of a miner, digging every day just to get by. Hearing this, Trang 13 thought to himself, As expected, this is demon territory. Humans here really are treated like trash, no different from ants. He continued his questioning. In that case, you've probably never stepped foot outside of here, have you? And you know nothing of the world outside? The people nodded frantically, their faces filled with sorrow. Another slave suddenly remembered something, and hurriedly spoke up, Oh, benefactor, a few days ago while we were working hard in the mines, it seems we might have unearthed an ancient stone tablet. There appear to be some squiggly characters carved on it. It looks like it's recording something. They quickly led the way for Trang 13. Please, benefactor, take a moment to come and have a look. As for us, we're just standing here with our mouths wide open. We are illiterate and don't understand a thing. Hearing this, Trang 13 nodded slightly and replied calmly, No problem, very well. Not long after, the kind-hearted laborers led Trang 13 to the location of the stone tablet they had just discovered. After walking a bit further, one of the laborers stopped. Pointing ahead, he spoke respectfully, Benefactor, it's right here. Trang Wiltha's eyes followed that finger and looked ahead. Following the direction, he indeed clearly saw a massive stone tablet standing starkly against the cliff face. On the surface of this tablet, several characters were carved, in large, elegant calligraphy in Ngulam Immortal Sect. Trang Wiltha's eyes widened like saucers. Unable to believe his eyes, he gasped in shock. Ngulam Immortal Sect. How can this be? In his mind, Trang Wiltha muttered to himself, Wait a minute. Just what kind of bizarre situation is unfolding before my eyes? Is this not the desolate demon realm that I just transmigrated into, or is it from what I've vaguely heard Ngulam Immortal Sect? Seems to be a rather mediocre cultivation sect. He glanced toward the southern mountain range, where thick, dark, demonic energy surged toward the heavens. He continued, As for that so-called demon soldier fortress, it was likely an immortal sect that was occupied by those demonic creatures a long time ago. And even now it seems they are still holding some poor human cultivator prisoner in there. Wait, what? Trang Wiltha nearly jumped out of his skin. His eyes widened as large as bronze bells, his face a mask of pure disbelief. Are you saying those demons actually dare to imprison human cultivators in that godforsaken, desolate place? How many guards do they have stationed there? Is their strength mere small fry or like a whale shark? Up on that mountain, there are only a few scattered demon soldiers of the lowest rank. They just patrol back and forth for the sake of appearances. However, it's heard that inside the celestial prison, there is a demon general personally guarding the place. Trang Wiltha leisurely replied, his tone remaining as calm as if nothing mattered. It seems the power of that demon general is roughly on par with a cultivator at the level of void refinement, just like you guys. Good heavens, void refinement stage. In an instant inside Trang 13's head, alarm bells rang out loudly. But then a flash of arrogant self-confidence flickered through him. He glanced down at his robust physique, muttering to himself, Void refinement cultivators, huh? With my current indestructible Vajra body, I'm afraid 10 void refinement cultivators wouldn't even be enough to tickle me, let alone be a threat. Outwardly, Trang 13 still calmly responded, I plan to take a stroll up that mountain and see what's what. Before setting off, he didn't forget to turn back and give those people a final instruction. You all should also quickly pack up and get out of this dangerous place. For your own safety, the demon race lackeys, who were ordering you around, have all been sent to the underworld by me. Sooner or later, their comrades will be alerted, Just beat it out of here to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Hearing this, the group of people hurriedly prostrated themselves repeatedly. With tears and snot streaming down their faces, they never stopped thanking him. Thank you. Heroic benefactor for saving our lives. Great benefactor with your vast divine powers. Please also be careful and take care of yourself. On the winding trail leading up the mountain, Trangwell III activated a mysterious footwork technique. His body moved nimbly like a sparrow gliding through the wind. His speed was so fast that it made people's heads spin. This path is quite ordinary, actually, he muttered while soaring through the air. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. If this place really is that Ngulam immortal sect, why does it look so dilapidated and desolate? Suddenly, Trang 13 came to a dead stop, his sword-like eyebrows furrowed tightly. Within his narrow, phoenix-like eyes, a multitude of complex emotions suddenly flickered. A sky-high rage erupted, utter sorrow, extreme shock. Upon every stone step covered in green moss, countless human corpses lay scattered everywhere. Fresh blood stained the entire area red. Trangwell slowly stepped up, his pained gaze sweeping across each set of remains. Is this the inner disciple attire of the Ngulam immortal sect? His eyes were suddenly drawn to a tragic sight. Not far away, a head of snow-white hair hung disheveled and loose. A thin body trembled in the cold wind. Lai Nu Kong. Elder Trang 13 cried out in horror, his heart feeling as though it had been violently struck by a heavy blow. The rage within him exploded like a volcano, erupting and incinerating his usual reason and calm. Trangwell's eyes turned blood red. He glared fiercely at the stone tablet erected beside the corpse. On it were carved several lines of glaring blood-red characters. Whosoever dares to obstruct the progress of our demon race shall have their corpse beheaded and displayed for 100 years. Damn it! Trang Methi let out a furious roar. His body suddenly leaped upward. His hand, like a lightning bolt, grabbed the coarse rope, tugging it violently with a sharp snap. The rope severed completely. Li Nu Kong's body fell into his arms. Trang Methi landed gently on the ground. He carefully laid the body down, saying sorrowfully, Elder Li Nu Kong, may you rest in peace. Right then, the sound of a series of hurried footsteps came from behind him. Humph, more blind demon soldiers. Trangwell snorted contemptuously through his nose. The moment those demon soldiers saw Trang 13, they immediately squealed like stuck pigs and charged aggressively. Hey, who is that brat? How dare you? You dare to trespass on your granddaddy's territory? And you even dared to take down that corpse? Trangwell slowly turned around. His handsome face, already as cold as frost, now became even more dark and terrifying. A surging hatred made him unwilling to waste another word. He only wanted to instantly crush the vermin before him, into ashes. Go to hell for me! Trangwell let out a roar of pure indignation. His body suddenly lunged forward like an arrow leaving a bow. His right fist swung out, carrying earth-shattering power. Boom! The ground beneath his feet, in an instant, cracked like a spider web as stone dust flew everywhere. The demon soldiers on the other side didn't even have time to react, before being swept away by the fierce wind of the punch. Every bone in their bodies shattered into pieces. Flesh and blood turned into a mess. None were left with a whole corpse. Trangwell coldly glanced at the pile of mangled meat on the ground, then leaned down to lift Li Nu Kong's body. He carefully placed it into the pit he had just hastily dug. He moved his hands to fill the earth, forming a small, simple burial mound. The grave had no headstone, only a mound of cold earth. The grave of Elder Li Nu Kong of the Ngulam immortal sect. Trangwell murmured, his voice choked with grief and pain. After bidding farewell to the soul of the respected elder, Trangwell continued his way, heading deeper into the mountains. Upon the towering mountain peak, a tall figure stood formidably. The demonic energy around his body condensed into a physical form. This was the demon general, guarding this place. Who's there? The demon general suddenly snapped his eyes open. His blood-red eyes shot out two beams of cold, murderous intent. He roared like rolling thunder and wind, die! The only response he received was a single word. As icy as a 1,000-year frost from Trang 13, his figure turned into a blur, appearing instantly before the demon general. His hand, like a sharp blade, hacked down. Slash! The demon general's head was severed directly from his neck, rolling away on the ground. Trangwell didn't even deign to glance at that skull. He simply stepped coldly toward the entrance of the pitch-black stone cavern. He raised his fist, channeling all his Vajra strength into a single punch. Boom! The sturdy stone entrance collapsed immediately, debris flying in all directions. Who is it? Came a voice from inside the cave. A voice filled with astonishment mixed with doubt called out. It has been so long. I never expected there would still be someone coming to save me. What are you from this resistance? Trangwell stepped through the thick smoke and dust. Seeing that person's haggard silhouette, his heart felt a momentary sense of relief. He spoke softly, Phuong Tien Sok. To think you've managed to survive until now. It seems your luck isn't bad at all.
This voice!
Phuong Tien Sok's voice trembled with shock. He tried to open his blind eyes wide, listening.
It's so familiar. Trang 13. Trang 14.
Moving closer, he nodded, confirming it's me. Is it really you? Phuong Tien Sok's entire body shook with agitation. My eyes are blind, I can no longer see. But this voice, it's definitely you. What happened to your eyes? Trang 3 frowned and asked. They poisoned me to blind me. Phuong Tien Sok sighed with a mournful expression. Although my eyes can no longer see, my mind's eye can perceive many things. If you don't mind, could you let me touch your face for a moment? Trang 3 nodded in agreement. Phuong Tien Sok raised his trembling hands, gently touching the chiseled features of Trang 13's face. The familiar rugged contours made him choke back tears of emotion. It really is you. You still look just as you did back then. Are you still alive? I am alive. Trang 13 frowned, asking back in confusion, why would you say that? Because... Phuong Tien Sok hesitated for a moment, before slowly speaking. Because in the heavenly tomb secret realm back then, you were sucked into a spatial rift. Your body and soul were supposed to have perished? You've been gone for 12 years, haven't you? 12 years! Trang 13 gasped in shock. Is this the world 12 years later? Just what exactly happened here? It seems, and that spatial rift swept me into this era. Phuong Tien Sok sighed with a bitter expression. Everything can be explained now. He began to slowly recount the events. Not long after you vanished, the demon race from the desolate realm invaded the divine province continent. They slaughtered countless human cultivators in the mortal world, occupying the mortal realm. To preserve the forces of the immortal realm, they sealed all the passages, connecting to the mortal world, ignoring our life and death. What? Trang 13 cried out in horror for the second time, as a towering rage surged within his heart. No wonder, when he saw the human race oppressed by the demons, subjected to such brutal slavery. But, isn't the boundary between realms extremely solid, and very difficult to break? Those demons, what methods did they use to cross the boundary? The desolate realm in ancient times was originally a part of the divine province continent, Phuong Tien Sok explained. What? Trang 13 was startled and horrified for the third time, nearly jumping out of his skin. However, during that great war between humans and demons, humans pushed the demons back into the desolate realm. Then the great powers joined forces to separate the desolate realm from the borders of the divine province continent. Phuong Tien Sok continued. To put it accurately, the desolate realm is actually located in the rift between this divine province and other realms, belonging to the outer periphery of the divine province borders. Reopening the boundary for those demons was not a very difficult task. Bastard just which bastard caused all of this. Trang Wudai grit his teeth, the fury in his heart reaching its peak. Could it be that among the human race, a traitor has appeared colluding with the demons? The source of this disaster. Actually, you have encountered him before. Phuong Tien Sok sighed. It is the demon who possessed a body and returned, rebirthed in the heavenly tomb secret realm back then. His name is Adolphe Mo. Adolphe Mo. Trang Wutha was so shocked he could barely speak. What? He today? Didn't he get sucked into the spatial rift as well? How could he not be dead? Main quest. Absolute forced extermination of the demon race. Failure. The host will be obliterated by the system. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in Trang 13's head, startling him. Wait a minute! Trang Wulvi cried out in panic. This was an accident! Great System Master. Please calm down. System activating obliteration thunder punishment. The heartless system pronounced Trang 13's death sentence simultaneously, releasing a deadly bolt of purple lightning. Zzz. The lightning carrying the power of destruction struck directly at Trang 13. Help! Trang Wulvi dodged the lethal bolt in terror, screaming in his mind like rolling thunder. I still have something to say. Let me defend myself for a second. Don't be so cold and heartless. He tried to explain while desperately dodging the attacks. At that time, the system only issued a forced obliteration order, without setting any time limit. Technically, I haven't failed yet. The system fell into an eerie silence. The lethal lightning also vanished suddenly. It seems so. The system's mechanical voice glitched slightly. Program error. Having said that, the system vanished completely, as if it had never existed. Consider yourself lucky to have escaped death. The last sound from the system echoed back, tinged with a hint of resignation. Phew! Trang 13 panted in exhaustion, cold sweat drenching his back. I almost died there. What was that noise just now? Phuong Tien Sok asked in confusion. Since his rebirth, Adolphe Mo has been at the Demon King level. Compared to other demons, that is equivalent to the Tribulation Transcendence stage. The fact that he could survive the spatial rift is not too hard to believe. Tribulation Transcendent Stage. Trang 13 muttered, his gaze darkening. No wonder he's so hard to deal with. If not for the suppression of the secret realm rules, I'm afraid our souls would have been scattered long ago. But even with Tribulation Transcendence cultivation, it shouldn't be enough to break the boundary between realms. How exactly did he do it? He used... Huang Tiansak suddenly paused. His expression grew more solemn than ever before. This isn't good. 2 demons are approaching. They are both at the Demon King rank. He shouted loudly, "It's a disaster!" 2 Demon King rank entities. The demon race's version of Tribulation Transcendence are coming here. You must run quickly. Get to the Endless Sea. Tell the people at our base. Demon King rank. The Tribulation Transcendence realm, with my current state. I wonder if I can win. Trang Wilfi fell into deep thought. In his mind, he silently asked the system. System currently? How high is my physical body value? Physical body value, 2,000 points. As long as you have enough. Top grade essence and 1 8th grade monster core. The host can break through to the next stage of physical body cultivation. The system's mechanical voice resounded. What? Trang Filthy's eyes widened, unable to believe his ears. How did my physical body value soar all the way to 2,000 points? What kind of sorcery is this? The spatial flow forces, inside the spatial rift, have tempered the host's body, helping to significantly increase the physical body value. The system explained. The spatial rift. Indeed, that sensation of being torn apart. That physical strain was much more powerful than the Sacred Heart Tao fire, Trang Lithi said reflectively. At the time, I thought I was a goner for sure. Secondly, the host was subjected to the erosion of time. Within the timeline, this is not without influence. However, since the host has awakened the physical cultivation system, the host's physical body value will become increasingly stronger over time. No wonder. I wasn't eroded by time and weakened to death. Trang Wilfi suddenly understood. Thirdly, the host traveled to a future 12 years later. The growth of muscles and the body is also related to time. It is as if there has been 12 years of accumulation resulting in 2,000 value points. Is not the host's actual current limit. It is merely restricted by the evolutionary stage of the muscle cultivation system. The physical body value at this stage can only reach a maximum of 2,000 points. One day, when the host breaks through to the next stage of muscle cultivation, the physical body value will grow even more explosively. 3,000 physical body value points. Allow one to fight on equal terms with those at the body integration stage. Currently, with 2,000 physical body value points, slaying those Tribulation Transcendent stage fellows will certainly not be a problem. Trang Wilfi smirked, filled with absolute confidence. Rest assured, Brother Huang. Those small fry demon kings are nothing to worry about. Trang Wilfi declared firmly, be at ease. It's just a minor demon king, why get worked up? Huang Tiansuk shook his head resolutely. No. Brother Trang, you should still make a quick escape while you can. Trang Wilfi was surprised. Huh? What do you mean? Huang Tiansuk lowered his voice. Don't worry about me. I still have some utility value. Those demon lords won't kill me easily. Furthermore, the most important thing is that you are an anomaly, Brother Trang. You absolutely cannot be underestimated. He continued with great concern. Your return to the human race is an extra trump card to determine the fate of the world. The situation is delicate. You must not act rashly. Brother, quickly go. Go! Go to the Endless Sea and find the resistance base. The demons attack this time. They will surely think this is just an isolated act of resistance from the humans. Trang Wilfi nodded in agreement. Very well, I'll go then. You must be careful with everything. With those words, Trang Wilfi transformed into a streak of sword light and departed. Just as Trang 13's figure faded from view, 2 Demon King silhouettes descended. They immediately unleashed their fury upon Huang Tiansuk, subjecting him to all manner of torture. Brutal torture. A white-haired Demon King spoke up, his tone deep and gloomy. This fellow's mouth is sealed tight. He's truly stubborn. So obstinate that he won't utter a single word. Was it those resistance ants who raided this place? Never mind. Where is their hideout? Huang Tiansuk writhed in agony, yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent. The other Demon King, with a body as massive as a mountain, spoke up, forget it. Interrogating him like this is just a waste of effort. If we can't extract any useful information, keeping him alive is just a waste of food. Better to pull up the grass by the roots and finish it. He growled the command, soul-devouring spirit inquiry. Huang Tiansuk was terrified and confused. Soul-devouring spirit inquiry. The white-haired Demon King huffed coldly and slammed Huang Tiansuk onto the ground, like discarding a tattered sack. He sneered, for a peak Demon King like myself, there is no information I cannot obtain. By devouring your soul, I might even be able to seize a portion of your abilities. The black-haired Demon King leaned down, lifting Huang Tiansok's head, his eyes as venomous as a viper's. This is your final bit of worth. Huang Tiansok struggled to let out a bitter smile. You will not succeed in your plans. The black-haired Demon King did not hesitate, and immediately struck, directly ripping away the memories and withered power of Huang Tiansok. Huang Tiansok grew weak and powerless, his body fading like a candle in the wind. Gradually, the greedy black-haired Demon King gnawed away at the meager memories and energy left in Huang Tiansok. He gently drew his final breath, but his heart remained wholly devoted to the human realm. Huang Tiansok murmured on his deathbed, "Before I could not see clearly, but the moment you appeared again, finally. I also faintly saw a glimmer of light for the future. Only you can do it." Suddenly, the black-haired Demon King's body trembled violently. Seeing this, the other one asked in shock, "What's wrong? What information did you find?" The black-haired Demon King stammered, his tone filled with extreme terror. "No! He is truly a heavenly fate master. Before dying, he actually dared to personally sever his own memories. But he didn't cut them all. There is still a small trace left." He hurriedly pointed in one direction. "Ambush that place toward the endless sea." Hearing this, the white-haired one's expression changed drastically as he said urgently, "There's no time to lose. Delay will only breed trouble. We must give chase immediately." With that, the two Demon Kings transformed into two streaks of demonic light, speeding away like arrows. At the same time, Trang 13 was flying as fast as lightning, recalling that the Endless Sea was located in the south of the Southern Realm. To get there, he had to cross the Thousand-Monster Mountain Range, a place of rugged and dangerous peaks. Suddenly, two figures flashed past him like a whirlwind. It turned out to be the two Demon Kings from before. Trang Wilfi was shocked. "The demons are hunting me down this fast. There's no way they could sense my spiritual energy. Could it be they extracted information from Huang Tiansok?" The two Demon Kings also took the time to size up Trang 13 from head to toe. The white-haired one frowned. "What? Is it just a mere brat who came to raid us?" The black-haired one brushed aside the contempt. "Don't underestimate him. After all he easily dealt with, the demon general guarding that place." After saying that, the white-haired one took out a gourd that was an eerie purple color. He shouted loudly, "Capture!" Trang Wilfi was startled and terrified. A powerful suction force suddenly bound his body, pulling him forcefully toward the gourd. Trang Wilfi cried out in horror, "A magical treasure!" I didn't expect these demon lords to use magical treasures. He immediately circulated all of his true essence, struggling desperately to escape. If I am sucked into that devilish gourd, then things will truly take a turn for the worse. The white-haired one cried out in shock, "What? My purple gold gourd actually can't suck him in." Seeing this, the black-haired one immediately rushed forward and fiercely delivered a thunderous kick to Trang 13. "Let me give you a hand." Struck in the back, Trang 13's body involuntarily slowed down. He gradually shrank to the size of an ant and fell straight into the mouth of the gourd. "Heh. Little brat!" The white-haired Demon King laughed triumphantly and maliciously, quickly capping the gourd. "Unless you want to turn into a pool of foul blood, for the next matter, you must answer us truthfully." Inside the purple gold gourd, Trang 13 was not at all flustered. He calmly stretched his limbs. He curled his lip in disdain. "Psh! These petty tricks are no obstacle that can trouble this Master Trang." Holding the gourd in his hand, the white-haired one felt it shaking violently and incessantly. He gritted his teeth and barked loudly, "Obediently answer our questions. Otherwise, before long, you will turn into a puddle of bloody sludge inside." Trang Wilfi remained as unperturbed as ever, continuing to run without pause. "If I fall to the bottom into the water below, it will be real trouble." He ran faster and faster. Outside, the gourd's shaking grew more intense. The black-haired Demon King asked suspiciously, "What is going on?" "It seems something is wrong with the purple gold gourd." Crack, crack, crack. On the body of the gourd, tiny hairline fractures began to appear. Boom! The demon-refining gourd shattered into countless fragments. Trang Wilfi seized the opportunity to bolt out like an arrow, delivering a lightning punch to the white-haired one's face. Thud! The white-haired Demon King took the full force of the punch. He let out a miserable cry of pain. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood mixed with broken teeth. His body flew back a mile like a kite with its string cut. He turned his head in shock, unable to believe his eyes. He escaped. I never expected. There would be someone who could escape from my purple gold gourd. This person's cultivation level is much higher than we anticipated. The remaining Demon King, the Peak Demon King, had a ferocious glint in his eyes. Someone who can strike down a triple heaven Demon King, like you with just a single punch, is absolutely not simple. Let me test the depth of his strength. With that, the Peak Demon King moved eerily, shifting directly behind Trang 13's back. He suddenly grabbed the boy's head and roared like a beast, "Soul devour!" Suddenly, the Peak Demon King's expression changed drastically. He let out an earth-shattering scream of agony. Ah! Trang Thi was currently biting down hard on his hand. Fresh blood poured continuously from the Demon King's hand. In a panic, the Peak Demon King retreated rapidly, clutching his bitten hand tightly, his face contorted in pain. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Despicable, how dare you use such a lowly tactic?" He looked up, searching the surroundings. Where is he? Where did he go? Only then did he realize with horror that Trang 13 had vanished without a trace. A sound echoed behind him. Trang 3 suddenly appeared behind the Peak Demon King and delivered a powerful kick to his back. The Peak Demon King was sent flying far away, tumbling several times through the air. He roared in fury like rolling thunder. "Insolent brat, you dare to sneak attack me from behind!" The Peak Demon King flew into a towering rage, madly charging to attack Trang 13. The two figures clashed fiercely in midair, their terrifying power causing the nearby mountains to shake violently. Space trembled repeatedly as the two figures intersected like lightning bolts, explosions echoing everywhere. The white-haired Demon King stood aside, watching the battle. He muttered in astonishment. Since when did such a formidable character appear in the Southern Realm to be able to fight on equal terms with a Peak Demon King? It seems I must lend him a hand. Just as Trang 13 was locked in fierce combat with the Peak Demon King in the sky, he suddenly felt a strange purple ring appear on his wrist. Trang Thi cried out in surprise, "Chains! What the hell is this?" A purple shackle chain emerged from the void, tightly binding both of Trang 13's hands. At that moment, the Peak Demon King seized the opportunity to charge forward, delivering a savage kick to Trang 13's chest. Thump! Hit by the blow. Trang 13's body staggered back several steps through the air. Fresh blood sprayed from his mouth like rain. Trang Thi braced himself, channeling all his power into his arms, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Aha! Crack, crack, crack! The purple shackle chains were quickly crushed and snapped by Trang 13's terrifying strength. Suddenly, an ancient square incense burner emitting a suppressive aura slowly descended from the sky. Trang Thi was startled and horrified. His spiritual intuition warned him of the extreme danger of this incense burner. He hurriedly bolted away like an arrow, but it was too late. From the bottom of the incense burner, a blinding golden pillar of energy shone down, sealing off the surrounding space. Trang Thi was blocked by the light pillar, unable to escape. He frowned and muttered, "I'm trapped." The Peak Demon King asked the white-haired one doubtfully, "Do you intend to kill him directly?" The white-haired one curled his lip in a cold smile. "Once he is dead, extracting his soul or refining his spirit is all the same. Although the effect is slightly inferior, it is still enough to dig out the information." At this time, Trang 13 inside the light pillar didn't make a single sound. The two Demon Kings slowly retreated backward. The white-haired one let out a great shout. "Fall! Whir! Immediately, the demon-suppressing incense burner plummeted rapidly from on high, carrying with it an aura of heaven-rending destruction. Trang Thi braced himself to resist, his whole body as tense as a bowstring. He let out a stifled grunt. Ugh! The demon-suppressing incense burner slammed into the ground with a boom, causing an earth-shaking tremor. The ground split open like a spider web, and dust rose in dense clouds. Wild beasts nearby fled in terror, scattering in all directions. Amidst the panicked herd of beasts, a majestic figure suddenly appeared. A deep, powerful voice like rolling thunder echoed throughout the mountains and forests. "Who dares to act so recklessly here in my myriad demon mountain range? What on earth is that?" "That's my mountain-suppressing treasure, which I spent so much effort to obtain. I got it from Old Man Trong of the Sword Dao sect, and yet that brat over there can lift it as lightly as a feather." Interesting, let me come out and lend you a hand to see how it goes." The strange voice echoed, followed by a surging sky-high demonic aura. A colossal expanding figure filled the entire sky. Who is so bold as to bare their fangs and claws in this myriad demon mountain range? An earth-shattering roar resounded, shaking the very mountains and rivers. A terrifying pressure descended, making the surrounding space feel as if it were about to shatter. What who dares to interfere with the demon race's business? Could the rumors be true that the myriad demon mountain range is guarded by a great ascension stage demon saint, with the strength to suppress me? Could it be that old monster making a move? A demon king filled with uncertainty looked up into the sky, sensing the terrifying wave of spiritual energy crashing down. It really is the spiritual energy of that old demon saint. There's no mistaking it. So it's you lot from the demon race. You dare to sneak into my demon tribe's territory? To show off your power and cause trouble? The majestic voice echoed like thunder, carrying a sky-high murderous intent. At the same time, an ink-black figure tore through space, and descended from the heavens like a meteorite, with an astonishing momentum. Good grief, that top-tier heaven-grade treasure, second only to immortal artifacts, and one of its kind in the world, has been punched into pulp by him. Phew, even someone as handsome as me is startled. Scared the soul right out of me. Tranquil 3 stood at the edge of the battlefield, witnessing the destruction of the treasure. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, patting his chest in a show of feigned terror. What, no way? Is it really you, Trang 13? The Black Phoenix Demon Saint descended, her narrow phoenix eyes widening as she stared at Trang 13. Her voice was so filled with shock that it cracked. Is it you, that stinky black chicken? To think you're still alive and kicking here. Wait, hold on a second. You still look so young. What the hell is going on? It's a long story, you know. Your demon tribe? Haven't you always looked down on human tribe members like me? Aren't you supposed to never interfere in the grudges of the human world? What is your intention here? The white-haired Demon King frowned, questioning the Black Phoenix Demon Saint. The Black Phoenix Demon. Saint curled her lips in a sneer, her tone flirtatious and mocking. Sorry about that, you guys, but this brat is a bit special. You demons absolutely cannot touch him. If that's the case, then you can go to hell as well. You annoying black chicken, the Peak Demon King roared in fury. Without another word, he swung his hand to attack the Black Phoenix Demon Saint. Oh, is this the extent of your strength? Quite mediocre. The Black Phoenix Demon Saint met the attack, leisurely parrying while mocking him. It's all thanks to the body you gave me back then. Now I have not only recovered my former peak combat power, but I've even made extraordinary progress. I am now at the late stage of the Great Ascension realm. What do you think of this spiritual pressure? Does it satisfy you? Haha, it seems you've realized it too. The white-haired Demon King gave a cold laugh. Before we set out, we already sent word to the Demon Emperor, who governs this desolate domain. He is about to descend upon this place. It won't be long now. Every single one of you will lose your lives here. Lord Demon Emperor is a true existence of the tribulation transcending stage. What do ants like you even amount to? You ventured here, most likely to save the outpost at the Endless Sea, right? The Black Phoenix Demon. Saint suddenly turned to Trang 13 and asked a question out of the blue. Trangwiltha nodded. Precisely so. The Black Phoenix Demon. Saint curled her lips in a mysterious smile, tossing an object to Trang 13. Here are the coordinates for the Endless Sea outpost. Take it. Set out immediately. For now, leave this place to me. Temporarily. I will stall for time so you can escape. Trangwiltha frowned. Stall for time? How do you plan to do that? The Black Phoenix Demon. Saint shrugged with a highly confident look. Don't worry. I am the noble ancient Black Phoenix after all. Back then, even the Imperial Forest ancestor couldn't do anything to me, let alone these trivial demon tribe members. Besides, I am far too familiar with this myriad demon mountain range terrain. I will naturally have a way to retreat. Then you must be very careful. Tranquil 3 warned with some worry. Wait a moment. The Black Phoenix Demon Saint suddenly called Trang 13 back. There is one more thing I want to give to you. As my master, how could you dress so sloppily and look so excessively disheveled? Saying this, the Black Phoenix Demon Saint tossed a set of brand new, pristine clothes to Trang 13. Then she waved her hand, signaling for him to go quickly. When I am finished and return, we shall meet again and have a long proper catch-up, thinking of running away. In your dreams, darling, the Peak Demon King roared in anger, charging forward like a bolt of lightning to stop Trang 13. The Black Phoenix Demon Saint, transforming into her true form, a giant black phoenix, her two wings spreading wide, obscuring the entire sky, fiercely charging into battle against the two demon kings, determined to hold them back even at the cost of her life, to create an opportunity for Trang 13 to escape successfully. That demon saint finally revealed her true form, an unorthodox demon statue, expanding the perfect zen of destruction, while unleashing the 5 elements sealed to bind them. You have nowhere left to run. Your fate is sealed. You are destined for the heavens. The soul departs from the body. The physical shell returns to its place and black flames bury the body. It's over. The Endless Sea is vast and immense. I've finally crossed the myriad demon mountain range. Haha, I'll leave a clone here. Play slowly with you ants. I'm heading out first to enjoy myself. I occupy this place ruling as the leader of the demon race. On the surface pretending to be noble, not staining my hands with the war between humans and demons, but in reality secretly building a buffer zone to protect the human tribe's outpost in the rear. Consider it a small repayment for Master Nguyen's kindness from years ago. Strange, what on earth is happening? This scene just now, it feels like it has happened before. Am I trapped in this infinite loop? Is that it? Is it some evil illusion technique? Or have I accidentally stumbled into some ghostly, Cancun Formation. What's the big deal? The Cancun Palm is no joke. I am the Lord Demon Emperor. Killing those great Ascension stage demon creatures is as easy as lifting a feather. They've been hit by my Cancun Palm. Now I just need to leisurely mince them up. Next I'll just devour their souls. This is bad. I have an ill-fated feeling. I suspect enemies are raiding the island. It's likely a large-scale attack. Quickly notify everyone. What's happening? Could it be that our location has been exposed? The endless sea is vast without boundaries or limits. A tiny island in the ocean is no different from a grain of sand in a vast desert. Without precise coordinates, it would be nearly impossible to find. So why on earth was it exposed? Wait a second, something feels off. What the hell, I didn't expect it to be page 13. What Xiaoman's senior brother elders? You guys are all still alive and well. That's what we should be asking you. Why did you suddenly appear in this place? I was by a spatial rift, swallowed whole, and transported to this bizarre era. I had a hunch, little 13. How could you possibly die so easily? Xiaoman, why are you still so tiny after 12 years? You're exactly the same as you were before. Hey, what realm have you reached by now? The demon realm exercises I taught you. Are you still practicing them regularly, I've already reached the 100th level of the chi refining stage, you know? 100th level of chi refining. Who is this guy? Why? Can I not sense even a shred of spiritual power from him? He is a genius of our sect, who mysteriously disappeared 12 years ago. There are 3 powerful auras frantically flying toward this direction. One of them is an incredibly dominant and violent aura. I'm afraid a demon emperor has arrived. A demon emperor. Isn't that in existence? On par with the legendary Tribulation Transcendence realm? Certainly. They intentionally suppressed their spiritual auras, which is why at this close distance, we only just noticed them. In such a short amount of time, there isn't enough to activate the teleportation formation. Did you deliberately lure them here? Has your mind also been corrupted by the demonic fire of the Tao? Don't be so hasty and short-tempered, Elder Mac. When he first appeared just now, I secretly used my divine sense to scan his entire body. I didn't detect any abnormalities at all. As expected of Senior Brother's cool style, the Tribulation Transcendence realm descends. Everyone is surely facing more ill than good. If you all are willing to trust me, then just let me give it a try. What was that? Conditions to upgrade the high-grade spirit mineral mine. Still missing 1 level 8 beast core. Constitution points and training points are also insufficient. Do you have any level 8 beast cores and high-grade spirit minerals there? Give them all to me. I can break through right here. Perhaps I can risk a battle with the Tribulation realm? Is this some kind of joke? Spirit minerals are used to power the teleportation formation array. If we activate it now, at least half of us still have a chance of survival. If we give them to you and you fail, our entire force will surely be wiped out. I trust him. This old man has a level 8 beast core, obtained by luckily slaying a henchman of the demon race's monster saint before. But Xie Chang'an's judgment has always been frighteningly accurate. Yet today he led him to the forbidden area of the back mountain to absorb the spirit mineral vein immediately. Everyone formed the array with me here. We must hold back the demon race at all costs. First it was Fang Tianshuo, then Black Phoenix. It seems the demon race has some wicked method to extract the information they want from them. They must have used a soul-searching technique or something similar. It looks like they are facing grave danger with little hope. But the time and era I was brought to is certainly not just for my puny cultivation realm. In the long river of time, the great experts who could summon me must have seen the difference between me and everyone else. Tranquil Tha, you truly are a unique individual. This constitution of yours must harbor some world-shaking secret. Only a special constitution like mine would have the ability. The time God spoke so vaguely, probably fearing that if I fail and have my soul searched, all of his plans would be exposed. I will definitely avenge you all. I will also defy heaven to change my fate and alter this cruel future. System absorb the spirit minerals right now. They are here. The one standing in the center must be the Demon Emperor, who guards the southern realm of the demon race. Tribulation realm level, no doubt about it. In this vast, divine province continent, how many people can truly hold the title of mortal realm immortal? Fairy Ling Leo is an even more rare existence. The Tribulation realm is already in existence, standing at the peak to dominate the world. Let me test their strength. You all take this opportunity to reinforce the Great Golden Defense Array and the Water Dragon Induction Array. You don't need to step in. He easily broke my attack with just one move. A mere Great Mahayana cultivator cannot withstand a single strike from the universe within the palm. The strength of the Tribulation realm is truly extraordinary. If it weren't for this island's protective formation, this tiny island would have been crushed to dust by him already. This formation probably won't hold out much longer. I hope it can hold on until your disciple finishes his seclusion. It seems the battle has officially begun. System, isn't it done yet? Not yet. Upgrade progress is only at 70%. gradually rising to 98% and finally reaching 100%. Ah, the system upgrade was successful. Congratulations! The host has officially entered the path of muscle-based, overbearing immortal cultivation, the demon-ripping stage. This place, could this be the system's secret training ground? After the system was upgraded, all cultivation tools were upgraded as well, including the system space. The system space, after the upgrade, now even has a time acceleration room function. The flow of time here is slower than the outside world by many times. Why bring me to this godforsaken place? Is my current strength still not enough to overcome the tribulation realm? With 300 constitution points, one can temporarily fight a peak integration stage expert, but to fully adapt to a body with 20,000 constitution points and unleash the full advantages of the demon-ripping stage, where 2,000 points can barely defeat a peak Mahayana stage expert, one must undergo hellish demonic training. To surpass the ultimate muscle potential, only at 20,000 points can one truly fight at the tribulation level. So what must I do? Practice. Practice, practice, relentless and crazy practice, exceeding the final limits of the body. Crazy practice. Tongling Stage 4, equivalent to the weight of a massive towering mountain. Task number 1. Complete 10,000 squats within a space with 10 times the gravity. 10 times gravity, plus another 10,000 squats. In that case, let my muscles push past this insane limit. That giant hand actually has the audacity to lift this entire island. The formation borrows spiritual energy from the endless ocean. It seems he has discovered a loophole. The defensive formation is about to fail. Weak resistance army. Is this tiny bit of strength all you have? Just die already. The aura has vanished. Has the entire army been wiped out? That's not right. They are Mahayana stage experts after all. Even if they were to die, they should have struggled for a bit. Right? How could they be totally eliminated with just one strike? Divine Chaos Technique. Oh no, we've still been detected. Using the initial attack to interfere with my senses. You ants actually have a little bit of talent. However, the final outcome will remain the same. It's over. Immortal Law Bicep Punch. Kid, your spell has been broken. He arrived just in time. It's that annoying brat after all. He has finished his seclusion. What he can fly now. At this realm isn't flying through the air. A perfectly normal thing. There's something you don't know. Trang Wu Thi is actually the lost young master of the Trang family, who has been hunted by the imperial court since 100 years ago. The Ngulam sect leader is actually the adopted daughter of Heavenly General Nam Kung Nyak. The Heavenly General was framed by corrupt officials, wrongfully imprisoned, which also brought ruin to the Trang family. That's why the sect leader took him in. At that time only, the sect leader and I knew Trang 13's true identity. But more importantly, although this boy has an extremely strange physique, he was born without a spiritual root, making it completely impossible for him to use spiritual energy. What on earth? Then, how can he fly through the air? In his entire body, there isn't the slightest fluctuation of spiritual power. He still has the constitution of a mortal without a spiritual root. Look at his feet. His feet are vibrating at an extremely high speed. It's hard to detect with the naked eye. It's muscle resonance. Through the hellish muscle-tearing training, my entire body has gradually activated its infinite potential. By vibrating my muscles at extreme speeds, I resonate with the spiritual energy in the air, allowing me to soar through the sky. I can't sense his true cultivation level at all, yet he easily blocked my technique. It seems his strength is anything but ordinary. When I fought him before, he was likely only at the peak of the Mahayana stage. Peak Mahayana stage. How could someone like that defeat my technique? This makes absolutely no sense. How did you know about the things you've done? What the hell happened with the Black Phoenix King? Go ahead, keep on guessing. Non-directional heaven-destroying thunder. This is clearly a signature technique of the Black Phoenix King. Immortal Art Pectoral Muscle Block. Interesting. I never expected you'd dare use a mortal body to resist my terrifying Black Lightning. How do you know how to use the Black Phoenix King's secret technique? Demons at the Mahayana Demon King realm or above can use the wicked spirit-devouring magic to seize the fragmented memories of their opponents. There is even a chance they can comprehend the secret techniques of their enemies as well. But the biggest difference from your soul-searching technique is that spirit-devouring must consume the entire soul of the opponent to be successful. It is somewhat similar to the cultivation deviation of your human race. So guess for yourself, that old friend of yours, what has become of him now? Fung Tien Sok? Was he also subjected to such cruel and malicious methods by you? Exactly. A life for a life, it's only natural. Your appearance. I've heard my elder brother describe you in great detail. 100 years ago, my brother fought him fiercely, and they were both swept into that cursed spatial rift. I didn't expect you to be so much like him, miraculously surviving that treacherous spatial rift. You are the biological brother of that demon who possessed that body years ago. That's right. Back then, my brother couldn't kill you. Today I will personally send you to the afterlife. Demonic Path 6. Realm's Divine Power. Your casting time is far too long and slow. Muscle Immortal Art. Earth-shattering, bone-breaking, marrow-refining kick. Blood for blood, repay your debt. Trang Mi-Va let out an earth-shaking roar. Surging murderous intent flooded the entire space. His figure flashed like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he bypassed the two remaining Demon Kings. He closed in right behind the red-haired Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor immediately turned around to face him. At the same time, Trang 13's elbow thrusted forward, aiming for the back of his neck. However, the Demon Emperor only needed to raise one hand to easily neutralize the lightning-fast attack from before. The horrific force of the impact sent both of them crashing straight down toward the sea below. They looked like two burning meteors. The seawater where they fell was violently forced outward in all directions, forming a massive and fierce whirlpool. Standing firmly upon the turbulent sea, the red-haired Demon Emperor curled his lip, letting out a cold smile full of contempt. "This appearance of yours? My elder brother once described it to me. It was you, the one who fought him 100 years ago, and was swept into the spatial rift along with him." He suddenly launched a kick with thunderous powers into the stomach of Trang Mi-Va. Trang Mi-Va only had time to raise his arms in defense, but still could not withstand that horrific strength, and was sent flying into the air. The Demon Emperor immediately soared up after him. The two faced each other again in the vast emptiness. The red-haired Demon Emperor spoke continuously, his tone full of arrogance and conceit. "I never imagined you would be just like my brother. Both of you able to return alive from that deadly spatial rift." Trang Mi-Va questioned him, his gaze as cold as ice. "Are you the biological brother of the demon from years ago, who possessed a body in the Heaven-Grave Tomb's secret realm?" The red-haired Demon Emperor replied nonchalantly, as if it were an indisputable truth. "Exactly. Back then my brother couldn't finish you off. Today I will do it in his stead." He let out a terrifying roar, as demonic energy exploded violently around him, engulfing the surrounding space. His body began to transform hideously. 4 more arms sprouted from his back, making 6 arms in total. Clasping 2 hands before his chest, he roared, "Demonic Path 6 Arm!" But while he was still in the middle of his transformation, Trang Mi-Va struck first. A lightning-fast knee strike, carrying the power of thunder, slammed directly into the Demon Emperor's face. "Let's end this quickly," he shouted. Muscle Immortal Art Quadriceps Leg Raise. The kick, backed by terrifying muscular strength, shattered the Demon Emperor's facial bones. However, the Demon Emperor immediately spun around. The flesh and bone on his face were regenerating, at a speed visible to the naked eye. He grabbed Trang 13's ankle and slammed him violently down onto the sea surface, then used his 6 arms to unleash a storm of continuous punches upon Trang 13. Trang Mi-Va's hands were tightly clenched, trembling under the relentless assault. But he quickly stabilized his posture, tensing his abdominal muscles to tank the blows, then threw a powerful uppercut into the Demon Emperor's face. Splurt, the Demon Emperor coughed up blood and was knocked back far away. How is this possible, the Demon Emperor thought in horror. The bodies of the demon race are born peerlessly powerful. I am a dignified Demon Emperor, yet I cannot withstand even a single punch from him. Even Trang 13 was slightly surprised. "I didn't expect your recovery speed to be so fast." He curled his lip in a cold smile. "Then how about this?" His figure lunged forward again. Punches carrying destructive power rained down continuously, shattering the Demon Emperor's body time and time again. Yet he kept regenerating without end. The Demon Emperor refused to accept this. Frantic screams echoed in his mind. "How can this be? I am the ruler of the Southern Territory, yet I'm being pinned down and beaten like this by an unknown human. Origins suppressed and beaten down like that." Visible panic appeared on his face. He immediately played his defensive trump card. Palm within the universe. Trang Mi-Va felt the space around him suddenly shift. From both his flanks, 2 giant hands formed from demonic energy reappeared, closing in with terrifying speed, aiming to crush him once again. He quickly jumped backward, but those hands seemed capable of multiplying, continuously appearing from every direction, rushing in like a flood. Trang Mi-Va's body was lithe and flexible, dodging wave after wave with expert skill. He kicked off the water to leap high, but as soon as he ascended, 2 other giant hands slammed down from the sky. He was forced to retreat backward once again. "Wait!" Trang 13 suddenly froze in midair. His mind was in a daze. Why is this scene exactly the same as before? Have I already gone through this? The demonic hands struck down powerfully once more. Trang Mi-Va vaguely began to realize. A terrifying truth was slowly becoming clear. Could it be that I am caught in... The red-haired Demon Emperor sneered, his voice full of triumph. "Yes, exactly. The cycle of the palm within the universe. A temporal formation. Unless I actively release it. Otherwise, you will be trapped in this time loop forever, until your will collapses. standing on the island observing the battle. Dung Dik couldn't help but curse in worry. Damn it. What I feared most has happened. No matter how invincible Trang 13's physical combat power is, no matter how invincible Trang 13's body is, as long as the enemy avoids a direct confrontation and chooses this bizarre formation to imprison him, then no matter how strong he is, he has no place to use his skills. The elder continued, his voice full of helplessness. That formation has touched upon the domain of time laws. Attacking with pure brute strength cannot possibly break it. The red-haired demon emperor glanced toward the distant island, his thin lips moving slightly. Cold whispers filled with murderous intent escaped him. Once I finish off this bastard, it will be you vermin's turn next. At that exact moment, something unexpected happened. The time vortex imprisoning Trang 13 suddenly developed a hair-thin crack. The demon emperor's eyes widened as he whipped his head around, unable to hide his shock. Inside the swaying formation, Trangbi let out an earth-shattering roar. The battle intent within him, like a dormant volcano, suddenly erupted violently, burning through all limits. If time dares to imprison me, then I will use these very fists to surpass the flow of time itself and shatter these damn chains. He channeled all of his strength, every muscle fiber on his body bulging and rippling, tensed to their absolute limit. Immortal art bicep Gatling. At that same moment, a fresh technique he had just realized, carrying world-shaking power, was roared out. Meteor Realm Breaker. Tens of thousands of punches driven by an indomitable will, a resilient spirit, and pure muscular strength, suddenly transformed into countless blazing meteors, tearing through the night. Relentlessly, they bombarded the weakest point of the time vortex. Each punch was not merely a physical attack, but a challenge, a fierce desire to pierce through the boundaries of space and time. With a deafening crack, the cycle of time could not withstand that frantic destruction, finally shattering into countless tiny fragments, turning into minute particles of light that vanished into the void. The Demon Emperor, unexpectedly hit by the backlash of his own formation, also took the full brunt of the meteor punches. He was hurled straight up into the air by an immense force, his face flushed with rage and pain, mingled with utter shock. The punches did not stop there. As if they possessed a consciousness of their own, they locked onto his direction and pursued him in unison, continuously slamming into the Demon Emperor, sending him flying far away, creating a brilliant long trail of light that stretched into the dark sky. Phew! Trang Verthi let out a heavy breath, suspended in the void. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips, finally broke through that cycle. On the ground, the demon elder's jaw dropped, his eyes filled with pure bewilderment. He got out! The elder's face was a mess of confusion, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Could he have truly relied on pure physical strength? To shatter a formation containing the laws of time, contains time laws. Dung Dik watched with complex eyes, overwhelmed with astonishment, seeming to have guessed something extraordinary. Formations related to laws can only be broken by a power corresponding to those laws. Trang 13, I fear. That junior brother has inadvertently touched the threshold of the great Tao of strength. The remaining two demon kings, witnessing the demon emperor being ruthlessly blasted away, began to panic. That is Lord Demon Emperor. No way he could be defeated so easily, right? Only the silver-haired Demon King, the one who had previously fought the Black Phoenix, maintained a surprising level of composure. He muttered, with only this much power, he could not have ruled the Southern Territory for so long. He definitely has a trump card he hasn't used yet. Sure enough, from the distance, a scream filled with resentment, fury, and madness echoed back, tearing through the space. Outer Tao demon statue, ghost-slaying true god. Trang Verthi startled and whipped his head around. From the trail of light where the Demon Emperor had been blasted, a surge of pitch-black demonic energy, many times more terrifying than before, erupted violently. A hideous, deformed giant demon, its entire body a frightening blood red, slowly took shape. Its brutal aura blanketed the heavens and earth, making all things tremble. Trang Verthi's small body now had to face the final combat form of the Demon Emperor, a true demon god from the netherworld. The giant red demon growled, its voice resounding, like rolling thunder shattering eardrums. I didn't expect that you could actually force me to use this demon statue. It raised a gargantuan fist as large as a small mountain and lunged straight at Trang 13 like a furious titan. Trang Verthi did not flinch. With a determined gaze, he also unleashed a direct punch. The collision between the tiny fist and the giant fist created a world-shaking shockwave, as if wanting to tear the surrounding space into countless pieces. The sea below was pushed away by the pressure, rising hundreds of meters high, surging as if wanting to swallow the entire island, which was now swaying. The demon elder hastily shouted in an urgent voice, "This is not good. This island cannot withstand the aftershocks of the battle. Notify everyone to retreat immediately. The aggressive seawater began to overflow, gradually covering the island that was shaking violently and was in danger of collapsing at any moment. In his heart, he was secretly terrified. Even the full-force attack of the demon statue, he can still withstand it. Just how powerful is the body of this human kid? After all, Trang Wilfi did not give his opponent time to think. Rushing forward once more to massage, his face and jaw immortal art quadriceps leg raise. The giant demon lost its balance, staggering back several heavy steps, making the ground tremble. Finding no advantage in a head-on melee combat, the red demon roared in anger, "Earth bone spikes!" From the deep sea floor, countless giant bone spikes, as sharp as deadly spears, suddenly tore through the water's surface, shooting upward with terrifying speed. They grew close together, densely packed, forming a thick forest of bone spikes. Standing upright, surrounding Trang 13 from all sides and pointing directly at him, leaving no gap for escape. Facing the surging sea of bone spikes, Trang Wilfi remained exceptionally calm. He glided gracefully and lightly, evading each sharp spike. With a decisive and beautiful kick off the ground, he leaped upward, standing firmly on the tip of a towering bone spike. However, a sudden sense of unease immediately washed over him. Without any hesitation, he gained momentum and leaped into the air. At that exact moment, from those very same giant bone spikes, countless smaller bone spikes began to sprout, bone-chillingly sharp. Not only did the seafloor continue to proliferate bone spikes, but even the existing bone spikes kept branching out, producing additional sharp thorns on their own. Trang Wilfi quickly realized how troublesome this was. The complexity of this technique. His face grew tense, as his mind rapidly calculated a solution. If that's the case, then I'll just decisively destroy all of you at once. He let out a low growl, spinning his body in midair. With both legs straightened, he began to rotate at a dizzying speed, so fast that he became a blur. Immortal art battle top. His body transformed into a destructive cyclone, carrying an explosive power that swept through without mercy. He tore through the dense forest of bone spikes, grinding everything in his path to dust. The giant red demon spoke with a confident voice that echoed across the space. "That move can only stall me for a moment, but that bit of precious time is enough for me to complete my preparations." It watched Trang 13 frantically destroying the bone spikes, its eyes flashing with cruelty mixed with a hint of admiration. "I admit you are indeed extremely troublesome. Therefore, I no longer need to hide my ultimate strength." From afar, the black-haired demon king who was observing suddenly recognized the hand seal and cried out in terror. "That hand seal? Could it be?" The silver-haired demon king continued, his eyes flickering with a terrifyingly fanatical light. "Finally, Lord Demon Emperor is willing to use that. This match will likely end in the blink of an eye." The giant red demon let out a violent roar. Its 6 arms simultaneously formed an ancient incantation seal, one of unbelievable complexity. Demonic energy from across the space condensed to its peak, pitch black as ink, swirling and transforming into a colossal mace, towering and radiating a horrific pressure that made the entire space seem to collapse and warp. Pseudo-immortal artifact. Profound dark abyss. Quaking mace. Trang Wilfi stood in awe, sensing the horrific destructive power emanating from the weapon. The red demon hissed in a tone of pride and madness. This item was forged from a fragment of the profound dark demon mountain. In the demon realm, it contains a trace of the primitive primal mountain soul. By mobilizing just a fraction of its power, was already powerful enough to make mountains collapse, and the seas roar incessantly. It raised the colossal mace, which looked no different from a giant pitch-black lollipop, ready to strike down. Seeing Trang 13 still standing there motionless, the red demon let out a roar of fury, as if feeling insulted. Do not underestimate the pseudo-immortal artifact. 100 years ago, if not for being suppressed by the rules of the heavenly tomb realm, causing my eldest brother's pagoda, world-extinguishing blade to be unable to exert even 1/10 of its power, then you lot would have long ago become wandering souls beneath his blade. Today let me show you what the true immortal might of a pseudo-immortal artifact is like. The colossal mace, carrying irresistible, destructive power, came screaming down, aiming straight for Trang 13. Its aftershock created violent ripples in space, causing the sea surface below to boil in chaos. The red demon laughed triumphantly, his tone full of certainty. This strike contains the law of the great Tao of gravity, combined with the momentum of 10,000 mountains crushing down, as heavy as 1,000,000 peaks pressing upon you. No matter how powerful your body is, you absolutely cannot withstand it. Is that so? Trang 13 smirked defiantly, a reckless smile on his face. Before the eyes filled with extreme horror of the Demon Emperor and Demon Kings, he leisurely raised a tiny dumbbell, which looked completely ordinary, without any special spiritual energy or power, using it to block that world-shaking blow. A thunderous collision echoed through heaven and earth, shaking the very soul. But the result made the demon emperor unable to believe his own eyes. That small dumbbell did not budge, even a fraction of a millimeter. On the contrary, the colossal, profound, dark abyss-quaking mace was completely halted, its attacking force neutralized in an unbelievable manner. But this is impossible, Trang Weifei replied, his eyes full of mockery. How convenient. My training equipment was also recently upgraded to an unprecedented new level, powerful enough to shatter your flashy attack. Furthermore, as for that gravity support or 10,000 mountains crushing stuff, those things, I've practiced with them until I'm sick of it at the training dojo. Trang Weifei flexed his muscles tightly, twisting the dumbbell with world-shaking force. Immortal Art Dragon Fist Storm, a violent, muscle-driven cyclone, incredibly powerful, erupted from the dumbbell, striking directly at the arm of the red demon holding the mace. The giant arm of the demon statue cracked into fragments, scattering into the air. The demon emperor's face was now distorted, miserably, filled with agonizing pain and unbelievable shock. He continued to mutter in vain, how is this possible? From a majestic six-armed demon god, he was now left with only one arm, and even that arm had been severed short. The red demon, unwilling to accept defeat, let out a roar of despair mixed with extreme fear. Impossible. I am the dignified demon emperor of the first heaven, at the early stage of the tribulation transcendence realm. This human, his strength must have at least touched the threshold of the immortal realm. Could he have reached the late stage of tribulation transcendence? Without giving his opponent a moment to regain his composure, Trang Weifei shot forward like an arrow. Muscle palm immortal art. The surging muscle-based air currents around him condensed, transforming into a colossal image of Trang 13, even larger and more powerful than the opponent's demon statue. With giant proportions, Trang Weifei threw a thunderous punch, carrying destructive power. Bicep punch destructive direct. With a single punch, the colossal demon statue was sent flying backward, its body beginning to show massive cracks, then shattering completely. The red-haired demon emperor, helpless, only had time to let out one final scream, before completely vanishing. The red demon's body shattered into countless fragments like a comet, turning into mist and smoke that dissipated into the void. In the final moment, before his consciousness completely faded away, he only managed to howl out a cry of hatred and regret. Eldest brother, avenge me. The remaining two demon kings stood frozen, utterly shocked. How is it possible Lord Demon Emperor lost? The silver-haired demon king was shocked to the core, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. This kid, wasn't he just at the peak Mahayana stage? Only an incense stick's time ago. The black-haired demon king was in a state of utter terror, shouting with a trembling voice, "Run quickly!" But before he could finish his sentence, a dark shadow swept past as fast as a blade. Slash, his head flew into the air. The silver-haired demon king beside him stood paralyzed with fear, his entire body stiffening. A firm hand gripped his face tightly, wrenching his head backward. Trang Weifei held him fast, giving him no chance to resist or escape. Trang Weifei's voice was as cold as ice. Pak Fuang and Fuang Tiansuk were both indirectly killed by you lot. It's time to settle the score. Wait, Trang 13, don't kill him yet. The elders and everyone else hurried over to stop him. Demon race members of the Demon King rank often hold important positions within the demon army. If we use a soul-searching technique on him, perhaps we can uncover extremely important intelligence. The silver-haired demon king hurriedly begged for his life, his voice filled with hope. Yes, I still have use value. Don't kill me, I know many secrets. Trang Weifei gave a disdainful cold snort. He maintained his grip on the demon king as a strange blue surge of energy flowed from his hand into the demon, causing him to lose consciousness immediately. He's been knocked out for now, making it easier to imprison and interrogate him later, he explained. Elder Ban nodded in agreement. All right. We have another secret base nearby. Let's head there to talk first. You must have many things you want to ask, don't you? At the second secret base located on a different island, everyone sat down together in a large room. Elder Ban and the demon. Elder sat in the presiding seats, their expressions solemn. Trang Weifei spoke first, his voice low and full of contemplation. After I was swept into the spatial rift, all my memories of the subsequent history are a blank void. Can you tell me in detail exactly what upheavals have occurred in this world? Over the past 120 years, Elder Ban let out a long sigh and began to recount the story, a tragedy that has spanned a century. The invasion of the demon race, the beginning phase, must perhaps be traced back roughly 1,000 years. At first, they could only exploit the weak spatial gaps in the Abyss realm, slowly letting demonic energy seep into the Shenzhou continent, gradually infecting and tainting the Dao fire within various mystic realms. Until about 120 years ago, the demon elder continued, his voice heavy. The divine soul of the demon, Adumu, successfully infiltrated through a larger rift, using a soul-releasing technique at the Heavenly Tomb mystic realm. Afterward, although he and you were both swept into the spatial rift, he did not die. On the contrary, through the power of spatial turbulence, he somehow reached the sacred land of the demon race. Coincidentally, that place was also the location where the semi-finals of the Huyantine Grand Assembly were held years ago in ancient ruins mystic realm. In the deepest part of that mystic realm, Elder Ban's voice became heavy and full of solemnity, cutting through the atmosphere. There exists a clone that the demon god left behind since ancient times. Hearing the two words demon god, Trangwitha could not hide his amazement, and suddenly interrupted, because these words reminded him of the information the system had once warned him about. Elder Ban nodded slightly, and continued to explain in detail about the system of the demon race's power levels. According to the power hierarchy of the demon race, a demon general has power equivalent to the body integration stage of ours. A demon king is even higher, rivaling the great transcendence stage, while demon emperors are those who possess power on par with the tribulation transcendence realm, even higher. A demon venerable is compared to a red dust immortal in the human world, but a demon god is a transcendent realm, far surpassing even a red dust immortal, an existence that is now almost a distant legend. In the current era, there is almost no individual who can reach that mysterious threshold of power. Trangwitha quickly deduced. Then the clone of a demon god, even if it is just a fragment, must at least possess the power of the immortal realm level, equivalent to a red dust immortal. Correct. That is exactly it. Elder Ban confirmed, his eyes flashing with a hint of worry. That Adumu, he carries the pure bloodline of a demon god. He only needed his soul to merge into that ancient clone to fully activate it, releasing all the immortal realm energy hidden within. In the past, he succeeded in activating that clone. Immediately after, he used earth-shattering immortal realm power to initiate an incredibly evil blood sacrifice great array, sacrificing the lives of trillions of innocent beings in the central continent. The blood and souls of those victims created a massive source of energy, enough for him to completely tear open the rift of the abyss realm, opening a path of invasion for the entire demon race to pour down from the desolate abyss onto the Shenzhou continent. Trangwitha was so stunned he was left speechless, his fists clenched so tightly they turned pale. Trillions of lives, just for a brutal invasion plan, that they dared to act with such cruelty. Why? Duongdik seemed to read the thoughts in the heart of his junior brother and added, his voice dropping low, "Are you feeling confused and doubtful, wondering how he alone could carry out such a horrific act, and that our mortal world does not lack powerful red dust, immortal guardians? Why could they not stop him?" He paused for a moment, his eyes full of sorrow. "Because there were traitors within our own human race. Do you remember? In the beginning, the demon race could only infiltrate stealthily by using demonic energy to pollute the Dao fire. They had secretly planted demon seeds deep within those contaminated Dao fires. Any genius who had ever cultivated in the mystic realms and absorbed the tainted Dao fire had a very high probability of having a demon seed parasitize their body without them ever knowing. Thus, when Adumu activated the demon god clone and utilized the immortal realm power, the demon seeds hidden deep within the bodies of the human geniuses awakened all at once. The chosen ones, those who were once the great hope of the human race, changed their nature in an instant, turning into absolutely loyal puppets of the demon race, turning back to slaughter their own people. Among them, there was no shortage of powerful red dust immortals," the demon elder continued, his voice filled with profound grief. Coupled with the massive, relentless invasion of the demon army from the desolate abyss, it was truly a horrific catastrophe, unprecedented, unique in the entire history of the human race. The remaining red dust immortals had poured all their strength into the battle, but even with aid from the immortal realm, they could not hold the central realm. Huangbei was finally completely annihilated. Huangbei destroyed. How? Trang 13 was so horrified he was stunned. He staggered back and slumped into his chair, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, even though upon returning to this era, he had mentally prepared himself to face the worst possible outcomes. But hearing this confirmed news, his heart still felt as if it were being squeezed. A relentless pain spread throughout his entire body. Coming to this era, I prepared very thoroughly, but in my heart I still held a flicker of fragile hope. I didn't expect the final result would still be... He couldn't find the words. The pain of such an immense loss choked his throat. Namkung Man fell silent, then added in a voice tinged with deep sadness, "Afterward, the demon race from the central realm began to expand their influence to other continents with great speed. The Supreme Elder, Elder Su, Master Lan Ngaotian, along with many other senior brothers and sisters, uncles and seniors, all heroically sacrificed themselves on the battlefield while resisting. Elder Ban wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he continued the tragic narrative. In less than 20 years after the fall of the Central Realm, the entire mortal world had almost completely fallen under the control of the demon race. The demon elder's voice sounded heavy and hoarse, breaking the dead silence. During the more than 100 long years since then, they have frantically plunged the surviving humans into brutal enslavement. We are forced to mine and harvest relentlessly countless precious spiritual minerals from every corner of the continent. As a result, the once abundant worldly spiritual energy has now become thin and terrifyingly depleted. At this rate, our world seems to be sliding into an era where the Dharma is desolate. Narrow-eyed elder with a pained and bitter expression continued, the spiritual energy that can be utilized is dwindling, which means that the overall strength of the human race is declining seriously. All our efforts to resist are becoming weaker because of it. Helplessness feels like a pincer, shackles that are tightening to the point of suffocation. Trang Wuthi frowned slightly, his eyes full of thought. Them. In the end, why do they need so much spiritual ore? Could it be simply to serve their own cultivation? No one is certain about that, Elder Ban replied, then shook his head. But there is one thing we can affirm. It is definitely not just to raise their personal cultivation levels. Sect Master Nam, because of the personal sect leader Nam, Kung Huang, is currently personally investigating this conspiracy extensively. His gaze suddenly settled on Trang 13, shimmering with hope. However, your reappearance, in this moment of peril, has brought a turning point. That is crucial for the human race's nearly hopeless resistance. We still have the strength to fight, and if we can receive timely aid from the immortal realm, perhaps we still have a chance to turn the tide. The three demon elders immediately added, with a special bridge like you here, we can definitely persuade the immortal realm to act and assist, because you once saved the life of the Celestial Emperor's own daughter. Go and plead for aid from the immortal realm, and together with us, join forces to fight against the brutal demon race, the immortal realm. Trang Wuthi was so surprised he blurted out the question. Is it possible that I don't need to wait until ascension, but can still set foot there? Elder Ban nodded in affirmation, and then explained in detail. In reality, the immortal realm and the mortal realm are just two sides of the same world, both situated within the vast divine province continent. The only difference is that one belongs to the upper space layer, while the other is on the lower layer. Normally, a cultivator must reach a certain realm to have enough power to open the passage, and the special restriction between the two realms move freely between them. Of course, those truly extraordinary powerhouses in the immortal realm can easily bypass any kind of such restrictions. But the current problem is that all official passages leading to the immortal realm have been blocked completely. The only way now is to cross this endless sea. The demon elder pointed toward the vast, limitless horizon of the sea. The endless sea of the mortal realm is directly connected to the outer edge of this galaxy in the immortal realm. Just by crossing this treacherous endless sea, one can reach the galaxy, and from there find a way into the immortal continent. Trang Wuthi looked into the distance, the immense sea swallowing, his vision with no end in sight.
The endless sea sounds very far away.
I wonder how much time this journey will cost me, Elder Ban replied, his voice filled with urgency. 10 days. 10 days. Trang 13 was stunned to his core upon hearing this. Only 10 days, how can that be? Then how much further is the remaining distance I must cover? Elder Ban estimated about a quarter of the remaining distance of the endless sea. Trang Wuthi was astonished once again. A quarter of the distance that even a red dust immortal would take 3 months of continuous flight to cross, yet I only have a mere 10 days to complete it. The demon elder spoke, his voice brimming with gravity, sounding like a warning. In 10 days, the demon race will officially perform the final blood sacrifice ritual. They have painstakingly prepared for this cruel ritual for the past 100 years. The scope of this blood sacrifice formation will likely cover the entire mortal realm. Trang Wuthi stood stunned for a moment, before immediately realizing the terrifying urgency of the current situation. He walked quickly to the center of the teleportation formation without any hesitation. If things have become this urgent, I must set off right now. Elder Ban hurriedly handed Trang 13 a compact object, like a final piece of advice. Take this with you. Elder Ban's hand gently placed into Trang 13's palm an ancient compass, its casing faded by time, yet still emitting a faint spiritual glow, like a dim star in the night. Our current reserves of spiritual stones are only enough to perform a single teleportation, and only for you alone, the old man slowly explained, his eyes full of deep concern. This sea-stabilizing compass is an heirloom. It will guide you, helping you avoid the extremely dangerous spatial turbulences hidden within the heart of the endless sea, where all spatial rules are warped. Trangwitha nodded decisively, his voice urgent yet containing firm resolve. I understand, then let us depart. Everyone please rest assured. I will certainly not fail your expectations, and will bring reinforcements back from the immortal realm. Wait, Elder Ban suddenly spoke up, for one final piece of advice. His aged face glowed with extreme gravity, almost harsh. There is still one vital thing that you must keep in mind. Never ever risk flying beyond the edge of the endless sea, because beyond that is the void. His voice dropped, sounding eerie. A place where no one knows for sure what lies hidden. All the red dust immortals who once dared to venture in there to explore in the past, not a single one truly. Not a single one could survive to return. I understand, Trang 13 replied, his eyes flashing with caution, but his determination did not waver. Teleport, Elder. Ban watched Trang 13's resilient silhouette, his gaze holding all the fragile hope. The future of this entire mortal realm has been entrusted to you. Trangwitha, his fists clenched tight, his heart heavy. Take care, junior brother. Nam Kung Man also couldn't hold back her tears, choking out. Little 13 brother, you must be very careful. The teleportation formation suddenly flared with light. A blinding halo of light erupted, swallowing Trang 13's figure. A dense mist spread out, shrouding the surrounding space. Elder Ban stood in silence, looking toward the void and muttering to himself, his voice so small it was almost hopeless. Next we wait for intelligence from the sect master on the other side. At the center of the demon territory in the demon palace, within the gloomy and majestic space of the demon palace, a demon figure with long horns, sharp as knives, sat upon the main throne. His voice resonated deeply throughout the hall, filled with suppressed rage. Even a lingering wisp of his soul cannot be sensed. Atu Kang, that red-haired demon emperor, has completely disappeared from this world. He swept a cold gaze down at the trembling group of subordinate demon generals gathered below. The entire late-stage tribulation-level combat force of our demon race in the Middle Province and the Southern Territory has been wiped out clean. Just who is it? Who could possibly have such terrifying power to completely erase Atu Kang's existence? His gaze stopped on another demon general with messy dark brown hair. With dark brown hair, you were entrusted with the responsibility of managing the Southern Territory. To allow such a serious oversight to occur, do you have no words to justify yourself? The messy brown-haired demon general quickly bowed his head, his tone so respectful it was almost sycophantic. Report, Demon Emperor Atu Tung in the Southern Territory. There are indeed no powerhouses who have reached above the late-stage tribulation. However, there is a person named Duong Dich, the lead disciple of the Ngulam Immortal sect. Although his cultivation appears to be only at the peak of the Great Ascension stage, he is a genius of formations, with extremely profound skill. If he knew how to exploit the treacherous terrain of the endless sea and prepare a large-scale killing formation in advance, then it is indeed possible to create power comparable to the peak of the tribulation stage. Atu Tung, the long-horned one who was also the biological elder brother of Atu Kang, fell into deep thought. Atu Kang was arrogant and conceited and easily provoked. It is indeed possible that he fell for a trap, was lured into a killing formation, and perished. But it doesn't matter. Very soon, this entire mortal realm will be buried with him. We only need to have absolute faith in the great plan of Goddess Imea. The day of her descent is no longer far away. The brown-haired demon general asked in a low voice, So what is the main objective of this secret meeting, my lord? Atu Tung continued, his voice full of authority and decisiveness. Determine the specific locations of the 5 formation eyes in the 5 great continents, along with the entire combat force of the human race, currently guarding them. The brown-haired demon general bowed his head in silence, carefully hiding, strange light flashing in the depths of his eyes. It turned out he was a spy for the human race. 4. Citadel Walls, Demon Territory. On a solid and grand fortification wall of the demon territory, a fairly large crack appeared, wide enough for an adult to crawl through while crouching. A gray foot, bare and stained with dust, cautiously approached the crack. The messy brown-haired demon general stood before the crack, turning his head back with extreme vigilance. Surely no one noticed, he muttered to himself, then immediately hunched over and cringingly crawled through the crack, like a dog squeezing through a hole. Outside the magnificent and grand citadel walls of the demon realm lay a desolate wasteland, barren, filled with gravel and solitude. The brown-haired demon general instantly changed his demeanor. No longer cringing, he became astonishingly agile. He moved with the swiftness of a ninja, dashing into the nearby dense forest, at incredible speed, whizzing past the tree branches. Suddenly, an extreme sense of danger surged from behind, sending a chill down his spine. The brown-haired man sharply turned his head, his eyes narrowing in an instant. An emerald-colored double-headed sickle, spinning at a terrifying speed, was lunging toward him as if to crush his body. He frantically dodged, yet was still blown away by the shockwave of the attack, sliding a long distance across the ground, plowing a deep furrow. The owner of the sickle slowly emerged from the darkness. Their voice cold as ice rang out, piercing through the silent space. "Just finished the meeting? Why are you in such a hurry to leave the city?" The questioner, a demon with gray hair and a sharp, cold gaze, stood with arms crossed, watching. He interrogated in a highly challenging manner. Lord Aktuong issued a lockdown order for the entire city long ago. Do you think that by not using spiritual power and relying only on a secret passage, you could escape our sight? Game merely remained silent, offering no response. The gray-haired man tilted his head, flicking a finger toward his opponent, and roared in fury. "Drop that fake face of yours right now." As it turned out, Game's true identity was none other than Nam Kung Huang, the sect master of the Ngulam immortal sect. The gray-haired demon was not overly surprised, yet his lips curled into a disdainful smirk. "Oh, isn't this sect master? Nam Kung Huang of the Ngulam immortal sect. Why has your human race run out of people, that they have to send a mere early-stage tribulation realm cultivator like you here to gather intelligence?" He nonchalantly gripped the handle of his axe, smiling malevolently. "If I hadn't already known the location of this secret passage and stood guard here early on, your mission might have actually succeeded." Hearing this, Nam Kung Huang felt a surge of sky-high frustration welling up within him. He exclaimed angrily, "Another traitor leaking secrets." Nam Kung Huang looked directly at the gray-haired demon, his eyes showing clear contempt. "A second-rank demon emperor berserker like you, a double-layered heaven like you, dares to come here alone to stop me?" The gray-haired man confidently patted his chest, boasting that for such a great achievement, the fewer people to share it with, the better, Nam Kung Huang thought to himself. As expected, most of the demon race are arrogant and conceited. From the palm of Nam Kung Huang's hand, a strange object slowly emerged. He swung his hand high up. The golden box immediately grew in size and enveloped them both, creating a space, completely isolated from the outside world. After observing his surroundings, the gray-haired man burst out laughing in amusement. "An item that can isolate space. Do you want to fight me here?" He smirked, his face filled with extreme excitement. "Suits me perfectly." Suddenly, he shot up into the air, carrying his giant axe, and shouted out loud. I too was afraid that a battle would alert other demons, bringing them here to share the credit with me. No one knew what happened inside that golden box. All that was known was that a massive explosion, earth-shaking and sky-shattering, suddenly rang out. At the same time, not far away, on the vast surface of the sea, a long trail in the water abruptly appeared, water splashing high into the air. It turned out that was page 13. He was putting all his effort into running across the water's surface. At this moment, the guy seemed a bit dejected. Clutching his stomach, he lamented, "This won't do. Since I set foot in this secret realm, I haven't had a single decent meal. I'm so hungry I don't have any strength left to do anything. Well, I'll just look for ingredients around here then." With those words, he dove straight into the sea, diving deep below to search for something. He couldn't help but wonder to himself, "I wonder what kind of demonic beasts are at the bottom of this endless sea." Right then, in the pitch-black ocean floor, a small point of light suddenly flashed. He was astonished. At the bottom of the deep sea, as vast as this, there is actually a light. But who could have guessed that in an instant, a ferocious monster, with razor-sharp fangs and a wide, gaping maw, charged directly at him. It swam lightning fast toward its prey. It looked terrifying, but its end was truly tragic. It turned into a giant grilled fish, smelling delicious over a fire. Satisfied and full, he lay in a corner enjoying himself, feeling his whole body overflowing with energy. He happily exclaimed, "Ah, as expected of deep-sea fish, the meat is indeed exceptionally fresh and tender." Returning to the isolated space of the golden box, the gray-haired demon was now coughing up blood, his body covered in wounds large and small. He struggled to say, "I admit you truly have skill, but based on your cultivation alone, it's impossible for you to kill me." Nam Kung Huang wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, he calmly replied, "Locking you within the TNT is enough. By the time you are discovered, I will have already sent the information out." With that, Nam Kung Huang lunged outward, a stream of blue light enveloping his body, as he easily escaped the barrier he himself had created. As he flew away, he marveled to himself, "I didn't expect the demon's plan to involve the timeline, a field that even a immortal would find difficult to step into. We must stop the blood sacrifice ritual. In 10 days otherwise, not only the mortal realm, but the entire divine province realm will be destroyed." Suddenly, from behind, a powerful voice echoed, shaking the very fabric of space. The 10,000-year grand ambition of the demon race. How could we ever let you stop it? Nam Kung Huang whipped around his gaze full of vigilance, wondering about this powerful surge of spiritual energy. Behind his back stood a colossal demon, possessing a fierce face brimming with murderous intent. Nam Kung Huang gasped in shock, a demon sovereign of the immortal realm. All around him, streaks of pink light shot forth at extreme speed, weaving into a terrifying offensive formation. Each ray of light that touched the ground created a massive explosion, relentlessly chasing every movement of Nam Kung Huang. He struggled to fly forward only a fraction away, just a tiny distance more, and he could successfully make his escape. The demon sovereign behind him spoke with disdain. With a puny tribulation stage cultivation, did you really think you could escape this place alive? He raised his hand, preparing for an earth-shattering strike. A powerful surge of purple light condensed around his palm, transforming into a colossal bow in the demon sovereign's hands. Without hesitation, he released the arrow. The arrow, containing a swirling spiritual force as powerful as a storm, shot straight toward the target. Everywhere the arrow passed was utterly demolished. Shattered earth and stones swept along in its wake. In just the blink of an eye, it was closing in right behind Nam Kung Huang. Nam Kung Huang whipped around, crying out in despair, "I'm too late." But at the same time, in another room, the stout elder Duong Dich and Nam Kung Man were waiting in a chamber, filled with soul lanterns. Nam Kung Man asked innocently, "Is this the sect master's soul lantern?" Duong Dich looked solemn, wondering in his heart. This mission was a journey with no return. Why did we have to send the sect master? The stout elder was helpless, his forehead beaded with sweat. He explained that this was the best solution. Huang Tut Trung Kun is guarded by no fewer than 3 demon sovereigns. Even for a mortal immortal, going there would be a near certain death. The sect master possesses secret techniques for infiltration and intelligence gathering, making him difficult to detect. He is the most suitable candidate after a mortal immortal. Suddenly a soul lantern on the table flickered out, leaving behind only a faint ethereal green smoke. Nam Kung Man screamed in terror. "The soul lantern has gone out." With tears in her eyes, she softly called out, "Sect master." The stout elder was equally shocked, his heart filled with despair. It failed! A large vortex suddenly appeared, bringing with it a surge of powerful energy that blew everything around it away. The demon sovereign stood there arrogantly and declared, "Under the power of the immortal realm, the intruder has been turned to ash." But the scenery abruptly changed. This place was a desolate wasteland, oddly shaped. Mountains rose up beneath a gloomy sky. A deep gaping cave led into a dark void. Heavy dragging footsteps echoed through the darkness. As it turned out, Nam Kung Huang had managed to evade the fatal blow in time, and was trying to encourage himself. Just endure a little longer. Almost there. Nam Kung Huang's entire body was trembling. Perhaps he had reached his absolute limit. Unable to take it any longer, he collapsed against the cold cave wall beside him. Just then a figure quickly flew toward him. It was the stout elder. He rushed over and cried out in concern, "Sect master!" As he landed, it was also the moment Nam Kung Huang collapsed completely onto the ground. Nam Kung Huang looked up, his voice weak. "You've come." The stout elder immediately replied, "As agreed, if the soul lantern was extinguished, I would come to the teleportation array here to wait for you." After observing him, he showed clear concern. "Sect master, your body." Nam Kung Huang calmly explained, "It's useless. At this moment I am merely a clone. Once my divine sense is exhausted, I will perish completely." Hearing this, the stout elder fell silent, speechless. Taking advantage of the little time he had left, Nam Kung Huang began to recount the events. "Fortunately, before my true body's divine sense was depleted, I reached the absolute limit of the range to transmit my memories to this external clone. In this 100-mile radius, the demon race is gathering spirit minerals to sacrifice the mortal realm, all to place coordinates upon the timeline. They cannot shatter the realm barrier of the Nibiru divine realm, but they can use this method to tear a rift in the great Tao, thereby welcoming their outer gods." The stout elder asked in alarm, "Does such a place truly exist on the timeline?" Nam Kung Huang replied, "That is the ultimate end of the great Tao of time, the manifestation of the Tao reaching its peak. Once the outer gods pass through the timeline, to indirectly invade the divine province realm, then the past, present, and future of this world will all be obliterated." The elder gritted his teeth in fury. Nam Kung Huang continued, "The demon race has eliminated me, but they never expected that the intelligence would be carried out by my clone. Memorize the 5 coordinates of the blood sacrifice ritual." A moment later, Nam Kung Huang's body began to dissolve, gradually turning into tiny particles of light. In a weak voice, he said, "It seems the divine sense infused into this clone is about to run out, but my mission is complete." The stout elder choked back tears. Nam Kung Huang instructed him, "The dead are liberated, but the living must still carry the burden. Keep moving forward. Everything from now on depends on you all. Nam Kung Huang's body vanished completely. Before the stout elder's eyes, nothing remained but an empty void. He bowed his head and made a solemn oath. Rest assured, sect master. Scene changes to the endless seashore, where splashes of water continue to spray incessantly. Trang Will Thi is still pushing his limits, rushing across the vast infinite sea. In his heart the promise echoed, the honor of the stout elder. The human race will surely be victorious. The streaks of water grew stronger, stretching across the vast surface of the sea. Trang Will Thi was all alone amidst the immense waves. He pondered. From 3 days onwards, day and night will no longer alternate here. By now he didn't even know how much time had passed. Suddenly something colossal up ahead caught his attention. He gasped in amazement. That is... Before his eyes stood a giant green celestial pillar, towering majestically into the sky, surrounded by bolts of azure lightning. He speculated the green celestial pillar. Could it be that I have reached the ultimate end of the endless sea? Without hesitation, he leaped onto the celestial pillar. As he climbed, he thought to himself, if I climb this, I should be able to reach the immortal realm. Suddenly he witnessed another sight. Far off on the horizon, he wondered, what lies beyond the endless sea, I wonder? I heard the elders say it is a land of nothingness, unknown and never trodden by anyone. Then he shook his head and told himself, forget it. No need to dwell on that. The task at hand is far more important. He sped up the green celestial pillar, leaving a trail of ethereal blue light behind him. Suddenly his eyes widened. An unexpected event occurred, leaving him completely unable to react. He flipped over, lost his balance, and fell from the pillar, but quickly regained his composure and landed lightly upon the sea's surface. He observed carefully and immediately concluded, gravity has been inverted. A massive golden gate stood tall at the center, inscribed with a majestic dragon seal, appearing right before Trang 13's eyes. In total shock, he cried out, the gate! An immortal venerable appeared out of nowhere, blocking the path with a burly frame, sharp hawk-like eyes, and thick, bushy eyebrows. He demanded, who dares to intrude upon my immortal realm? That immortal gate venerable, with a profound look of displeasure, observed Trang 13 from above, clearly manifesting his contempt. Sitting majestically, he coldly issued an order. Is it the human race again? The immortal realm drew a clear line with the mortal realm, a long time ago. No matter how many times you come to beg for help, it will all be in vain. Please leave. But Trang 13 with determined will looked up high and replied without flinching, my apologies. This time I must meet the heavenly emperor, the immortal gate. Venerable looked down, uttering arrogant words. Of disdain, the human race is indeed foolish and stubborn. With that, he leaped down from the immortal gate, landing forcefully right in front of Trang 13. He then pointed his thumb at his chest. You want to challenge and declare war? If you want to enter the immortal realm to see the heavenly emperor, you must pass my trial first. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a direct punch from Trang 13, leaving his face contorted and deformed, caught off guard and unable to react. He lost his balance and fell backward. The heavy body of the immortal gate venerable slammed hard against the sea surface, creating a massive boom. Trang Will Thi confidently cracked his knuckles to warm up and said, once I open this gate, I can finally step into the immortal realm. Clutching his face in agony and rage, the immortal gate venerable warned, don't get ahead of yourself, boy. I am only the first trial. This gate itself is the true challenge. Trang Will Thi didn't care in the slightest, focusing all his strength on pushing the gate, shouting out with a decisive cry of determination. In a faraway place, the heavenly emperor on his high throne seemed to sense something. His gaze flickered slightly, uttering words of surprise mixed with a hint of doubt. After hundreds of quiet years, has someone finally broken through this trial again? Could it be them, the human race? Have they still not given up hope? Beside him, a green-haired, immortal venerable, with a pensive face, added, Great Heavenly Emperor. 100 years ago, many great clans in the immortal realm were invited to attend the Huyen Thien Grand Assembly. Unexpectedly, chaos erupted due to an infiltration by the demon race. The gods at that time intended to intervene and help, but unexpectedly at the last moment, several renowned red dust immortals were lost. The Heavenly Emperor pondered as an image of a certain idol surfaced in his mind, and he slowly replied, the demon race possesses an extremely eerie idol. It has the ability to infinitely absorb all types of spiritual energy, reaching the realm of diamond invincibility. Even cultivators who have reached the great Tao of strength could not possibly destroy it. The green-haired immortal venerable also nodded in agreement. That is true, Heavenly Emperor. The foundation of the great Tao of strength also uses spiritual energy as the basis to temper the body, so against that idol, we are nearly helpless. At this point, the Heavenly Emperor still wanted to test the one who was breaking through the pass. He looked into the distance and spoke with a meaningful tone. The gate that person is facing is actually an immortal artifact, modeled after that idol, and it has been refined with extreme precision. If even that gate cannot be opened, then let alone a counterattack, there is no hope at all. The green-haired immortal venerable placed his hand on his chin, lost in thought about the failures of the past. The red dust immortals who came here, previously all failed. After contacting the gate, their spiritual energy began to deplete at a terrifying rate. There was a little girl who persisted for quite a while, but unfortunately her realm was too low, nowhere near enough for the requirements. The Heavenly Emperor agreed. Unless it is a pure physical power, that does not rely on spiritual energy. But in the current world, I fear there is no one like that left. But at the same time, in another space, Trangwil Thi was focusing all his strength, roaring with every breath and pushing the colossal door. A small initial gap gradually began to appear. Behind him, the immortal gate. Venerable, his face still swollen from the beating, voiced a worried warning. Friend, don't waste your effort in vain anymore. Your spiritual energy will be depleted very soon. Who would have thought Trang 13 would reply with a sentence that left the immortal venerable stunned? Since birth I have never possessed such a thing. Hearing this, the immortal gate venerable froze, his eyes widening in astonishment. But without letting words affect him, Trangwil Thi continued to roar. His legs trembled violently from the extreme exertion. The colossal gate also shook fiercely, as if it were about to be flung wide open. The immortal gate venerable cried out in panic, "What?" With each heavy footstep, Trangwil Thi was truly forcing the gate open. But in another place, the Heavenly Emperor suddenly stood up, his face solemn. He clearly announced that the world gate had been pushed open. Suddenly, a pair of graceful feet lightly landed, possessing an exquisite beauty. Upon arrival, Telaklak asked with great curiosity, "Father, I heard someone has opened the world gate." She stepped into the immortal gate, facing the Heavenly Emperor and the green-haired immortal venerable. The Heavenly Emperor nodded slightly and replied, "Indeed. Unexpectedly, such an anomaly exists in this world." Telaklak immediately affirmed loudly, with an unusual certainty, "He has definitely returned. Only he could have achieved that." The Heavenly Emperor only turned his back and coldly ordered, "Follow me there." He had calculated the consequences of the gate being opened. Surely this upheaval would disturb the other immortal clans. On this side, Trang 13 stood before the wide-open gate, the immortal gate. Venerable stood silently behind him, marveling inwardly. He could not believe his eyes. The gate that even a red dust immortal could not possibly open had been forced by him. At that moment, Trang 13 turned back and asked calmly, "Can you lead me to see the Heavenly Emperor now?" But because he was too humiliated, the immortal gate venerable acted annoyed and coldly announced, "Don't be in a hurry. You still have one final challenge." As soon as the words were spoken, a dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly struck straight down. Trangwil Thi instantly sensed a massive surge of energy. He glanced over at an attack of incredible power, plunging directly into the sea, creating a shockwave that spread violently all around. Trangwil Thi had managed to dodge it just in time with unbelievable agility. Immediately after, another immortal venerable appeared, a burly figure, with rippling muscles, white hair standing on end like frosted snow, and a golden halo behind his head, exuding the extraordinary aura of a powerful god of war. Seeing him, the immortal gate venerable exclaimed in surprise, "It is the leader of the immortal clan who attained the Tao through strength, the ruler of the Strength tribe." His face became more serious than ever before. "So it is the Battle Emperor?" The Battle Emperor spoke in a resonant, contemplative voice. "Are you the one who opened the world gate?" Trangwil Thi answered loudly without a moment's hesitation. "Correct." The Battle Emperor observed Trang 13 for a moment, then evaluated him with suspicion. "I cannot sense your cultivation realm. Did you use some kind of trickery?" Having said that, he threw a powerful punch and declared loudly, "No matter. To prevent this, I will personally test you in the third trial. If you can withstand one of my strikes, then you shall pass the trial." But before he could act, a brilliant column of golden light suddenly shot down onto the sea surface from afar. Upon landing, Telaklak spoke up hurriedly. "Wait a moment, Uncle Two." Telaklak stepped forward, looking toward Trang 13 as she explained, "Clearly he is the person I told you about, Uncle. Trang 13, you were the one who saved me from danger in the mortal realm." Only now did Trang 13's gaze focus on the girl approaching him. With a flash of recognition, he suddenly blurted out in surprise, It's you, the girl who always covered her face, whom I once met in the secret realm." Hearing those words, the green-haired immortal venerable standing nearby finally spoke up. In a tone full of disbelief and absurdity, "She is Her Highness Princess Telaklak, the beloved daughter of the Heavenly Emperor." Trangwil Thi was stunned. He asked her again in shock, Are you truly the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor? Telaklak calmly replied, as if it were no big deal. That's right, I used to sneak down to the mortal realm to play. At this moment, he finally noticed the majestic figure behind her and immediately wondered, then the person standing behind you, could it be? Without letting Telaklak answer, the green-haired immortal venerable spoke up to confirm, it is indeed the Hathian Heavenly Emperor. Upon hearing this shocking identity, Trangvilthi's gaze instantly became sharp. He quickly bowed, clasping his hands in a respectful petition, reporting to the Heavenly Emperor, this humble one has a request. Just then, the majestic battle emperor standing nearby suddenly shouted to stop him. Wait, even if you have the merit of saving Telaklak, if you wish to petition the Heavenly Emperor, you must first pass my final trial. The rules cannot be broken. Eager to defend him, Telaklak immediately countered, Uncle Tew, Uncle is a red dust immortal. Why must you make things difficult for him? At this, the Heavenly Emperor finally spoke slowly, his voice calm yet full of power. It is all right. Let me see just how capable this freak she mentioned actually is. As soon as he finished speaking, the battle emperor swung his fist. A blinding golden light erupted, charging straight at Trang 13 as he roared, take a punch from me. Without any fear, Trangwil 3 also valiantly charged forward shouting, bring it on. A mysterious shield immediately appeared beside him. The powerful punch enveloped in the battle emperor's golden light, collided forcefully with the shield. Two immense powers clashed, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Streaks of emerald and bright yellow light intertwined and erupted violently, forming a shockwave that tore through space itself. The Heavenly Emperor's gaze momentarily flickered with sharpness, seemingly surprised by this sight. As the energy waves gradually dissipated, Trangwithai still stood firm and indomitable, beside the shield which had begun to show cracks. The Heavenly Emperor marveled softly, although you had the help of a magical treasure. You withstood a full power strike from a red dust immortal? You have passed the trial. Now tell me your purpose for coming here. At this, Trang 13 clasped his hands, his voice filled with urgency as he reported the situation. The demon general is about to perform a blood sacrifice on the entire mortal realm. I have come here specifically to beg the immortal realm for rescue. Surely the Heavenly Emperor understands the principle that if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Hearing this, the green-haired immortal venerable explained on behalf of the Emperor, young friend, do you know that the immortal realm is not ruled by a single person? The powers here are complex and intertwined. Despite holding the title of Heavenly Emperor, His Majesty actually only governs a small corner of the entire immortal realm. Trangwithi himself had not expected the situation to be this complicated. The green-haired immortal venerable continued explaining, the factions of the immortal realm maintain a delicate balance. Once a top-tier combat power is lost, that entire alliance faces the risk of annihilation. Telaklak looked down and added in a sad voice, the immortal tribe once lost a red dust immortal during an invasion by the demon race. In just a short 100 years, they were destroyed. I also begged Father to take action, but the situation was truly beyond help. However, the Heavenly Emperor suddenly spoke up, his voice carrying a glimmer of new hope. But the situation is different now. Just now I observed your entire body. There were no spiritual energy fluctuations at all. You certainly have a spiritless root constitution. Trangwitha was extremely serious, listening as the Heavenly Emperor continued, yet recently, you withstood a strike from a red dust immortal. Your strength is at least at the late stage of the tribulation transcendence realm. It seems you have opened up a path of cultivation that is entirely different, without relying on spiritual energy, but instead focusing purely on elevating the physical body. The demon race currently possesses an evil statue capable of absorbing infinite spiritual energy, exerting absolute suppression over us. That was also why we were unable to send reinforcements before. But if we have you, then there might be a chance to turn this situation around. The Battle Emperor, standing aside with arms crossed, offered guidance. Each of our alliances will send a red dust immortal to provide support. We can probably buy you half a day. Within that half day, you must find that stone statue and destroy it. Trangwildi asked back doubtfully, half a day? Suddenly he seemed to remember something extremely important. He cried out loudly, wait a moment! How long has it been since I arrived here? The green-haired immortal venerable immediately replied, I have been monitoring the endless sea. From the moment you reached the teleportation point and began crossing the endless sea, I have taken notice. Up until now it has been exactly 10 days. Trangwilthi was utterly horrified. The 10th day, at the same time in the human world, the blood sacrifice array had been activated. Crimson circles appeared, densely across the sky, forming a terrifying spectacle. The people were in total panic, shouting in despair, the blood sacrifice has begun. The gruesome red circles had almost covered the entire human race. Beneath the ground blood-red light also began to flicker, signaling a horrific tragedy about to unfold. In the midst of a desolate mountain range, from the deep sky, brilliant flows of blue and white spiritual energy poured down incessantly, like bolts of lightning, tearing through space and causing everything to tremble. Stretching across the towering mountain peaks, the river of time still flowed with a shimmer, but now, a deep purple fissure like a cosmic scar had torn open in midair, carrying a strange and terrifying beauty. Right in the center of that chaos, an old man with a pitch-black body as if cast from stone. Obsidian was sitting in meditation. Around him, spiritual energy swirled into violent cyclones, intermingled with exploding bursts of deep purple lightning, creating a scene both majestic and full of danger. Suddenly, the old man trembled slightly and coughed violently, fresh blood overflowing from the corners of his lips, evidence of the horrific backlash he was enduring. He closed his eyes, sensing a familiar surge of fluctuations, and then spoke with a bitter affirmation. As expected, they chose the moment I am weakest to conduct the ritual. At the same time, the purple fissure on the river of time began to expand terrifyingly, swallowing all surrounding light. The old man watched the scene with a worried expression, exclaiming urgently, "The first wave will be the absorption of spiritual energy from the mountains and rivers. After that, all living beings will become sacrifices. Trang 13, you must hurry." Not far away, on another treacherous mountain peak, a group of human cultivators was gathering, their faces full of determination and tension. Before them, the sky was torn apart by continuous streaks of blue and white lightning. Descending toward a black-haired cultivator, with eyes as sharp as knives and a decisive aura, he stepped forward and spoke with a powerful, resounding voice. "This is the final battle for our human race. If we lose this battle, the great Shenzhou continent will no longer have the trace of a single human being left." He raised his hand high and shouted to rally the spirits of his comrades. "All cultivators from the Golden Core stage and above, follow me to the battlefield. Let us risk our lives together." Immediately, hundreds of blue energy streams erupted, soaring into the sky to form a massive offensive formation. However, the black-haired cultivator from before broke away and flew toward a different direction, carrying a separate mission. But no matter where they went, everyone's destination was a single point ahead, where a crowd was already waiting, none other than their enemies, at the fateful battlefield. A formation of human cultivators had fully assembled, with boiling morale, led by a red dust immortal, of majestic presence along with the elder of the Sword Dao sect. Red Dust Immortal MANHWA, a massive figure with hair as red as blazing fire. Facing them was a giant horde of the demon race, filled with murderous intent, creating a wall of terrifying pressure. At their head was a demon venerable, a large burly creature, with jagged grayish-red skin and a pair of sharp horns, reaching straight up to the sky. He looked at the human cultivators with a gaze of contempt, his voice echoing like thunder. "It seems the news has been leaked, but relying only on the few of you is like throwing eggs against stones." Another demon venerable with grayish-blue skin frowned with a look of suspicion. "Are the last two remaining red dust immortals of the human race both here?" "So the other 4 continents have accepted defeat." Man, Huang, with his tall physique and characteristic red hair, replied with a deep, resolute voice, "This is the pivotal point of this battle. To stop you is to stop the blood sacrifice." Hearing that the demon monarch snorted in disdain, "Can you actually do it?" He stood there, raising both arms and roaring in excitement. "The second wave is the true blood sacrifice. It is about to begin." In the air, a giant divine statue, magical treasure hovered, from which blood-red energy streams flowed incessantly, dyeing the surrounding space crimson. Amidst a ruined and cracked land, the energy of that treasure tore through the sky, connecting heaven and earth, creating giant vortices, swirling in midair. Beneath the blood sacrifice grand array that was gradually forming, the demons stood there, joyful and brutal gazes, witnessed a part of the human world already being shrouded by the powerfully activated formation. The celestial phenomenon reached its peak, spanning across 10,000 miles, carrying an unimaginable destructive power. From afar, Duongditch stood observing. The horrific power of the divine statue caused the earth and rocks beneath his feet to explode and scatter everywhere. He lightly closed his eyes, beginning to enter meditation as a voice echoed in his mind. "The blood sacrifice ritual has begun. Next is my mission. O myriad living beings of the Shenzhou realm, please listen to my words." The moment he finished speaking, millions of tiny soul light particles, twinkling like stars in the sky, began to rise from everywhere. To protect this realm, to escape the imminent fate of destruction, even the river of time appeared, where countless souls of all things floated. "Please lend me your spiritual energy." Duongdit clasped his hands and shouted solemnly, Tao-seeking formation protected by the worldly divine tree. From the direction of the mountain range, A giant ancient tree with majestically winding branches began to take shape slowly yet powerfully. The branches reached high, each enveloped by a halo of brilliant green spiritual energy. The massive trunk reached out, touching the swirling blood sacrifice grand array as if forcing it to a halt. Immediately upon the continent's surface, the entire area covered by the grand array saw the emergence of the giant green vortex, forming a solid containment formation. Act 2, standing among the demon horde, widened his eyes in shock. He had sensed the abrupt change. He spun around in panic and cried out, "The blood sacrifice ritual has been temporarily halted." The demon venerable glanced into the distance, where the great ancient tree was manipulating his divine statue magical treasure. He spoke with utter arrogance. "The human race is indeed resilient. But so what if you can delay it? It is nothing more than buying yourselves a little more time. Nothing but your own fear." MANHWA clenched his teeth, with a pensive expression as if calculating something, staying silent without a word. On this side, the demon venerable roared even more excitedly. "What are you waiting for? The time you fought so hard to gain? Are you really going to let it go to waste like this? Do you have no faith in yourselves?" Hearing those provocative words, MANHWA let out a cold snort. Suddenly, a brilliant golden-colored magic formation appeared above their heads. Then 2 streaks of light, one gold and one green, shot straight down at gale force speed. At the center of that energy flow, Tranquil Thi and the Immortal Realm army emerged majestically, carrying a heroic aura and determined gazes. He raised his voice, his words echoing like rolling thunder. "They are waiting for me while you are waiting for death." Startled by this unthinkable sight, the demon venerable couldn't help but stammer in shock. "What? The immortal race has joined the war as well." The 4 directions of the battlefield were quickly defined. In West Province, an immortal venerable with emerald spiritual energy, winding like a soft silk ribbon, gracefully confronted a white-haired demon with a burly body as bright red as blood. In North Province, Black bravely met another white-haired demon who possessed ashen skin and hands clenched into fists of steel. In South Province, a blue-haired immortal venerable fought fiercely with a white-haired demon who had green skin and terrifyingly sharp fangs. Finally, in East Province, a majestic immortal venerable with golden silk ribbons, soaring in the air to face a giant demon, also with white hair, but with 2 sharp horns on its head. Reaching high, witnessing the sudden appearance of the immortal race, the demon venerable roared in rage, "Curse you!" But regardless, as long as the blood sacrifice ritual is initiated, none of them are worth worrying about. Finishing his words, he pointed a finger straight to the sky, the sound resonating like a thunderclap. MANHWA, with a faint smile on his lips, replied, "I have the same intention." Immediately, the human warriors transformed into countless streaks of green light, simultaneously soaring straight into the sky. The brown-haired demon below immediately gave the order, with a voice full of contempt. "The remaining humans are not worth worrying about. Kill them all for me." High in the sky, Tranquil Thi stood heroically in a posture ready for combat. Behind him was a powerful army of humans. He clasped his 2 hands together, a stream of emerald spiritual energy swirling and enveloping them, as he shouted, "Muscle Immortal Art Soul Palm." An extremely powerful attack, carrying horrific destructive power, surged forward, pushing back the entire demon horde, causing them to scream piteously in pain. The plump elder, with a solemn expression, loudly declared, "No matter which sect you belonged to before, whatever grievances or even generational feuds you had, today we are all humans." Led by Trang 13, the entire human race united and charged forward, shouts echoing through the entire space. For the future of humanity charge. On the ground, humans were in a fierce battle against burly-bodied demons. The swords of the cultivators unleashed, fiery sword strikes that dyed an entire area red. A red-haired demon suddenly extended countless arms from its back, sweeping across the battlefield. Many human warriors were struck by these arms, falling heavily wounded. From a distance, Ta Trong An gained momentum and soared up, swinging the giant brush magical treasure in his hand, unleashing a precise dual polarity slash to tear apart a demon. Next, Nam Kung Man used his shoulder as a springboard, stepping hard for momentum to fly straight at a large demon. She continuously unleashed powerful punches and kicks at its body, finishing with a powerful high kick, straight to the chin, making the demon stagger. Above the chaotic battlefield of the demon and human races, the sky suddenly turned a murky gray-black. Giant black clouds billowed in, creating an atmosphere full of overwhelming pressure. Witnessing this, the demon venerable couldn't help but shout aloud, "Demon Tao Heavenly Punishment." Immediately, a massive cyclone formed from countless masses of earth and stone. It moved at a terrifying speed, and within it, intermingled deadly red and blue flashes of light. This destructive cyclone made no distinction between foe or ally. The Battle Emperor, observing from a distance, exclaimed in shock, "If this move descends, there will surely be heavy casualties below." He's even disregarding his own kind. Duangtiu's master reacted swiftly, invoking the infinite heaven and earth formation, the Chang'an sword formation. A brilliant golden ring of swords, arranged in a perfect circle, instantly materialized. This mighty sword formation charged straight toward the mass of earth and stone. The two powers collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The cyclone shattered into countless fragments of debris, making all of space tremble violently. These fragments, enveloped in red spiritual energy, imbued with demonic power, rained down like a storm, attacking not only the humans but the demons themselves. Many human warriors were unable to dodge in time, getting struck and swiftly obliterated. Piteous cries echoed everywhere. Watching this brutal scene, Trang Wutha quickly assessed that while the demon bodies were mighty, this indiscriminate attack was proving even more detrimental to the humans. He immediately surged forward, soaring high into the sky, preparing for a counter-strike. Decisive immortal law dual-headed speed strike. Relentless strike. Trang Wutha's punches poured out incessantly, each blow like a lightning bolt tearing through the wind, creating countless afterimages like 1,000 reaching arms. Simultaneously, his exquisite and powerful technique quickly generated an invisible shield, intercepting the massive fragments that were surging and plummeting from above to protect the panicking civilians below from the disaster. Just then, a heavy figure, yet agile, appeared right behind Trang 13. It was the plump elder. His eyes clearly showed worry, but his voice was firm. This is not your final battlefield, 13. You still bear a mission that is far more important than this. He carefully scanned, the blue and white spiritual auras still lingering throughout the space, and growled in a low voice. Though the blood sacrifice grand formation has been temporarily suppressed, I can still feel small traces of spiritual energy being constantly drained. He is still active. Looking toward the distant horizon, where a dark energy was surging, the plump elder gave a decisive order. Go stop him! Immediately, without any hesitation, Trang 13 nodded firmly. A shout of understanding rang out amidst the whistling wind, and he instantly soared away, moving as fast as an arrow. From behind the deep and warm yet warning voice of the plump elder still echoed. Remember well, the time the formation is suppressed is limited. Once the grand formation restarts, all counterattack efforts will become hopeless. As he was rushing away at wind-breaking speed, suddenly, a massive shadow loomed before him. A gray-haired demon with a burly physique, wielding a large battle axe, appeared aggressively, blocking Trang 13's path. No way will I let you pass, he growled, his bloodshot eyes full of killing intent. However, before his threat could even finish, he took a powerful and precise kick to the face. The force was incredible, causing the demon to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, his heavy body sent flying. At that moment, Nam Kung-man appeared just in time, looking composed yet concealing a formidable power. She smiled reassuringly. Leave this place to me, I'll hold them back. Little 13, you must go quickly. Without wasting another second, Trang Wutha placed his trust in her and continued his journey, dashing away like a gust of wind. As he was speeding along the path as fast as lightning, suddenly, an elegant figure descended, gracefully yet powerfully blocking his way. It was Kim Vo-tweet who spoke up to greet him, with a tone that was both nostalgic and meaningful. Trang 13, long time no see. Trang Wutha couldn't hide his surprise, his eyes showing clear heartache. Kim Vo-tweet? Have even you been tainted by demonic energy? Kim Vo-tweet replied indifferently, his gaze devoid of any emotion. That is of no concern to me. Right now, I only wish to determine who is superior between us. Trang Wutha knew he didn't have time to get stuck in this meaningless battle. I don't have time to fight you. He left behind those decisive words and continued to accelerate, turning into a streak of light and flying off. Kim Vo-tweet spun around, a smirk on his face revealing a challenging confidence. Do you think you can escape from me that easily? In an instant, a blurred afterimage flickered past, and he appeared right behind Trang 13. The sharp blade swung like a bolt of lightning, piercing straight through his neck. However, Trang 13's figure suddenly blurred, and the sword only pierced through empty air. Kim Vo-tweet immediately realized it was only a phantom image. He quickly regained his composure, his cold gaze flashing. No, my senses are being distorted. An afterimage couldn't possibly be this realistic. He glanced quickly behind him, his voice rising with a threatening tone. Stop hiding. This divine illusory transformation skill, only you could perform it to such an extent. Come out, Ta Trong-an. No longer hiding, Ta Trong-an quickly appeared, with a calm demeanor as expected of senior brother. No matter how thoroughly you have tried to conceal your aura, you still cannot deceive your senior brother's eyes. Jen Wujue did not hesitate for a second, his eyes filled with excitement as he charged straight ahead. Very well. Within our sect, you have always been patient and humble, hiding your true power. Today I really want to know just how strong you really are after all. He brandished the sword, enveloped in a blazing red spiritual aura, and struck down with great force. Ta Trung An, with skill and a bit of luck, blocked that powerful attack, using his simple wooden brush. Two surges of power, one deep blue from Ta Trung An, and one fiery red from Jian Wujue, intertwined with each other, creating a chaotic vortex of energy. No one could see what was happening inside. Meanwhile, in another scene, Trang Miba was still persistently following the guiding blue spiritual aura. Suddenly, that spiritual aura abruptly began to fade away. He looked surprised, then turned thoughtful. What's happening? The spiritual aura vanished right here. The direction guided by the aura cannot be wrong. There must be a restriction seal cast here to hide his whereabouts. But in the past, even top-grade origin stones, I could see through with ease. He quickly closed his eyes for a few seconds, as if concentrating, or refocusing the energy in his eyes, then confidently declared, "Now, this concealment trick won't be able to fool me." His face suddenly brightened as a radiant glow appeared. The teleportation gate finally emerged. He swiftly threw a punch. A surge of blue spiritual power condensed into shape. The sudden fist collided with the dark purple gate that was standing in his way. Instantly a blast, earth-shattering and thunderous, rang out, tearing the silence apart. The gate shattered into 1,000 pieces. Surrounding rocks and stones shattered and splattered everywhere. A thick cloud of smoke, along with a dim glow of fire, engulfed the entire space. In a distant location, Atuong, who was being calm, suddenly felt an unusual vibration. He glanced slightly behind him, his cold eyes flashing with a hint of surprise. "The secret realm has been discovered," he exclaimed, his voice husky and filled with shock. Without a moment's hesitation, Atuong channeled his spiritual power and charged straight toward the site of the explosion. At terrifying speed, landing in the middle of the still swirling dust and smoke. With a majestic and awe-inspiring presence, Atuong spoke up. In an arrogant tone, "The human race still has someone capable of breaking the secret realm's seal." "How very interesting." Before a smug smile could fully form on his lips, right before his eyes, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. It was Trang 13, and Atuong looked as if he had just encountered his worst nightmare. He screamed out loud, his voice full of terror and disbelief. "It's you! You're still not dead!" Only a few moments later, Atuong regained his composure, his eyes flashing with a cold realization. "So that's how it is. Now I understand why my younger brother was killed in the South Realm. It seems it was your doing after all. New debts added to old grudges. Everything will end right here." Trang Thi didn't seem to care in the slightest about Atuong's threat. He brushed past him like a gust of wind, leaving Atuong completely stunned. He maintained his speed, continuing to dash forward, as if a specific target were waiting for him. "That is the idol," he exclaimed with a voice full of determination. In the distance, a giant statue was floating in midair, radiating a brilliant red spiritual power that dispersed toward both heaven and earth. Standing tall before the divine statue, Trang Thi showed an expression of pure joy. "I just need to destroy it, and the human race will be able to turn defeat into victory." At this moment, Atuong truly began to panic. This is bad. His target is the divine idol. He let out a thunderous roar, summoning all his strength, heavenly demon annihilation. Instantly, a terrifyingly powerful strike descended. The ground beneath cracked open as rubble flew in all directions. The blinding red spiritual power continued to expand, enveloping and closing in on Trang 13. He reacted with lightning speed, drawing his shield to withstand the attack. As the smoke cleared, Trang Thi was horrified to find his shield shattered into many pieces. This shield has been upgraded, yet it couldn't even block a single strike from his blade. Previously, it could even withstand a blow from a red dust immortal, but he thought, his heart filled with shock. Unfortunately, that expression of Trang 13 was caught by Atuong. "What's with that look on your face? You seem quite surprised, don't you?" "The one who should be surprised is me." He looked confidently at the glowing red axe in his hand. "After 100 years of refinement, the Pagoda Annihilator has advanced from a quasi-immortal artifact to a true immortal artifact. It seems you've made a lot of progress in these 100 years to be able to withstand a blow from an immortal artifact." He hovered in midair, his entire body wrapped in fiery red spiritual energy. Raising the axe high, he roared, "But this is your limit. Before reaching the demon venerable stage, everything is insignificant before an immortal artifact." Once more, heavenly demon annihilation. The red spiritual energy transformed into thousands of sharp axe blades, flying straight toward Trang 13. He did not flinch, shouting out, "Immortal Art Dual-Core Meteor Strike." Countless fists made of spiritual energy emerged, meeting the relentless onslaught. The two attacks collided, creating a world-shaking explosion. But in the blink of an eye, the strike from Trang 13 was completely demolished. "My attack was neutralized," he exclaimed in shock. Seeing his panicked expression, Atuong felt smug. How utterly foolish. Trying to use a regular attack to counter an immortal weapon's strike is nothing but a pipe dream. Without a doubt, the remaining force of the attack continued to plunge straight toward Trang 13, creating a massive explosion that shook the surrounding heaven and earth. Atuong remained insufferably arrogant. Even a red dust immortal would struggle against this strike. You must have been turned into dust by now. As the thick dust and smoke gradually cleared, a familiar figure slowly emerged in an instant. Trang 3 appeared with his staff. With one swing, he brushed away the remaining smoke. This left Atuong in total disbelief. He blurted out what the attack was blocked. He wondered doubtfully, is that iron staff also an immortal artifact? Trang 3 remained calm as he explained, no, it is just an ordinary iron staff. It has no soul. And it cannot absorb spiritual aura just like me. However, it is crafted from 9 refined, profound iron, the most indestructible material in the world. Aside from its absolute hardness, it has no other special traits. If I had to mention one thing, it can change size, according to the owner's will, without needing to be powered by spiritual energy. With a confidence bordering on arrogance, Trang 3 leisurely declared, I knew all along that you possessed an immortal weapon, so I specifically prepared this item to protect myself. From the opposite side, Atuong's entire body surged with spiritual power as he roared in fury. It's nothing but a useless iron bar, with no spiritual aura at all. How could it possibly compete for glory against my immortal artifact? However, Trang 13 remained unusually composed. He replied, the Heavenly Emperor once said that borrowing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is only one of countless paths of cultivation. Since ancient times, there have been infinite ways to achieve ultimate power. Among them are many almighty beings who chose the path of body cultivation, using their own physical strength to prove their Tao. As he finished speaking, the iron staff in his hand easily parried another fierce attack from Atuong, proving that his words were not hollow. He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with a determination held since childhood. Because I had no spiritual roots and could not cultivate, I was called a useless person by everyone. But today, this very useless person will use this seemingly worthless iron bar to wipe you from this world. Meanwhile, the lush green ancient tree could no longer control the swirling vortices of red spiritual energy emitted by the idol. Withered leaves fell incessantly, signaling a clear state of weakening. Duong Dik, who was slowly becoming part of the tree, looked worriedly at his hand turning into wood. The backlash has begun. The borrowed power is also fading. I must hurry. On another front, repeated sounds of clashing and explosions rang out, sending rocks and debris flying, and dust clouding the sky. Trang 3 and Atuong pursued each other relentlessly. In a game of cat and mouse, Atuong swung his axe again, condensing spiritual power into a giant net, to hunt down Trang 13. Reacting with extreme speed, he thrust his staff into the center of the net, and shouted a command for the staff to instantly enlarge. Suddenly, Atuong appeared right behind him, without anyone noticing. As he brought his axe down, Trang 3 luckily managed to dodge just in time. He then swung the massive staff in his hand, delivering a direct blow to Atuong. He was struck, and sent flying 10 meters sliding across the ground. This surprise attack left Atuong stunned. He gasped, such a massive iron staff, and he can wield it so skillfully. He quickly flew back to maintain a safe distance. Then he spoke again with a look of contempt, but unfortunately, from behind the idol there began to emanate a dense spiritual energy, which grew stronger by the second. He burst into a gleeful laugh. No matter what method you use to stop the blood sacrifice grand array, it will all be in vain. From afar, the fat elder saw the giant ancient tree collapsing. Red spiritual rings began to spread everywhere again. He looked anxiously at the green spiritual flow on his hand. This is not good. I can feel my spiritual energy being drained away. In the forest where Duong Dik was sitting, he now seemed to have completely turned into a tree, with only a fragile spark of life remaining. At that moment, Nam Kung took a fatal axe strike from the gray-haired man. She was struck with such force that she slammed into the ground, lying there in agony. The gray-haired man looked down with contempt. Ha! A mere great Mahayana realm cultivator dares to stop me. You are truly seeking your own death. Nam Kung Man gritted her teeth, thinking, this is bad. She could feel her strength rapidly draining away. The gray-haired man lunged forward again, intending to deliver the finishing blow. Let me send you on your way. Suddenly, the black mark on Nam Kung Man's forehead emitted a strange black aura, causing the gray-haired man to freeze just inches away. A giant black dragon, covered in a brilliant golden light, appeared with a violent roar. It condensed a powerful golden energy ball and attacked the gray-haired man. After that horrific strike, his body was nearly completely incinerated, leaving only his head intact. He couldn't believe it, and gasped, a guardian formation. This silhouette is a dragon. but it definitely doesn't belong to the dragon. Tribe of this realm. He wondered, could you be from outside this realm? Having said that he could no longer stay upright and fell freely to the ground, Nam Kung Man remained still at her original position, while the gray-haired man also crashed heavily onto the ground motionless. The heartless sword grazed past his nose. The cold blade was already pressed against Ta Truong An's neck, interrupting his train of thought. Despite the imminent danger, Ta Truong An still maintained a surprising calmness, asking with a profound tone, "Why didn't that last sword strike finish me off?" Kim Vo Tuit, with eyes as deep as a bottomless lake, looked up at the sky, which was being dyed red by an extraordinary light. He replied, his voice tinged with a hint of regret and understanding. "The blood sacrifice grand array has been reactivated. If it weren't for your spiritual energy being drained so unexpectedly, I'm afraid the outcome of this battle would still be unknown." He lowered his head, his gaze drifting over Ta Truong An with total weariness. Killing someone who has lost all their power. What's the point anymore? As he spoke, a beam of light enveloped him, and Kim Vo Tuit vanished, leaving Ta Truong An behind. Amidst agony and despair, gritting his teeth, Ta Truong An struggled against the pain tearing through his body. He whispered an urgent message, Trang 13. The human race cannot hold out much longer. At the same time, the massive blood sacrifice grand array, carrying a surge of evil energy, began to descend upon the human realm. The radiant blue spiritual energy, originally the life force of all living things, was being drained away at a terrifying rate. The mournful wails of the human race echoed everywhere. The human race is nearing its end. Save us from the mysterious idol. The source of the calamity constantly sucked dry spiritual energy, sowing destruction. The rift in the river of time, where all things and space-time intersect, was being torn open even further. An old man with a face full of worry spoke tremblingly. Spiritual energy is being transported. The rift is being ripped apart. In the midst of the fierce battlefield, where Trang 13 was clashing with Atuong, the deep, powerful voice of the old man resonated, like an urgent warning. Trang 13, your time is running out. Trang Filthy's eyes flashed with absolute determination. In a split second, he vanished from sight, and suddenly reappeared right next to Atuong. The familiar iron staff swung up, delivering a powerful blow to his opponent. Looking at the turbulent river of time, the old man couldn't help but sigh in wonder. Time is like an endless river. Just a small stone falling into it is enough to stir up ripples. In the flow of time that I can observe, the idol has appeared twice. Will Trang 13 be able to seize this opportunity? It all depends on you now. On the battlefield, Trang 13 and Atuong were still locked in a fierce combat, their power earth-shattering. Deep down, Atuong was constantly calculating. The key to the demon god's clone is the idol. Right now, the idol is activating the blood sacrifice grand array. I cannot rely on it to reach the immortal realm. It certainly chose its timing well. He swung his giant axe, blocking Trang 13's attack, then spoke a reminder in a smug tone. The world-destroying pagoda has become an immortal artifact. Even though I haven't reached the demon venerable stage and cannot wield the power of laws, with its power alone, I can still slaughter you. He swung the axe again, a powerful strike tearing through the wind, lunging straight at Trang 13. He used his iron staff to try and block that destructive assault. Gritting his teeth, Trang 13 thought to himself, I can't defeat him. It's useless to keep dragging this out. Afterwards, he pushed Atuong's attack aside. Suddenly opening his eyes wide, a flash of insight crossed his mind. Wait, why must I defeat him? My target has always been you. While he was lost in thought, Atuong suddenly appeared like a phantom and grabbed his staff. He sneered. Without this, you won't be able to block my next attack. Trang Filthy whipped around, his eyes filled with astonishment. Since when? How could you have escaped my perception? The response he received was a punch straight to the chest, so powerful that it sent him flying and sliding across the ground. Atuong explained, his tone dripping with contempt. That previous attack was merely to scatter my blood around you, because my divine ability can ignore distance, teleporting instantly to where the blood falls. This speed can bypass your perception. Then by neutralizing your iron staff, under the onslaught of an immortal artifact, you are surely doomed to die. Just then, the iron staff, enveloped in a brilliant blue spiritual energy, suddenly surged up from the ground, slamming hard into Atuong's chin. The staff then continued to extend, plunging deep into the earth. Trang Filthy slowly sat up from the middle of the rubble, his gaze more resolute than ever. My purpose isn't to defeat you, but only to create a single moment, sufficient to strike the idol. He shouted the command, extend infinitely divine iron staff. The staff immediately obeyed, lengthening without end, and piercing through the cloud layers. The horrific pressure from the staff caused Atuong to roar in anger. Damn it! The shockwave is too strong, I can't break free for now. Seizing that moment, Trang quickly flew straight toward the position where the idol was hovering. He swung his fist and roared, "Immortal muscle law, full power." Then he unleashed the move, One Punch of the Comet, a force so powerful it was terrifying, striking directly at the idol. Blue spiritual energy engulfed it. Atwang could only utter helplessly, "It's over." But when the blue spiritual energy dissipated, the idol appeared intact, completely unharmed. This unexpected turn of events left Trang 13 utterly stunned. He cried out in disbelief, "What?" At that exact moment, Atwang, having just escaped the restraint of the iron staff, burst out into a delightedly loud laugh. "Ha ha!" That was nothing more than a close call with death. He did not hesitate, swinging the giant axe high up, aiming straight for Trang 13's head and roaring aggressively, "Your human race is finished." Amidst the imminent danger, the old man's calm voice rang out, like a wake-up call. "The idol cannot be destroyed. Once you realize that, will you be able to understand my true intention? In bringing you to the future." A thought immediately flashed through Trang 13's mind. The idol cannot be destroyed. Then what is the real purpose of me setting foot here? But despite those reflections, Atwang did not stop. He bellowed, "Die!" Died as he swung the axe down hard toward Trang 13's back. At that same moment, Trang decisively reached forward, grabbing the idol firmly. Instantly, a spatial portal suddenly appeared, catching Atwang completely off guard. His fatal attack was inexplicably bounced back, and then the portal vanished as fast as a lightning bolt. Atwang looked around, his face full of confusion. Where is he? Where did the idol go? At the mysterious river of time, the spatial portal opened once again. Both Trang 13 and the idol were pushed out from within. He looked around carefully, recognizing the familiar scenery and sighing in relief. "This is the river of time. I've finally returned." Only then did the old man explain, "Thoroughly, I carved a special sigil on you. The moment you touch the idol, that sigil will trigger, creating a spatial rift to bring you back here safely." Hearing this, Trang 13 was overjoyed, his expression brightening significantly. "So that means I have succeeded." Right after he spoke, he suddenly clutched his chest and coughed several times. Seeing this, the old man cleared up his confusion. "With your current strength, merely at the late stage of tribulation transcendence. If not for this special body of yours, it would have been impossible for you to withstand a single blow from Atwang's immortal weapon." He gently used his finger to draw a small blue circle in the air. "I can utilize the ability of time reversal to restore your body to its peak state." As the blue circle of light rotated around Trang 13, he felt a soothing surge of energy spreading through his entire body and exclaimed comfortably, "Indeed, I feel much better now." However, his joy was quickly pulled back to reality by the old man's solemn words. "Furthermore, I must pour cold water on your enthusiasm. Currently, you have only succeeded halfway. In the future, the divine continent still hasn't escaped its fate of destruction." Hearing this, Trang 13 was once again struck with absolute shock. "What, I have already brought the idol back? Why is it still impossible to prevent the extinction of the human race?" The old man patiently explained. "Before you could bring the idol back for the blood sacrifice, the Grand Array had already been activated. Your friends have all perished, and the human race has completely fallen into a state as weak as an arrow. At the end of its flight, your actions have merely delayed the extinction of humanity for a few more years." He lowered his head and asked in a soft voice, "Then what was the true meaning of sending me to the future?" The old man replied in a pensive tone, "In the future, the demon race possesses the power of soul-devouring, an extremely dangerous ability. Because of that, I couldn't reveal the true purpose to you at the beginning. If the mission failed, and the demon race learned of my goal through you, then the idol would have had a hard time appearing in the future timeline, or it would have been extremely difficult for me to observe and intervene." Trang looked at the idol in his hand and wondered, "But this stone statue, even I couldn't destroy it, let alone you as you are now. Even if you reached the realm of a mortal realm immortal, you still wouldn't be able to destroy it, because its rank is far superior to that of an immortal artifact. Would you like me to translate more chapters of this story for you? It is an ancient sacred Dharma tool," the old man pointed out softly. "But the way to destroy that statue actually lies in the past, which is the very timeline in which you exist." A spark suddenly flashed in Trang 13's eyes. "My timeline." The old man nodded in confirmation. "In the current realm, all offensive methods are ineffective against the idol. If you want to destroy it, you can only utilize the heavenly Tao laws of this very realm." He wondered, "What do I have to do?" The old man calmly explained, "It is very simple. Just make the idol from the future. Come into contact with the idol in the past. Spatio-temporal rejection will meet with spatio-temporal erasure, leading to it being buried and thoroughly erased from the concept of time. But are you aware of the consequences to yourself? When you do this, I understand. he replied softly, his deep eyes reflecting a firm resolve. The old man smiled and gestured broadly. Very well. Now I will send you back to your world. But Trang 13 suddenly stopped him, his voice full of determination. Wait! He looked straight at the old man and questioned urgently, Atuong in the ancient ruins can rely on the demon god's clone to boost his power to the demon lord immortal realm. With my current strength, the chances of victory are not high. I want to break through to the mortal realm immortal stage right here. In his mind, he silently recited muscle cultivation 4th stage, return to origin period. The old man frowned and shook his head decisively. Absolutely not. It's not that I doubt your strength or your determination, but from tribulation transcendence to mortal realm immortal, though only a step apart, it is actually a world of difference. A breakthrough cannot be achieved overnight. I know. This place has a strong promotional effect on your body, but you are not a practitioner of the great Tao of time. If you stay too long, you will eventually be rejected by the river of time, swept away into an indefinite timeline, where even I cannot find or observe you. But Trang 13 remained undaunted. He calmly operated on a virtual screen that appeared before him, his gaze focused. No need to worry. Just a short amount of time is enough. On the screen, 2 options were clearly displayed, Tao Field and Time Spirit. He twisted his wrist and cracked his knuckles with a loud pop, a signal for the start. But at the same time in the original timeline, before the ancient purple gate of the secret realm, a crowd of cultivators was gathering. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Suddenly, a burly, majestic figure descended powerfully, carrying an air of haughty arrogance. His hair and beard, as fiery red as flames, stood out in the space, radiating overwhelming power. A young cultivator exclaimed in astonishment, his voice full of horror and awe. It's Feng Thiu Tian, one of the 12 illustrious heavenly generals of the celestial realm. Why has he come here in person? Feng Thiu Tian, the heavenly general, only replied calmly, his cold, sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd. I sensed a disturbance in this trial realm, an unusual sign of malfunction. I have come specifically to patrol and check the situation. Tu Huyen Tu, another cultivator with a grave expression, did not hide his concern either. Indeed, an extremely bizarre power has appeared within the secret realm. It seems to want to break through the blockade and escape the realm's suppression. As the words left his mouth, the deep purple gate of the secret realm suddenly shook violently. Blinding streams of light poured out. Then a group of people, including Nam Kung Man, Kim Vo Tweet, and many other cultivators, were teleported out. They tumbled to the ground, then quickly gathered into a circle amidst the terrified crowd. The young cultivator from earlier cried out in a panic. Someone has been teleported out. Nam Kung Man clenched her hands tightly. Her red, tear-filled eyes trembled as she whispered, Little 13, he is still inside. With a look of extreme anxiety, Nam Kung Huang asked again Trang 13. Before he could finish his sentence, the secret realm's gate before everyone's eyes suddenly contracted, rapidly shrinking until it vanished completely, as if it had never existed. A deathly silence descended. Feng Thiu Tian looked at the desolate scene, his cold voice carrying a hint of bitterness. The secret realm has disappeared. In the end, are these the only survivors? Tu Huyen Tu stood behind him, unable to hide his shock. What on earth happened inside? But Duong Dik, another cultivator whose face was pale with fear, struggled to find his words. The demon race! Some of the demon race exploited a rift in space to enter the secret realm. They took over the corpses of the fallen almighties, using a soul possession method to return. This answer was like a bolt from the blue, horrifying everyone present. They cried out in unison, What? Nam Kung Man, with a face of utter agony, continued through her tears, Little 13. In order to save us, he was dragged into the space rift by the demons. In that moment of pervasive despair, a miraculous phenomenon occurred. A smaller, more ethereal realm fissure suddenly tore through space. Immediately, a figure appeared. It was Trang 13, his eyes as sharp as knives, exuding an aura far more powerful and mysterious than before. Nam Kung Man, who had been drowning in sorrow, snapped her head up. Her eyes widened in shock. Her tears blurred with pure joy as she cried, Little Third, you're still alive. He tilted his head, his gaze sweeping over each familiar face, standing before him. Then he began to call their names slowly and affectionately, as if to confirm each person's existence. Ta Trong An Kiem Vo Tuit Te Lak Lak, eldest senior brother, sect leader Nam Kung Hak Fong. Tuman? Trang Wo Thi burst into laughter, a bright and joyful smile like that of an innocent child. His anxiety was lifted. This is great. It's so good to see that you all are still alive. Hak Fong, who usually maintained a cold demeanor, could not hide her utter amazement. She rushed over, pinching his cheeks and feeling Trang 13's body, as if to confirm he wasn't an illusion. What kind of freak are you? To think you could survive from within a space rift? That's terrifying. Nam Kung. Man looked at him with eyes full of both curiosity and excitement, her tone brimming with enthusiasm. Little 13, how did you do it?
Tell us everything.
Trang Wiltha gave a forced smile.
It's a long story, but it's truly wonderful to see everyone again like this.
In that instant, a streak of blood-red aura from afar suddenly whistled toward the crowd. Trang Wiltha quickly spun around, immediately sensing the presence of a terrifying pressure. As soon as the aura touched the ground, it transformed into the shape of a tall, red-haired man with bulging muscles. He easily swept aside every obstacle in his path. Even Hak Fong and Nam Kung Man were knocked to either side, clearing a path to come straight before Trang 13. Hak Fong angrily scrambled up from the debris and shouted,
What is going on?
Why does everyone attack at the slightest provocation? The red-haired man frowned, scanning Trang 13 from head to toe before nodding to himself.
No wonder you looked familiar. Aren't you the eldest young master of the Trang family? Who has been hiding out there?
Witnessing this scene, Nam Kung Huang felt alarm bells ringing in her head. This is bad. Already, Zikfut Quilu has personally appeared at the testing grounds. What I feared most has happened. She thought for a moment, then hurriedly cried out, General Fong, please show some mercy. But he suddenly glared, his mouth letting out a thunderous roar. Everyone! Fong Qiutein's words were so powerful that everything within the competition area were all blown far away. Scatter for me. Nam Kung Huang raised her hand to cover her face, trying to mitigate the force of the attack.
It's over.
Rumor has it that Fong Qiutein has reached the late stage of tribulation transcendence. No one here can stop him. He stood before Trang 13, majestically commanding surrender and let yourself be bound. After all, taking action against a junior would only tarnish my reputation. Trang Wiltha remained undaunted, his gaze defiant. Surrender and be bound. Based on you alone? Those words ignited Fong Qiutein's fury. He angrily punched the ground, causing it to shatter. In an instant, he roared, Insolent! The cracks spread throughout the competition area, which was quickly divided into many pieces. Hak Fong cried out inwardly. Why did he provoke the Tribulation Master? Now we're doomed. Thick dust rose into a towering cloud of white smoke. When the smoke cleared, Trang Wiltha appeared still standing firm, even using just one finger to block Fong Qiutein's thunderous punch. It seemed he didn't need much effort to stop that attack. Everyone around widened their eyes, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. What is this? Nam Kung Huang was dazed, countless questions appearing in her mind. How did he do it? According to my observations, even if his constitution is special, he certainly shouldn't be able to block a strike from a tribulation master. Trang Wiltha brushed aside Fong Qiutein's hand and pointed straight at his face. I remember you too, red-haired gorilla. He frowned, his voice full of resentment. Whatever you did before, I will pay you back in kind today. Hearing this, Fong Qiutein's expression changed, flash of terror crossing his eyes. Trang Wiltha reached forward, utilizing his super-spiritual energy. He quickly formed a green arrow, controlling it to whistle toward the opponent. Fong Qiutein had no time to process what was happening. He could only scream in agony as he took the full force of the attack. How is this possible? At some point, Trang 13 had already taken flight, appearing behind his opponent. Fong Qiutein felt a crushing pressure coming from behind. He hurriedly spun around. A sudden sense of oppression surged as Trang 13 manifested. His right hand swung out with terrifying power. Behold the mortal immortal. With one decisive punch, he sent his opponent soaring thousands of miles away, crashing into the distant mountains and leveling them. In a mere split second, Qiutein lay flat on the ground, his body smoking, completely helpless. Nam Kung Huang stood frozen, her gaze filled with bewilderment, staring at Qiutein's motionless body. What is happening? Was the heavenly general actually defeated by Trang 13? Trang Wiltha slowly flew over to the person he had just struck down. He spoke in a serious tone. I still have important matters to resolve. But first, there is one thing I must remind you all. He stood before the crowd, his voice echoing, the fire seeds in the mystic realm may harbor parasitic demon seeds. When you absorb them, you must be extremely cautious. Ordinary methods can hardly detect them. He turned to Vo Tuit with a stern look. Especially you, Kim Vo Tuit. Do not let your desire for power lead you to absorb them recklessly. Vo Tuit, having his weakness exposed, could only bite his lip in silence. Afterward, Trang Wiltha looked down at Qiutein lying at his feet, his voice soft yet commanding. I have a small favor to ask, lead me to Central Province. He further explained, I need to meet your emperor to discuss a certain matter. Trang Wiltha leaned down, using one hand to grab Qiutein's limp body. A strange feeling rose within him. Suddenly he turned his head back, noticing that everyone was fixing their eyes in shock and curiosity toward him. Trang Wiltha let out a sigh, rolled his eyes once, then bid farewell. Everyone, we shall not meet again. Having said that, he quickly vanished from sight. At the royal backyard in Central State, a middle-aged man and a youth were leisurely enjoying tea when the man suddenly frowned. His keen senses seemed to have detected something unusual. He immediately turned to the youth beside him. "A guest is about to arrive." The words had just left his lips when Trang 13 appeared, dragging QT and Toe stand before them. The youth was startled and immediately barked out, "Who dares to intrude upon the royal forbidden grounds?" But then her eyes suddenly widened when she recognized the person standing before her. Looking at Kyotian's limp body, the girl stammered, "I didn't expect the Wind Heavenly General to—" The middle-aged man waved his hand, commanding, "Step down, you are no match for him." He looked at Trang 13 with eyes full of interest and said, "This distinguished guest is indeed a red dust immortal." A guard standing near 13 with a scrutinizing gaze asked with great doubt, across the entire divine continent, "Those who have reached the red dust immortal realm are as rare as morning stars, but this young friend's name has certainly never appeared in any legends." Beside him, the majestic emperor could not hide his curiosity either. He narrowed his eyes and asked further, "May I be so bold as to ask for your honorable name?" 13 clasped his hands and bowed slightly, his voice deep yet resounding clearly. "I am a disciple of the Royal Forest sect, and also one of the contestants, competing in the Hoyantine Grand Assembly this time." Hearing this, the emperor's eyes flashed with astonishment, repeating the question, "A contestant in the competition?" Immediately after, his brows furrowed slightly, his gaze as sharp as a knife stabbing straight at 13. "The preliminary regulations of the competition limit the contestant's age to no more than 200. This meant that 13 at an age under 200 had successfully entered the red dust immortal realm, an earth-shattering achievement, rarely seen since ancient times. Could such a miracle truly exist? Noticing the unusual silence from the emperor, 13 continued, an unpredictable smile playing on his lips. "Perhaps another identity of mine will interest your majesty even more." He raised his head, his determined gaze looking directly at the other man, his words as firm as a nail driven into wood. "I am the young master of the Trang family, the one whom your majesty has ordered to be hunted relentlessly for over 2 years, Trang 13. Those words were like a thunderclap, startling the emperor, and causing his eyes to widen in horror. 13 bowed once more and closed his eyes, his tone full of implication. "A small figure like me is likely not worth your concern. After all, I am merely an exiled son of a tiny clan, caught in the crossfire." The emperor looked at him, his mind racing with thoughts. "I once heard the Trang family's young master was a useless person without a spiritual root. So how did he cultivate to reach this realm?" He took a step forward and asked directly, "What is your purpose for coming here?" 13 stood tall, his sharp eyes meeting the emperor's, and replied boldly, "In your majesty's opinion, with my current strength, if I continue to compete, what rank would I achieve?" Hearing this, the emperor's brows furrowed tightly once more. Although the Huiyanthian Grand Assembly this time has invited many geniuses from immortal clans and great families, their saint sons and saint daughters have only reached the great success realm. You would undoubtedly take first place. But 13's gaze gradually grew sharper, filled with determination. "According to the rules of the competition, the human sovereign can grant one wish to the champion of the Huiyanthian Grand Assembly. I know that the imperial forces are complex, with factions in fierce competition, but I do not care about those things. My only request is—" His brows gradually furrowed and his voice echoed with determination. "Release my clansmen!" Hearing those words, the emperor burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha, let alone you winning first place at the Hoyanthian Grand Assembly. Even if you don't participate in the competition, as long as you are willing to be my friend, this small wish is absolutely no problem." 13 felt an indescribable joy in his heart upon hearing that. He took an object out from his robe. "The human sovereign's promise is enough. Now there is one more important matter." He pulled 3 rings from his clothes. Inside these rings contained the Tao fire of a secret realm. 13 then clenched his hand and crushed the 3 rings. When he opened his palm, specks of bluish blood fire immediately ignited. He glanced quickly to the side, then swiftly clenched his hand again, as if he had just snatched something out of the air. When he opened his palm once more, a strange purple seed appeared. "Your Majesty, please look at what this is." The emperor's face showed clear panic upon seeing it. "Why is there such a sinister thing inside the Tao fire?" 13 extended his hand forward and said in a serious tone, "This is a demon seed. The demon race's infiltration plan has been underway for 1,000 years. Specifically within the Heavenly Tomb secret realm, the demon race has begun to appear." Hearing this, the emperor shouted, "What? Impossible! Hasn't the demon race been banished from the divine continent domain for a long time now?" 13 stood up, his eyes resolute. "They have exploited the spatial rifts When the Emperor heard him say this, his whole body trembled with shock. 13 recounted everything he knew. The demon race had appeared in the secret realm and was not yet dead. At this very moment, they are surely hiding within the ancient ruins' secret realm, the very site of the upcoming battle, where the battle will take place. The finals of the Huyanthian Grand Assembly. After hearing this, the Emperor fell into silence, not knowing how to react. He rested his chin on his hand deep in thought, then said, "This secret realm was left behind by ancient saints. It is not yet time for it to open. Even a red dust immortal cannot enter." He clenched his hand and offered a solution. "It's all right, I have a way. But now is not the right time. Your Majesty only needs to point the way. When the time comes, I will personally go there to eliminate the threat." 13 looked at him, his voice growing more serious. "During this period, Your Majesty must thoroughly screen the cultivators for demon seed parasites. Anyone who has ever absorbed Tao fire has the potential to be affected, even if they are a red dust immortal." He frowned deeply, his voice resolute, "And to prevent any mishaps, it is also necessary to set up a killing formation, strong enough to wipe out a top-tier red dust immortal outside the ancient ruins' secret realm, just in case I fail." The Emperor nodded, his eyes full of understanding and concern. "I understand." The celestial prison where the most dangerous criminals were kept exuded a terrifying and chilling atmosphere. A group of prisoners sat huddled together. A man frowned, looking out through the iron bars, muttering as he calculated the time. The qualifying rounds of the Huyanthian Grand Assembly must have ended by now. Another girl also looked up toward the outside, her soft voice filled with worry. "I wonder if the young master managed to pass?" The old man sitting nearby gave a cold snort of dissatisfaction. That initial choice was indeed a big mistake. What kind of stir can someone without a spiritual root possibly cause? Letting him participate in the competition only puts him in even more danger. However, the attitude of the woman sitting opposite was completely different. Her face was downcast, flickering with deep sadness. "I don't hope at all that he will come to save us. I only wish for 13 to be an ordinary person and live a good life. That would be enough." Page 10. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out. The gates of the celestial prison exploded into pieces. Every astonished eye turned toward the entrance. The tall, imposing figure of a young man appeared. Trang Wilthi, with a smile as radiant as the sun, called out to everyone, "I've come to take you all home." The atmosphere at the Trang family estate was now overflowing with bustling laughter and conversation. The man sitting at the head of the table, with a glowing, joyful face, spoke up. "I knew my son was destined for greatness." 13's mother held a plate of food, tenderly serving it to him. "Eat up, my child. Before I was afraid these dishes had too much spiritual energy, and that your body wouldn't be able to handle it and might explode. But now go ahead and taste your mother's cooking." The white-haired old man sitting nearby had a look of pure satisfaction on his face as he praised him. "I knew it all along. The second son of the Trang family is no ordinary person." However, his change in attitude annoyed the girl sitting next to him. She muttered, "That's not what you said before." Trang Wilthi was incredibly happy at that moment. He smiled so wide his eyes narrowed into slits. To finally be reunited with his loved ones, it was truly wonderful. 3 days later at the Trang family estate, the early morning air was exceptionally fresh. The sun gradually emerged from behind the mountains. It was very chill. 13 stood for a moment at the door, his gaze drifting toward the empty horizon. Suddenly he turned around, cautiously scanning his surroundings. After checking every direction, 13 turned and walked away from the Trang family estate. In the blink of an eye, he channeled his spiritual power and soared decisively toward the distant mountains. Meanwhile, at Mount Heart Refining Fire, the Emperor, along with other cultivators, had gathered in full force around the volcano, where the lava surged in a glowing red torrent. He scanned the crowd and spoke. "The red dust immortals of Central Province are all here. Only he is missing." As he spoke, a streak of green light rushed in from the distance. Fast as a speeding arrow, Trang 13 appeared, carrying a soaring will with him, landing right in the midst of the searing lava. The Emperor stood on high, catching sight of his familiar silhouette. He nodded in satisfaction. "The protagonist has arrived." He projected his voice loudly downward. "The Chutian killing formation has been set up here, and with us red dust immortals standing guard, little friend, feel free to take bold action." His eyes were glued to 13's back with great anticipation, wondering what method he would use to open the gate to the secret realm. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, gathering all his strength before stepping into the formation. Once prepared, his eyes snapped open. He suddenly opened his mouth wide and let out a roar. He reached out, grabbing the air in front of him, and then easily tore it open. Witnessing this scene, His Majesty was struck with terror, exclaiming, "What? He can tear open the rift of the secret realm with his bare hands." 13 poured every ounce of his life force into using both hands to make that crack wider and wider. Inside the secret realm, the two-horned monster sat calmly, amidst a swirl of dark aura thick and red like blood. He sat cross-legged, his eyes full of anticipation directed forward, as if waiting for his prey to fall into the trap. The monster felt secretly smug. The formation of the secret realm was all set, just waiting for the perfect moment. At that exact instant, the crack that 13 had created appeared before him. The crack grew larger and larger, startling even the monster himself. The secret realm has been forced open. A wave of anxiety quickly rose in his mind. The monster wondered who could possibly possess such terrifying power. The towering silhouette of Trang 13 appeared, bringing with him an immense wave of pressure. The monster whipped around and shouted, "Who goes there?" 13 clenched both fists, his gaze fixed on him with intense indignation, as if ready to hack him into 100 pieces. Panic-stricken, he cried out, "Why is it you? How are you not dead yet?" He tried to suppress his unease. Could it be that you were also transported here? By the spatial rift, but the timing has shifted. The monster drew his blade and laughed gleefully. But you are dead meat. There is no realm suppression in this secret territory. However, before he could strike, he froze, realizing something was wrong. The monster quickly looked down at his weapon, only to see that the red blade in his hand had suddenly snapped in half, even though he hadn't even attacked his opponent yet. Not only that, the figure of Trang 13, who was just in front of him, now appeared behind him, with an expression that hadn't changed at all, holding the broken tip of the enemy's blade in his hand. Only then did he begin to realize the truth. His chest throbbed with anxiety. How could a quasi-celestial weapon, broken so easily by him? 13 turned around, looking at the monster with eyes full of hatred. Without him even needing to do much, the left half of the monster's body suddenly disintegrated. His face turned as dark as coal, gnashing his teeth and growling, with just a single glance. "You can shatter my body looking at—" 13's clenched fist in front of him. The monster realized in horror, though he had already thrown the punch. It's just that his speed completely exceeded my perception. He screamed and lunged at him, deciding to fight to the death. How is this possible? In just a few short days, you couldn't have gained such power? As the words left his mouth, his other arm and one of his legs instantly vanished into thin air. He looked at him and said sarcastically, "Indeed, you are much weaker than I thought." In the monster's heart, a sinister premonition suddenly arose. Just as he predicted, 13 had no intention of sparing him, immediately unleashing a barrage of consecutive strikes, tearing the opponent into pieces. The monster simply disappeared, dissolving into a cloud of pitch-black smoke before his cold, indifferent eyes. As soon as the monster died, his lair also began to shake violently. From the chest of the giant beast, a large rift suddenly appeared. A series of red, dark energy streaks emerged from within, escaping as if they had been unleashed from their chains. A small statue appeared before 13's eyes, shaped like a fallen angel, sitting with its head bowed against its knees. It soared into the air and laughed loudly, its voice filled with defiance. "Do you think that alone is enough to kill me?" 13 stared at it with an expectant gaze. "Finally, you've shown yourself." From within the cluster of blood-red energy there came the arrogant laughter of a divine sense. "You thought doing this would kill me." A cloud of grayish-white smoke emanated, and his body was rapidly reconstructed. "This is the clone left behind by my ancestors. As long as my soul remains immortal, by relying on the spiritual energy of this secret realm, I can use the divine statue to recreate my physical form." At this time, Trang 13 could only stand at a distance and watch. During the fusion phase between him and the statue, nothing was able to approach. The divine sense smirked with triumph. Furthermore, having quickly obtained a new body, he became incredibly arrogant. "After fusing with the divine treasury, my power has reached the level of a demon venerable. In human terms, you people would call it the red dust immortal realm." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly accelerated and charged straight at Trang 13. Trang used his hand to gently block the attack. The divine sense agilely weaved and dodged, circling around to his back. The speed of his strikes was dizzyingly fast, attacking high and then circling low. Trang 3 did not dodge, allowing himself to be hit directly, flying back into the giant monster statue. The divine sense mocked him arrogantly. "Beneath the immortal realm, everything is just trash." But just a second later, Trang 3 unexpectedly lunged forward and landed a punch straight to his face. The divine sense couldn't react in time, his face contorting from the impact of the blow. "Cracking," he exclaimed in surprise. "What?" The divine sense hurriedly retreated, keeping his distance from Trang 13. At this moment, he began to question his very existence. How does he have the ability to counterattack? No, to be more precise. As a demon venerable grade, how could I be pushed back by him? The divine sense watched in disbelief at the man standing toweringly before him. In his current state, that attack just now shouldn't have caused him any significant damage. Trangwilda, meanwhile, was intently staring at his own fist. He said decisively, "During my training in the Tao field, the greatest difficulty for me wasn't ascending to the immortal realm but controlling my strength." He glared at the divine sense and continued, "Otherwise a single careless punch could have already obliterated the opponent both physically and spiritually." Hearing this, the divine sense couldn't help but be stunned. "What? So you have already reached the red dust immortal realm?" Immediately after, he frantically tried to deny it. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In just 3 short days, you couldn't have jumped from the integration realm straight to the red dust immortal realm." Trangwilda didn't say another word. Instead, he let his fists serve as his answer. Sudden pain surged through him, making the divine sense's face contort. His eyes widened in sheer terror. Trangwilda spoke calmly. "Finally, I don't have to hold back anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately unleashed a flurry of strikes, with incredibly powerful punches that made the very space tremble. The divine sense couldn't react in time. He could only watch helplessly as Trangwilda's storm-like blows rained down upon his body. At that moment, the sturdy protective shell began to crack, and the divine statue inside was gradually revealed. Trangwilda's eyes narrowed instantly. "Very good, the statue is about to be shattered by me," he told himself. "Then let's do this." Then he gathered all his strength and threw a straight punch. A massive wave of power swept over the divine sense, blowing him away as he screamed in desperate panic. Trangwilda's punch created a powerful pillar of light, tearing through the clouds and cutting across the sky. At the same time, the divine statue was now completely exposed. Trangwilda watched intently and immediately exclaimed, "Now is the time." He quickly took out a spatial ring. In an instant, the other divine statue appeared in his hand. Trangwilda accelerated, charging straight toward the divine statue, floating in front of him. He looked cautiously at the 2 divine statues, now in his possession. Trangwilda quickly brought the 2 statues together. A powerful, pulsive energy appeared right in the center, forming an invisible force field. Trangwilda shouted repeatedly while exerting his full strength. Meanwhile, the divine sense was still dazed, slumped on the ground. He glanced over and immediately cried out in horror, "How can this be? Why are there 2 divine statues?" Trangwilda strained with all his might to push the 2 divine statues together. The repulsive aura emitting from them grew stronger and more violent. The gap between the 2 divine statues gradually closed until they finally touched. Then the divine statue suddenly dissolved into dust and smoke. The divine sense was terrified, unable to believe his eyes. The divine statue has disintegrated. He immediately lunged toward Trang 13 at full speed and screamed frantically, "Stop right now!" The divine sense repeatedly swung punches at Trangwilda, trying to force him to stop. But Trang 13 braced himself and held his ground, without wavering. By now his facial expression had begun to change. The divine statue was also crumbling, but the energy released from them also caused severe damage to his hands. The divine sense grew even more anxious upon seeing this. He shouted with all his might to warn Trang 13, "At this rate, you will die as well. You finally entered the red dust immortal realm with great difficulty. Are you truly willing to let it end like this?" Trangwilda still did not stop. He only gave a cold laugh and replied resolutely, "Compared to so many people dying, my death alone is already a perfect conclusion." The energy in his hands had now erupted to its maximum. Trangwilda summoned every last bit of his strength and let out a roar, "Be buried." That terrifying source of power began to swallow Trangwilda, but he only wore a faint, calm smile, as if he had accepted his fate. As for the divine sense, he could only allow himself to be blown away amidst his desperate screams. No! The expanding energy grew increasingly violent. Everything within its reach vanished in an instant. By the time the power dissipated, a massive hole had appeared, amidst the thick layers of clouds, bottomless and vast, like a scar across the sky. In a dark space, a faint voice echoed, "So noisy. Wait, that's not right. Am I not dead already?" 13 slowly opened his eyes and looked around. To his surprise, he was completely intact, without a single injury. Suddenly, a familiar sound rang out, startling 13, "Help." He immediately turned to investigate, and was shocked to realize it was the scene of a husband and wife, trying to shield their young child, just as a pile of rocks collapsed. 13 was utterly amazed at first glance. This is me from my past life. But in the end, the past 13 was still crushed by those rocks. What surprised him the most was his own soul being sucked toward somewhere else. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Did my soul from my past life just fly away?" Without hesitation, 13 immediately flew after it. Finally, they stood before a strange gate. Complex patterns were etched upon it. 13 had a skeptical look on his face. At that moment, the gate suddenly swung open. As 13 stepped closer to look, he saw his soul circling around a hand. More accurately, it was circling a many-armed stranger who was meditating in the middle of the endless void. Looking at that person left 13 extremely bewildered. Who was he? Was my past life soul summoned by him? However, his past life soul did not stay on the man's hand for long, but instead flew elsewhere. From the palm of the hand, the soul suddenly sped toward a certain place. This confused 13, but not wanting to lose the trail, he immediately followed. They flew to another planet, heading toward a specific area. To his surprise, it was heading toward a vast manor. At first glance, 13 recognized it immediately. It was the Trang family estate. His past life soul flew directly into the main house. Instantly, the cry of a newborn echoed through the air. Hearing this, the head of the Trang family shouted with joy. The first child of the Trang family has been born. 13 was equally surprised by what he heard. The first child of the Trang family was actually me. Who would have thought that behind the Trang family, there was another entity, controlling a soul? 13 watched in amazement. The entity used its golden eyes to perform something mysterious. A woman rushed out pale and trembling to break the news to the master of the Trang family. "It's terrible, master, the baby was stillborn." He was utterly horrified. "What?" Hearing these words, 13 suddenly realized with a shock. "I see. The 12 children before the Trang family were actually all my reincarnations. It's just that they were blocked by some mysterious entity, causing them to die shortly after birth." 13 clenched his fist and showed a look of regret. "What a pity I am already dead. My current state is perhaps just some lingering consciousness." Just then, a drop of blood was floating in midair. The old man spoke up. "Even if I use my full power to intervene, I can only save a single drop of blood," he said despondently with a sense of helplessness. "An existence like mine has no divine soul and cannot achieve rebirth from a drop of blood." Suddenly, he began to cough uncontrollably, while continuing dejectedly. "By interfering with the timeline so many times, I have also been struck by the backlash of the heavenly Tao. My time is running out." But unexpectedly at this very moment, a system panel appeared, notifying that the official mandatory mission had been completed. Reward 1 resurrection coin. Upon seeing the system panel, 13's jaw dropped in shock. Immediately, his entire body suddenly began to shake violently. Surprisingly, that drop of blood also began to seethe, leaving the soul watching in utter amazement. 13 actually emerged from that drop of blood, remaining as intact as he was originally. He looked at himself in confusion. "Ah, am I reborn?" The soul also hurriedly asked him, "How did you do that?" Suddenly, he walked over cheerfully. "So it really is like that." A purple ripple appeared in the void. It spoke with excitement. "Those capable of exceeding my predictions can only be people like us." As soon as 13 saw it, he quickly moved behind the soul and said, "So, you still haven't vanished. But the crack is collapsing and shrinking. You won't have a chance to infiltrate this place." Hearing this, the ripple spoke mockingly. "Do you think the system awakened is only you alone?" 13 was somewhat puzzled. He began to explain to him, in a playful, mocking tone, 10 billion years ago, in order to devour other awakened ones, I left the Divine Province realm and campaigned across 10,000 domains. I didn't expect that 10 billion years later you, the last awakened one, would appear at this very starting point. Since I cannot use the river of time to infiltrate indirectly, then I must rely on pure strength alone, to strive to break through the barrier of the realm. The water rift began to close, but his resolute voice still echoed through the space. In just 10,000 years, no, in just 1,000 years, I will be able to reach the Divine Province realm. Hearing this, 13 shouted back boldly, "No need for 1,000 years. In just 100 years, I will personally come find you." He raised his fist to the sky and declared, "When that time comes, I will use my physical might to dominate the cultivation world."